My grocery store clearly doesn't sell any products. Yet there are always a steady stream of customers coming to shop every day. Not only are there ancient cultivators who can open the heavens with a single sword, but there are also mysterious figures from the future. This is because what my store offers are the abilities they desperately need. And to obtain these abilities, customers only need to exchange the abilities they no longer want with me. At this moment, I, who have just become the owner of the ability shop, fell into deep thought. Specially able to sleep LV1, well-versed in ancient and modern LV2. Each ability seems utterly useless. The first two abilities are gray, while the latter one is white. Based on my experience, gray abilities are generally considered junk items in any game, and the greatest use of the white ability is merely to enrich my story collection. Just then, a sound of wind chimes rang out as someone pushed aside the door curtain at the entrance of the store. Welcome! I instantly entered host mode, a sincere smile appearing on my face. The customer was a girl dressed in ancient style, wearing white. She took a few big steps to the bar, her clear eyes fixed on me, as if examining something. However, a guest is a guest, so I casually asked, "What would you like to buy? What kind of store is this? Opening in the middle of nowhere?" Her voice was crisp, but there seemed to be a hint of questioning in her tone. I thought to myself, is this person out of her mind? I glanced outside the store and said, "What middle of nowhere? This is Tianlu community." Halfway through my sentence, I suddenly froze. When did it become completely dark outside? Even the lights of the residential buildings were gone. Wait for me a moment. I quickly walked out of the store, and the scenery outside had already changed. The once densely packed buildings were nowhere to be seen. Only the faint outline of rolling mountains visible under the moonlight. And what I was stepping on was not concrete, but soft, collapsing grass. "What did you just say?" the girl behind me asked softly. I turned my head, my gaze sharpening. It was only then that I noticed a long sword hanging behind her, its blade a dark red, with drops of that red color even dripping from the tip of the sword. I realized that I had no idea where the shop had flown off to in the countryside. And worse, I had run into a ruthless character who licked blood from the blade. However, at this moment, I was unusually calm. So calm that even I was a bit surprised. "Don't mind it. Tianlu community is my residence. As for what kind of shop this is, it's hard for me to explain clearly in just a few sentences. But if you need any abilities or want to improve on certain shortcomings, then you've come to the right place." "Abilities?" the girl repeated skeptically. "Exactly. And if you still don't understand, you might as well ask yourself. Since this shop is located in the wilderness, why did you come here?" "I didn't plan to come here either," the girl replied after a moment of silence. "I just happened to see two broken carts on the road, followed the traces of the fight all the way here, and after eliminating a group of bandits, I realized I had found myself deep in the mountains, so the fresh bloodstains on the sword were left after killing the bandits. Someone was robbed, and then what? Are they still alive?" I arrived a step too late, all the captives were dead. She shook her head regretfully. The bandits never intended to leave any survivors. "What a pity," I sighed lightly. "Where there are people killing and robbing, there are naturally people selling and buying stolen goods." I originally suspected that this shop was engaged in such business, which is why I decided to come and confirm. But the moment I stepped in here, I could feel that this place was extraordinary, not something that mountain bandits could set up. I chuckled, realizing why the other party had a stern expression when entering the store. Their gaze towards me filled with scrutiny. "I can understand, young lady, you are indeed a person of chivalry and righteousness. However, what I want to say is that the reason for your presence here is not due to bandits or robbers, but rather the confusion in your heart. Although you have eliminated the bandits, you have not saved the lives of those poor souls. You may ask yourself if you possess the ability to prevent such things from happening again? And this store is here to fill the gaps and deficiencies in the abilities of our guests." Her eyes widened, showing surprise for the first time. "Are you implying that this store can treat abilities as commodities, freely trading them to customers? At least that's what the store manager's rules state." After a moment of contemplation, the girl said, "I do have doubts. My name is Lu Shuiwei, and I am a disciple of the Lianyan sect." "Chen Xian." I introduced myself, the manager of the shop. I smiled. Lu Shuiwei seemed to be deep in thought, then slowly spoke. "The Lianyan sect is located at the peak of the Kunlun Cloud Sea, and its gates open once every 100 years. Several disciples of the Lianyan sect will set out from here to travel down the mountain and choose a country to assist. Currently, there are 6 countries in the world, so there are a total of 6 disciples. Are you one of those disciples?" I vaguely guessed the answer. The girl said calmly, "Yes. So what do you usually assist the monarch with?" I guess the sect must have trained on this topic, right? Naturally, I have been studying this area for over a decade. It includes sacrifices, praying for rain, slaying demons, and comforting the people, with the aim of seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune, ensuring the prosperity of the dynasty. I smiled slightly. Is it just these 4 items? But I feel like it's not that simple. Why do you say that? Lu Shuyue's gaze sharpened. Since you are all involved in matters of the immortals, you are clearly the most professional group. However, when you mentioned the position of assistant, there was obviously some hesitation. I guess it should be unrelated to those 4 tasks. Seeing the girl fall silent, I knew I had guessed correctly. I have indeed heard from several seniors that some disciples of the Lianyun sect also participate in court affairs, forgetting their original intentions. But how did you know that? After a moment, she asked in confusion. If I don't even understand this, how can I dare to run this shop? You are worried about the unknown future because it is a field you have not studied. I guess now the 6 states probably don't have a long history, right? They either come from a split of a dynasty or several dynasties merging into one. Do you really know nothing about us? Lu Shuyue asked suspiciously. I really hadn't heard of it before. I shrugged to show my honesty. So do you think this shop can answer my confusion? Do you have the ability to fill this gap? She pressed on. Is there? There really is. I picked up the barcode scanner with one hand and operated the mouse with the other, opening the inventory section. I skipped especially able to eat and especially able to sleep as they probably did not meet each other's needs. After thinking for a moment, I finally selected a comprehensive view of the past and present LV2, and then pressed the scan button for Lu Shuyue. The software immediately responded, and a box popped up on the left side of the screen, corresponding exactly to the inventory box. Ability Trader 1. Name, Lu Shuyue. Is this what you call an ability trade? Lu Shuyue's expression changed dramatically, as if she had seen something. She reached out to touch it, murmuring, but how do I know it's the thing I need? Our store is not a one-time deal. We prioritize customer experience above all. If you feel that the product does not meet your expectations or is of no help to you, you can return or exchange it for free within a month. I said skillfully. As for the price, I need to see what you are willing to offer in exchange. As soon as I finished speaking, something new appeared in the blank box. Clear Mind Technique LV6. White Rarity. With a note below, entry-level cultivation method. How about this? She asked. I remained silent. Lu Shuyue thought for a moment, raised an eyebrow, and the box added another item, Feng Shui Secrets LV1. Also White Rarity. I still did not express my opinion. The girl frowned. And soon, the third item in the box lit up. Pharmacology LV2. Still white. Is this acceptable? I thought about it and finally shook my head slightly, because I saw that the performance points below the box had already risen to 4. You want to exchange one ability for 3 of mine and still not be satisfied? Lu Shuyue's expression was not very good. They are clearly abilities of the same grade. Seeing that I still hadn't expressed my stance, after hesitating for a while, Lu Shuyue finally made up her mind. I'll add one last offer. If that still doesn't work, then let's call it off. After finishing speaking, the 4th column of the box lit up as well. Spirit Sword Technique LV5, with a white rarity. I hovered the mouse over it, and the description displayed, sword energy attaches to external objects, and flying flowers and plucking leaves can all harm people. It looked quite strong, but its essence was still a common level ability. The opponent's 4 columns were all filled, and the performance points had also turned into 5. I finally nodded. If you have no objections, then it's a deal. Deal. The moment I pressed the agree button, I suddenly felt as if something inside my body had been pulled out, and my inventory instantly increased by 4 items. Is this the feeling of losing encyclopedic knowledge? I tried to recall those historical stories, but my mind was left with a blank. In contrast, Lu Shuyue's eyes slightly rolled back, her eyelids trembled, as if she were having a hysterical episode. Fortunately, this process only lasted about 1 or 2 seconds, and she quickly returned to normal. How is it? How do you feel? I was also very curious about the client's experience. I suddenly feel like there are a lot of things in my head. Since the deal is done, I will take my leave now. Lu Shuyue seemed a bit impatient to leave, stumbling as she turned to walk out of the store, not even leaving me a chance to ask her anything. A few seconds after the girl left, the familiar scenery of the neighborhood returned. Chen Xian came to the doorway, probed and looked out for a while, confirming that the other party had disappeared, and only then did he take a deep breath. So that's how the first deal went down? Everything that happens is real, and the store manager's code is not some made-up thing out of thin air. It's a real guide to practicing. The spots of blood on the floor still reminded him that an otherworldly visitor had indeed arrived moments ago and bought away one of his abilities. What he hurriedly had to do now was not to confirm the fruits of the transaction just now, but to clean up the bloodstains first. Otherwise, if he was found by the police uncle, then he really couldn't even jump into the Yellow River to wash it away. Chapter 5. Strange knowledge increased. Lu Shuyu walked out a good distance in one breath before slowing down slightly. She turned back to the magical store, which was already a hill away, with only a faint cluster of bright lights visible through the layers of trees. The store didn't catch up. Maybe the deal was a fair one, as he said, but she still couldn't take it lightly. Just after understanding what she got, Lu Shuyu realized that her judgment at the beginning was completely wrong. What do you mean by exchanging 4 abilities for 1? If she had known that exposition of the ancient world was like this, she would have been willing to exchange it even if she had added a few more abilities to it. She actually saw another history, an extremely vast history. In it, various characters had established various dynasties, and their rise and fall was like a magnificent scroll, the complexity of which far exceeded her imagination, and far exceeded those things she had learned. It was hard for her to understand why an ability that could increase her knowledge and experience so dramatically would be categorized as an ordinary 8th grade, and its introduction was the complete opposite of the truth. What did it mean by you think you can learn from it, but you can't? Even in this history, there are many people have clearly pointed out, such as history as a mirror, can know the rise and fall, such as the descendants do not forget the teacher of the predecessor. Have to say, the store is either too careless, Zhang Guanji labeled the wrong ability, or is deliberately testing themselves, but now it seems likely that the answer is the latter. Returnable within a month? There's no way in this life she's going to be able to return her powers. Liashuyu didn't actually say all the words. Doubts had always existed in her mind since the time of enlightenment. Since the Lotus Cloud sect's raison d'etre was to assist the monarch in ruling the world, why was there so little record of past auxiliary disciples in the sect's book collection? Logically speaking, regardless of whether their accomplishments were good or bad, they should be truthfully recorded. The good ones could be emulated, while the bad ones would be used for cautionary purposes. Yet she could not find anything similar. When she asked her master, he always smiled but did not answer. Or perhaps the seniors of the sect were indifferent to all the disciples who had descended from the mountain, as if the changes in the world had nothing to do with the Lotus Cloud sect. With Lu Shuyu's footwork, it would take at most a month to arrive at the capital of the Great Qi Kingdom from Kunlun, but she had now been delayed on the road for a little over half a year. In this little half year, she traveled through more than 10 towns, seeing many sights that she had never seen in the sect, and learning many things that she had never been taught in books. According to reason, with the assistance of the sect disciples, the dynasty should be thriving and the people should be living in peace and contentment, but the reality she saw along the way was not like that. Bandits and thieves were rampant in the small places, the official roads and villages were deserted, and there were only a few big cities that were a little bit better, and no matter how much she inquired, she was not informed of the news of the previous generation of disciples who had left the mountain, which was really incomprehensible to her. The mountain gate opens once in 100 years, and as long as there are no accidents, most people in cultivation can live past that age. Even if the disciple who left the mountain demises halfway, he should still be able to leave behind a large number of deeds and achievements. But there aren't even many folklore legends about the disciples of the immortals. Lu Shuyue had almost concluded that the previous disciple had failed. Perhaps it was like the counterexample mentioned by the clan's seniors, where the person had been caught up in worldly desires and forgotten his original intentions, or had dabbled too deeply in dynastic affairs and deviated from the clan's original intentions. She was not yet in a position to seek official verification of the matter, as that would shake the image of the Lotus Cloud sect's auxiliary disciples as omniscient. Since the last one failed, what about her? After all, each disciple had learned the same things as her, and her talent was only higher. So if the other had no accomplishments, would she herself follow in her footsteps? This series of worries and unanswered questions made it really difficult for her to feel at ease on the road. At this moment, Lu Shuyu was not as worried as she was earlier. Because she had received guidance from countless ancestors and had observed many courtroom disputes, she also knew what to do in order to stick to her heart and fulfill her duties. It was as if she had glimpsed her own countless futures and had the opportunity to pick the best one from among them. What an amazing ability this is! Master had told her that her mind should be as calm as water at all times, but Lu Shuyu still couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. She definitely earned it. So the store wasn't that taking advantage of the situation? However, when she thought of the fake smile on the young store manager's face that had never changed, she still grunted with some dissatisfaction. We are all capable people. Why do we have to be so mean and mercenary when we speak like a merchant? Can't we just put our abilities on the table and introduce them in a generous manner? Also, the name of the restaurant is Hot and Spicy, which is strange. Not only is it inelegant, it's even a bit vulgar. Could these 3 words have some deep meaning? Hot and Spicy. Chen Xian. Lu Shuyu silently read it over. Which power do you actually belong to? Is it the mountain and wild pagan gods or the overseas metaphysical sects? And to what world do these historical stories belong? If she ever saw him again, she would have to ask. After handling the blood, Chen Xian let out a long breath. He really is the store manager of this store. This feeling that was both ethereal and real kept hovering in his mind, and if it wasn't for the fear of disturbing the people in the middle of the night, he would have wanted to close the door and shout, wanting to vent while at the same time trying to restrain himself. At the moment it was as if he was pretending to be a normal person in an incredibly weird dream. But regardless, facts are facts. He took 2 deep breaths to calm himself first. Now that you're the store manager, what's next? By the way, check inventory. Chen Xian threw the rag into the sink and went to the bar computer, putting the inventory window to maximum. One could only see that the overview said ability inventory number 4, available ability provider 1. The one at the back was still Chen Xian himself, and Lu Shuyue's name did not appear in it. It seems that the number of abilities in the provider do not have a one-to-one correspondence. He mused. These abilities become unowned when they are traded? And I'm the store manager and can act as a temporary provider at any time? So can I use these powers? He opened his section, then dragged the ability potion science from his inventory into it. In an instant, a large amount of information rushed into his mind, causing him to stifle a grunt. I can't believe it's actually possible. The swelling and pain came and went quickly, and a moment later, Chen Xian felt a whole lot more in his head, such as how to identify ordinary herbs from spirit herbs, and how to make them into pills. Undoubtedly, this was all the knowledge that Lu Shuyue had learned, and it now belonged to him. The inventory count also became 3, but what does it matter? Anyway, he was the store manager and could participate in the transaction at any time, and there would be no loss in giving the ability to himself. If he thought of his abilities as money, he could withdraw the store's deposits at will, without paying any interest. Not to mention that the ability thing is much more real than money. He couldn't wait to drag the other inventory capabilities over as well, yet found he couldn't do it. There were only 4 columns on his page, and the software looked like an Excel spreadsheet, but there was no way to add or delete entries, so he can only have 4 abilities at once? Is this true for all, or does it vary from person to person? Chen Xian immediately thought that the answer should be the latter. Quite simply, Lu Shuyue had traded 4 abilities in one go. If the upper limit was 4, she was equivalent to giving all she had in exchange for exploring the ancient and modern worlds, which just didn't make sense logically. In addition, judging from her reaction, although 1 for 4 was a bit unpleasant, it was still within the acceptable range, and she didn't feel much regret about losing these 4 abilities, which meant that Lu Shuyue had much more than just a few bargaining chips that she could use to trade. After all, people are immortal cultivators, while they are ordinary people. Chen Xian easily accepted this. 4 was 4. And since there was no way to increase the cap, there was always the ability to adjust the contents. He dragged all of the special able to eat and special able to sleep to the inventory bar, and then dragged the clear heart technique and spirit sword technique to himself, and the sequence of operations worked. A cold stream of air rose from the soles of his feet and swam all over his body in a moment. He immediately understood the function of the clear heart decree. It was a passive technique, like the internal force in kung fu movies, which could operate on its own once it was learned, and could be used to strengthen one's body and mind, as well as to be used in conjunction with other abilities. Moreover, he also discovered that even for entry-level cultivation techniques, the qualification requirements were quite strict. If he wanted to rely on the conventional path to learn the clear heart decree, he might not be able to achieve any results even if he practiced for more than 10 years, whereas the ability trade was able to cross this threshold, as if it was like forcibly grafting the ability onto his body. Not only could he master it, but he could also utilize it freely. It was as if Lu Shuyue's accumulated memories and experience of cultivating the clear heart decree had been transferred to him as well. Chapter 6. Opening for business as insolvency. As for spiritual swordsmanship, Chen Xian walked out of the store door, picked up a fallen leaf on the ground, silently recited the mantra, and threw it out with force towards a ginkgo tree not far away. Only a soft whoosh sound was heard, and the blades actually stuck into the trunk of the tree like flying daggers. He walked up to take a closer look, and found that the fallen leaves had completely penetrated the bark of the tree, and had gone deep into it, leaving only a 2-finger wide opening in the surface. That's an amazing effect too. Chen Xian secretly marveled. If this piece of leaf hit a person, wouldn't their life be in danger? Even if it avoided the vitals, that would still leave the target instantly incapable of resisting. He knew that immortal cultivators all had 2 brushes, but it was a bit scary that a feat rated as white grade also had this kind of effect. Chen Xian then tried other uses, such as attaching the spirit sword to his fingertips. It looked like a fingernail made a bit longer, yet it could easily cut through chopsticks and leave scratches on tiles. I'm sure it can also cut a man's throat without him realizing it. Who is this capability suitable to sell to? It seems like I'll have to choose my sales pitch more carefully next time, he muttered to himself. If the spirit sword technique fell into the hands of a person with a bad heart, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. After checking his abilities, Chen Xian remembered his performance points. It is clearly mentioned in the store manager's code that this reward is immediately redeemable. He went back to the bar and took out his red book and flipped to the corresponding page. Sure enough, it clearly stated that the performance could be used to improve the store manager's rating, or it could be exchanged for other rewards. but whichever one you chose, you had to hit the report with an email to get it. So LV1 of colored abilities can go up? Chen Xian immediately opened the big item of the store management of the housekeeper app and found the performance point reward column according to the code example. Dragging down the page, I realized that it was mostly blank, with only the first entry, store manager rating, available. And it only takes 4 performance points to move from LV1 to LV2. The system is simply the same as workplace promotions. The higher the sales, the faster the position climbs and the higher the salary you get. The problem is that the staff is paid by the boss. And if one is only the store manager of the branch, there must also exist a body similar to the boss or board of directors of the ability store. Yet this is not the case in practice, because the manual even explains the calibration of ability rarity. It specifically states that SSR-like legendary abilities are unique abilities with a rarity of worldly. In other words, the first term store manager is the only one, and all other levels of abilities can exist in plural. The white level, on the other hand, is referred to directly by the manual as mass capability, not even an R. It was impossible to say that the red book was all made up, right? After experiencing a trading practice, Chen Xian no longer dared to casually question the authenticity of those contents, since it was a waste of time to think about it. He simply put this doubt aside and raised his shopkeeper rank first. Since it was a reward mechanism, climbing higher was never a bad thing. Tap the store manager rating item and an email template immediately pops up on the desktop. It has no recipients and still requires the applicant to fill in the reason for promotion. So troublesome. Can't we just count the performance directly? Chen Xian helplessly scratched his head and could only honestly fill out the email. The reason for applying well. Naturally, he boasted himself implicitly, as if he was writing a real cover letter. He didn't choose to work perfunctorily. That is, he was worried that the app had gotten so troublesome, and there was a reason for the trouble behind it. When you're done, click send, and then there's nothing more. Obviously this is not a real-time feedback process. Ding dong dong dong. The wind chime suddenly rang. Hey, is the boss there? Someone shouted. Another guest so soon? Chen Xian immediately turned into a warm smile and looked up at the other party. Welcome. The visitor is a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, with an undershirt on top and shorts underneath, and a pair of glasses on his face. Chen Xian quickly made a judgment in his heart. Well, he is rich and strong in years. His hands and feet are thick and strong, although he wears a very plain dress. But maybe this person likes to be big and hidden in the city. In short, the customers who were walked into the store would not be ordinary people. So, what kind of abilities does he aspire to? Get a pack of white sand and a bottle of Tsingtao. Ha, wow, do you have any spicy hot? No. Then what's the point of having spicy hot pot on your sign? Really, it was only after the uncle left that Chen Xian slowed down, and it could be said that the process of paying the uncle's bill was even more incredible than entertaining Lu Shuiwei. This store is both an ability store and a department store serving the Tennessee foothills neighborhood. The sight of immortal cultivators and retired Amazons patronizing the store together in the future called his scalp numb just thinking about it. Wait, wouldn't that be bad? Chen Xian snapped to the realization that not only did he have to be responsible for receiving those capable guests, but he also had to keep the store running like a small supermarket, which was several times more difficult. Store manager's code of conduct in the sentence store operation of all expenses are borne by the store manager, and under no circumstances, the store is not allowed to close down. Feelings have long been buried in the pit. The next day, Chen Xian didn't go to work and directly resigned. There was a quick promise there. After all, if he took the initiative to mention it, he would be able to save his salary for this month. And since Chen Xian was now a store manager, it was naturally impossible for him to continue wasting his time for a month's salary. He now had to put all of his energy into the ability store. After taking a calculator and pressing it all morning, he finally had a ballpark figure for the expenses of running the store. It is divided into 2 main parts. The first is the cost of buying all the goods, such as cigarettes, alcohol, coffee, snacks sold out have to be restocked. And the second is the rent, water, electricity, gas and other fixed expenses. That's right, this arcane, esoteric, ability trading centered operation still pays utility bills to the National Power and Water Company. The rent also has a special bank account that is regularly deducted each month. All told, the store costs about $30, $000 to $40, $000 a month to operate. Chen Xian had thought that those sold items would be automatically restocked, but the actual situation was quite different. After a whole night, no new cigarettes grew on the shelves, and no new drinks emerged from the freezer. Even the rag that wiped away the bloodstains left by Lu Shuyu did not become clean as new again. Apart from the feature of ability to trade, it's no different from a regular neighborhood department store, except that the store is a little more elaborately decorated. Chen Xian currently has 50,000 in savings on hand, It was the savings he still had from his failed business venture. And while it was usually easy to just cover rent and food, with the current planned expenses, he could last a month and a half at most before the store had to close due to unpaid bills. The situation can be quite critical. Performance points aren't even the point now. The point is real money. Cognizant of this status quo, Chen Xian immediately also had an idea. With his current level of income, working to support the store is not to think about. The most feasible method must also be linked to the ability to use the ability to realize. Selling abilities directly? Chen Xian pondered silently. He had spent last night testing, and had finally come to a conclusion that was not mentioned in the manual. Losing one's ability was not the same as the Oblivion Curse, nor would it affect one's normal life. For example, unloading is particularly sleepy, and he can fall asleep at night. After trading off the exposition of ancient and modern times, he hadn't forgotten all about history either. Common sense information like the dynasties and celebrities that crossed the populace still existed. It was just that the specific instances about them became unmemorable. He guessed that these keywords had gone beyond the realm of history and become part of his self-perception. And once he opened the web page and searched for those historical stories, he was able to remember them again. This point dispelled any last vestiges of concern he might have had about trading in his abilities. Even though he could only exchange abilities for abilities at the moment, no one had stipulated that he wasn't allowed to charge an extra amount. Just like the two gray abilities, special eating and special sleeping, don't look at the bottom of the rarity scale. But for those rich people who can't eat or sleep well, it's definitely a valuable ability that they're willing to pay a large amount of their remaining wealth to buy. Combined with an unimportant ability as an add-on, such a deal seemed to be quite easy to realize. The problem was that he didn't know any such bosses, and with his own contacts it would be difficult to find a suitable target in a short time. This idea is undoubtedly difficult to realize. Chen Xian naturally thought of the second method, utilizing his abilities himself to earn his first bucket of gold. Chapter 7, Saving the Shop from the Curve. Chen Xian focused his attention on elixir science. To say that there are still a lot of useful Dan formulas in this, like life extension Dan, spring back water, vigor pill and so on, just look at the name is very marketable. Take vigor pill for example. According to the description in the elixir science can let a person's strength increase by 5 to 6 times instantly. If the weightlifter eats one, the result is simply not dare to think about it. As for the life extension pill, this kind of heaven-defying elixir that could actually enhance life expectancy, it would only cause the world's rich and powerful to clamor for it. But they come with a variety of required ingredients. What 9 heaven spiritual flower, moon leader vine, dragon blood grass. This side has no counterpart at all. That makes sense. With the obvious deviations between the two worlds, it's a wonder that the formulas are universal. But that doesn't mean Danmaku is useless. It was equivalent to a specialized discipline, and it was the underlying logic to tailor the medicine to the local conditions and the symptoms. If one encounters herbs that are not included in the study of elixirs, they can be included entirely by oneself. Chen Xian rummaged around in the tea cabinet for a while and found a packet of wolfberries, then poured out 2 of them and put them in his mouth. That's right. The core skill of Danmaku was precisely tasting the herbs. As long as she ate it in her mouth, Lu Shuyu would be able to roughly identify the 5 elemental attributes and pharmacological effects of this thing. And now that this ability had all been returned to her, then he should be able to do that as well. His suspicions proved to be correct. Well, yang blazing 3 points, gold cracking 1 point, medicinal properties have no, spirituality has no, medicinal value, lower 9th grade auxiliary material. The moment he bit into the wolfberry, Chen Xian immediately realized the characteristics of this medicine. The medicinal properties are not stated as being unable to be used as a primary remedy. Spirituality is basically unusable for alchemy without it. While the goji berries didn't quite work, he at least knew it worked. With the plan set, Chen Xian immediately called for a car and sent himself to the largest pharmacy near the neighborhood, 100 Herb Hall. This store is opened in a combined Chinese and Western medicine hospital, located in the busy section of the street. Not to mention the entrance, there are 6 stone lions to sit in the town. Inside the house is red brick and green tiles, incense burner side of the green smoke, seemingly good not grand. Into the hall in the center is the medicinal herbs display area. Thousands of Chinese herbs in a glass box, looks clean and beautiful. Surrounding them are rows of Chinese chestnut-colored wooden cabinets for the shopkeepers to get their medicines. Moreover, there are quite a few customers who come here to buy medicine. At a glance there are at least 30 to 40 of them, and there is a long line in front of the cashier's counter and the decoction room. Hello, do you have a prescription? A guide greeted him with a smile. No. Chen Xian shook his head. Do you have to have a prescription to buy medicine? The shopper looked puzzled, but still returned politely. Otherwise, we can't let the patient dispense the medicine himself, right? If you're not sure what medicine to take, you can ask our sitting doctor for advice. So, can I try it? This time the other man froze. You mean, dispense a packet to try the effect? I'd like to try the herbs directly, like the ones laid out in the box. The smile on the guide's face disappeared. You're kidding. The herbs have to be decocted before they can be taken. How can you eat them raw? They will be poisoned. Chen Xian wasn't too disappointed. He knew that this matter wouldn't go so smoothly. So can I buy one of each? Sorry, there's no way to weigh the price this way. Okay, I'll see for myself first. Chen Xian finished speaking and walked aside on his own, pretending to admire the rows and rows of medicine cabinets. After dawdling for almost 5 minutes, that guide finally stopped paying attention to himself and turned his head to entertain other customers. Knowing that the time had come, he immediately raised his right hand and lightly placed it in front of a wooden cabinet labeled with Angelica de Hurica. Then he curled his middle finger slightly, and with his fingertip against the cabinet board, he silently executed the spirit sword technique. An imperceptible white light stabbed out from his fingertips, easily piercing through the 1 centimeter thick wooden board and drilling into the medicine cabinet. The sword chi was about the thickness of an injection needle, so there was no trace of damage on the exterior. The sword chi continued to extend forward and soon touched a piece of medicinal herb and pierced through it. Since the center of the sword chi was hollow, naturally it was able to dig out a piece of meat from it. Chen Xian pulled back his finger, and a piece of Angelica de Hurica less than the size of a sesame seed grain was brought out of the small hole by the sword chi and fell into his palm. Since there's no way to weigh the price by the slice, the most you can do with such a tiny bit of herb is to count it as a loss, right? Chen Xian's afterglow swept the hall, and not a single person present had detected his move to steal the sun. Herbs are small, but you can still taste them. Chen Xian just dawdled in front of the medicine cabinet for 20 minutes, tasting over 30 herbs. However, to his disappointment, none of the herbs actually met the criteria for alchemy. Not only did they have zero spirituality, their medicinal properties were basically the same as none, and at most they could only be used as auxiliary materials for adjusting the 5 elements. What's going on? There was no spirituality Chen Xian could understand. According to the records of elixir science, spirit medicines were all long-lived things that drew on the essence of the sun and moon, and some were so long in age that they could even become essence. The herbs in the store are all semi-finished products that have been dried and air-dried, and the aura has naturally dissipated. But the lack of medicinal properties is a bit surprising. It wasn't that what 100 herb hall sold was fake. These herbs could certainly be prepared into tonics to drink, but they couldn't pass the Dan pharmacology test. Have you not chosen yet? At this time the shopper came over again and said with some impatience, "Why don't you go to the store next door to take a look? You can try it over there. It's tantamount to driving away customers." Chen Xian was also too lazy to bother with her attitude and directly walked out of the 100 herb hall. Returning to the street, he glanced at the store next door in passing, a look that made him laugh. Next door is actually a store where you buy fruit. That guide really thinks she's a cutie. It's a good idea. But after snorting twice, Chen Xian suddenly paused. He pondered for a moment and then walked into the fruit store, pointing at the cut watermelon and asking, "Can I try this?" "Sure, toothpicks are on the table." The clerk returned absent-mindedly. He tied up a piece of watermelon and put it into his mouth to savor it, while the corresponding feedback surprisingly came from his tongue. 2 points for the waterline, 1 point for the wood diffusion, none for the medicinal properties, and 1 point for the spiritual properties. That's right, I thought wrong from the start. Chen Xian was suddenly enlightened. The medicines sold in the herbal store were all screened according to the experience of practicing medicine in this world, while tasting 100 herbs in elixir science was a completely different set of judgment criteria, and by only targeting readily available medicinal herbs, he was artificially restricting the utilization of his abilities. Any plants and fruits that can be eaten in the mouth may have potential for alchemy. If you add the conditions of freshness and longevity, he should go not to the pharmacy, but to the field where the natural plants are diverse. There happens to be just such a place nearby, the foothills. As a mountain, it is a little famous. The vegetation and trees on the mountain have been protected accordingly, and there is no lack of ancient trees that have lived for thousands of years. At the same time it is a scenic spot. Want to climb the mountain is very convenient. Do not need to be like the ancient medicine farmers risk their lives to go to the mountains to look for those rare and precious herbs. Doing as he said, Chen Xian took a car and went straight to the foot of Lu Mountain, then walked along the asphalt road that coiled the mountain while picking, no matter if it was flowers, grass, vine man or bark and leaves, as long as it belonged to the plant category, he threw it into his mouth. Of course, in order to comply with the rules of protecting nature, the portion he picked each time was less than the size of a fingernail cap. "Mom, that man is eating grass, yeah," yelled a little girl as she took her mom's hand. "Shoo!" The woman hurriedly pulled the child away from her. "Be careful, that man is sick in the head." Chen Xian cried and laughed, but his curiosity was fully aroused, and no amount of staring would stop him now. This tasting was all day long. It wasn't until the sky was completely dark and the clock was pointing to 8:30 that he found an unoccupied curb to stand on. In the next second, he was back inside the magical little store. It's still really mandatory to clock in. Rather save yourself the return fare. Chen Xian poured the day's harvest onto the table. 2 mineral water bottles were stuffed with grass blades, and a few creepy crawlies could be seen at the bottom. Some of these leaves came from the camphor, some from the ginkgo, and some unnamed roadside weeds. They weren't considered anything rare, but they could fit the medicinal needs of alchemy. And he also had an additional discovery. The same are all apricot tree leaves, but the character is not the same. This tree's leaves are useful. It does not mean that the other one will work as well. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. Now that the medicinal materials were ready, he could finally start refining pills. Chapter 8, The Holy Maiden. According to the Danology described, Dan is the essence of spiritual rhyme. If you use all the spirit grass, then after blending the 5 elements, you can directly open the refining, so that the highest purity of the Dan, almost no impurities, the effect is also the best. But the spirit grass is rare. Refining low-grade pills is also a pure waste. So there is an alternative method. That is, using the spirit of other living things to make up for the lack of medicinal herbs. The heavenly cow and ladybird that Chen Xian had caught in passing were for spirit replenishment purposes. To make pills you need a high heat-resistant pot, and the store has pressure cookers. Alchemy requires a fire that can be adjusted for temperature, and the store has a natural gas stove that still has 12 precise temperature control settings. Since all the equipment meets the requirements, it's time to look at the practical exercises. He rolled up his sleeves, and according to the method of 5 elements neutralization in elixir science, he divided the 8 herbs into 2 batches, soaked and cleaned them, and then put them into 2 pressure cookers. After finishing these, he poured the live insects into them as well, then covered the pots and lit the fire to start refining. Waiting for the fire to burn brightly, he activated the clear heart technique and guided the spirituality inside the furnace to coalesce. This process is very marvelous. If the last step is thrown out, it is no different from dark cuisine, and what is made is most likely to be a weed stew with worms. But with the addition of the spiritual qi guidance, subtle changes will occur. Chen Xian is difficult to use words to describe exactly what kind of changes have occurred in the pot. He could feel in the dark that all kinds of medicinal herbs are moisturizing each other, fusion, and ultimately become one. It was clearly the first time he had made an elixir, but it was as if he had made it countless times. Everything seemed so watertight. Through the blue flames, he seemed to see the figure of a young girl sitting in front of the pill furnace, repeating the process of making pills over and over again, while many spent pills that had failed in refining were piled up around her. The sky above the pill furnace flowed, from the misty morning sun to the golden dusk, from the lush greenery to the white snow. CH changes. The pressure cooker gas valve screamed. Dance time has come. Chen Xian stood up unhurriedly, deflating and opening the lid in one fell swoop. The moment the lid was lifted, a pungent medicinal aroma gushed out along with the steam, and when the smoke cleared, only a little residue and 7 or 8 marble ball-sized brown pills remained at the bottom of the pot. The pot on the left contains Gandi Qingdan, which is good for expelling cold and clearing the lungs, and in modern terms, treating respiratory-related diseases. The blood orange in the pot on the right is called blood orange, the same name as the fruit, which can remove blood stasis and stop bleeding, and is quite effective for trauma. These 2 kinds of Dan belong to the entry-level pills. The material requirements are not high. The refining degree is also quite simple. Belongs to every cultivator will be in the pocket on a few drugs. Even so, the premise of needing to cultivate people to be able to refine still significantly narrowed its popularity. To the folk can also be sold on the price is not low. It was true in Liaoshuyu's world, and it was true on this side as well. Chen Xian took out the Dan and placed it in his hands to carefully appreciate it. These pills were all moist and smooth in outline, as if they had undergone long polishing over the years. It was logical that it was time to test the effects of the pills next, but he was vaguely confident that these finished pills were all of excellent quality, and were fully capable of fulfilling the roles described in the science of pills. Just then, a tumultuous sound of footsteps rang out, interrupting Chen Xian's observation. "We have guests. Welcome to." He looked up, a smile frozen on his face just halfway spread, because it wasn't one person who walked into the store, but 4. That's not even the most troubling. The trouble was that they each wore full coverage metal armor, like ancient knights out of some museum. The corsets and cloaks covering the armor were dusty, and you could vaguely see patches of dark red blood. As for the long spears and short swords they held in their hands, the blood troughs were filled with fresh blood and constantly dripped from the tips of the blades to the ground. "I just mopped the floor yesterday." The visitor is by no means a good person. If Lu Shuyue's murderous aura was internalized, these 4 strangers were completely undisguised. Through the gap in his helmet, it was as if Chen Xian could see the ferocious light in their eyes, as if they would swing their swords at the slightest word. There was no doubt that the 4 men were obviously not here to buy cigarettes. Chen Xian wasn't that worried about security, as the other party was neither here for department store shopping. That meant they were special guests, and the 4 men were a little startled as they looked from side to side, as if in amazement at how different the store was. After a few seconds of stalemate, Chen Xian decided to break the cold and dominate the situation by himself. After all, the store manager's code says that it should be warmly entertained by every guest. Hello, what can I help you with? The question brought together more than 20 years of his English language skills. Why use English is also very simple. Because the country is not popular full coverage plate armor. With Chinese probably asked in vain. Didn't they not respond to the welcome line before? When you're a store manager, you have to be adaptable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's the Brits. Watch out for ambushes. Unexpectedly, the other party instantly acted as if they were on the verge of an enemy, and the weapons that had just remained restrained bristled as they were raised, aiming at Chen Xian from multiple angles. But what made Chen Xian even more taut was that these few people actually spoke fluent Chinese, or the kind with Sichuan accent. Are you all blind? What do I look like, a Guilo? Besides, since you're wearing Western-style armor, you should be speaking a foreign language, so I'm a foreigner now? Stop! The man standing at the front suddenly raised his right hand and said. The voice was not loud, but the order was forbidden, and the 3 armored warriors around them immediately stopped and did not continue to approach in the direction of the bar. It was then that Chen Xian noticed that the leader was actually the shorter of the 4. He hasn't defended himself yet. I want to hear what he has to say before I make up my mind. The other added. Are you a spy for the British? Although his heart wanted to curse twice, the words couldn't be said like that. Who made him a guest? You're joking. Of course I'm not. This time he switched familiarly to his native tongue. Well, then, this must be a misunderstanding. Put away your weapons. The leader waved his hand and apologized to Chen Xian again. I'm sorry for giving you a fright. We were being pursued by the enemy, so we had to be cautious. So easily convinced? You're not even close to being discreet, are you? What was even more surprising to him was that those few people actually didn't express any objections and just approved of the leader's judgment. You're not afraid of me lying? Chen Xian couldn't help but be curious. The God of Heaven tells me that you have not deceived me. The other party then also removed her helmet, revealing her original appearance. She was actually a young woman with brilliant short blonde hair, and her turquoise pupils were as gorgeous as uncut jewels. Only her heavy fatigue had cast a gray veil over this radiance. Her voice was a bit husky, with a neutral tone, which made it difficult to distinguish between male and female when she wore the helmet. She looked quite confident as she said this, seemingly convinced of this reasoning. Not only was she so, but the other 3 also seemed as if they had long been accustomed to this kind of answer. Then what country are you guys from? Chen Xian had wanted to ask one more question. Why do you guys speak Chinese as well? But he quickly realized that this was not the case, as the other party's posed accent did not match the speech he heard, as if he was watching a translated movie. The fact that the 2 sides could communicate normally was all not due to the consistency of the language, but rather, there was some sort of power that had tampered with their perception of what they had heard. Thinking about it a little bit, this would be where the legendary ability comes into play as well. How is a store manager supposed to deal with all kinds of customers if they can't even speak the language? We are French, of course, the other replied quickly, with undisguised pride in his tone. The French. No wonder you get sick when you hear English. Aren't they a pair of natural enemies? So it is. My name is Chen Xian, and I am the store manager of this store. May I ask your name is? Jean. Dark, the young girl said calmly. Oh, sounds familiar. Chen Xian casually searched with his computer and found that there was another translation of the name, a name that is 1,000 times more spread and famous. Jean Dark? Yes. What's so strange about the name? She wondered. Presumably, in her eyes, she had merely repeated the name again. But for Chen Xian, the word Jean Dark was given much more significance. Even though he was influenced by the exposition of the past and present, he only knew that this person was a legendary hero who saved France from the crisis, and his specific deeds were not too clear. But this little problem was not difficult for him at all, and he would understand everything by searching the character encyclopedia later on. Jean did not pay attention to his odd reaction, but went on to plead. Although I don't understand why you want to set up store in a place like this, we are in dire need of help. Hot water, soft towels, bandages, and spirits. If you can provide these things, I promise in the name of the Holy Maiden that you will be paid accordingly later. One of you is hurt? She nodded. Let me see. Do you know anything about medicine? Not bad, Chen Xian replied without hesitation, especially good at external injuries. Of course he didn't know anything about medicine, but what did it matter? Isn't he holding a few freshly refined pills in his hand? When Jean was active, she was basically leading the army to fight with England, and the injuries that her men suffered must have been sword wounds and gunshot wounds, which was suitable for testing the effect of the blood orange. Excellent. Jean exchanged delighted glances with her men, then turned and said, please follow me. Walking out of the store, Chen Xian was slightly startled in his heart. Surprisingly, there were moving torches everywhere outside the store, and the figures of men and horses traveling in panic loomed in the night. He roughly counted the ones close by, and there were at least 100 of them. This sand sculpture store door wouldn't have teleported directly to the battlefield of England and France, would it? Even if it's for solicitation, it can't be that outrageous. He also noticed that most of the warriors were grimy and tired, and their gazes towards Jean revealed anxiety and uneasiness, a situation that slightly surprised Chen Xian. He vaguely remembered that Jeanne d'Arc was famous precisely because she was invincible on the battlefield, and was unstoppable along the way, winning wherever she fought and hardly ever suffering a single defeat. The force in front of them, however, gave off an aura that was not at all like a standing army. Chapter 9, The End of the Hero. Jean led him through several clusters of people to a clearing filled with torches. There were about 20 stretchers on the ground, and on them lay the injured. They were clutching their stomachs or chests, letting out breathless moans, and the air was filled with the strong odor of blood. Lord Commander, please leave us alone. Yes, you must hurry. The enemy may be after us soon. The wounded man saw Jean approaching and gritted his teeth in persuasion. The latter clenched his fists and said nothing. It seemed that the situation was truly dire. Chen Xian said decisively, pick out the 7 most serious ones. The soldiers around them looked at each other. Do as he says, Jean ordered. With the commander-in-chief's instructions, the crowd acted. While he was at it, he also finished looking through the accounts of the Holy Maiden's life. In less than half a quarter of an hour, 7 severely injured people were moved in front of Chen Xian, their torsos either pierced by lances or their heads smashed by hammers, and it was feared that all of them would have a hard time surviving the night if they weren't treated immediately. Of course, with the medical level of this era, it was impossible for them to go back to the battlefield even if they could be cured, and now they were even more of a liability to the entire army. Most of the generals would have abandoned them immediately, but Jean insisted on marching with these severely injured people. No wonder she gained great popularity in the army not long after her rise. Chen Xian pulled out all the blood oranges and crushed them in half one by one before handing them to Jeanne d'Arc. Half of them are swallowed, and half of them are crushed and smeared on the wounds. If any organs are exposed, stuff them back in first. Jean remained unquestioning and immediately began to treat the soldier as he said. At first, the rest of the people were still skeptical, but soon their expressions turned into shock and disbelief. Oh my God, this medicine works. God bless. There was no shortage of stunned whispers. The wound is closing. How is this possible? Chen Xian took 2 steps forward and bent down to take a closer look, only to see that the traumas that had been coated by the medicine began to solidify at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if a layer of white frost had grown on the epidermis. The blood that had been flowing also stopped, or, those spilled blood were the main cause of the formation of the white frost, and they faded and solidified rapidly, like tap water placed outside in the cold winter months, and froze in a short while. The effect was undoubtedly much more powerful than ordinary injury medicine. It's worthy of being an elixir used by immortal cultivators. The condition of the soldiers improved dramatically in a short time, their grim, agonized expressions easing and their moans subsiding. Now the way the others looked at Chen Xian changed significantly. There was gratitude, admiration, and even awe. Jean was also greatly shocked. What kind of medicine are you using? I've never seen a drug with such amazing healing effects. It's an immortal pill. Chen Xian deliberately exaggerated, something that only heavenly beings can use. I didn't realize that the other person immediately understood. Do you mean the God of heaven? If it is something blessed by our Lord, it all makes sense. Jean murmured, may I ask how many more of these pills your excellency has? I would give anything to buy it. Such a miraculous drug is like a second life for a warrior, and if you can have it, it can be enough to influence the situation on the battlefield. Chen Xian could naturally guess the other party's thoughts as well, but to him, the elixir was only an auxiliary means of pulling up the goodwill of his guests. The real focus still had to be on ability trading. The transaction with Lu Shuiwei had made him realize one thing, and that was that how many abilities the other party was willing to display, and how many they were willing to exchange for, were all up to the trader. Because of this, the attitude and goodwill of an unfamiliar guest before the transaction was quite important. If the other party was suspicious, what they took out would definitely be the most inferior abilities. So it was only half the battle if they first raised the guest's satisfaction level before sitting down to talk business. This is the same reason that the representative of Party B likes to accompany Party A before signing the contract to a set of meals singing karaoke massage combinations. Additionally, Chen Xian had discovered one more detail. This force did not make camp. At this time the night is already late. Even if there are torches shining on the road is also dark and unclear. Riding a horse is obviously a high-risk move. Surrounding environment also with the openness of the edge. Both sides of the path is full of 2 or 3 meters high woods. In the Cold War era of the two armies generally do not choose this kind of place, because it is not convenient for cavalry to charge. Rather than risk a night move, the all-night transfer, coupled with the council of wounded soldiers, should have put the unit in perilous danger of being pursued. Chen Xian, who had finished browsing through Jeanne d'Arc's brief biography, already had a vague guess in his heart. The medicine I have in my hand is just this much, and I can't save up new ones in a short time, he said as he gazed at Jeanne d'Arc, and without waiting for the other party to show his disappointment, he immediately added, but there's not just one way to defeat those enemies. By the way, have you ever been to the city of Gombine? Or did you just escape from there? Now Jeanne was genuinely surprised. How did you know dash? In that moment, her fists compiled tightly and her expression was no longer as composed as it had been before, her green eyes seeming to have an additional shadowy flame in them. Sure enough, Chen Xian thought to himself, according to the records, a small battle near the city of Gombine was the last battle that Jeanne d'Arc had ever experienced, and if the Holy Maiden hadn't been defeated and captured, it wouldn't have even left a little splash in history. In what should have been an inconsequential encounter, Jeanne d'Arc led an attack on the English but was outflanked by the pro-English Burgundians. She then ordered a retreat back to Compiègne, but the garrison of Compiègne, fearing that the Burgundians would follow them in, closed the gates without waiting for all the troops to retreat, and Jeanne d'Arc, who had cut off the rear of the army herself, was unable to get back into the city, and was ultimately encircled and captured by the enemy. There wasn't much about the battle online, and it was basically brought up in a single sentence, but seeing Jeanne d'Arc's reaction, Chen Xian suddenly realized that that day was never going to be a short and calm one for the person in question. It took her a few seconds to control the anger in her heart. Our course of action is supposed to be classified, but why is it that even Your Excellency knows everything about the movements of our troops? Even me? Chen Xian heard the chord. A good store owner was insignificant even if he knew about the military situation, but what if the enemy knew about it as well? I can see far more than you think, he said in a ripple. This strike was bad from the start, right? It was as if the enemy had been tipped off and was waiting well and truly on the countryside for you to show up. Despite your valor, the enemy was outnumbered and outgunned, so you had to order a retreat. You actually began to wonder long ago if there was a traitor in the city who had leaked news of the army. It wasn't until the city gates were closed early, completely ignoring the fact that the supreme commander of the troops was still outside the city, that you realized that the battle was actually a trap. I never said that, Jeanne interrupted loudly. Her unusual reaction drew sideways glances from her men. Of course you wouldn't say that, because there's no proof and it would shake the military. When Chen Xian saw that she did not refute the process, but rather the conclusion, his heart had already realized that the other party was precisely the one who had escaped from the direction of Gombini city. Even though defeat was assured, Jeanne did not give up easily but attempted to break out, only to ultimately fail to escape the enemy's pursuit. It also meant that at this very moment, the Burgundian forces were still approaching minute by minute. Your greatest fear is not of a traitor, but of thinking down the line of thought as to who it is that wishes you to fail, or even to disappear altogether. You prayed in doubt and disappointment, hoping that someone would answer your questions or reach out to give you a hand. Then you came across a small store in this wild place where no store could possibly exist, and the light that emanated from within it had a softness that you'd never seen before, and it also made the night of despair a little less dark. So even in such a dangerous moment, you stop and try to enter the store. Chen Xian paused. Now do you understand who I am and why I know all this? Jeanne stared at him in bewilderment. This is impossible. It doesn't really matter if it is or not. What matters is that I can help you defeat the enemy and turn the tide of battle. Chen Xian took out the scanning gun from his pocket. This thing was wirelessly connected, and worked as long as it didn't leave Wi-Fi range, and pressed the scan button on the clueless young girl. There was immediate feedback from the remote desktop on the phone. He selected Spirit Sword Art and dragged it to the trade bar. Meanwhile, Jeanne's eyes widened as if she had seen a demon. God in heaven, what are these things? Floating words, glowing? See this ability? It is what I said. Can defeat the enemy. Chen Xian followed his advice. But if you want to gain something, you're bound to lose something. Even if you're a saint maiden. Let me see how much you are willing to pay for victory. Before he could finish his sentence, all 4 boxes on the screen instantly lit up. Chapter 10. The Flag of Victory. Directly laying out the full range of abilities? Chen Xian was dumbfounded, but there was no need to be so honest, right? He looked up at Jeanne, only to find that the other's expression had changed. At the moment her eyes were as bright as starbursts and her gaze was full of devotion. Everything I have comes from God given to me, and my only mission is to save my homeland, so I'm willing to give my all in exchange for victory, Jeanne said, word for word. Your Excellency the God Emperor, help me defeat my enemies. The soldiers who heard this couldn't help but cross their fingers. What did the Lord Commander just say? He said this man was a messenger of the Lord. Are you sure you heard right? As you can see, that medicine works. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, not bothering to correct the other party's call. It wasn't a bad thing for the deal anyway. His attention was now basically drawn to the abilities that his opponent had laid out. which not only had a mix of white and green abilities, but even a gold one. Freedom to guide the people LV1. Freedom doesn't require a real name, but guiding people does? Otherwise how would the people chant your name? You are usually the favorite of the times and are more likely to gain the trust of the people no matter what you do. If water carries the boat, you are the wave. The golden mark is defined in the manual as heroic, second only to legendary in rarity, and is an extremely rare ability. If it was Lu Shuyue, she definitely wouldn't have put up such abilities. The other three are also all highly relevant to Jean's experience. They are Gunnery, Sacred Banner and Blessed Holy Maiden. The latter two are both green level, one with a raised banner that soothes wounds and lifts the heart of the army, and one that is vulnerable to flames, but darkness can't get close, doesn't suffer curses, and the holder is locked to a female. Chen Xian could have switched over all of them, of course, but he did not choose to do so, not because he had a clear conscience. If all the abilities were taken away in one fell swoop, could the blank slate Jeanne d'Arc, who had lost even her marksmanship and command abilities, still achieve victory? He's not so far gone that he'd do something to kill a chicken for a little performance. Is there anything else? Let me see them all, Chen Xian said. Jeanne closed her eyes, presumably thinking about how to display her other abilities, and before long, the three items in the box changed to Arms Master, Voice of Trust, and Pure Faith. Sure enough, she had more than just 4 abilities as well. Voice of Trust LV5. You can tell if someone is approaching with good or bad intentions just by the sound of their voice. Note, there is no way to tell the difference between a lie and a well-intentioned lie is still a lie, but you like it. Pure Faith LV3. Faith in the narrow sense is a shackle that binds you, while faith in the broad sense is a shield for the soul. The funny thing is that whichever category it falls into, life kills blood for it. As for the white-ranked military division, Chen Xian directly ignored it. After weighing them briefly, he finally chose Freedom to Guide the People and Voice of Trust. There was no need to mention the former, a golden ability that could not be missed, not to mention that with Jean's current high reputation, even without this ability, her position as a commander would not be shaken. The latter was probably the reason why she was so trusting once she heard herself speak. Even if she couldn't tell lies, it was still quite valuable to be able to determine whether she was good or bad at the first meeting. The rest of his abilities were highly relevant to leading troops into battle, so he left them all to each other. Naturally, Jeanne would have no objection. The deal went off without a hitch. It was also at that moment that a cavalryman brought news that made the atmosphere tense. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, the Burgundians are catching up. The vanguard is less than 10 miles away, and I just exchanged blows with their sentries. It's going to have to be faster than I expected. Jeanne whispered. They're all trained fighters, too. It seems like it's time for us to bid farewell, Chen Xian said in relief. Night tracking cannot be done without the sentries. As long as these people are eliminated silently, it would be impossible for the enemy's large forces to find you in the vastness of the night. Now that you possess the spirit sword art, it should be easy for you to do so. No, Your Excellency the God Emperor, we're not going anywhere. She shook her head. Since I will win, why not start here? What do you want? Thank you for clearing up my doubts. Jeanne greeted him with a chest stroke. I did feel a little confused before, but now that I think about it, those suspicions don't matter at all. As long as you continue to pursue greater power, all obstacles are but phantoms that will eventually fade into the light of my lord. Everything that follows is still yours to witness on my lord's behalf. With that she turned to her soldiers and drew the sword at her waist with her right hand. Gentlemen, for the past several years I have listened to the voice of the God of Heaven and fought by its will, and from the city of Orleans to the city of Reims, we have been undefeated while our enemies have fled at the wind. For a long time afterward, in the constant battle of trying to lighten Paris, I lost the gospel of God. I do not wish to hide it from you all, and today's defeat even made me wonder if I had been given up for dead. But I was wrong, and once again God has favored me, and this sword is proof of it. She raised her sword high, only to see a bright white light blossom from the blade, stabbing straight into the sky. In an instant, the dimness of the night all receded by 3 points, and the clouds overhead were illuminated by this sword light. Chen Xian froze. Is this the spirit sword technique? How come it's not like this when I use it? I'd believe you if you said it was a 1000 megawatt laser sword. Even the earth was illuminated by this sword light, and the shadows of hundreds of men and horses in the woods were drawn out for a long, long time. The young girl who was enveloped in light at the moment was like a holy statue, sacred and unforgettable. The enemy's pursuers were also approaching. Chen Xian couldn't see them, but he could hear the rumbling of horses' hooves. The sound came from all directions, as if it was spreading over the mountains, and even the ground was trembling slightly. Bring me my banner, Jeanne shouted. A soldier immediately handed over the battle flag embroidered with the crown and the iris, which the latter took with his left hand and pointed straight toward the tail of the procession. Victory shall be ours this night. Charge with me. Long live France. Another green light swung away from her center. Chen Xian was also swept by this light, and instantly felt his spirit greatly energized, and his strength seemed to have grown by a large margin in the usual manner. Is this the effect of the sacred banner? He thought that uplifting the military was only on the spiritual level, not realizing that on the physical level it could also take effect. Under the green light, everyone was inspired by Jeanne d'Arc, and the chaotic torches quickly arranged themselves neatly, forming an arrow-like formation. The army, which was still filled with a low atmosphere, was now refreshed, and the soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, gazing at the back of the commander-in-chief, and together they let out shouts in unison. Vive la France! Long live Jeanne d'Arc! When the shouts of the enemy were deafening, Jeanne d'Arc swung down her sword and rode ahead towards the enemy troops. The rest of the people followed closely behind, and soon the two torrents gathered by countless torches violently collided together, interlacing and dissolving with each other. Like stars at night, somewhere in a darkened room, a red warning light suddenly blinked on and off. The computer screen below lit up, and an email popped up automatically. Warning, Class C unconventional historical contamination detected. Intrusion site search in progress. It is recommended that it be amended as soon as possible. Chapter 11, Promoted. Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes when a ray of sunlight from the window shot into the store. He yawned and rose from the couch, stretching to brace himself. Everything that happened last night is still fresh in my mind. He zeroed in on the sands and immersed himself in a cold weapon war. But it's inaccurate to say that it's entirely cold. At least not for Jeanne d'Arc. She was shrouded in radiance, each sword light cutting tens of meters away, and hordes of enemies disintegrated like the first snow. Even though the opponents outnumbered Jeanne's group by more than 10 times, they were still crushed by such a brutal countercharge. Chen Xian and this store had become Jeanne d'Arc's temporary rear. Injured people were constantly being transported over in front of the front and given first aid treatment at the front of the store. There was also really hot water and spirits in the store, and Chen Xian even found a first aid kit filled with gauze and duct tape in the cabinet. He could have ignored them. The ability deal was done, and the deaths of these people had nothing to do with him, but everyone gazed at him with admiration, and wherever he went there were more than 5 cavalrymen following closely, as if they were afraid that he would run into some kind of danger. Just by looking at their expressions, one could tell that if an enemy came around the battle line and attacked this side of the store, these few guards would definitely use their bodies to block the sharp swords that were slashing at him. There was no way for Chen Xian to be indifferent, so he had no choice but to help out. The towels, bloodstains, and tattered armor strewn across the floor were proof of that he was indeed involved in the battle that changed the fate of the Holy Maiden. Jeanne won without a doubt, beat 1,000 men by 100 and win dry and sharp. She was not defeated and captured, and Gombigny would not be the end of her. Wait, Chen Xian suddenly tapped his head. History wouldn't be changed just like that. What would France be like with Jeanne d'Arc still alive? He quickly opened the webpage and searched for related information, only to find that this history does not seem to have changed. Jeanne d'Arc still died at the age of 19 by fire, and the cause is exactly the same as before. Phew, fortunately, it seems that I was overthinking it. This Jeanne is probably from another world, and what happens doesn't spill over into the present world. Thinking about it, it's reasonable to think that there are differences between the two worlds, since they can use flags to raise morale and combat effectiveness over there. Chen Xian opened his inventory, and there were 2 additional abilities inside. Wouldn't the ability to get a gold rarity on the second transaction of opening a store show that one was quite talented at doing business? It was a bit of a shame to lose the spirit sword art, sure, but that was a normal level ability after all, and it was the only thing that could have turned Jeanne's situation around at the time. Only he did not expect at all. The spirit sword art used on her and his own use are completely 2 concepts. Theoretically they are all the same ability. The 2 should not have such a large gap, right? Pressing that point of doubt down, Chen Xian dragged the 2 new abilities onto himself and began to experience their effects for himself. After all, the description on the trading software looks very unreliable. Well, this golden ability is kind of close to the law of karma. As long as the idea fits with the other party, you can get favor and support no matter what you do. He felt silently for a moment, then picked up his cell phone and flipped through the numbers of his former colleagues at the big factory. Hello? Ah, Xian. It's been a long time. Why did you suddenly remember to call me? Is there a good job opening? Nothing else. It's just that I've been rather short of money lately. Can you lend me a dough? Before he could finish his sentence, the blind tone of hanging up was already on the other side. Chen Xian shrugged. It was true that not any idea would do. He wants to make money and his colleagues must also want to make money. In this sense, the concepts of the 2 parties should be compatible, but the fact that the new capability is not working indicates that it still has certain limitations. He closed his eyes and tried to find out about its usage from Jeanne's experience, but no revelations bubbled up in his mind. He then realized that the trader's level of mastery of the ability would not exceed that of the original owner. As Jeanne had never been aware of the ability and relied purely on instinct to drive everything, so there was no way for him to gain any relevant experience from it. This is not the same as herbology or spirit sword art. Lu Shuiwei clearly knows these two abilities and has put in considerable hard work to practice them, but that's not too much of an impact. He can make bold assumptions. Looking back on Jeanne d'Arc's life, she fought to liberate her country, and the soldiers and generals who followed her carried the same beliefs. Borrowing money, however, is a zero-sum process. Everyone wants more money, but when one side borrows, the other side gets less. So the same philosophy doesn't work. Maybe it takes an idea that doesn't jeopardize the mutual interests of both parties to make it work? This certainly makes the application of that ability much narrower. Chen Xian thought about it for a moment and could not find a suitable use for it, even though freely guide the people was a golden ability. I'm afraid it was not as good as many white abilities in terms of personal applicability. Next he switched to trusted voice and found the colleague's WeChat again and dialed a WeChat phone number. Hello? Bad signal just now. Don't you ever call me again? I just bought a house and I was going to ask you to borrow it. The call ended abruptly. When Chen Xian looked at his cell phone again, he found that WeChat had already prompted, please add friends first. Yes, he could hear the other's rejection through his cell phone during the second conversation. And if dislike and indifference could be counted as a form of malice, then he felt it on the ground. This ability is simply the nemesis of telecom fraud. Ding dong. An email icon suddenly popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen. Chen Xian clicked on it and realized that it was the previous rating application that had passed, and that he was now a level 2 store manager. He'd forgotten about it if he hadn't mentioned it. Chen Xian cut back to the ability page and found that the colorful legendary ability had really become LV2, with an additional change details at the bottom. Mousing over it, a few lines of text popped up. You're more of a store manager and the store is more presentable. The second floor housing department is open for returning clients. Ability to synchronize limits up to LV2. Not tradable. Not transferable. Store manager's current status, still alive. What do you mean? Second floor? The store had given him a tour back on the first day, and there was only one shopping area plus a staff restroom in total. So where did the 2 floors come from? Chen Xian half-heartedly stepped out of the bar, and was immediately shocked by the sight before him. A set of stairs had been added to the left-hand side of the bar at some point, whereas that had clearly been just a white wall before. Now there really is a second floor. When did this change happen? Obviously I hadn't seen it before when I woke up. Did the stairs appear instantly the moment he clicked on the email? With curiosity, Chen Xian walked up the stairs to the second floor. This place, like the first floor, is decorated exquisitely, with a carpet underfoot, and the walls all around are made of logs spliced together. Along with the light from the spotlights hidden in the ceiling, the overall feeling is quite cozy. The stairs are connected to a 3 or 4 flat lounge area, and on either side are aisles and a door to a room, with numbers such as 201 and 202 on the door. This is basically a hotel configuration. Chen Xian could not help but laugh out softly. He wasn't laughing at anything else but the absurdity of this. The residential buildings in the neighborhood were all of one design. Only the first floor was made into stores, and from the second floor onwards it was residential rooms. In other words, even if the second floor was well hidden, it was impossible to stuff such a large space out of thin air between floors. As the store manager level continues to move up, it shouldn't continue to add floors, should it? That's a lot of utilities to pay for out of your own pocket. Chen Xian came to a door, wanting to see what kind of room was inside, but he didn't expect that he would actually be unable to push the door open. The door is locked. The electronic lock screen above also prompts, please swipe your room card. This package is quite well done. Returning to the first floor, Chen Xian tinkered with the housekeeper software for a while, only to find that there was no such thing as a universal room card. He had to register the guest as a lodging status before he could get the corresponding room card, and the software didn't allow the store manager to set himself as a guest, so he had no method of opening the door at all. The inverted Big Dipper belongs to Iz. If only guests can open the door, what about housekeeping? How is he supposed to check the room if the furnishings are damaged or stolen by the guest? Forget it. If you can't figure it out, just pull back for now, or you're purely asking for trouble. Chen Xian chose to reconcile with the problem. The other change in LV2 was easy to understand. Although he didn't have the spirit sword technique now and had no way to verify it right away, he could also associate it with the reason why Jeanne was so far away from himself when she used it, and odds were that it was due to the synchronization restriction. Before, he was a level 1 shopkeeper, so the spirit sword technique was also limited to LV1, whereas Jeanne played it at a solid LV5, and that's why there was such a big difference in physical sensation. That's why it's so important to improve store manager ratings. Chen Xian also didn't forget to take a look at the next order of ratings. The performance point requirement was raised to 10. Obviously this standard is only going to get higher and higher, if the store hasn't gone out of business by then. Chapter 12, The Legendary Elixir. After 2 days, Chen Xian once again made a visit to the 100 Herb Hall Pharmacy. The same receptionist greeted her. Welcome, may I ask if you have a prescription? Why are you here again? With malice. I'm not here to buy medicine. I'm here to sell it. He opened the door. Selling medicine? She looked Chen Xian up and down for a moment, then pointed to a door on the inner side of the medicine hall. Go over there, and look for Dr. Jiang. Chen Xian had thought that the other party would kick him out with cold eyes. The ambiguity of the voice of trust judgment seems to be similar to the feeling walking to a separate room off the lobby, he was greeted by a middle-aged man in a white lab coat. Are you selling medicine? Dry or wet goods? Because of the world-famous mountain, most of the local pharmacies both sell and collect medicines, and most of them are those who rely on the mountain to eat the hands of the mountain farmers of the goods, especially like wild Ganoderma lucidum, wild ginseng. The efficacy in artificial farming cannot say the difference, but add the word wild is to be able to sell several times the price. Chen Xian had learned beforehand that dry goods were herbs that had been dried, while wet goods were fresh products that had just been picked from the mountains. For bugs like snakes, scorpions, centipedes, and other bugs that could be used for medicine, pharmacies usually only accepted the dry goods, which were the ones that had been baked. He sat down across from Dr. Jiang and took out a blood orange and placed it on the table. What's this, lad? Dr. Jiang smiled, as if seeing something rare, picked up the pills and looked at them, then put them in front of his nose and smelled them twice. Take them and eat them yourself. We don't collect adult medicines here. Chen Xian was unimpressed. It's called blood orange, and it's a medicine that specializes in treating traumatic injuries. It just can't be an elixir that cures all diseases. Dr. Jiang cheerfully said, if you want to sell adult medicines, do you have a drug manufacturing license? Have you done the pathology and toxicology tests? We are here as a regular pharmacy. Selling adult medicines have legal sources. You do not even have a packaging. Who dares to eat The other party's reaction was also completely within Chen Xian's expectations. Jean's men proved the efficiency of the remedies, and selling medicines to earn the opening fee remained the easiest means for him to achieve. In the past 2 days, he had been mainly busy picking and refining medicines, and had a stock of about 20 in his hands, most of which were blood oranges with a more intuitive effect. However, in order to sell it out, conventional means of trading would definitely not work, because in the eyes of outsiders, this thing was just a lump of clay, and no one would take it seriously until they witnessed the healing effects with their own eyes. Chen Xian brushed his hand and fished out another pair of scissors. Hey, boy, talk properly. Dr. Jiang's face changed in an instant. There is a head for the grievances. You have a problem finding the next hospital na. Chen Xian took a deep breath and used the scissors to slash at the back of his hand. A sharp stabbing pain came from the center of the heart, and blood immediately gushed out. Doc's face went even whiter. Stab yourself before you do it. What kind of a tough guy is that? Medicine. He pointed to the one in Dr. Jiang's hand. Give it back to you. Give it back to you. The latter hastened to offer it, fearing that it would be misunderstood as if he were trying to rob the medicine. Chen Xian didn't talk any nonsense and crushed it on the spot, swallowing one petal and smearing one petal on the wound. In less than 10 seconds the pain began to subside, and a white frost gradually rose on the wound. Looking at the changes on the back of his hand, Dr. Jiang was dumbfounded. You're not doing magic, are you? The other party held his tongue for a long time. Try it then. Chen Xian pushed the scissors at him. He hesitated, but surprisingly did not refuse. This cannot. Afraid of cross-infection. You wait for me. After saying that, Dr. Jiang rummaged around in his desk for a while and took out a finger blood needle used to measure blood sugar. Although the wounds caused by this stuff are smaller, it beats the convenience and sterility. And he didn't do it right away, probably out of safety considerations. He first personally brewed 2 cups of tea on the end. After waiting for 15 minutes, re-examined the wounds on the back of Chen Xian's hand all over again, but also came to a set of Chen Xian to look and smell, confirming that there is no sign of poisoning before starting to personally test. Following the method demonstrated by Chen Xian, he stabbed his fingers several times in a row, then swallowed and smeared the blood orange, then squeezed the wound hard, only to fail to squeeze out a single extra drop of blood even after exerting all his strength. Yo ho, God! Dr. Jiang changed his previous attitude and marveled. Young man, where did you get this medicine? It's not convenient to say. Why did you sell it to 100 Herb Hall? Couldn't it be mass-produced? He was a bit puzzled. As long as the proprietary Chinese medicine is effective, the Drug Administration will also issue a license. If you take it and sell it yourself, there's no problem with how much you want. That's the problem. Even if the materials used are the same, without the alchemist's use of qi to help the dan condense, what comes out of the oven is just dregs of medicine. It was fine to fiddle with it once in a while. Chen Xian was not willing to sit in front of a pressure cooker all day long to concoct elixirs full-time. Besides, going through the process is subject to scrutiny, and he can't answer when people ask where the plant is, what machines are available, and how many trials have been done. said that this drug can only be hand-rubbed by himself? He wants to make money to support the store, not to be studied by others as a new human being. How would I know? I'm just in charge of running errands. Chen Xian made a move to leave. Just say if you want it or not. There are quite a few pharmacies over here anyway. Wait, I can't clap on this. I'll call the boss. Dr. Gang picked up his cell phone and walked to the door, saying a few quick words interspersed with vigorous nods as if trying to prove what he was saying was true. Within half a minute, the owner came down the stairs. His age is estimated to be around 60 years old. His temples are slightly gray, but his mental state is very good, walking with the wind in his step. Just as he entered the room, he asked in a neutral tone, "You are the guest who sells medicine. How to call?" "Chen Xian, Boss Su." Dr. Zhang introduced. "He's in charge of all of 100 Herb Hall's business." Chen Xian nodded his head. In fact, he had already seen it without the need for an introduction. There was a picture of the owner hanging on the walls of the medicine hall and office, with the word Su Wangxian written underneath. "You tried?" the owner asked his own physician. "Well, it does work, but I'm opening smaller wounds. Let me try that too. Go get a knife and disinfect it with alcohol." "Ha? This what this?" Su Wangxian waved his hand. "It's not that I can't trust you, but I have to confirm this kind of thing with my own eyes. Next door is a third-rate hospital, so I'm not afraid of problems." Seeing Chen Xian's surprised expression, Dr. Zhang did not forget to explain while looking for the knife. Don't look at the boss's age. He used to climb the mountains alone to pick herbs." Chen Xian couldn't help but have a slight change of opinion towards Boss Su. He originally thought that the other party, being a handful of years old, was more of a person who treated the 100 Herb Hall as a tool to make money, and didn't really care that much about whether or not the medicine was useful or how useful it was. But now it seemed like not only did the man care quite a bit about the efficacy of the medicine, he was quite the practitioner as well. A flurry of operations produced exactly the same result. Su Wangxian watched as the wound was gradually covered in white frost, similarly shocked, but his expression was a bit more complicated than Dr. Zhang's, as if he still had a bit of mixed feelings. After a while, he looked at Chen Xian. "How do you want to sell it?" 100,000 apiece. "How many?" 26 pills, but only 19 are all blood oranges, and the other 7 are for pneumonia and respiratory-related illnesses, which I call Gamber Qingtan. Dr. Zhang looked at the boss with a difficult face. "That would have to be 6 million. Su Wangxian, however, didn't hesitate for too long. "I'll take them all, at the price you said." Chen Xian nodded with satisfaction. If the other party had even the slightest momentum to cut the price, he would have whisked his sleeves away. In all fairness, this pricing isn't too high, and if one were to encounter someone in dire need of saving their life, it wouldn't be difficult to easily double it a few times. While he was not in a position to search for such a candidate, a pharmacy that had a partnership with the hospital could easily do so. "You're right, but medicine is ultimately used to cure the sick and save people. If only a very small number of people can afford to use it, then it loses its proper significance." Su Wangxian let out a bitter smile. "Will this money arrive in the afternoon into the account? It takes a bit of time to transfer so much cash." "Alright, sign the contract." Chen Xian didn't make things difficult for him. Pricing at 100,000 is also a liquidity consideration. Of course he can set a higher price. There will be pharmacies willing to want, but let them come up with millions or even tens of millions of live money is very difficult. Nowadays the economic downturn, the turnover of a few months before payment is the norm, and he cannot wait so long. Not to mention it's just the price of a batch of medicine. He could refine it again later. After the contract was signed, Su Wangxian added, "Little friend, I still have an unforgiving request. I wonder if you can agree. Before it was a young man, now it's just a straight-up little friend. You say, if you have any new medicines you want to sell in the future, can you give priority to our 100 Herb Hall? The price is negotiable. We will definitely try to fulfill you." It wasn't a big problem, so Chen Xian agreed directly after thinking about it. Waiting for Chen Xian to leave, Dr. Jiang couldn't help but say, transferring the payment for the goods to him first. The importation of other medicinal herbs may become a problem, and 100,000 a traumatic miracle medicine. The number of people who can afford to use it is small, not to mention that they have to run into a patient who happens to need it. Isn't it too risky for you to eat them all? So what's your idea? Su Wangxian carefully put the contract into the file pocket as if it was some kind of treasure. Wouldn't it be better to take half of it first, or in partnership with another pharmacy? And don't bother the lad. We'll just go and talk about it ourselves. No need. I'll take whatever he takes. It's the most basic sincerity. Sincerity? Dr. John looked at him like it was the first day he knew his boss. "Have you ever heard of immortal pills?" Su Wangxian suddenly asked. "The movie kind? Some things in this world are inherently different, and so are medicines. No one knows where they come from, so they are collectively known as things of the immortals. They are seldom passed out and only circulated among a small number of people. He looked at the paper bag and said slowly, I've seen it, 30 years ago, though only from a distance. I didn't expect to actually see it again after such a long time and have it delivered to me. How could I miss it? You say? It was the first time Dr. Jiang had heard of such a thing. Lao Su, are you serious? You've been with me for so long. When have I ever lied to you? I didn't mention it before because there was no empirical evidence. Mentioning it is more like daydreaming. You're also from a prestigious university. Tell me what medicine can do this? The pharmacology can't even be made up. Do you think it's still an ordinary proprietary Chinese medicine? Su Wanxian's tone carried a wave of exhilaration. I bet that if you take this medicine to the lab right now, and check out all the ingredients, making another copy won't be able to achieve 10% of the current effect. I have to slow down. Dr. Jiang was incredulous. You mean there really is an elixir in the world? Then is there anyone in the medical school who knows about these things? Nationwide? I guess there should be. But these things are beyond common sense, and talking about them is just adding to the confusion. So they definitely won't be written into the textbook. Su Wangxian patted him on the shoulder. Before we got the immortal pill, we were just outsiders. You could listen to it as a story or a joke. But now that we have the immortal pill, the 100 Herb Hall has a chance to squeeze into that circle. So we should give young friend enough sincerity. Chen Xian says he's just a drug seller. The drug maker isn't him. What he says must be true. Su Wangxian laughed. Even if the medicine wasn't made by him, what is the relationship between the medicine maker and him to allow him to act as a full agent in selling the medicine? Since it's related to the immortal pill, it's all about karma. Whether this sincerity is given to him or the medicine maker, it's all the same. Chapter 13, Farewell. By the time the afternoon rolled around, the funds were credited to Chen Xian's account as promised. He was always relieved to see the deposit on the ledger instantly jump to 7 figures. If he had been able to earn this much from a part-time job before, he would have absolutely jumped for joy. But now, his heart was as quiet as water, and he didn't jump for joy over this income of over 2 million. Something that even Chen Xian himself was a bit surprised by. After thinking about it, it was probably because he wasn't just supporting himself alone right now. He was also shouldering an ability store behind him. Now that we have the money, the first thing to do is to contact the wholesalers to replenish the goods that have been consumed in the store these days. That's not any more difficult. He used to do the work of ordering for fast food restaurants, and he still has the phone number of the local collectors in his cell phone. And many merchants are advancing with the times. Set up their own public number. Pay attention to leave a message can place an order. Large quantities and discounts. After all, as long as the money is there, the other side doesn't care who the incoming party actually is. The fastest consumed are mainly cigarettes, beverages and instant noodles. There are also 2 counters that are empty. Why don't you put in some daily necessities for the residents? Chen Xian tapped the calculator while writing and drawing in his book. Suddenly, the light around them suddenly dimmed. The power's out? I can't. I just finished charging my electric bill. He grabbed the mouse and shook it, realizing that the screen still lit up. It's not a blackout. It's the light outside that's dimming. It's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Chen Xian originally wanted to go turn on the lights, but he soon realized that the environment outside the window had changed. The sudden darkness wasn't caused by some eclipse, but rather, the store door had changed position again. Through the plastic curtains, he saw that there was an additional wooden fence outside the house, and directly in front of it was a straight corridor. It was only because of the close proximity of the building that made it look like the sky had suddenly turned dark. Oh, the store is finally out of the wild this time? Chen Xian cleared his throat, straightened his collar, and waited for his guests to come to the door. However, after waiting for a few moments, he did not see the figure of the visitor. What's going on? Where are the guests? Chen Xian frowned, slowly stepping to the front door and surveying the surroundings outwards. This time, the store really didn't land in the deserted mountains, but the location it is in is still very odd. Not only is the space to the left and right narrow, but there is no other road in front of the main door except for the boarded-up porch. It didn't look like a street by any stretch of the imagination, more like the courtyard of some large family, walking out of the store and then looking back. Chen Xian realized that the store door and the door frames on both sides blended perfectly together, as if it was supposed to be a house situated in a courtyard. Judging from the porch and the shape of the house, this place is still in the ancient Chinese style. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of men and women arguing, and the tone of one of them sounded quite familiar. The voice came from the end of the opposite corridor, less than 10 meters away. This method I mentioned can solve the current crisis and calm the public's anger with minimal impact. Why doesn't the prefect use it? Lu Shuyu asked with a cold face. Is this what imamu means? Xin Fang was still wearing a polite light smile, as if he couldn't feel the other party's displeasure. That's what I mean. Then please forgive me for not being able to agree. He shook his head. The reasoning is also very simple. The big families and merchants in the city are not at fault. There is no reason for me to forcibly collect their money and food under the guise of borrowing. Besides, if they make a scene, they can be much harder to deal with than the gang outside. If we were to make things simple for the people, wouldn't everyone be able to take up the post of governor? Longcheng and Washi are all devastated, and the number of people fleeing is uncountable. A few thousand people are not too many now, but what if they gather to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands? It will be hard to pacify them then. Isn't there still you, immortal master? Shenfang smiled unimpressed. With you in, they can't make any waves. I've already asked people to publicize it. The people or the scholarly clans, they are all praising you as my Daki-defining needle. What a man. His face suddenly changed and he looked to the side door next to him. Chen Xian happened to appear at the doorway and met him at eye level. The scene was silent for a moment. That, you guys are having a meeting? I'll leave you alone for now. Chen Xian waved his hand, preparing to return the way he came. He had only followed the sound to find his way over to see what was going on. Who knew that the face of the man who had spoken had changed a little too quickly? Just now when he was talking to Lu Shuyu he was still amicable, but in the blink of an eye, he had a ferocious look on his face. There's an assassin! Protect the prefect! The guards at the four corners of the room finally reacted at this point, as they drew their sabers and swarmed towards Chen Xian's location. Stop! Almost at the same time, a cold, clear chortle blossomed, causing the crowd to tremble. It was not a verbal command, but a law that went straight to the soul. Chen Xian realized that he was also fixed, so he still maintained his upright hand-waving posture, as if he did not care about the officials and soldiers who pounced on him. This attitude was simply unselfish and arrogant in the eyes of the Imperial Guard and the others. Good thing the head can still move. He slowly turned his head and squeezed out a smile towards Lu Shuiwe. Hello there, immortal master? Shen Fang was similarly immobile as he maintained his posture of bouncing up from his seat and retreating, and at a glance, it was clear that he was quite skillful in dealing with assassinations. A crack appeared in the cold and clear face that Lu Shuyu had previously maintained. She was silent for a moment before she pinched a fingerprint and lifted the fixation of the crowd. The prefect has misunderstood. He is someone I know. Shen Fang froze and looked at Chen Xian a few more times, his gaze full of strangeness. The concierge did not report to me that it was you who brought him into the mansion? I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Chen Xian felt that the other party's words were held through clenched teeth. Oh, after Shen Fang's meaningful oh, he returned to his previous peaceful expression. Immortal Master told me earlier that it is, and not to make this kind of misunderstanding. I do not know what this little brother called? There's no need to ask. You won't see him again. Lu Shuyu walked towards Chen Xian. Follow me. Chen Xian sensed that the atmosphere of these two groups of people was not quite right, and directly followed without asking too many questions. Walking outside the courtyard, Lu Shuyu also saw the store's front door. She was greatly surprised. Why did you open your store in the government office? Because the river of time and space is always flowing. And shouldn't the person who wishes for it to appear be you? Chen Xian blandly replied back. Compared to the first transaction, he was much more experienced this time around, and since it was the store that picked the guest, it meant that the guest was the key to determining where the store appeared. Lu Shuyue snapped. Let's go to the store and talk, he said, offering an invitation. Back inside the store, Chen Xian pulled down the roller shutter and closed the curtains again before turning on the lights, making the room open and gentle. It's mentioned in the store manager's code that a closed door is equivalent to a state of hiatus, which insulates you from all outside interference. He wasn't sure exactly what the expressive effect of this isolation was, but the group that talked to Lu Shuiwe definitely couldn't find this place. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Have a seat. Chen Xian pointed at the sofa and replaced it with a warm smile. Would you like a cup of coffee? Trouble. Lu Shuiwe hesitated for a moment before still accepting. To you, 5 years is just a passing cloud too? Chen Xian's heart jumped. He once again looked at Lu Shuyu. Both her voice and appearance were not much different from before, which was the reason why he recognized the other party right away. But to say that she was unchanged seemed inaccurate. She wasn't wearing the fluttering white dress, and her entire person was much more solid and heavy, as if a half-floating willow leaf had finally landed on the ground. It's not so immortal anymore. He suddenly realized that 5 years was Liashuyu's view of time. This was the first time she had seen herself after 5 years. Not clouds of smoke, but to me, you and I only met 3 days ago. Chen Xian spoke truthfully. Does it have something to do with the rivers of time and space? Too, it can be interpreted that way. No wonder I can't detect a single change from you, as it was that day. Lu Shuyu suddenly relaxed. Not that she was in her original form even sitting on the soft sofa. She was straight and upright, but there was an extra touch of tiredness in her tone that she was no longer hiding. I'm sorry I got you involved. Rolled in? What do you mean? Chen Xian was puzzled. You're right. It was my heart's desire for this store to reappear that caused you to be treated as an intruder, she said softly. As much as it pains me to admit it, I do have a problem that I am no longer able to solve on my own. Can you help me? Just like 5 years ago. Of course. Chen Xian brought the steaming coffee to her. The doors of this store will always be open for our guests. Chapter 14 Due Diligence. But before we can talk about a deal, I need to find out what's going on. He asked. Who was that man? Shen Feng, Jiang Wei's governor. Chen Xian looked it up on his cell phone, and the position was roughly equivalent to a mayor of a municipality. As for Lu Shuyu, she was an auxiliary sent directly from the clan to the monarch. How could she be considered at the vice-state level? Her status should be above the other party. He doesn't listen to you? He doesn't need to listen to me because I never considered interfering in politics in the first place. At that time I thought it would be a way to be left alone and not lose my heart to power, but at the cost of not having power. Lu Shuyu took a sip of her coffee and as usual, she frowned at the bitterness, but quickly took another large sip, as if the bitterness wasn't something so hard for her to accept anymore. She said this naturally, without a hint of remorse. In other words, Lu Shuyu wasn't grumpy about the fact that she didn't have power. I just don't understand why people can't learn anything from history, she mumbled as she stared at her coffee. Seems like a lot has happened in 5 years. It's okay, you can take your time and tell me. This store exists to solve the confusion and troubles in the hearts of its guests. I also want to speak slowly. Lu Shuyu shook her head slightly. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. Every moment of procrastination threatens to kill more people, so I'd better make it short. With that she drained her coffee in one gulp. Strange. Memories of this stuff are clearly more bitter than sweet, but now it seems to be more sweet than bitter. Even the face of this young businessman looked less mercenary. Have you become less demanding? She paused for a moment and said with a straight face, there was a major disaster in the western part of Qingzhou. You probably don't know that the city we are in now, Jiangwei, is in Qingzhou. This disaster was caused by a demon called Dark Tremor, which causes rice fields to wither and all fruits to go extinct. It is my duty to decimate the demon, so I rushed here to destroy it, but the disaster that has already occurred will not go away with the demise of the demon. As it is close to harvest time, the consequences of this barren disaster are also particularly severe, and the number of people affected is expected to be more than 300,000. I came from the west, and I saw people fleeing everywhere along the way. The only way to survive in this situation is to go to those states and cities that are less affected. Speaking of this, Lu Shuyu's face darkened slightly, as if she had remembered something bad. I can't believe it's a barren disaster. Chen Xian knew that this group of victims definitely did not include large families and those who ate royal food, as they definitely had a large amount of grain in stock, and even if they didn't, they could still pay a high price to buy it. When the famine came, what really killed them were the ordinary people who had no food and no money in their hands. They were so risk-averse that it was hard for them to carry on through a long period of soaring food prices, so fleeing was almost the only option. The problem was that the governor of Jiangwei neither agreed to let these refugees enter the city nor was he willing to divert them to other towns. The only response he had done so far was to distribute relief porridge outside the city gates, and while that ration might be fine for 1,000 people, 6,000 or 7,000 would be a pittance, not to mention the fact that many more would be arriving in the next few days. The proposals given by Lu Shuiwei were also quite ahead of their time. One was to issue official bonds, and the other was to implement food for work, bonds to the scholars and large households to buy raised money and food for disaster relief. Will not increase the burden on the government's finances. To work in lieu of food can avoid the behavior of eating for nothing, but also can take the opportunity to strengthen a wave of Jiangwei city construction. As long as the relief money and food from all over the world arrives, the problem will be solved. Hearing this, Chen Xian could not help but reveal a heartfelt smile. Both of these suggestions were obviously answers that Lu Shuyu had figured out from her exposition of the past and present, and having been tested by many disasters, this combination was almost the optimal solution. So the argument I just heard was you suggesting this. That's right, he refused. Lu Shuyu sighed. I can guess what he is thinking. As long as the great king does not order, he will act according to the regulations. There is nothing wrong with not doing extra things. It is easy to do more and more wrong. Besides, the price of food hasn't risen to the highest point yet. The fleeing people still have spare money on them. Now taking food money out of the pockets of the big households to go to the disaster relief is tantamount to going against them. Why bother? That's why he told me that the disaster relief report has already been sent to the King's City in an 800-mile rush, and the rest of the states and cities are also mobilizing grain and grass in preparation for rushing to support the local area. So there's no need to be redundant. What I need to do at this point is to soothe the people so that the price of food doesn't rise too quickly, causing panic among the people in the city. For the first time, Chen Xian heard her sneer. I'm afraid that to perfection, those refugees outside simply don't count as people anymore. Now it's 6,000 or 7,000. A few days later it becomes 10,000. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands? It's not the first time this kind of thing has happened in Qingzhou. And the books have recorded incidents of starving people rioting and taking over cities and looting. So he's not the least bit afraid of repeating the same mistake? Because he really has a cow, I guess. What kind of analogy is this? Lu Shuyu's face was grave. I can't just let things go on. That way a lot of people will die. I have to admit, the moment I met you, I felt lucky. I want to exchange abilities, an ability that can solve the current problem. Chen Xian nodded, but did not reply immediately. I know that this request is so high as to be unreasonable, and I'm afraid that the only one in the world who can properly handle this matter is the Lotus Cloud sect. But the sect certainly won't meddle in the mundane world. If there is any other chance to help me out, the only one I can think of is this store. She stood up and clasped her fists in greeting. Accordingly, I will take out my top quality abilities in exchange. Seeing that he didn't say anything for a long time, Lu Shuyu's eyes dropped down. It's me who took the liberty. It's really unlikely that such an ability beyond common sense exists. Who says there isn't? Chen Xian suddenly interrupted. As long as a customer has a need, this store will definitely be able to fulfill it. Her eyes lit up. But I have to ask you a few questions. He gestured the other party to sit down again. If I remember correctly, the disciples of the sect are not responsible for disaster relief, right? Disasters caused by demons can't be counted on your head. So even if you don't care about those victims, no one can accuse you of it. While disaster relief is a matter for the government, if you want to intervene in it, you're bound to meet with heavy resistance, which might run counter to your original intention of not interfering in politics. Do you really need to go this far? Lu Shuyu gazed at him for a long time before shaking her head and murmuring, "Not long ago, I thought the same thing." Not long ago? It was almost last week when I chopped off Dark Trek's head. The demon is dead, and I've achieved my goal. Next it's time to go to another town and deal with the next problem. After all, there's more than one place that's haunted by demons in the western part of Qingzhou, and currently, only the clan disciples are better at solving this kind of trouble. Chen Xian nodded in agreement. Or perhaps this was in line with the practice of the Lianyun sect's cultivators. There were plenty of officials who could take on the task of providing disaster relief, but only a handful of them could slay demons. As the saying goes, there are specialties in the arts, and it was impossible for Lu Shuyu not to understand this. But on my way back to Chapter Wei I saw something. It made me change my mind. What is it? Chen Xian asked curiously. She closed her eyes as if recalling the scene at that time. I passed by a broken temple on the wasteland, and saw smoke rising from the roof, and could smell the aroma of stewed meat from 100 paces away. There are no villages or towns in the neighborhood, and it's not a hunting ground, so how could there be meat? I can only think of one possibility. That someone has broken through the bottom line and become a vicious person who eats people. So I stepped into that broken temple with my sword. Once one has fallen so far as to prey on the lives of others for a living, they can no longer be thought of as ordinary disaster victims. Chen Xian was silent. He heard Lu Shuiwei mention that the price of food has not yet risen to the top, thinking that the famine has not yet reached such a serious level. But now think, Jiangwei is not in the core area of the disaster, and the famine spreads sequentially. The central part of Qingzhou can still remain stable, the worst affected western part of the country. I'm afraid that it is not the case. As it turned out, I did see a group of outlaw bandits, not much different from those in the mountains and old forests, dividing up the property they had taken while chopping up the victims and throwing them into pots. The only difference is that the gang were all skinny, bony children, the oldest being no more than 13 or 14 years old. Children? Chen Xian couldn't help but frown. With their bodies they can do such things? Ordinary people definitely can't rob them, so their target is also very clear. That is their own parents. Lu Shuyu's tone became low as she spoke here. Patricide and matricide are incompatible with heaven and earth. In the face of such beasts, I have absolutely no reason to show mercy. But when I made my move to exterminate them, one of the girls rushed out and yelled at me. What mistake did they make? Should they be obediently subjected to death and become rations for their father and mother? She opened her eyes and looked at Chen Xian somewhat out of her mind. Later, I realized that their parents had already treated them as life-saving food, whether they were sold for others to eat or for themselves as well. They were nothing more than food. Yet some adults did not expect that the food would turn around and bite themselves. So you finally let them go? No, I killed them all. Lu Shuyu returned. Because there were a few children of the same age in the remains of those dead, they were brutalized by this group of murderers altogether simply because they were unwilling to do anything to their loved ones. If I let them go, wouldn't it be the greatest injustice to those who are unwilling to join in? Not to mention that these people had already gotten a taste of it, and would only intensify afterward, sliding into the even more twisted nine hells. This makes me think of the question, what's the difference between them and the demons? On the face of it, the two are the same. They both eat people, and they both make the world fall apart even more. But before the desolation, they were clearly still ordinary people. So that's my answer. Lu Shuyu paused for a moment. If I sit back and do nothing, Before the disaster is alleviated, there will surely be many more who will follow in the footsteps of this, transforming from human to demon, and at that time I will have no choice but to eliminate them one by one. But if I have the chance to solve the famine, can I not also achieve the goal of cutting down the demons? And the blade of the sword does not have to be stained with unnecessary blood? For this reason I chose to stay in Jiangwei, even if doing so would go against the principles of the past. However, I'm sure of one thing, this act is still a demon extermination, and it's a responsibility that a disciple of the sect should fulfill. Chapter 15, If you're in trouble, call the store. This was really a human tragedy, Chen Xian thought to himself. No wonder she was so emotional when she argued earlier. It is not true that the cataclysm will turn people into something more terrifying than demons, but they were all human beings before in the end, and if Lu Shuiyue is allowed to draw her sword against them and kill thousands and thousands of them, it is really not easy to say what her mentality will become. It was necessary for him to help out in order to ensure his client's mental health. I see. I have a second question. Can you show me where these victims are gathering? Lu Shuiyue hesitated. But it's possible. But, the more detailed you know about the situation, the more effective the ability to trade can be. I know. She could only agree. I'll go get your carriage ready. Half an hour later, the two arrived outside the city. This was the first time Chen Xian had taken a comprehensive look at Lu Shuiyue's world. Jiangwei was undoubtedly a large city. From the government offices to the outskirts of the city one would need to pass through 2 city walls. And the ground was not a muddy dirt road but a clear stone road. The streets were lined with stores one after the other, with the sound of hawking and selling, and an endless stream of pedestrians, pickpockets, and mules and horses. If there was one word to describe it, it would be lively. Looking at the scene on the road, he couldn't help but think of the painting Qingming Shanhe Tu. While the Qingming Shanhe Tu depicts Dianjing, the capital of northern Song dynasty, Jiangwei is not the royal capital of Daqi, which shows that although the clan is far away from the secular world, various formulae and cultivation methods still have a profound impact on this place. Outside the gates, the view is different. Patrolling guards could be seen everywhere on both sides of the official road, and whenever any disaster victims approached, they would be driven away and beaten by them. 400 to 500 meters away from the city wall, many tents were erected on the muddy ground, which looked like crowded hills from afar. Uncountable figures swayed among the tents, and noisy quarrels, curses and howls could be heard from a long distance away. That's where the people who fled are gathering. Lu Shuyu said, 2 days ago there were only about 3,000 people, now it's almost over 7,000, but that's far from the upper limit. Jiangwei is located on the main throat road to the north, and to the left and right are the 9 Quarters River and the swamp. Most of the refugees affected by the disaster will converge here. Chen Xian wanted to take a closer look, but she pulled back. You really want to go over there? What's wrong? Then you follow me. Lu Shuiyue finished overtaking him, then drew the long sword behind her back. Seeing an outsider approaching, the saved heads gathered around and stared at the two with burning eyes. For a split second, Chen Xian had the illusion that they were not disaster victims, but salivating wolves. However, the ferocious light and stupidity in these people's eyes were curbed by the glaive in Lu Shuiyue's hand, and their feet squirmed for a long time before they finally dared not step within 5 paces. These people can't speak for all the victims of the disaster, the maiden whispered in their defense. They've been starving for too long. Master, give a bite to eat. My lords, will you take my children? Just a few large cakes, please. When the hell are we going to get into town? That's right, my relatives are in Sungju. Why don't you let us go there? There were more people pleading and questioning than those who wanted to just come up and grab it, and their voices were so many that they joined together that it was almost impossible to tell who was speaking. Suddenly, a heart-rending scream overpowered the noise of the crowd. Lu Shuyu's brows tightened and she immediately turned towards a tent. The people around her didn't dare to stop them and made way. The place where the sound came from was just about 10 meters away from them, only to see a middle-aged man collapsed in a pool of blood, with a short knife stuck in his waist. Next to the kneeling lady's face was pale, and several other young people were panicking and squeezing into the crowd. Lu Shuyue shouted, "Stop!" Everyone was instantly fixed in place, unable to move. This time, Chen Xian realized that he was not covered. He followed Lu Shuiyue up and realized that the men were clutching a cloth bag in their hands. She snatched the cloth bag and opened it. Inside were a few strings of copper plates and some broken silver. "Let go of me. That's the old man's." The leader of the looters screamed with a scowl on his face. "Please let me go. I know I'm wrong." His accomplice, however, was so frightened that he begged for mercy. Lu Shuyu, however, didn't want to look at them anymore and directly called the guards and briefly recounted the matter. The guards pulled out ropes and immediately tied up the man, and after a beating and kicking dragged him back to the city. Only then did she return to the front of the tent with the money bag, intending to return the robbed silver money to the woman. But when the two men returned to the open tent, they saw the woman lying silently on top of the man, no longer breathing. Her hands clutched the short knife, the tip of which was stabbed into her chest upside down. She can't live without a man. Yeah, that money is no use to her if she takes it. Why don't you share it with us? We can at least go buy a few pies. The people around him spoke up. Lu Shuiwei looked towards Qin Xian as if she wanted to say something, but she was slow to speak. It was Qin Xian who took the money bag. I've seen enough. Go back. Sitting on the rocking carriage, Lu Shuiwei couldn't help but say, if there is enough food, those people want be so. Looking at her with flickering eyes, Chen Xian suddenly understood her initial hesitation and why she had to defend the victims more than she did. It wasn't that she had only learned of the situation in the camp today, and she was worried that having seen the ugliness of the group herself, she viewed them as incorrigible thugs and was unwilling to offer any further help. Isn't Shinfang distributing relief food? Why hasn't the situation of the victims improved in the slightest? Chen Xian had seen a makeshift platform built of wood with a few cauldrons standing on it in front of the tent area, which should be the kanji and food distribution point arranged by the taisho. The quantity is too small. They are still distributing it according to the previous portion of 3,000 people, and one person is only supplied with one bowl of thin porridge a day. But the number of victims gathered in the past few days is increasing rapidly, and this porridge is simply not enough. Lu Shuyu said helplessly. I've already mentioned this matter to Shinfang, and he also promised to increase the amount of handouts as soon as possible. It's just that plans never catch up with change. Chen Xian knew what she was trying to say. By the time the relief porridge was raised to a share of 7,000, the victims who had come here might have broken 10,000. If you can't spare the porridge, then why don't you just let them go north? It's better to let these victims pass through Jiangwei City in batches than to concentrate all the pressure outside the city gates, isn't it? Perhaps it's also a dereliction of duty for the taisho without a road guide. He's letting the people of Qingzhou roam around, and there'll be a black spot on his record, which could affect his career in the future. Lu Shuyu looked indignant, but even so, he's still the Jiangwei taisho, the revered prefect, already more privileged than the vast majority of people. Even if it's such a small price, he's not willing to pay it. Back at the store, the young girl couldn't wait to ask, you saw the situation. When can we trade abilities? Chen Xian signaled the other party to be at ease. Can the famine problem be solved? Sure, but the solution is not primarily based on competence, but money. But he couldn't tell the other man so bluntly. After all, you run your own ability store. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xian picked up the sweeping gun and aimed it at Lu Shuiwei. Reporting to the prefect, Immortal Master just took that man to the outskirts of the western city. The men reported this news truthfully to Shinfang. What's the point of bringing a concubine to a place like that? County Minister Tang, who was at the side, said rather unexpectedly. He had also been inside the mighty hall just now, and had seen with his own eyes that the Immortal Master had led a young man to his couch. Although the guards claimed that the two did not return to their room and were nowhere to be found halfway there, this shocking discovery instantly turned the crowd's attitude towards the Immortal Master 180 degrees. You should know that normally she spoke with an uninviting coldness that made people afraid to come within 3 steps. Those underlings are cheap with their mouths. Could it be that you take them seriously as well? Shinfang smiled and shook his head. If he had such suspicions before, now I can be sure that this person is not a concubine. Then who could he be? The county minister remembered the strange outfit he was wearing when he appeared. He couldn't be a local in any case. Could it be that he also came out from the clan? It is said that the Lotus Cloud sect only sends one disciple to the nations in 100 years. This is not very likely. Shinfang dismissed the speculation. But I can be sure of one thing. I'm afraid Immortal Master doesn't want to stop there. That person's status should be comparable to hers, so she is not repulsed by approaching this person. She doesn't have the means to handle this alone, so she needs help. The only people who can help the disciples of the clan are the external paths, right? The county minister revealed an expression of disgust. The Lotus Cloud sect was not the only one that produced cultivators in this world. There were countless people who tried to peek into the heavens, but unfortunately most of them took the evil path and were not recognized by the world. Sometimes they were even the target of joint elimination by the disciples of the Lotus Cloud sect and the government. It's not good to say. It's also a sin when it's time to liquidate it. Speaking here Shinfang sighed. It's still a pity. What is the prefect regretting? It's a pity about Immortal Master Lu. It's obvious that she truly wanted to help those fleeing the disaster. The county minister glanced around and suddenly lowered his voice and asked, is this lord really planning to make the whole Immortal Master? It has been 5 years. She is still wandering outside the center. No one can rest assured. Shinfang said indifferently. This was actually not much of a secret. As long as the officials who cared about politics and knew how to figure out the intentions of their superiors, they had more or less heard the relevant rumors. For example, in the Yu Kingdom in the north, the male Immortal Masters have all become the Queen's guests on the curtain, and the immortal techniques offered have been able to arm an elite troop. The rest of the kings are not too different, and they are all trying to extract as much of the immortal skills as they can, with the exception of Lu Shuiwei. He had heard from his teacher, the current prime minister, that the imam had more than once cursed the immortal master for not knowing what was right and wrong and for not doing his duty of assisting the country, together with some gossip from neighboring countries. The king of Qi should not let it go any further. Is that why the prefect disagreed with those proposals of hers? It would be wise not to get involved with her in any way at a time like this, or else you and I will suffer if Imama blames her. But can saving the people also be a punishment? County Minister Tang was suddenly a little hesitant. You've been by my side for 2 years as a county minister, and you still don't understand the reasoning behind this? Shin Fong snorted. At the same time there was some sense of a rabbit dying. As long as you want to pick, there is no fault that you can't pick. Save the people is a good thing, but once against the will of the Lord, good things will also become bad things. In the end, the immortal master is still a minister. As long as she is a minister, there is always a way to restrain her. After all, the king's orders cannot be disobeyed. This is all written in the iron rules on the deed between the clan and the kings. Here he paused. Then again, do you know where those secret formulas of the evil sect come from? The sheriff's minister shook his head. I still hope that the prefect will tell me. Informing can't be said. I've heard a rumor. Just listen to it as well. Shin Fong said lightly. Some people say that they are all derivatives of the Lotus Cloud sect's immortal laws. The sheriff's chancellor couldn't help but widen his eyes as he thought about the connection. The prefect, on the other hand, let out a long breath. Do you now think it matters whether saving people is a crime or not? To the king, clan disciples were a once-in-a-century treasure. It's not a description. It's a fact. They're covered in treasures. Their hands and feet can be used as weapons. Their immortal arts expand their strength, and they give birth to offspring that are smarter and healthier than the average person. An auxiliary is an auxiliary king. The only thing he could do about it was to keep to himself and stay as far away from the vortex as possible. Chapter 16 VIP Room. Looking at the words floating in front of her, Lu Shuyu couldn't help but widen her eyes. This is the Jedi ability? So it turns out that the Golden Rarities ability is known as a masterpiece in her perspective. Chen Xian thought to himself. He chose none other than freedom to lead the people. LV1. Nice, isn't it? It's a rare ability. I wouldn't normally take out for a guest. After Lu Shuyu carefully read the ability description, she asked with some doubt. It does look extraordinary, but I don't understand how this ability is going to be able to solve the plight of the people of Qingzhou. Literally understood. It is very esoteric, even with a bit of evil. If the description is true, it is a strange art that can manipulate the human heart. If an official or a general were to meet such an ability, they would surely be overjoyed. But she was not involved in politics and did not lead the army, so exchanging such an ability could only be described as a waste. Of course, Lu Shuyu was also aware that she couldn't believe all the descriptions on this, because it's too brief and carries a distinctly playful mood. Though she didn't really understand why Chen Xian had made such a child's play out of the description of the goods. The reasoning is simple. Chen Xian explained. At this point, it's impossible for you to stay out of it. Either don't care about anything in the first place, or you have to take it a step further and become the leader of these refugees. Other than that, from what I've just seen, the refugees fleeing to Jiangwei are all sorts of different things. They even dare to commit murder in the daytime in order to grab food. Sometimes they're just a hair's breadth away from the robbers. Lu Shuiwei had no words to retort. That's the truth. Or starving for a long time. Sooner or later, the refugees will all become thugs. When more than 100,000 thugs gather here, Jiangwei City will also be in danger. If you want to help them, first of all, you can't let them turn into robbers, or even monsters who are dehumanized. This requires uniting the victims who have fled from all over the world, bridging the gap and preventing them from accumulating hatred due to infighting. In the face of any crisis, a strong group's ability to combat risk is always far greater than a scattered group. And with this ability, you can do that much more easily, giving them a backbone they can rely on, so that at least the refugees can be prevented from fighting amongst themselves or attacking the residents outside the city again. But what's the point? Lu Shuyu still didn't understand. Even if I can manage for a while, I can't manage for a lifetime. They can still endure now because the relief porridge has not been completely interrupted. Once there is a complete lack of food, the order will absolutely collapse very quickly. I'll take care of the food. What? After you confirm the transaction, this store will take care of the relief grain supply for you. Chen Xian repeated. But before that, you have to take care of this group of refugees. Don't let them become a thorn in the side of the officials. Lai Shuyu froze for a second. Then she responded. You had a solution for food in the first place, and the ability to trade was the price? She is indeed sharp. Chen Xian nodded slightly. Do you feel that I'm taking advantage of people again? However, this time, Lu Shuyu didn't glare at him with cold eyes, but instead waved her hand and directly set 4 abilities up. Tianxia Kung Fu LV8. People with an IQ below 150 don't deserve to learn. The ability to permanently evolve your body and take the first step towards ascension. Fortunately, with the help of ability trading, fools like you can master it too. God's Eye Method LV9. If you're assassinated every day, it's an ability that's worth $1,000. Combined with a pair of iron hands, you'll feel like nothing more than pinching flying bullets. Note that overuse of the eyes can lead to blindness and is not suitable for those born with eye problems. The Art of the Golden Cicada LV1. Death cannot be escaped, but it can be escaped with it once. Shisame Sword LV10. Can be used to cut vegetables, can also be used to anti-tank. By this point, the sword is no longer a sword in the narrow sense of the word, but a proxy for the art of killing. Other than the Thousand Thoughts sword, which was of blue grade, the other three were actually all purple. Hurry up and trade. You can't back out. Lu Shuyu urged. Chen Xian was a bit surprised. Why did you agree so readily this time? I've made many deals with many people in 5 years, and in the end, I realized that there's nothing wrong with being explicit about it. She exhaled softly, that tiredness coming back to her brow. As long as the end result is accomplished and the other party doesn't go back on their word, it's already a good deal. You trade these. What about yourself? I also have spare feats. They are of similar grade, but their applicability is a bit more narrow, such as prayers, formations and charms of the same kind. Of course, it's fine if you want to choose these. No need to change, just these 4. Seeing the other party's rare generosity, Chen Xian didn't pick anymore. Anyway, what he needed most was performance points, and the ratings given by these 4 ability stores weren't low. After tapping to confirm the transaction, he received another 5 performance points, together with the transaction with Jean d'Arc and the remainder of his first transaction. He now had a total of 9 performance points and was just one step away from applying for LV3 Shopkeeper. Ability I received. Would you like another cup of coffee? No. I wish this could have been pushed through sooner. Lu Shuyue looked straight at him and said, when will you have news? I don't want it to be another 5 years of goodbyes after one goodbye. Just say you want to supervise my work. Chen Xian smiled and was about to reply that he would be able to see the effect tomorrow, but he was then struck by a thought before he remembered that he was not able to manipulate where the store door opened as he wished. After this farewell, the store would return to the neighborhood again, and the next time he wanted to connect to Lu Shuyue's world would be unknown. This time, not to mention 5 years late, even half a month at night the situation in Qingzhou can be turned upside down. Seeing him go off on a tangent, Lu Shuyu also became a little nervous. You're not planning to back out, are you? How can that be? This store emphasizes integrity above all else. Chen Xian suddenly remembered that the store had opened a housing department, and a major core of the accommodation for guests was the ability to return to customers at any time. Did this mean that there was a function on the second floor to quickly contact guests? I mean, you simply stay in the store. What? Lu Shuyue looked around. You mean, live here with you? Yeah, there's a guest room upstairs. That way you won't have to worry about finding me. She considered. I see. I'll go say hello to the Teisho then. Have you been living in the government office before? Chen Xian asked curiously. Not really all the time. I rarely stay in one place for half a month in a row. The biggest advantage of staying at the government office is that I don't have to spend any money. Speaking of this, Lu Shuyu's face suddenly tightened. You're not here for free, are you? I don't have too much extra money on me. Of course there's a fee. You can't live for free. He deliberately scared, but lodging money is another matter. It has nothing to do with the ability to trade. If you don't have money you can owe it first and make it up later. With the ability of the sect disciples, this amount of money should be handy. How much is that exactly? Depends on what class of room you're staying in. But before that, you should register as a VIP first. Chen Xian cut to the housing page and pointed the scanning gun at her once again. We love farts? It means honored guest. Lu Shuyu obviously do not believe. There is also the previous spicy hot signboard is also. This store thinks mysterious to mysterious, but the name is really vulgar. I was going to ask before, is this some kind of magic weapon? She pointed to the scanning gun, and the monitor that sat on the bar. Sort of, Chen Xian said smoothly. There are many treasures in the store. This she was convinced of. The first time she entered the store she noticed, the overhead light is bright and uniform. The light source are hidden in the ceiling corners, but still can illuminate the 4 directions. Another example is the soft couch you are sitting on. The wrapping material looks like leather but is not leather, and is extremely flexible. There are also murals, decorations, and ornaments, all of which have their own marvelous features. The clan also has an indestructible spirit flame, an abyssal sea pearl that can glow all the time, and a thin, cicada-like 10,000 colored ice crystals, but most of them are treasured in the treasury, and it is by no means uncommon for them to be placed in the lobby like this store in a grand manner. That's why she thought that there was something big behind the store. But none of that was as good as the magic in the store manager's hands. It allows one to see non-existent characters and pictures out of thin air, which is a first-class treasure. For example, the registration operation at hand. Liu aimed to agree with one item and nodded silently. Sure enough, there was an immediate response over there. Okay, it's registered. Room number 201. Let me show you around. And what's up? Compared to the last time she entered the store, she vaguely felt that the other party had become more casual, or, rather, more gracious. Chen Xian led Lu Shuiyue up to the second floor and arrived at the door labeled 201. The reason he had to make the trip in person was that the doors of these guest rooms were previously locked, and he had never even seen what was going on inside the room. In case it was ragged and old inside, then he would be too embarrassed to ask the guests for money for their stay. This time the electronic lock on the door had a green light. Sure enough, he thought to himself, the door lock would only be activated if the guest was registered in housing management. Chen Xian affixed 201's room card to the lock. Only a soft beep was heard, and the door lock opened in response. Come in. The moment she walked into the house, Lu Shuyu was shocked. Are you really going to give me a room like this? Chen Xian, who had entered after her, could not help but be a little dazed as well. You're telling me this is a bed and breakfast inn in a residential building? Inside, it was a different kind of cave altogether. After the entrance, there was a huge and flat natural stone, 10 meters long and wide. On it was a big bed and soft pillows and bedding. In front of the stone, there was a pool of blue water. Yes, there was a pool of water in the room with a clear bottom. There were also fish swimming in the water. What is even more outrageous is that the surrounding walls are full of moss-covered mountain rocks, and the top is not capped, but enclosed into an open-air cave. The sunlight shoots in from the top of the head and shines right on the water pool, reflecting the entire surface of the water into a translucent lime green color. Tiny streams of water also flowed down from the mouth of the cave, converging into a sparse curtain. Chen Xian had imagined the scene inside the room. The worst was a moldy and smelly partition room. The best was just a beautifully decorated hotel-style suite. But he never expected that the room was actually like a cave, with an impeccable view. Not to mention the fact that modern artifacts and furnishings were also extinct here. The bed was solid wood. The bedding was silk. The faucet had been replaced with a miniature bamboo water wheel. The wash basin was all fired clay. And the toothbrushes and toothpastes that lay next to it had even been turned into wicker and salt blocks. Chapter 17. The Way of Relief. Chen Xian still had to maintain a bland expression at the moment, as if everything was under control. How about this house shouldn't be any worse than the guest rooms provided by the government office, right? More than not bad. The two are not comparable at all. Lu Shuyue murmured. I can feel that this place is full of aura. It's very beneficial to cultivation. Even the Lotus Cloud Sex Meditation Room can't compare to this place. There's still talk of an abundance of aura? Why can't I feel it? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow and pressed this point of doubt into his heart. Only VIP customers can enjoy this benefit. Of course, the pricing of this room isn't cheap. I'll give you a discount. Mark it down to 5,000 a day. The 5,000 was naturally set by him on an ad hoc basis. 5,000 what? 5,000 taels of silver? 5,000 generic coins. Chen Xian had wanted to take a banknote out and show it to her, but when he thought that nowadays it was all about electronic wallets to pay bills, which still carried paper bills, he had to change his words and say, this kind of money has no entity, and is not exchanged with silver on a one-to-one basis. But you don't have to worry about this. The pricing of this store is definitely within reason, and you definitely have the ability to pay. Even if you can't pay now, it's okay, I'll give you credit. Lu Shuyue was half convinced, but she really couldn't let go of this kind of cave. If the news reached the sect, those seniors would definitely occupy this place at all costs, and most importantly, she needed to be able to see the shopkeeper every day, not for years at a time, at least until the disaster problem was solved. If you owe money, you owe it. It's not like she's not going to pay it back. After some thought struggles, Lu Shuyu bit her lip and nodded. Then I'll be sorry. Chen Xian has already guessed one thing. I am afraid that the environment of each room is different from person to person. The moment the customer registers for accommodation, the room will automatically match the identity and background of the other person, so as to give the guest a sense of homecoming comfort. The main focus is a humanistic care. If he retires later, can he bring all his abilities to be a quality customer for the next store manager? Why is there another door there? Lu Shuyue suddenly made a new discovery. Chen Xian followed her gaze and saw that there was indeed a room door set into the rock wall opposite the water pool. Just open it and look at it and you'll see. He didn't know, so he could only answer back vaguely. Lu Shiyu had no doubts, and directly leaped into the clear pool, stepping on the water and flying over. Opening the door, she whimpered out in surprise, outside is actually my housing. Chen Xian also circled along the edge of the waterhole at this moment. he saw that outside the door was an ordinary compartment. The smoky incense in the copper pot was still burning, giving off a faint osmanthus scent that was basically similar to the scent on Lu Shuyu. The window was half open, and outside was the familiar veranda and courtyard. Where is this if it's not the Zhang Weiqing government office? He could even see where the store was supposed to be right across the street diagonally from this house, but it was only location, because now there was an ordinary house diagonally opposite, with no plastic curtains or roller shutters, so unusual that it couldn't be any more unusual. It seems that all he has to do is close the door and the store will indeed be hidden for the time being. Going round and round. We're back at the government office again? Lu Shuyu couldn't help but laugh out softly. This is the first time Chen Xian has seen her show a relaxed expression since he met her again. This is good. It saves us from having to go and greet the Imperial Guard. Now you understand. The back door isn't going to be fixed at a certain place. Chen Xian had also figured out the rules of the guest room at this moment. Its purpose is to facilitate guests to return to the VIP suite at any time, and the door of the suites room is connected to the store. In this way, you will be able to contact me at any time. The Sumeru Arabidopsis transfer technique? Lu Shuyu sighed. I've only heard of this strange technique in the world before. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. Chen Xian smiled without saying anything. It would be best if the other side could find their own explanation. Then without delay, I'll go to the outskirts of the city to consolidate the refugees. She was refreshed, as if revitalized. I'm counting on you for the food. This is natural. Chen Xian did not forget to admonish. Food is important, but you should not underestimate the importance of organization. The food has nothing to do with the government, so the handling, storage, distribution, and record-keeping will have to be done by the victims themselves. You must realize all the potential of your abilities and make yourself a leader that everyone trusts before this relief can be successfully realized. After seeing Lai Shuyu off, he returned from the guest room to the first floor and opened the store's roll-up door. Unsurprisingly, it was the familiar neighborhood of Tianlu outside. The next step is to see how much food we can get. Chen Xian was confident in this. After all, food, which is precious to famine-stricken areas, can be found all over this side of the world. Right now, there were only 7,000 refugees in total. And even if it increased to 100 or 200,000 afterward as Lu Shuyu had said, it wasn't a particularly exaggerated number. What's more, Daki's disaster relief system was already in operation, and the neighboring states were mobilizing grain, grass and money to Jiangwei, which could be delivered in as little as a week or as much as half a month. So all he needed to do was to help the victims last through this period. The reason that gave Chen Xian the confidence to do so was precisely the first bucket of money earned from the 100 herb haul. How much rice can you buy with $2 million? He casually pressed it with a calculator, and at the local wholesale price of rice, he could buy a full 364 tons of raw rice. Also based on an adult's daily consumption of 250 grams of raw rice, it would be enough for 100,000 people to eat for a month. Of course, this is the amount of 3 meals completely full. For the people of the haunting plague, there is a bowl of porridge to deal with. Will be thankful. 100,000 people and then double the number of people will also be fine. Even if the subsequent exceeds the budget, can rely on more refining pills to make up for it. The big deal is to pull together Lu Shuyu refining. Daily production of hundreds of pills is also a considerable income. Chen Xian immediately flipped out the seller's phone number in the wholesale market and began to ask for the price one by one. You're going into so much meter? Have you reported it? The price is good, but we can't do it in such a large volume for private individuals. Yes, you'd better work with a nearby supermarket that's qualified to buy food. After making a few phone calls, Chen Xian realized that it actually wasn't that easy. As a self-employed businessman, there are rules about how much grain he can buy. Without asking, he found out that there is something called grain purchase certificate, without which he would be subject to a purchase limit of 50 tons a year. For the community department store, 50 tons of rice a year that is more than enough to stock, can sell a small half even good. But for the goal of 364 tons, the 50-ton limit is somewhat inadequate. What do we do now? Chen Xian couldn't help but scratch his head. The sea mouth had already been boasted, so he couldn't discount it halfway. It's obviously too late to get a license. So what about finding connections? The owner of the 100 herb hall had been in business for many years, so perhaps he had channels in this area. But what kind of relationship did he have with Su Wangxian? And what right did the other party have to help him do such things that violated the rules? After walking back and forth in the store twice, Chen Xian's eyes suddenly rested on the shelves. There were 2 packages of instant noodles lying there. Or you just got in yourself not too long ago. Right. He had the bright idea that there was a quota for staple foods like rice, not instant noodles. What if we serve instant noodles instead? Department stores sell 2.5, that is the retail price. Large quantities of the purchase price can be lowered a lot. If then replaced with cheaper brands, 1.5 a pack can be negotiated down. Chen Xian immediately picked up the calculator, snapped impressed and found that compared to the cost of buying rice directly, switching to instant noodles would increase, but overall not much higher. For example, according to the calculation of $5 is 33 million packets. A packet a day can save your life. High salt and high oil are all advantages. Nutrition is also richer. He called the wholesaler again. Boss, are you sure you want so many boxes of instant noodles? That side was a bit flattered. Yeah, don't make up the numbers with near expired ones. Do you have any? That must be available. I'll transfer all over the city for you. But, the quantity is indeed a bit large, so it may have to require an advance payment. The other party said carefully. No problem. You add me on WeChat. How much do you want and I'll transfer it directly? Chen Xian said cheerfully. I only have one request, and that is the faster the shipment the better. Chapter 18, Bubblegum, the Everlasting God. Is this grain? Lu Shuyu surveyed the instant noodles in front of her, not knowing where to start for a moment. It looks bright and shiny, with a beautiful and attractive pattern, and it doesn't match the relief food at all. But if you say it's edible, it doesn't feel like it. Right. It's just that it's slightly more complicated to eat, and requires someone to provide guidance. Chen Xian enthusiastically introduced. Of course, these are counted as part of the services attached to the ability trade, so I won't charge you extra. The shipment came very quickly, called in the afternoon. The next morning the first batch of goods were delivered to the Tianlu neighborhood. A whole car was loaded with 200 boxes, totaling 4,000 packages. In order to place the shipment, he had to sacrifice the store for a while and stack the first floor full. Watch, I'll demonstrate once. Chen Xian fetched bowls and chopsticks, boiled water, and began to demonstrate his noodle-making talents. One set down the line. Lu Shuyue, on the other hand, couldn't stop watching. She knew that she was looking at not just a bowl of noodles, but the fate of thousands of disaster victims depended on it. Every move the other party made, even the angle at which she poured in the seasoning, she had memorized in her mind. Soon, she realized something was a little off. When the boiling water rushed into the bowl, setting off a strong fragrance, Lu Shuyu couldn't help but gulp. What is this? Such a complex and layered scent. The wheat flavor mixed with sweet and sour, salty and spicy, it was simply overwhelming. She is also a person who has eaten good food, from the palace night banquet, down to the state pastor and governor's private small stove. She basically have experienced birds and animals. Rare seafood is indeed a delicious dish, but this bowl of unremarkable soup noodle in front of her eyes, even vaguely have the momentum to rival it. The disciples of the sect emphasized on restraining themselves and guarding their hearts, not to be tempted by external objects, and she was the same way, not demanding much from food, as long as it could be fruitful, non-toxic and harmless, but she also deeply understands how much effort it takes to make a dish taste as good as it looks, and these efforts are measured in terms of time and money. Culinary skills take time to build up, and top-quality ingredients and spices are expensive, so dishes with complex flavors are invariably enjoyed only by the rich and powerful. They were alien to the term relief food from the beginning. The victims just want to live. Are you using this for disaster relief? In the wrong direction? Soaked. Chen Xian stirred the noodles with his chopsticks before handing it to Lu Shuiwei. Here, try how it tastes. She did not pick up the chopsticks, but instead stared straight at Chen Xian with a clear sense of reproach in her eyes. Chen Xian stared at it for a moment, then reacted with a smile and shook his head. Don't worry, it's not much more expensive than a bowl of rice porridge. If we calculate it according to Jiangwei City's recent consecutively rising grain prices, it's actually a bit cheaper than a bowl of kanji. Ha! Lu Shuiwei was dumbfounded. This stuff is cheaper than the skimpiest veggie porridge? Would I lie to you? Honesty is the root of doing business. If the noodles were too expensive, wouldn't I have to go dry and bankrupt on a single order? Chen Xian shook his chopsticks again. This time Liashuyu picked it up. The phrase "I'm going to be broke" struck her. Right. Which businessman will be willing to do a losing business? Although the man in front of him is running an extraordinary store, but he is really an experienced businessman. She took a discreet bite of the pasta, and then all the light went out of her eyes. The freshness was even stronger than she had expected, with just the right amount of sauerkraut flavor, and the spiciness that arrived pell-mell after the soup was swallowed elevated the level of aftertaste. The noodles themselves may have been ordinary, but the seasoning was definitely a masterstroke. And what did the person who made the dish put into it? It seems like you're just pouring boiling water in. If it was really as cheap as Chen Xian said, then this packet of noodles would be considered a miracle. I can't pick any faults. Lu Shuiwei lamented. Even by the standards of a large family, it can be served on the table and take on the role of a staple food, only that it requires extra boiling water and dishes. Refugees aren't a small amount when they're plentiful. The bowls and chopsticks are also part of the complimentary service, and this store covers them all together. Chen Xian had prepared for this, Anyway, disposable plastic bowls and bamboo chopsticks were extremely cheap items that did not even account for a fraction of the cost. On the contrary, boiling water needs to be prepared in advance. I see that there are a few large pots placed in front of the disaster campsite. Why don't we take them to boil water? Fuel is actually a resource. Luckily, he had read about the local environment. There were large woods just outside of town, and it was early fall, so he wasn't worried about getting firewood. No problem. Lu Shuyu thought of a piece. I'll go find Shenfang to borrow it. One more thing. Although this item is cheap, it is not unlimited. Chen Xian added. One person can only eat one packet a day, so that they can last longer. The specifics of how to distribute it, and how to instruct them on how to fetch water and eat the noodles, will have to rely on you to put in more effort. This is something I should have done. I'll go arrange for someone to carry the food. Lu Shuiwei stood up with excitement and prepared to leave from her room on the second floor. And just halfway there she turned back to Chen Xian and bowed to the end. Mr. Righteousness, I say thank you on behalf of the affected people of Qingzhou. Looking at the young girl's back as she hurriedly left, Chen Xian couldn't help but touch his head. A cultivator of immortality calling himself Sir always felt that there was something strange about it. Forget it, she can call it whatever she likes. There's several more loads to receive next. Prefect, it's not good. It's not good. Shenfang was still eating his breakfast in his mansion when he heard County Minister Tang's urgent shouts coming from outside the house. Yelling and screaming, what a shame. Seeing him enter the house, Shenfang unhappily put down his chopsticks and rebuked in a deep voice. That group of victims couldn't help but start rioting? For Taisho Jiangwei, this was the most likely danger the city would encounter. The city was far from the border, the walls were low, and the Qingzhou army would not arrive for a few more days, so it would be quite tricky to really be besieged by a mob. It's a good thing that there are immortal masters sitting in the city. Even though the immortal master sympathized with the refugees, she should know which was more important. Refugees were people, and so were the people of Jiangwei, and in terms of numbers, there were more residents in the city. When it really came to that, he didn't believe that the immortal master wouldn't step in. Ha, that's not true. The sheriff hurriedly waved his hands. Not a riot? Then what's your hurry? Calamity. Calamity, they have something else to eat. Shenfang was slightly stunned. Has anyone distributed relief? At this point in time, large households and grain merchants are all staring at rising grain prices. So who would easily release grain? Wouldn't that be a waste of money? It's not like the city put it there. I've asked. No one opened this mouth. The county minister said under his breath. The situation now is that none of those 8,000 or so people are hungry. Yesterday at noon everyone had a full meal. The relief porridge is not even robbed. I went to the west to have a look. That scene is simply evil. A camp of several thousand people are talking and laughing. No one is crying and fighting. Very different from the atmosphere 2 days ago. Are you sure? Shenfang frowned. Of course he knew what the situation of this group of victims was. The relief porridge that was distributed every day was actually only enough for 2,000 to 3,000 people. Jiang Wei could not afford to feed so many fleeing people that had gathered from the very beginning. In order to grab this limited ration, arguments, conflicts, and even fatalities would break out in the camp every now and then. As long as one climbed the city wall at night and listened with one's ears, one could hear the mournful cries and lamentations coming from outside the city. Hunger and death were constantly tormenting this group of poor people, and negative emotions were constantly growing, like floodwaters beating against the shoreline, which would explode at some point. As more and more fleeing people converge, the food gap will only accelerate and magnify. It can be said that he has already foreseen the sight of this group of people transforming into a mob, and doing anything to stay alive. It's true. The county minister nodded repeatedly. They had food yesterday, and today it's like they've changed. If you don't believe me, you can go with me later to take a look. Yesterday? Did something happen yesterday? Shenfang suddenly remembered that Immortal Master happened to borrow a few cauldrons from himself yesterday. Chapter 19, Summoned by Immortal Magic. Is it hard to believe that it's an immortal wonder that can change grain? As soon as this thought popped up, Shen Yi immediately shook his head to negate it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Immortal disciples were not the only one in Lu Shuiwei. A handful of them would emerge every 100 years, and with the variants and different methods that had been passed down, he had never heard of the existence of such a spell. In the end, the Immortal Masters are not gods and godmen. They are very strong in cutting down demons and eliminating evils and communicating with heaven and earth. But in some other aspects, they are no different from ordinary people. For example, Immortal Masters also have to eat, and the local government has to prepare dried food and wine for them before each expedition, so as to prevent the other party from working hard. If they had the magic to conjure up food themselves, why would they need to use towns as a stronghold for their activities? Not to mention that Shenfang trusted his instincts. The last time the Immortal Master loudly rebuked in the mighty hall, disguised as proof that she was no longer capable of solving this problem. Otherwise the immortal master would not have had to delay until the refugees converged here, and directly get a batch of food in the western part of the extermination of the demons, and would have already solved everything. Husband, Lord County Minister, why do you two have such serious expressions? A beautiful woman walked into the room with a pot of tea in her hand. I'm thinking, isn't it a great thing to be able to feed all the victims? Shenfeng choked for a moment. He is not good to explicitly say that his wife is not right. He can only pretend to be impatient. Look waved his hand. Let her hurry out. We talk about political affairs. You a woman interferes with what mouth? Put the tea here. Let him pour it himself. His mouth was stern, but his gaze was full of favor. After driving his wife away, the atmosphere between the two couldn't help but be a little awkward. That's right, it's great news everywhere, but not in Jiangwei. If the victims return home well fed and everyone is happy, I'm afraid Imama won't be so happy. I will personally go and take a look at it at noon when the food is released. Shenfeng broke the silence and said, this matter must not be the work of Immortal Master alone. There may be a high person behind it. The water in the cauldron was rolling and steaming white. Immortal Master, the water is boiling. A man came forward and said. Lu Shuyu looked at the more than 10 long lines that had formed in front of her and nodded. Hand out bowls to fetch the noodles. The crowd then erupted into a loud cheer, as if it were a holiday. Everyone came to the pot in an orderly fashion to collect their disposable bowls and chopsticks, while the 20 or so people in charge of turning on the water used a large spoon to spoon boiling water into their bowls in turn. Only those with boiling water in their bowls will receive their share of noodles. The noodles were placed on a wagon by the relief table, and the same people were in charge of distributing them. 1 pack for each person. Old people, children, young women, all the same. Those who don't have enough can still fill up with relief porridge. After the first day of tasting, today the victims of this convenient food how to soak has been quite skillful. There are also anxious and even do not wait for the cake into the water. Directly tear open the bag into the mouth. The bowl of boiling water purely as a pendulum look. For this kind of people Lu Shuyu also do not stop. As long as not waste not hide. How to eat is their freedom. For a while the clearing was fragrant and mouth-watering. This was not an exaggeration. Lu Shuyu saw that the soldiers at the city gates were staring at this side with bated breath, as if the relief food was more tantalizing than the nest in their hands. Immortal Master, you are truly the savior of my family. An old man with a child suddenly flung himself to his knees. I kowtow to you. Someone on the side immediately pulled him up. Alas, this grandpa, didn't you say that you're not allowed to pay your respects when the meal is released? You'll block the people behind you. We're all thinking of the Immortal Master's goodness, so you can thank him after you've finished eating. Yes, just keep this favor in your heart and repay it later when you have the chance. I owe my life to the Immortal Master. How can I kowtow? Immortal Master, my name is Fu Jiaodeer, a hunter. If you have any use for me, just call me. Come on, the Immortal Master doesn't see you. Ha 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 ha. The group laughed. Scenes like this occur every now and then. Someone steps forward with an excited expression of gratitude, and someone who maintains order steps in to stop them. While stopped, the thanker resonates with more, until the atmosphere reaches a new peak, and the next person can't hold back and pops out of the parade to say thank you. In response to this, Lu Shuyu did not hide or avoid, nor did she make any response. She just stood quietly in front of all the columns, so that every single person could see herself. This is the best time to build prestige. If she hadn't experienced it firsthand, it would have been hard for her to imagine that just a few days ago the group had been hostile and wary of each other, both sizing up other people's food and fearing that they might be targets. Blind despair and sadness filling every corner of the camp. Chen Xian was absolutely right. If the victims could not be united, even if there was grain to distribute, it would still be a disaster in time. As the saying goes, there are no rules, and while the disaster camp was previously chaotic because of the loss of order, she now gave the group a new order. The Ministry of Food Release, the Ministry of Reserves, the Ministry of Organization, and the Ministry of Law and Order. She divided the victims into groups of units according to the empirical knowledge of those in history, forcing them to work collaboratively to deal with this hunger crisis. In order to continue to reinforce the rules she has set, she will have to become a pillar in the minds of the victims. Lu Shuyu stood at the forefront was to let everyone know that it was she who had brought them life-saving food, and that it was she who had saved the people of Qingzhou from the threat of a drought. Although this was something that was done with the help of the shopkeeper, she did not need to reveal the insider information to the crowd. The prestige was dispensable to Chen Xian, but it could be of great use to her. It's not a privilege, it's a responsibility. Suddenly there was some commotion at the front of the group. I wonder if the Immortal Master could send me a relief noodle as well. Only one person was seen walking through the columns to Lu Shuyu, arching his hand and asking, although the vast majority of the refugees did not recognize the man. His striking official robes deterred everyone from making a move. Prefect. Lu Shuiwei returned the bow with a clasped fist. I'm afraid that's not possible. He is the Taisho Lord? The people couldn't help but whisper, and there was a hint of awe in their gazes. Not even me? This pasta is prepared for the refugees. The quantity is fixed. If you are given one more packet, there will be one less packet for a refugee, Lu Shuyu said politely, but if you are curious, you can ask them to buy it. As long as you're willing to spend money, it's not hard to get this noodle. Spend money on it? Shen Fong froze. That's right, so that the refugees get the money and can also buy food. Isn't it two birds with one stone? She smiled. By the way, today there are several shopkeepers have already come to buy. The price opened is not low. The prefect, if you do not want to talk to the refugees to buy and sell in the face, go to find these shopkeepers is also fine. Where the hell did all this pasta come from? Shen Fong didn't want to beat a dead horse anymore. He lowered his voice and asked after him. He could hardly believe his eyes when he saw the odd bags of grain appearing outside the city, having been an official for so long. He concluded at a glance that this was in no way something Qingzhou could produce. Simply soaking it in boiling water turns it into a flavorful bowl of soup noodles, which is simply more magical than square magic. The sheriff was right. If Lu Shuyu could provide this magical ration in a continuous stream, then the famine in Changzhou would dissolve into nothingness, and the immortal Master Lord who saved the people from danger would naturally become a sought-after savior and gain unprecedented fame. This is simply the opposite of what Imakami was expecting. It's an immortal technique, Lu Shuyue said frankly. I used immortal magic to summon them here. Impossible. Shen Fong couldn't help but raise his voice. If you really have this ability, why didn't you use it after getting rid of the demon? If you had summoned food from the beginning, there would have been no need for the people of Qingzhou to suffer this calamity and flee all the way here. The gazes of the surrounding crowd swarmed over. Lu Shuyu's face remained unchanged. That was naturally because it couldn't be done at that time. Prefect should have heard that all immortal spells have a time. The more subtle a spell is, the more it is about timing, and it can only be successfully cast when both the time and the chance have arrived. Doesn't the prefect feel happy? Why do you keep counting on whether or not the immortal technique will work? The refugees will all have enough to eat, and the people of Jiangwei City will be able to rest in peace. This is clearly a great thing to do. Shen Fong was shocked in his heart. Of course I'm happy. Is that so? She paused and looked directly into the Taisho's eyes and asked word for word. But why can't the prefect laugh? He subconsciously looked around at the countless pairs of eyes surveying him, as if everyone was waiting for his answer. After a moment, he slowly grinned, forcing himself to show a smile. Ha! Ha ha ha! How? This official is so happy that I don't know how to do it. Immortal Master is really powerful. It's really a great fortune for this lord to be assisted by you all. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 20, The Great Upgrade. Chen Xian did not run to the outskirts of the city to get involved in the matter of releasing grain. He believed that with Lu Shuyue's ability, she would definitely be able to handle this matter. Besides, he was the store manager, and was considered an outsider to Qingzhou and even Lu Shuyue's world, so he shouldn't be too deeply involved. However, Lu Shuyu would chat with him about the details of the grain release when he received a new batch of goods every day. Every 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he and the other person a cup of coffee. Sitting at the bar to chat for half an hour has become the norm in recent days. As it turned out, Lu Shuyue had done this better than he had expected. I didn't expect you to actually agree to the refugees trading the relief surface in their hands, Chen Xian praised as he helped her fill her coffee. I actually thought of that possibility the first day I tasted it, the young girl said cheerfully. Simply brewing a few packets of seasoning in boiling water can create such a delicious flavor. It's kind of a novel experience even for those big families. Don't see that food prices are still rising, but they never worry about not having enough to eat or being able to afford food. And for the word freshness, the sons of the world can shell out a large sum of money at any given time. You did not go to see do not know. Now many restaurants and pavilions in the city have introduced the Lianyun hot and sour noodles dish. Rich people want to eat still have to queue it. The big fish and meat is not as good as the relief food given to the people in the disaster, so I can only say that this world is really absurd. Then do you still put noodles in the grain now? Chen Xian asked. It's already not released. It's better to let them go and sell individually than for me to unify the negotiation, lest I be pressured by the merchants. Lu Shuyu also didn't hide anything. Now the pasta that you handed over to me, I'll save half and sell half, and those money from the sale will then be exchanged for rice flour flapjacks, which can top up the hunger than a packet of soaked noodles. I calculated. Almost one portion of noodles can be exchanged back for 5 to 6 portions of grain. Quite cost effective. This is the marketing of Liashuyu, relying on the two gimmicks of miracle food of immortal law and refugee food more delicious than restaurant food. The fame of instant noodles spread all over the city in a very short period of time. When rich people came to try it out, they also fell for Lu Shuyu's hook. Relief noodles became a commodity, and the price soared several times, in exchange for a variety of dried food and preserved fish that were less tasty, but could last longer. Chen Xian had thought that he would only be able to provide a continuous supply for about half a month, but now it seemed that Lu Shuyue wouldn't have any major problems holding out for a month. I'm afraid if he had offered rice instead of instant noodles in the first place, it wouldn't have had the same effect. One could only say that the disciples of the sect did have a couple of tricks up their sleeves. But what about the Taisho? You said he seems preoccupied lately? Lu Shuyue nodded. Yes, he may feel no different from his usual self, but that aura of disorder that surrounds him indicates that he has a hidden worry in his heart. Obviously, someone had solved the problem of the disaster victims for him. He should be laughing out loud in his dreams. Chen Xian immediately conceptualized a big drama in which the local chief official supervised and stole a large sum of disaster relief money. It just doesn't make sense logically, because the money and food for the disaster relief is still on its way. Moreover, Lu Shuyu's solution to the refugee problem didn't take up Jiangwei City's resources. It was beneficial to him without any harm, and now that he had taken care of the refugees without any effort, he was even less pressurized to covet the money for the disaster relief. You think there's something wrong with him? I have briefly investigated and found nothing. Shen Feng has been in office as Jiangwei's governor for these years, and his reputation has always been very good, with a clean style and fairness in handling cases, and the people privately call him Shen Qingtian. Perhaps the voice of trust that was exchanged from Jean d'Arc could help? Chen Xian thought to himself that while it could not discern lies, it could sense whether or not the other party had hostile intentions. But before he could say anything, Lu Shuyu waved her hand and said, "That's just it. I actually don't care what he thinks. I just inquired that the first batch of relief grain from Qingzhou will arrive at Jiangwei in 2 days, and my purpose will be accomplished by then." Yeah, the victims were not under her control in the first place. She stepped up to take over this mess. She just didn't want to see the living dead. The crisis here will naturally be solved once the money and food transferred from other regions arrives. Where do you plan to go next? Chen Xian asked casually. No plans yet. I've heard that there are evil cultivators infesting the Yuanzhou next door, so maybe I'll go there to check it out. She took a sip of coffee with a smile on her face. In the end, it's thanks to you that this matter was resolved so smoothly. Without Expo Gujin, I don't think I would have been able to come up with the idea to hype up the Lotus Cloud Immortal Noodle. Without the freedom to guide the people, I wouldn't have been able to get thousands of refugees to unite in a single day. Spoken as if I gave them to you for nothing. Chen Xian smiled and shook his head. You paid a price in exchange for them, so the fruits of this should belong entirely to you as well. Is that so? Lu Shuyu sneaked a glance at him. I seem to remember that this store has a rule. If you're not satisfied with the ability, you can return it at the original price within a month. Chen Xian's smile froze on his face. Do you want to return this? Well, that's not true. I'm satisfied with both abilities. Seeing him unconsciously sigh in relief, Lu Shuyu suddenly felt an inexplicable satisfaction. These days were some of the easiest she'd had in recent years, not just because her new housing was a lush, fairy tale-like aura, but because she suddenly had someone to bounce ideas off of. Solving the problem of the victims wasn't something she had to do alone either, and just the thought of having such a mysterious store behind her providing support made her feel confident. Chen Xian was no longer a mere businessman in her eyes, but more like a friend, even if it was just her illusion. She wanted it to last a little longer. After all, after this farewell, the next time we see each other will be many years later. By the time Lu Shuiwe finished chatting and went upstairs, Chen Xian was also idle. He had been busy contacting people to buy instant noodles over the past few days and hadn't had the chance to properly appreciate the new abilities added to his inventory. But now he finally had the chance to feel them. As soon as he got his hands on Tianxia Kung Fu, he switched it to himself, replacing the previous clear heart determination. But there was no noticeable change in the overall feeling. He could appreciate that this heart method was far superior to the clear heart decision in terms of complexity, though it was not a full replacement relationship in terms of functionality. For example, in addition to calming the mind, the clear heart determination could also regulate body temperature, not being afraid of heat in the summer or cold in the winter, comparable to a portable air conditioner. While the heavenly Xiaogong did not have this convenient ability, it had a stronger increase effect on other spells, and if the clear heart decree was biased towards assisting, then it was more biased towards fighting. It was just that the description mentioned evolving himself and moving towards ascension, and he didn't get the hang of it at all. All of his knowledge of this ability came from Lu Shuyu, who naturally wouldn't understand what ascension meant. Perhaps the store's assessment of competence is itself full of verbal hogwash and not to be taken as truth. In short, it was a secret heart method of the Lotus Cloud sect. Only the most outstanding disciples were qualified to master it, and now that this heart method had fallen into her hands, Lu Shuyu had already been considered to have seriously violated the rules of the sect in a sense. Of course, Lu Shuyu also talked to him about this point. She did not teach the recipe, did not copy the model, and did not even explain the most basic tricks of luck. It is not even considered to be an outsider. I have to say, she's pretty flexible in her standards of behavior. The other three abilities, Divine Eye Technique, Golden Cicada Disembodiment Technique, and Thousand Thought Sword were much more approachable. After switching to the Divine Eyes method, Chen Xian realized that he could easily see the clothes and pants drying in the sun on the balcony hundreds of meters away, as well as capture the moment a flying bird left a branch. This ability was similar to the cybernetic eye, dramatically increasing the breadth of his interception of visual information. Golden Cicada Shell Removal, on the other hand, was a life-preserving spell with a rather esoteric principle. In Lu Shuyu's words, it was to use one's destiny to eliminate a crisis that would surely lead to one's death, and the effect wasn't fully automatic. If the caster failed to foresee his or her own death, it still wouldn't work. This non-passive casting characteristic was a bit disappointing to Chen Xian, and if it could not protect against sneak attacks, its practical value would undoubtedly drop a lot. As for the Thousand Thoughts Sword, is really like the literal meaning of the word. When cultivated to a high level of depth, can summon 1,000 meditation chi swords. Each sword is like an extension of the consciousness, from which direction you want to attack from which out of the sword. Use extremely flexible. Chen Xian in the store casually tried. Think this sword is a bit like an alternative drone, highlighting a defenseless. Unfortunately, at his current level, he could only summon at most 2 to 3 chi swords at the same time. Any more than that and his head would spin and he would have trouble concentrating. According to the explanation of the shopkeeper's rank, the LV2 shopkeeper would limit those abilities traded into a maximum of LV2, meaning that using it for someone else would be Chi Same Sword LV10, and using it for yourself would only be at LV2. Is this store afraid of the store manager's ability to embezzle? Chapter 21, The Virgin and the Witch. By late afternoon, the customers were picking up. The people who come here to buy things are basically residents of the neighborhood, such as the old man standing in front of the bar choosing cigarettes Chen Xian has seen several times. Probably a store that has been open for a long time will naturally have repeat customers, even if it's a kiosk in the middle of nowhere that doesn't even have a proper signboard. It wasn't that Chen Xian hadn't considered re-establishing a signboard and changing the name of the store to something more niche, such as house sales or convenient insurance or something like that, so that he could dissuade most of the tenants and in effect increase the amount of time he spent soliciting special customers, only to earn the first bucket of money most of the investment in the instant noodles trading. The capital is not thick enough, he can only first put off the plan. Then again, if you really put up a used house sale sign, it will also confuse those new customers who want the ability to trade, right? Chen Xian mumbled to himself as he surveyed the customers hanging around the store. In case they chose to turn around and leave after hesitating, it would be a bit of a loss. Which building do you live in, young man? The old man handed over his choice of cigarettes. This one's 22 blocks, 6 building. Scan the code. He skillfully tapped out the payment code. I see you're quite young. Do you work part-time or help your family with the store? I'm working part-time, close to where I live. It's pretty easy. Take the cigarettes. Climbing into conversation with the guests was nothing more than a piece of cake for Chen Xian, who incidentally also used his scanning gun to spy on his eldest uncle's abilities. He realized that as long as he didn't initiate a trade, the other person wouldn't see the trade box. Of course, this sweep would only reveal 4 abilities at most, and there was no way to probe directly to the bottom of the deck against someone with a wide range of abilities. Business LV1. White. I can't believe I'm still capable, Chen Xian thought to himself. He had originally thought that everyone had abilities. It was just a difference in the number of them, but after taking a look at the customers in the store, he realized that only about 50% of them had abilities, and most of them only had 1 or 2 abilities. Most of the customers have only 1 or 2 abilities, and most of the abilities are found in the age group of 10 to 30 years old, and they are closely related to their status. For example, he had seen the ability of explore the past and present twice, and the other party was a student. In comparison, the probability of those old grandpas and old ladies having a blank slate was much higher. Chen Xian surmised that they should have been good at something when they were young, only that with the passage of time these skills had gradually degenerated into oblivion. In other words, the ability is not something eternal. It will become more and more refined as the holder continues to hone it, and will also fade away as the body and memory ages. As for those like yourself who had 4 abilities to begin with, they belong to the ranks of the pride of heaven after all. It is this talent that not many people can detect, and even if they do, it is of little use. AI. It's better for young people to venture out. Upon hearing Chen Xian say this, a slight disappointment immediately appeared on the old uncle's face. If I say it's my own store, you're not going to ask if there's a date next, are you? Having broken through, adapting doesn't come. Chen Xian chuckled. Well, so have you ever been in a relationship? What? Why don't you follow the procedure? Just as Chen Xian was a bit unsure of the other party's intentions, another customer lifted the curtain and walked into the store. He subconsciously glanced at it and immediately realized that this person was extraordinary. In the crisp fall season when everyone was still wearing short sleeves and shorts, the visitor was actually wrapping himself up in a gray and black cloak that also looked as dirty as if it had been rolled in the mud. Such an alternative outfit immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Even the old man forgot to ask him if he had a date for that matter. Facing the eyes of the crowd, the man seemed to be somewhat hesitant as well, taking a small step back slightly, but he soon made up his mind in general as he stared in Chen Xian's direction. Are you the legendary one? His Excellency the messenger? Walking up to the bar, he leaned forward hard, his fists resting on the countertop trembling slightly as if he were trying to suppress his emotions. I need your help, come on. The moment this accent wording came out, Chen Xian knew that the other party was not from this world. The problem is that the view outside the store is still a neighborhood. How the hell did he get in here? What foreign language is he speaking? Do you understand? The old man put away his cigarettes in disgust. Or else just call the police. It's fine. This is a friend of mine who likes to play script kill. It's just easier to get into the scene. Chen Xian looked at the man and raised a finger. Shoo, you go sit over there. I'll come over later. The other man wanted to say something, but eventually did so. I'm talking to someone online. There are several of them. Chen Xian turned his head again and smiled at the old man. Welcome next time. The latter blew his beard and walked out of the store. When the few remaining guests had left as well, he hurriedly pulled down the roller shutter and closed the curtains. He and the strange visitor were the only ones left in the first floor store. Is this guy a new client? Why did it feel as if he knew him? He called himself the messenger as soon as they met. And the name of the messenger is quite familiar, as if I have heard who called it. There's no one else here. You can take off your hood now. Chen Xian poured him a cup of coffee as per usual. Tell me about your situation. What kind of favor do you need from me? My name is Gildair. The man removed his hood, revealing an extremely gaunt face, a general under the command of the Holy Maiden. Chen Xian had no reaction to this name, but the word Holy Maiden in the second half of the sentence made him instantly remember that when he parted ways with Jeanne d'Arc, that girl had called herself that as well. You're one of Jeanne's? He walked over to the bar and immediately looked up the man's profile. Of course, no one but Lord Jeanne d'Arc is worthy of the name of the Holy Maiden. The man lowered his head, anger and remorse welling up in his eyes. But she is the one who made great achievements for France and led everyone to recapture Orleans and the city of Reims. But she was framed by a despicable villain and imprisoned in a dungeon. I have it on good authority that she will be burned at the stake in the morning. Chen Xian couldn't help but be startled. Hasn't she changed history by not being captured at Compiègne? Let me start by asking, how long has it been since the Battle of Gambigny? It's been almost 3 years. There were actually 3 years, and originally there was only a 1-year interval between Jeanne d'Arc's capture and her sentencing to death. History has indeed changed. Then why can't she get out of the fire? It's not that bull historical inertia again, is it? Take your time. How was she framed? It's all because of a woman named Mad Judy. At the mention of this name, Gildra raised his head violently, the murderous intent in his eyes visible to the naked eye. She's clearly only a witch who knows evil magic spells, yet she has inexplicably become the guest of His Majesty Charles. His Majesty not only appointed her as the chief advisor, but also allowed her to intervene in military issues. This is simply not reasonable. Now the entire royal palace is mesmerized by this damned witch, and can be said to obey her. Lord Jeanne d'Arc couldn't stand it before she stood up against her, only to be labeled with the charge of heretical behavior. It's simply laughable. And who is Crazy Judy? Would anyone actually be called that? Chen Xian searched for that keyword and came up empty. New butterfly wings because history has changed course? But who can guarantee that Gildair is telling the truth? In the end, he is only a general who has been leading the army for many years, and his knowledge of the court is based on hearsay, so it is still doubtful how much credibility he has. Lord Jeanne d'Arc must not die in the hands of such a person. The Holy Maiden of Orleans does not deserve such a ridiculous death. Gildray hissed in a low voice. It was impossible to break into the palace of Hinnan where she was imprisoned with my strength alone. It was so heavily guarded that not even a bird could fly in. I was about to despair when I suddenly remembered a story she had told me. A story of meeting the light in the midst of the infinite darkness and the gods granting her great power. If you are a messenger of God, you must understand that Lord Jeanne d'Arc could never collude with heretics. It is she who is the most devout believer in the Lord. Please, let the light dispel the darkness once more. So that's what happened. Chen Xian was thoughtful. He hadn't come to trade his powers, but had sought out the store to free his boss. But would that be okay? With one of Jeanne d'Arc's stories, it seemed a bit unbusinesslike for his prayers to be answered by the store. Or did open the back door for Jeanne as a guest because he was already considered a valuable resource for the store? In that case, why didn't Jeanne herself ask for help? With the store's abilities, Chen Xian felt that even if it opened the door to the dungeon, it was actually normal. How did you find your way here? Is it hard to believe that you ran away to the city of Gambignan? No, I'm right here in Shin'an, near the royal fortress. Gildra shook his head. Lord Jean d'Arc told me your story before, and also said that as long as one carries a devout heart, one can see the light of the heavenly host anywhere. So I reported the mindset of giving it a try and circled back and forth in the alleys of the nearby town. I didn't expect to really find such an incredible store. Chen Xian walked over to the window and lifted the curtains to peer out. Outside the sky is still dusk, but the street side has become a low gray tile brick houses. Driving man climbed all over the old walls, as behind the man's face. Chapter 22, the most comprehensive after-sales service. I roughly understand the matter. Chen Xian lowered the curtains. The last question is, how much are you willing to pay to free the holy maiden? All of me? Of course. Gildra replied without hesitation. Talk is cheap. Show me your resolve. He raised the sweeping gun and squeezed the trigger at the man. The latter's face was firm, as if he were undergoing a sacred test. The moment he saw the other party's abilities, Chen Xian was instantly somewhat disgusted. Gildair had not been hiding anything, and there were only a total of 3 abilities to choose from. But the rarity was 2 white and 1 gray, and the characteristics were also mediocre, such as abilities like writing technique and classical logistic, which were quite narrow in their scope of applicability at first glance, and were not as good as especially able to sleep in terms of convenience. In terms of convenience, it's not as good as special sleeper. The last remaining one is called black magic, which has a somewhat unique name, but its rarity is the lowest grade. No wonder you can only be a 3-star card. Gildair looked confused. What's a Samsung? It's nothing. I feel your savior's determination, and it's commendable. Anyway, there were performance points when he traded. Saving a little more inventory wasn't a bad thing. He wasn't in a position to pick and choose right now, and now that the performance was stuck right at 9, only 1 point short of the next level of application, the other party had come at just the right time. Gildair couldn't help but be overjoyed. You've agreed to help? That's not true. Chen Xian's sentence made his smile turn back to a sad look. Give me a few minutes to think about it. You go wait outside the store first. I'll let you know when I've thought about it. He hadn't forgotten the moment when Jean raised her sword and the light pierced through the sky, nor had he forgotten that artillery had been put into use in this era. This, coupled with the black magic on Gildra, made Chen Xian more and more convinced that this world was not quite so unusual. Even if he had gotten a few immortal cultivation abilities from Lu Shuiwei, trying to single-handedly break into a prison and take away the Holy Maiden from a large group of battle-hardened soldiers was a bit too risky. Even if the guest was a valuable asset to the store, it wasn't worth putting his life on the line to save. After all, the manual makes it clear that our store manager is a high-risk occupation. He doesn't want to go on disability benefits unless he can do everything right. After inviting the one-step free turns back Gildair out of the store, Chen Xian went to the second floor and knocked on the door of room 201. And I wonder if she's there? Surprisingly, the door to the room opened quickly. Lu Shiyu stood behind the door in a loose-fitting regular dress and asked, "Can I help you? I want to go rescue a guest." Chen Xian didn't beat around the bush anymore. She's been put in jail and will be executed tomorrow. But I'm a businessman after all. Fighting and killing is still not very good, so I wanted to seek your help. She flinched slightly. Guests, like me? You could say that. Is your service that comprehensive? Not only can you return goods, but you also include robbing the court? Lu Shuyu only felt unbelievable. If all the merchants in the world opened their stores like him, they wouldn't fall into the reputation of being the lowest of the low. I hope that every customer who has patronized this store can live in peace and happiness, Chen Xian said in a serious manner. It's not quite right to do that, is it? If this person has committed such evil acts as murder and arson, then being put to death is also deserved. Don't worry about that. I wouldn't be doing business with her if she was evil. He immediately simplified the legend of Jean d'Arc into 3 words. It's not yet clear why she ended up in such a situation, but dying in vain in her own cage is clearly not the end she deserved. So it is. But this matter is far from what I came out here for. Of course, I'm not going to let you help me out for free. I can take half a month off the VIP room rate if you're willing to go out on a limb dash. 1 month's room charge. Lu Shuyu immediately changed her words. It's going to be extra, isn't it? Who was it that said bargaining was too mercenary? Is fine. She nodded in satisfaction. Although this person is not a national of Dichi, saving an innocent is not a bad thing after all. I happen to want to see what kind of characters the other guests you have befriended are as well. Then we'll leave now. By the way, she asked again coldly as she walked past Chen Xian, if one day I am also behind bars, will you come to my rescue like this? Chen Xian seemed to have caught a hint of witticism flowing from her. Of course, he returned without hesitation, because you're an honored VIP. Stepping out of the store, Chen Xian was finally able to observe his store from an outsider's perspective. It blended into the street almost perfectly, and the plastic door curtain was mostly blocked off by the brick wall, leaving behind only an unusually sized doorway. This proved that the store would indeed automatically match its surroundings if it appeared in the wilderness. It would most likely be a standalone building. If it appeared in the city, it would turn out to be an entrance/exit attached to a house. But the difference is still there. That's the light coming through the door. It was both soft and even, a stark contrast to the light of the fires and candles of this era, especially in this secluded alley. And the warm glow was like a beacon, noticeable from a distance. This is not the Great Qi Kingdom. Lu Shuyu glanced around and wasn't as surprised as he expected. A world beyond the abyssal sea? Well, it's just a little far from your place anyway. She nodded and asked no more questions. Chen Xian introduced himself to the anxious-looking guildheir. This is the helper I hired. Just call her Ms. Lu. He couldn't help but be a little skeptical. A girl that young? Your Excellency the messenger. Is this? She's a witch. Guildheir was first shocked, then in awe. A witch who converted to the god of heaven. This is the first time I've seen one. What are you talking about? Liashuyu obviously didn't understand French. I'm introducing you to him, saying that you're the most outstanding immortal master in the Great Qi Kingdom. Where is the most outstanding? Clearly there are no competitors. Her small face flushed slightly, but her tone was not repulsive. Can you determine where Jeanne d'Arc is being held? Chen Xian looked to Gildra. Of course, I've looked into it all. He took a roll of parchment out of his arms and unfolded it with both hands. That had a map drawn on it. This is the internal structure of the castle. It has 3 large districts, divided into 4 floors above and below. The arrangement of the garrison troops I have also figured out roughly. In just a few minutes, Guildheir had delivered a full account of the problems they were going to face. Obviously anxious as he was, he put a lot of effort into this whole saving Jeanne d'Arc thing. My men are ready to strike at any moment, just waiting for your excellency's order. They will attack the royal fortress from the east and south of the river valley. Of course, we are weak and will never win over His Majesty's guards, but everyone will at least be able to create confusion and cover your charge into the fortress. Wait, Chen Xian interrupted in surprise. You still have your men with you? Gildra was more surprised than he was. Yeah, how can we save Jean-sama without bringing enough men? How many men did you bring? A battalion, and 2 pieces of artillery. Everyone is willing to rise to the occasion for Lord Jeanne d'Arc, leading the troops to sneak into the hill palace where the king is located. This is already no different from a coup. Chen Xian drew the corners of his mouth. This person's guts are really fat. Historically Gildra didn't openly rebel. He also left the army after Jeanne d'Arc's murder in a fit of pique, and was eventually arrested and executed for his living sacrifice. Well, engaging in living sacrifices and revolt seems to be about as counterintuitive as any. Chen Xian informed Lu Shuyu of the other party's plan, but Lu Shuyu shook her head. It's too reckless, and the losses will outweigh the gains. This way, even if that heroic general is rescued, she will still lose her reputation for treasonous behavior. If it's just to save someone, then it's best not to add to the death's and injuries. Saying so she opened her waist pouch and took out 2 talismans from it. Wood and fire ablation. Hidden. As the words fell, the talisman instantly turned into a ball of flame and exploded. The smoke cleared and Lu Shuyu's figure had disappeared without a trace. It's not right. It's not just Lu Shuyue. Chen Shen lowered his head and realized that his own body was also invisible. His perspective looked like he was floating in mid-air. There's no need to involve extra people. Just a trip to the dungeon for the 2 of us. The voice came from in front of him, and it was Ryu Shuyue's. Wait a minute. Where are you people? Guildheir said sharply. Grant me the power of invisibility as well. Can't be done. Only those with the talent can be invisible. And you don't have it. Chen Xian helpfully explained. How can? He said, looking overwhelmed. Just tell the troops not to move and give me the map. Chen Xian patted his shoulder, signaling that he was at ease. Not to mention that there has to be someone to watch the store, right? You just stand guard here. We'll bring Jeanne back. Chapter 23, Infiltrating the Dungeon. You don't trust him? Halfway down the road, Chen Xian asked. Using stealth to get around was a novel but not very pleasant experience, especially walking on the potholed dirt roads of the countryside. Although Shinan is also known as the Royal Fortress, and was used as a palace by Charles VII before he came to Paris, it is still essentially a country town, and apart from the castle part, which is solidly built, the rest of the town is very idyllic. Not being able to see the position of his feet, there was naturally no way to fine-tune the landing point, and 1 foot high, 1 foot low, and then 1 foot into a muddy puddle all became the norm. Before he even entered the castle, he already felt as if his toes were stuck together. I don't trust anyone over here. They don't even look like they are of the same race as me. Lu Shuyu replied unapologetically. If such a person appeared in Dichi, they probably wouldn't even be treated as a person. Kind of makes sense. Of course, even if he is from Daki, I'm not willing to take him into danger with me. If we do encounter danger, a companion who cannot be trusted will only become a great hidden danger. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, so it would be better to get rid of this hidden danger from the start. These words were very comfortable for Chen Xian to hear. the implication is that he is already a trustworthy person. What level of enemies might we encounter? Do you have any prediction about that? Lu Shuiyue asked. How would he know that? If Jean Dark was used as a benchmark for combat power, then the immortal cultivation disciples should be crushed, but in reality, he hadn't actually seen Lu Shuiyue display her strength with his own eyes. And secondly, Jean Dark had increased incredibly after acquiring the spirit sword technique, so he really wasn't able to comment on which tier the average level of the world was actually at. There's also that witch known as Crazy Judy, who, despite sounding crazy and arrogant, didn't clash head-on with Jean Dark from start to finish, but instead has been utilizing public opinion and the authority of the king to push the latter to her breaking point, so she should still be inferior to Jean Dark from a hard power perspective. Good question. It's my first time in this area as well and I haven't gathered any intel on it yet, he said honestly. How would you judge when you encounter this situation? If you want to destroy a demon that you've never seen before, one is to inquire about its habits from nearby residents, and the second is to run the heavenly Xiaogong and turn your qi into a circle to sweep it out, so that you can sense the strengths and weaknesses of the individuals in the vicinity. At my previous level, I could detect a radius of 20 miles, and now that I've practiced from scratch, the detection distance has fallen to around 100 paces. Oh, does Tianxia Kung Fu still have this kind of effect? You wouldn't have never used it, right? Lu Shuyu was slightly surprised. Any mind technique can detect breath. It's just that there's a difference in range and accuracy. Of course, people with high cultivation can also use the other party's detection to camouflage or swindle, which depends on the gaming level of both parties. Chen Xian had indeed never used it. It's as if he buys a new car and can drive it away easily but doesn't guarantee that he understands every function on the center console. The 4S store also hands him a thick manual for his car and he only remembers to flip through the thing when he has a problem. The same is true for capacity. When he got the mind magic, he paid more attention to the part of it that strengthened his body and increased his feats, which simply meant how many buffs it could add, and he really didn't pay much attention to this kind of active use of the tips. After all, where in a residential neighborhood is there any threat to be wary of? I'll try now. Chen Xian finished exercising his Tianxia Gong, spreading out the gathered qi evenly even if he had never done so before. Implementing it for the first time was as natural and easy as eating and drinking water. However, he could only utilize LV2 level mind techniques now, and the probing distance was nowhere near as exaggerated as what Lu Shuyu had said. The first point of strong reaction occurs. It was none other than Lu Shuyue who walked in front of him. At that moment, Chen Xian felt a chill subconsciously rise from the bottom of his heart, and couldn't help but shiver. He didn't need to read the manual to know that it wasn't that he was afraid of the other party, but rather that his mind was telling him that the person in front of him wasn't to be messed with. As the circle of reconnaissance widened, he caught more and more sense, but they were basically weak reactions. It wasn't until the castle not too far away was included that he darted in and sensed 4 or 5 more distinct reaction points, one of which was a warm bright golden color in his subconscious and was sitting motionless just below the castle. I have to say, this mind is really somewhat convenient to use. It's almost like turning on perspective plus infrared sensors. Chen Xian praised it in his heart. Even if someone was hundreds of meters away, he was able to feel out the other person's position in advance. So it was no wonder that Lu Shuyu was able to find the mountain bandits' camp all the way through the night when he couldn't see anything. Checked. Nothing stronger than you and me. There are better than me, but you and I together are the ceiling. That's good. Lu Shuyu didn't count on his choice of words, but don't let your guard down. Sometimes too much security is a trap instead. Chen Xian nodded in agreement. In addition, he noticed that Lu Shuyu mentioned that she had begun to recultivate Tian Xiaogong, which confirmed one of his previous speculations, that trading in abilities was not a one-shot deal where you have it and I don't have it, and that the abilities that one had acquired through one's own learning could be reacquired by talent and hard work, even after they were lost. The castle was built right next to a lake. The natural introduction of running water creates a natural barrier, and travelers need to rely on a liftable drawbridge to enter the fort. Many soldiers could be seen stationed on the towering masonry walls. If it was a hard charge without 10 times the strength and large siege weapons, it would be difficult to take down this fortress. But the guards never dreamed that 2 men would just walk through the door and waltz into the fortress. I've heard that the Virgin Lord is to be executed tomorrow? What a saint! She's been recognized as a blasphemous witch by the court of arbitration. But will the witch also lead the army to defeat the Englishman? She is ultimately the hero who restored Orleans and the city of Reims. Who knows? Maybe it's all a trick of the devil. Such whispers can be heard everywhere. Even these royal guards who served the king had heard of Jean's great accomplishments. Some were upset for her, while others were giddy at the prospect of destroying a sorceress. Regardless, Jean's prestige here was clearly not as prominent as it had been on the front lines. It seems that this part of Gildair's intelligence was correct. Chen Xian whispered, "That guest of mine has suffered an undeserved slur. Even if the British had not tried her, her fate does not seem to have escaped its original trajectory. Isn't it common in history for good people to be wronged and traitors to succeed? It was her good fortune to have befriended you before the accident. Lu Shuyu sighed softly. Can you sense her location? It should be in the castle basement. We can go down the east tower. With a clear map of the palace, plus the long-distance sensing of the heavenly Xiaogong, finding someone was not a difficult task. With the help of the stealth technique, the two of them only spent less than half an hour sneaking from the entrance of the castle to the underground area, and the journey was unobstructed. The prison was right next to the storage room, and the key was hanging on the stone wall. I don't know what spell Lu Shuyu had cast, but the jailers at the entrance looked sleepy, and all of them closed their eyes in less than 30 seconds. The sleep spell talisman only lasts for about half a quarter of an hour. We need to move fast, she reminded. Chen Xian took off the key, opened the door to the prison cell, and walked inside. The layout of the place was somewhat like a hotel, with a narrow straight path in the center, and cages surrounded by wooden bars on the left and right. Finding the cage where Jean was being held was easier than he had expected, for only one of the cages still stood in front of 4 armored guards, pretty well guarded. He muttered inwardly. Through the guards, he confirmed Jean's figure. The latter had been stripped of all her armor and was covered only by a black linen prison garment. Her feet were bound with balls of chains and iron, and she wore a pair of wooden shackles on her hands. But apart from the severe restriction of movement, there were few traces of trauma to be seen on her body. Can we get these people to fall asleep too? As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the guards shifted left and right, suddenly so sleepy. Hey, don't doze off here. Nope. Is it the ecstasy? Guards, guards. The last man braced himself and took 2 steps forward before collapsing with a thud. The sound of armor clattering caught Jean's attention. What's wrong with you guys? She looked up, still actively concerned about the men. Jailer, come here dash. Halfway through her sentence she screeched to a halt, a shocked expression on her face. At this moment, Chen Xian had slowly emerged from the dark shadows and walked step by step to the front of the cage. His Excellency, the God Emperor. Is she that guest? Why does she feel so respectful to you? Lu Shuyu's whisper came leisurely from behind. I thought we were your most respected guests. Chapter 24, Mad Judy. Don't care about those details. Chen Xian turned back and made a shushing gesture, lowering his voice. Attitude is just an appearance. It doesn't represent the status of your guests in this store. Lia Shuyu let out an otherworldly "oh." It was a good thing that her voice was always kept within the range where only 2 people could hear her. It's been a long time. Ignoring Lu Shuyu's flirtation, he nodded at Jean Dark and said, I heard about you from General Gildra. He prayed to the Heavenly Lord and was willing to pay whatever it took to save you, which is why I appeared here. Where are your powers? I don't think the shackles can lock out spirit swordsmanship, can they? Jean explained anxiously. I don't know what that evil witch did to me. She stabbed me with a needle and I had no way to perform spirit sword art anymore. You must be extremely careful if you meet her. She reveals weirdness all over her body. A very difficult fellow to deal with. Her chakra has been disturbed. You should be able to tell, right? Lu Shuyue said in a voice only he could hear. Chen Xian did indeed perceive that although the Jean Dark in front of him shone like a golden flame, the trajectory of the flame was twisted and incoherent, whereas according to the experience of the heart technique, the breath, no matter in what way it operated, should speak of a beginning and an end and an unending cycle. Can it be cured? You give this to her to take. Chen Xian suddenly felt his hand being pulled up by a soft catkin, and a round pill was placed in his palm. This stuff looks more upscale than the stuff you refine at first glance. He handed the medicine to Jean. Try taking this. Without question, Jean moved slowly to the cage dragging the iron ball with her, and since her hands were bound, she simply took the pill with her mouth. In less than 10 mid-seconds, white smoke came out of her head. What is this medicine? He asked curiously. Why isn't it recorded in herbalism? Vein clearing pill. There isn't one because I can't refine it either. Lu Shuyu frankly said. This was brought out from the clan, and using one is one less. Chen Xian instantly didn't want to continue asking, because out-of-print stuff is usually expensive. God in heaven, I feel all the power coming back. Jean suddenly whispered. She clenched her fists and pulled outward with such force that the wooden shackles on her hands instantly fell apart. It seems that the breath disorder will not only affect their own ability, even the strength reaction of these basic qualities will also be reduced. Chen Xian thought for a moment. That witch is obviously a bit of something in her hands. After breaking her hands free, she directly turned her palm into a sword, wrapping the white light of her spirit sword art around her palm and clanging it twice to cut off the shackles and the iron locks of the cell door. Many thanks to your excellency the emissary for saving me. I can't repay this great favor. Jean directly knelt down on one knee towards Chen Xian. If there is a next life, I would like to become your excellency's knight and serve by your side forever. Is this also an appearance? Lu Shuyue's words drifted in a ghostly manner. This time the voice was even softer, almost as if it was ringing in her head. Chen Xian cried and laughed as he hurriedly pulled Jean up. What are you talking about? The Heavenly Lord didn't grant you abilities for you to protect the Lord's messengers. Let's get out of here first and talk about the rest back. Jean shook her head. Please forgive me for not being able to oblige. I must travel to the palace immediately and destroy Mad Judy. She has now taken mental control of His Majesty, and every day she is allowed to go unchecked is one more day the motherland is at risk of falling into ruin. In the eyes of others, you're the witch now. Chen Xian's heart went numb and he couldn't help but have a bad feeling. Even if you can find her, can you beat her? I was framed, not defeated head-on. Of course, I may die at the hands of His Majesty, but I am willing to die even once if it saves France. Seeing the extremely sincere expression on the other party's face, Chen Xian knew that he wouldn't be able to convince Jean d'Arc. That's why she said, if there is a next life, she's ready to die. I'm afraid, as much as this determination was appreciated, wouldn't it be a loss for business? If Jean died here, he would not only lose a customer, but all his previous investments would become sunk costs, and most importantly, it would allow Lu Shuyu to see his failure. This in turn would further affect the store's reputation and shake the guests' confidence in the store manager. Losing hemp belonged to Yes. The question is how to persuade Jean. Her loyalty to her country was unquestionable, and it was no joking word to put her life on the line. While Chen Xian was still in a quandary, low and cold words came from the other end of the walkway. There's no need to go to the palace to find me. We can just make a clean break here. Crazy Judy. Jean's eyes changed instantly as she stared in the direction of the voice, anger filling her eyes with every word. You really didn't listen to a single word I said. A figure in black robes slowly stepped out from the shadows. If you really want to save your beloved France, then you should have died earlier to pave the way for His Majesty Charles. Instead of living like this and making those big shots up there upset. Chen Xian finally saw the witch's appearance. Most of her face was hidden under the hood, revealing only a few tresses of hair in front of her forehead and a pair of pitch-black eyes. Under the torchlight, the other party's tresses reflected a distinct red color, as if they were dyed in blood. Not only that, her lips were pierced with a lip ring. A thin silver chain extended from her lower lip all the way to her earlobe, and her ears were strung with many sparkling ornaments. This dress should be considered shocking when put into the witch-hunting era, but even so, she wasn't tied up and burned as a witch, which is a bit of a difference in treatment compared to Jean d'Arc. That's just a lie you made up. Jean paused halfway through. Chen Xian looked at her, keenly catching the hint of lack of confidence. You should be able to tell if what I'm saying is true or not, right? After all, you are a savior blessed by the God of heaven. Judy did not think. The big nobility's suspicion and rejection of you is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. After all, who wants to see a France that is ruled by a woman? The British army is not as unstoppable as it was before, and if you are allowed to play on, won't all the glory of the restoration be taken by you alone? His Majesty, too, he only keeps his mouth shut, but in his heart he fears the fact that in case the invaders are all driven back to Britain, there will have to be a great saintly maiden between him and the army forever. I don't deny that some nobles look at me unfavorably, but His Majesty's heart could never be as narrow as you say. Jean couldn't help but refute. You're the one who seduced him with evil spells. You're the one to blame for plaguing the court. Judy shrugged. What if I say that I don't understand what you call evil magic law at all? Jean was baffled. Yes, you feel it. The witch laughed softly. My appearance just gives them a choice. A choice that can solve the holy maiden without getting their hands dirty. All the guilt will be mine. And when it comes down to it afterward, all they'll have to do is claim to be under the witch's spell and hang me for execution. You mean, you call yourself Mad Judy, dress like a witch, and meddle in military and political matters, all to get rid of me before being killed as the culprit? Jean couldn't believe her ears for a moment. I don't understand. Why we have to go this far? That's for the same reason as you. Of course I love France dearly. Judy grinned crookedly, a monstrous grin like a madman's. It's an insignificant sacrifice on my part to keep this country on the right track. You know what? When I told His Majesty about this idea, he approved it the first time, and without his push, how could your trial have advanced so smoothly? Jean was pale for a moment. What are they saying? Can you translate it for me a little? Lu Shuiyue complained in a disgruntled, quiet voice. Well, it's a bit more complicated. Chen Xian suddenly closed his mouth in the middle of his sentence as he saw that the witch's gaze had turned to himself. As for you, who presumptuously attempt to seize others' abilities and go out of your way to disrupt the normal time sequence, you are the evil person who has filled the world with chaos and sin. Judy's tone was cold and incomparable. You have 2 choices, either surrender and accept the disposition, or be buried here forever. Chen Xian finally knew where that sense of incongruity had come from earlier. The words that the witch said to Jean d'Arc were based entirely on the history of Jean d'Arc after her death, as if she had witnessed the events that had occurred afterward. If this could still be explained by the witch's divination magic, the second half of her words were completely out of time. The words taking another person's ability made his heart skip a beat, which at the very least meant that the other party knew of the existence of the ability, and could also plunder it. But the ability store was about fair trade, which was a million miles away from her accusation. Now that I think about it, he overlooked one thing. That would be the name Crazy Judy. Judy is French for Thursday again. If it wasn't a coincidence, could it be that this person didn't take his name seriously at all, but just chose something that went well? What is she talking about again? Ruoshuki asked. She said that she wants to take me out at all costs. Chen Xian moved his lips slightly and said, it seems like this battle is unavoidable. You'll help me, right? Aha. She hummed softly, but talismanic spells aren't really suited for a hard fight yet. She shouldn't have noticed me yet, and it'll take me a few minutes to prepare in order to catch her off guard. So you'll have to do it on your own at first. Chen Xian blinked. Ha, why didn't you say so earlier? It seems like you don't intend to surrender. So, Crazy Judy, Crazy Thursday raised the staff in her hand and pointed it straight at Chen Xian. The inside of the staff is hollow. Nothing but a blackened hole that looks like a gun. What do you mean like? Chen Xian felt the hairs on his body stand up and sweat. It was clearly a gun. Bang! Chapter 25. How can you use a gun when you're all capable? However, the bullets did not immediately reach him. The moment his hair stood on end, Chen Xian developed an extremely subtle feeling, as if every move of the person in front of him had turned into slow motion, and he could even see the massive flames bursting out of the muzzle of the gun, as well as the discharged slug. Accurately speaking, that thing was more like a delicate syringe. The short needle at the head and the stabilizing wings of the open feathers at the end were clearly distinguishable. This is exactly the effect of the God's Eye method. Good. It was as good as one would expect. Able to enter a state of divine vision the moment it sensed danger, Chen Xian pulled out all the stops, allowing himself to coalesce the first chi sword, placing it directly across the path of the bullet. Unlike the spirit sword technique, the Thousand Thoughts sword didn't need to be attached to any entity. It could be molded out of thin air, and itself was the entity. And the kind of flying swords in the immortal laws that would take the enemy's head at 100 paces away were already no different, only that it didn't have a self-spirit. It's just that there is no self-spiritual intelligence. Divine vision lasts only about half a second, but that's enough. Only a soft thud was heard as the fire splashed out. The warhead was stopped by the precision of this sword, and Jean hadn't reacted to what had just happened. His Excellency the God Emperor? This is. Chen Xian instantly felt a surge of confidence. He had actually intercepted a bullet for real. This was too cool. Although he understood how to utilize these abilities from the moment they arrived in his hands, the hypothesis in his head and the actual battle were two completely different things. From the time the other party made a sudden move to the time he succeeded in intercepting it, the entire process took less than a second. Yet he could now clearly hear his own violent heartbeat, as well as the slight dizziness brought about by the large amount of adrenaline secreted. To top it all off, he had to appear to be swimming in the air. And neither the heavenly messenger nor the mysterious shopkeeper's deck of cards would allow him to yell at the moment. Is this what you used to seal Jean's abilities? Chen Xian backhandedly summoned another sword to surround him with one left and one right. 3 was indeed the upper limit, but to achieve flexibility in execution, 2 swords were currently the most suitable for him. Too bad it's too slow for me. It's not so much bragging as it is psychic attack. The witch's expression also became visibly serious. She dropped her staff and pulled a swivel weapon out of her cloak. Chen Xian stunned. Not you. Brought this to the Middle Ages? It only had 4 nests, but judging by its wrist-thick caliber, it fired projectiles that were at least single grenade level. At the same time, Jean Dark grabbed the chain of iron cables attached to the shackles and charged towards the witch even if it was only an unusual chain. After being empowered by the spirit sword technique, it wasn't much worse than a sharp chopping blade. Death to the wicked witch. 2 against 1. The advantage is mine. Besides, what harm could it do if the other party was hitting a grenade? Chen Xian's mind raced. That thing's exit velocity was too much lower than a bullet, and it needed to be impacted to detonate, so he could totally decimate the grenade while it was in flight. Only heard a tom-tom sound. A round and large bullet flew out of the muzzle. Chen Xian took the initiative to enter the divine vision state this time, as he expected. The speed of the large caliber warhead was much slower, and the opponent was also shooting a bit crookedly, making it impossible for this trajectory to hit him. What he had to do was simple. Sidestepping away from the path of the warhead while controlling an air sword to stab at the opponent's chest, while the other one remained on standby as a backhand. However, in the next second, the witch suddenly disappeared from her spot and appeared directly in front of him. The two were so close that they could almost feel each other's nostrils. How? Chen Xian's head suddenly buzzed. Both chi swords were no longer able to protect him, and he watched as his opponent raised his foot and swept it violently towards his neck. His body reacted almost instinctively as he raised his right hand high in front of his head. And then a powerful sweep crashed heavily into his elbow, sending his entire body flying. Chen Xian heard a click on the spot. It was the sound of a small arm snapping. he was actually kicked out 3 or 4 meters away by the kick, crashing through the cage bars and tumbling all the way to the sidewall before coming to a stop. Is this the kind of power a human being can have? Chen Xian only felt his qi and blood churning, and almost didn't spit out in one gulp. If it were a normal person, this would have been a direct paraplegia, but he was someone who had a heart technique to protect his body, and the Tianxia gong circulating in his body not only sealed all of his internal bleeding, but also minimized the pain at the fracture. He could even feel a large amount of breath surging around the severed hand, with the momentum of Raleigh wrenching the bone back into place. The witch clearly had no intention of giving him a break. She kicked out of this one and then ran towards his landing spot. Chen Xian caused the chi sword to turn around and stab straight at himself. The enemy was now straddling between herself and the sword, and if she didn't dodge, even if she was able to capitalize on her victory, she wouldn't be able to avoid receiving a sword. The weirdness is back. The moment the air sword was about to pierce her, she disappeared once again, appearing more than a dozen meters away, and the sword's incoming momentum did not diminish, instantly piercing into Chen Xian's body. The witch gave a small, winning smile, but soon the grin disappeared. This was because she saw Chen Xian standing up as if nothing had happened, with the shadow of the sword still halfway across his chest. This sword is composed of Lao Zi's qi. Stabbing himself is merely returning the qi, and expecting Lao Zi to kill himself? Chen Xian's heart broke. You are playing a little too sinisterly. What's up with that teleportation though? It's true that the eyes of the gods can only look at her for half a second, but it's not true that the naked eye can't even catch her movements, right? Up to this moment, Chen Xian instead felt his entire being exhilarated. This was much more exciting than sitting in front of a computer and playing a game. A high adrenaline caused his hands to shake slightly, while his mind was unprecedentedly ethereal. He had previously thought that the other party should be inferior to Jeanne d'Arc in terms of hard contact, but now it seemed that this guess was very wrong. Jeanne d'Arc simply couldn't keep up with the witch's movements, and in the time it took for her to raise her hand and swing the chain once, the witch had already finished kicking a leg plus instantly shifted twice. It seems your reflexes are no better. You can dodge bullets but not my legs. The sorceress raised her revolving grenade gun again. What? Are you going to play mental attack too? Chen Xian realized that he had to make a choice whether to use his half-second of divine vision before firing, or wait until she launched a follow-up attack. If one was a fraction of a second slower, one would have to take that grenade hard. But then again, was that really a grenade the other party was shooting? The previous one had been split from the front by the air sword, but judging from the scattered fragments, it seemed a bit too complicated. She knew the gun was ineffective against her, so why did she still shoot before every attack? Or, was that just a feint on her part? Chen Xian pretended to be bashful as he patted the dust on his body. Actually, I intentionally let you get close. What? Without allowing you room to maneuver. How am I supposed to evaluate whether or not your ability is worth grabbing? He said slowly. Even if I let you get close 10 more times, you have no chance of winning. Jeanne, stand there and don't move. She can't hurt me. Jeanne froze, then nodded seriously. I see. The red-haired witch's face grew cold and she flatly pulled the trigger. Just now, Chen Xian had scoffed again and had Jeanne d'Arc watch from the sidelines, just to stimulate the other party to do it again, and he followed the same routine, with one sword stabbing at the witch and the other floating in mid-air on standby. But this time, he didn't use the divine eye technique right from the start, but waited for the fire to appear before entering the divine vision state. By the time he could see the trajectory of the slug, it was less than half a body length away. This distance was impossible to avoid no matter how fast he dodged. It was also at that moment that the witch disappeared, and the air sword that stabbed out lunged in the air, while at the same time he perceived a hint of aura, if any, on the slug. So it is. An electric light flashed through Chen Xian's brain. These fired-out contraptions were not mere weapons, they were also a special kind of locator, and the witch was able to swap between these locators, looking as if she had suddenly disappeared. She was able to instantly flash in front of herself before, swapping the very same syringe that was shot out at the very beginning. That's what she's capable of? She must be up to her old tricks again this time, because the slugs were better positioned than last time, and I'm sure she wasn't good at close combat in her eyes. In other words, the warhead, which was about to hit itself, would be replaced with a witch. Chen Xian did not need to dodge as he still had a third chi sword as a backhand. Simply by summoning the third chi sword and placing it across his body, he would be able to make his opponent crash into the blade himself. As soon as the thought came out, the third sword had already taken shape, but instead of turning into a witch, the slug collided with the air sword and exploded with a loud bang. No, this thing can really pop. Only a loud bang could be heard as Chen Xian was once again toppled over into the wall by the impact of the explosion. Luckily, the warhead seemed to be some sort of polygonal bomb, and most of the energy was resisted by the chi sword. The guy did switch positions, but it wasn't the grenade that had just been fired that was switched. You can actually only see what happens in a very short period of time. right? An icy voice came from behind him at the moment. When I kicked you that time, I also left you a little souvenir in the process, but you didn't seem to realize it. The red-haired witch had appeared behind Qin Xian at an unknown time, and she single-handedly held the dagger, cleanly stabbing into the back of his chest position. This was the absolute vital point, capable of destroying both the lungs and the heart, as well as severing the target's instinct to resist. Chapter 26, Fate in the Palm of Your Hand. You wouldn't have had to end up in this position if you had surrendered earlier. Farewell, little thief. The sorceress drew her dagger and watched as Chen Xian fell to the ground, then walked towards Jean d'Arc. His Excellency the Messenger, Jean exclaimed. He's not a messenger at all, not even considered a Catholic believer. The witch regretfully shook her head. I suggest that you give up resisting. This way in the future when I am pronounced as a wicked witch, you can still be vindicated, and you will be able to be immortalized in the name of the hero of France. If you insist on resisting, you are sitting in treason. She suddenly saw Jean's expression change. From amazement, grief and hesitation became immense devotion. It was as if she had seen with her own eyes the god she believed in. Is it? The sorceress turned violently, and a sword light swept by, sparing her a sharp backward jump. She was still a beat too slow. The air sword sliced through the middle of her body, cutting through her abdomen like a hot knife cutting through butter. Blood poured out at once. Her face turned pale for a moment, and her eyes looked back in disbelief. Chen Xian stood up again. How is this possible? He was clearly stabbed through the heart by himself to be sure. What exactly is his power? Immortality? In Chen Xian's eyes, it was a different scenario just now. At the same time that the red-haired sorceress instantly moved to his back, another voice also entered his mind, with only 3 simple words. Done. He then saw the other party pull out a dagger and stab the air aside. It was as if another Chen Xian stood there, and he himself had become a phantom instead. This phenomenon did not only happen to his enemy, but also to Jean d'Arc, and from the latter's shock to fervor, Chen Xian was able to fully visualize his own resurrection from the dead. What kind of spell is this? The formation of the 8 gates. Those who fall into it and are unable to extricate themselves from it. Life, death, sorrow and happiness are all manipulated by a single thought. Lu Shuyu's voice came again, as if it had pre-read his thoughts. It is a type of talismanic square art, although it is a bit troublesome to perform. But when it is formed into a formation, you will be invincible. Her life is yours. Looking towards the witch half kneeling on the ground, Chen Xian raised his 3 chi swords and aimed them at her once again. That sword had obviously injured the organs. She didn't even talk about dodging the sword now. Even moving her position drastically might cause the wound to expand and her intestines to slip out. It's going to come down to this eventually. Chen Xian took a deep breath and prepared for the thousand-thought sword to stab out, only to see the red-haired witch clenching her teeth. One hand violently slapped to the ground. The next instant, she disappeared in place without a trace, replaced by a stump-sized metal drum, and also kept sending out the sound of ticking. It's a bomb. Yeah, since she can swap places with specific objects, wouldn't it be like having a fallback line at all times if she just prepares one outside in advance? But you're too ruthless to use the bomb as a retreat. This cylinder is going to be filled with high explosives powerful enough to take out the entire dungeon. Jean, Liashuyuki, run, he warned sternly. It was also at that moment that an invisible hand grabbed him. Hugh door, open. Lu Shuyu gave a clear heave, and a monstrous wave suddenly surged out of one of the cells. Let's go. Chen Xian was completely confused as to what was happening at the scene and where the water was coming from, but at kind of this critical time, he could only trust the other party. With his other hand, he grabbed onto the rushing Jean d'Arc and allowed himself to be dragged into the water by Lu Shuyu. In the raging current, he vaguely saw a pitch-black hole appear on the stone wall of that cell, and it was from the hole that the water was gushing out. Through the hole, the light suddenly became incredibly dim, and then he felt himself floating upward rapidly, and after 10 seconds or so, he finally broke through the water and breathed fresh air again. Cough cough. Where is this? Chen Xian looked around and realized that the dungeon and castle were gone, surrounded by a rippling lake and a bright starry sky above his head. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from a great distance, as if it were a thunderbolt on dry land. He followed the sound and realized that many fires were lit over there. Could it be that the sound of the explosion just now came from the palace? Pretty much. Lu Shuyue also showed her form at this moment, but compared to Qin Xian, her hair was unruffled and there was not a single drop of water stain on her body. Clearly she had used some kind of water avoidance technique. This technique can be used to attack and defend. It can be used to enter and retreat. Just now, since you said you wanted to run, I opened the Hue Gate. It looks like it sent us to a lake near the dungeon. Do you travel miles in the blink of an eye? It seems that the art of talismans is also a top-grade mastery with a wide range of applications. I didn't expect that person to be able to instantly escape from the 8 gates formation despite having his mind taken away. The spells outside this abyssal sea really shouldn't be underestimated. Lu Shuyu swept her eyes at the bewildered Jean d'Arc. Fortunately, the guest was safely rescued, and it was not a wasted trip. Crazy Thursday. Whether it was from her nickname or her weaponry, she looked like someone from the same generation as himself. But how could this character exist in the world he knew? Indeed, Chen Xian said as he pushed down the doubts in his mind. Let's go back to the store first. Gildaire is still waiting there. Jean d'Arc-sama. It's great that you're okay. Seeing the young girl who had returned safely, the general who had been hovering anxiously in front of the store rushed up at the first opportunity, his face full of joy. That damned wicked witch didn't torture you, did she? Jean shook her head. I've heard it all from His Excellency the Emissary. You're the one who's been running up and down to free me. Thank you. You are the commander of the entire army, the saintly daughter who saved the motherland. It is only right for me to do all of this. Gildaire waved his hand in a hurry. The frontline generals are waiting for your return. As long as you declare yourself innocent, they will definitely stand firmly on your side. Are you worried about the wicked witch? Even with all her devilish tricks, she can't control all the troops at the front at the same time. If we all rise up together and persuade His Majesty will surely come around as well. No, Jean interrupted flatly. What's the difference between that and treason? The frontline troops are for use against the English. I have no business driving them privately. That witch shouldn't show her face again. Chen Xian suddenly spoke. Even though she escaped, that kind of injury is no different from being dead. Whether she would die or not was actually hard to determine. But if the other party really came from the same world as herself, and its purpose was to let Jean die as recorded in history, then her action this time had been considered a complete failure, and the fabricated identity of a witch had become meaningless. It was just that he was a bit unable to understand. He was also worried about this point of historical perturbation, so he had deliberately checked the information for a while before, and the result proved that Jeanne d'Arc's destiny hadn't changed at all, and she was still captured near the city of Compiègne. This showed that the Saint Maiden of the two worlds was not the same, so why would anyone still care so much about her death? And Crazy Thursday seems to know more about abilities than he does. Who the hell is she? But with one witch down, another might appear. Chen Xian continued. They are the minions of hell, and as long as their purpose is not accomplished, they will always keep popping up. Jean worried. That's what worries me. I have a proposition that might be useful. Your Excellency, please. He patted the Holy Maiden's shoulder easily. Or maybe you should just retire from this. Retired? How can we? Gildaire immediately objected. Jean-sama is the flag of the army, the beacon for the soldiers. We must not lose her. And which is better than her death? Chen Xian asked rhetorically. Gildaire choked out. Can't she be a spiritual pillar to guide you to keep fighting when she's not the commander-in-chief anymore? That she can live well is the most important thing, right? He analyzed a little bit. The witch's aim is to get rid of Jeanne d'Arc, and there is also a part of the nobles in the palace that dislikes Jeanne d'Arc. So rather than letting her continue to stand in front of the stage and serve as a target for the attention of all the forces, it would be better to retire from the scene and protect herself. The dungeon was in all probability blown down and flooded, and normal thinking would have assumed that Jeanne was dead, so we might as well make it a trick to fool the devil. Besides, retiring doesn't mean not asking about the world. In case the British army kills back again, she can still make a comeback at any time. Chen Xian looked towards Jeanne d'Arc. But this is just a suggestion. The choice of what to do in the end is up to you. Jeanne considered carefully for a long time before she let go of her long twisted brow. This is indeed a most appropriate disposition. The country will neither lose strength due to infighting, and the ending of my murder by the witch's plot will satisfy all parties. My lord, Gildaire's face showed pain, but it was a good result compared to losing the Holy Maiden completely. I understand. Your will is my mission. I will help you arrange for your retirement. Please, General. At the end of the day, Jeanne brought Chen Xian aside alone and hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice. Your Excellency the Messenger, may I ask the Almighty Lord a question? What you're trying to ask is if what the witch said is true. Jeanne's eyes widened. You know all that? It's written so clearly on your face. It's only strange that you can't guess it. Chen Xian nodded slightly. The Heavenly Lord has given me revelation. The young girl clasped her hands involuntarily to her chest. She said that if I continued to live, my homeland would fall into decay, the army would be on edge, and the fractured resistance would lose to the British invaders. My mission is over after taking back Orleans and the city of Reims, and everyone needs a sacrificial Holy Maiden more than ever to unite the people. Her voice got lower and lower until she was mute. Though she'd been able to overwhelm her own suspicions with anger at the witch when she was in the prison cell, that didn't mean she could completely put those words behind her. Jeanne d'Arc had never been a sincere and passionate person who would think hard about every issue. The answer is that it doesn't matter. She froze. No, not important? Yes, the so-called prophecies are all just a guess about the future, Chen Xian said with a smile, And what the future will ultimately become depends entirely on the people of the present world. It has an infinite number of variations, and can by no means be summarized by a single prophecy. In other words, as long as you have the will to realize. He opened his hand to the maiden. Then fate is in the palm of your hand. Chapter 27, An Edict of Questioning. Back at the store, Lu Shuyu insisted that Qin Xian retell the incident in words she could understand. Otherwise wouldn't I lose out by running along the whole way and not knowing a thing about the whole thing? Qin Xian did not have any intention of hiding it, and fulfilled her request just as he did in his usual casual conversations. Seeing the other party's look of rapt attention, he suddenly asked coldly, "Did that 8 gates of life and death formation really need to take that long to perform? You were ready when I just happened to fall into passivity. It couldn't be on purpose, right?" Lu Shuyu's gaze shifted 2 degrees in a moment. "How can it be? The light talisman has to be pasted 8 times. It does take a bit of time. Could it be that you are suspecting me of contributing to the work? I can't accept this kind of accusation." Chen Xian could see that she indeed rarely lied, but that was justifiable. If he were himself, he would probably want to see what the strength of the shopkeeper in charge of this mysterious store was, and whether he could fight or not. The only way to stay out of the limelight was to keep a distance from the customers and always work alone. But he wanted to be a store manager, not an idol, and having a good relationship with the guests was doing more good than harm at the moment. Then again, why is your 1,000-thought sword so rusty? Lu Shuyu sheepishly sidetracked the topic. With the skills I handed you, you should be able to easily take down your opponent. Speaking of which, Chen Xian took the opportunity to ask the doubt that had long existed in his heart. What level did you train the 1,000-thought sword to before? Level? She thought for a moment. You mean tiers, right? Isn't it written clearly above? 9 tiers. Instead, he saw LV8 on his side. And how many full floors are there? 10 layers is the Great Perfection realm. Only 1 layer short of the Great Perfection. Yet the level showed LV8. There was clearly a conversion relationship between the 2 sides. Chen Xian secretly wondered, could it be that this level number actually referred to a percentage? And that the Great Perfection was 20% stronger compared to the 9th level? Right now, he was at LV2 shopkeeper, and the 1,000-thought sword he was using was only equivalent to the 20% level. So in Lu Shuyu's eyes, it should be similar to just starting out. Of course, all of this speculation assumes that the highest level is LV10. After all, he hasn't seen an ability above 10. Then how do you usually refine your Gongfu tiers? Lu Shuyu raised her eyebrows. This can't be inquired about indiscriminately. Every cultivator has their own cultivation method. No one would easily reveal it to another fellow practitioner. And you asking casually might even be taken as provocation. Well, but it's not like I can't point you in the right direction. She turned her words around. To put it simply, the 1,000-thought sword is a practical sword technique, and the most ideal way to improve is to fight. I was able to become the sect's outgoing disciple, and I was also able to fight my way out of a crowd of candidates. Chen Xian could not help but be surprised. Then wouldn't you have killed people when you were a few years old? Ha! Lu Shuyue froze, and only after a moment could she not help but say, the killing I'm talking about is normal competition. Where did you think of that? The Lotus Cloud sect is not a cult. What I mean is that although sword sparring is very dangerous, it is also the most controllable cultivation method, because the opponents you fight are either experienced or of a comparable level. You can make great strides with each fight. If you just use spells to bully the weak and slaughter innocents, it would be very difficult to improve in your lifetime. I get that. It's the same thing as a bad chess player getting worse at chess. By pointing out, are you willing to accompany me in sparring? If you agree to reduce the rent a bit more, it's not impossible for me to spar with you once in a while. Oh, Lu Shuyue diagrammed the dagger. Looking at the other party's expectant eyes, Chen Xian deliberately returned in a helpless tone. That, line it, turn around and double your rent. District tenants still want to fight landlords? It's a fool's errand. Lu Shuyu returned to her room on the 2nd floor contentedly, oblivious to the fact that her rent had doubled. She only felt that she had grown greatly nowadays, from being dumbfounded by the cunning and multi-talented Chen Xian when she first descended from the mountain, to now being able to exchange blows without losing the upper hand. Lu Shuyu suddenly had an urge to record today's events one by one. It had been a long time since she had put pen to paper to write something. The last time was when she was transcribing a collection of books in the sect. No matter which way one looked at it, these things had nothing to do with the duties of a sect disciple, nor did they contribute to cultivation, so it shouldn't be worth her time to record them. However, she felt happy at the moment, and the corners of her mouth would unconsciously raise when she thought back on it. Naturally, this was not for saving the life of a person from the Abyssinian diaspora. Instead, for the first time, she has an unexpected adventure as a partner with someone else. Not only did she earn herself a month's worth of room rent, but she also put the other party in debt for a small favor. It's a feeling I've never had in the past. Everything she had done before had been for the sake of the clan and her duties, and she herself had not benefited from it in the slightest. She didn't see anything wrong with that, and she was afraid that it would remain so in the future. But it was such a thing that didn't yield any profit for the clan or the great celebration kingdom that gave her the idea of wanting to record it. Liushu couldn't say why this was, but she decided to follow this natural reaction that made her mood pleasant. After sharpening the ink, Lu Shuyu had another problem with naming the shopkeeper. Chen Xian definitely can't be used, no matter if it's a real name or not. It looks a bit raw when written in the travelogue. It's better to come up with a more elegant code name. She thought for a moment, and fished out a stack of shiny pieces of paper from her waist pocket. It was the bag of instant noodles, which had a line of small print that said the place of production, Lushan So-and-so Food Processing Factory. Chen Xian might not have cared, but she had long since read every detail on it. This place was not recorded in any of the 6 kingdoms, so the odds were that it was the store's resident location. In that case, let's call it Foothill Juicer. Knock knock. Lu Shuyu had just put pen to paper when she heard a knocking sound coming from the cautionary charm affixed inside the door. That means someone is touching the door to her room. Not the 201st cave in the store, but the accommodation room located in the government office. She put down her pen and left the cave through the back door on the side of the waterhole, returning to her room in the prefecture, by which time the muffled sound of tapping on the door was clearly recognizable. Immortal Master, are you in the house? I'm sorry to interrupt you on a big night, but I have something important to see you about. Lu Shuyu straightened her clothes and put on her outer robe again before opening the door to her room. Standing outside the door was Zhangwei City's second-in-command, County Minister Tang, only to see him arch his hand and say, General Gong has just arrived at Jiangwei with a large number of men. He still has the Great King's edict on him, and is currently waiting at the Weiwu Hall, wanting to meet with Immortal Master immediately. From King City? Lu Shuyue's spirit lifted. Yes, I'm on my way. The team from the Royal City only may be escorting the relief supplies of the troops. General surnamed Gong is not nameless. Gong's family, both young and old, served in the Forbidden Army, has been a red man in front of the present. Although the instant noodles were tasty and filling, it was obvious that the store side would not keep supplying them, as long as they could drag through the toughest period in the early stages, and wait until the relief food from the various states was renewed. It would be fine. Lu Shiyu expected that it would take about half a month before and after, but she didn't expect that the Wang Chang side would arrive in just a week. Being fast also means being lightly loaded, and there shouldn't be too many supplies loaded on the vehicle. How much money and grain did they bring? Lu Shuyu asked. If the prefect doesn't mind, I can preside over the distribution. The county minister's eyes flickered a little. This I am not sure. You can ask the general yourself at that time. Walking into the mighty martial hall, Lu Shuyu saw General Gong at a glance, to be precise. It was the youngest son of the Gong family, Gong Lingwu. The last time I saw him was 5 years ago in the royal city. This person is a typical playboy, preferring to patrol the streets to fight. Bad reputation. Did not expect that now also put on a cloak of armor? For the present on the service. If it was usual, Lu Shuyu wouldn't even look at such a person in the eye. Only now that she was on official business, she still took the lead in clasping her fists and saluting. General Gong has worked hard all the way. I don't know what he's looking for me for. The king has an edict for you. Gong Lingwu pulled a paper tube out of his backpack. The status of the sect disciples is special. They do not need to kneel except to meet the king. So Lu Shuyu just nodded slightly and waited for the order of the imperial decree. Immortal Master Lu Shuyue, from the immediate date of receiving the imperial edict, immediately rushed to the royal city without fail. General Gong closed the edict and handed it over with one hand. That's all. A short sentence, but it made Lu Shuyu's heart shake. It's not a demon subduing, and it has nothing to do with fostering the people, simply to go back on their own? But it was impossible for Amama not to know the reason why she had been traveling all over the place all these years and seldom returned to the center. Do you take it or not? If you don't take it, it's considered resisting the decree. Gong Lingwu said impatiently. Lu Shuyu could only accept it, thinking in her heart that she would not have the opportunity to work with Chen Xian to care for the refugees afterward. I see. It's good to know. There is a rush from above. So take a day's rest tonight, and follow me on my journey in the morning. Going with him? It's too late to even unload in one night, right? What about the relief grain money? Won't you stay here and supervise its entry into the treasury? Where's the food and money? Did you send it? Gong Lingwu snorted. In the orders I received, there was no such thing as disaster relief. Bringing so many people here is for suppressing riots. Aren't you leaving? Without the immortal master to sit on the town, Jiangwei City naturally has to keep more soldiers and horses in the city. Lu Shuyue could no longer hear what he said afterward. There was only one sentence echoing in her head. Where's the money for food? Where's the money for food? Where's the money for food? She looked at the Taisho and the county minister standing next to her. Both of them were as expressionless as a stone bodhisattva, neither surprised nor angry. just so quietly listening to the general's snort. You guys, already knew? This well, I did not know before. Shin Fong coughed twice. I just heard that food is tightening everywhere, and I'm afraid it's not too easy to even out and distribute it to the victims. You don't like food at all? Lu Shuyu couldn't help but interrupt in a loud voice. This year isn't a bearing year. So apart from Chengzhou, which was victimized by demons, how is it possible that the other states and cities can't spare any food for disaster relief? The fact that the victims were able to buy food with money after selling their instant noodles at high prices is the best proof. All those big families and clans are just insatiable. Shin Fong sighed lightly. First of all, they want to sell their commodities at a higher price. There is nothing wrong with that. And secondly, this is not the root cause of the states not being able to even out the grain. Immortal Master Lu, do you really know nothing? Gong Lingwu laughed coldly. At this time of the country's life and death, you are still only thinking about the little refugees in Qingzhou. Don't make me laugh. Life and death? Lu Shuyu looked at him. What's he talking about? The Luo kingdom is now displaying hundreds of thousands of troops on the border, with hundreds of miles of joint camps, and evidence from all sides suggests that in 1 to 2 years at the most, they're going to invade my Dachi kingdom in a big way. War is looking to break out soon. Lu Shuyu, and the person leading them is none other than the Lianyan sect's eldest disciple, Immortal Master Lan Qin. He pointed at Lu Shuyue and exclaimed, look at them, and then look at you. If Dachi loses the war, you're the one to blame. Lan Qin wants to help Luo invade Qi? How is that possible? Isn't it the duty of the disciples of the sect to assist the kingdom and make the world run in an orderly manner, and all living beings stabilize and prosper? There must be a misunderstanding here. Lu Shuyu said incredulously, let me write a letter to senior sister Lan Qin. There's no need. All you have to do is to follow the example of Immortal Master Lan's deeds and teach the powerful techniques and immortal arts to the general's children. It's best to give birth to a few more heirs for the great king so that we can afford to wear out even if we enter the stage of protracted warfare. Gong Lingwu frivolously shrugged his shoulders. I have long wondered how it is that just Dachi's immortal masters are missing every day. Shouldn't it be the immortal master's job to assist the emperor and strengthen the royal family? It's all because of Imama's leniency that he allowed you to be indulgent until today. That's why the Zhangwei Taisho did not agree to the large-scale grain release. Lu Shuyu looked at Shin Fong, because he was also waiting for the reaction of the Imagami. Once today is over, I'm afraid that little bit of thin porridge won't be available. Once the war entered the preparation stage, all places had to raise food for the army, and naturally they were unwilling to share another grain out to the victims in Qingzhou. Then again, why is it so peaceful here? I would have thought that after starving for so many days, those people would have made a ruckus a long time ago. General Gong curiously said, Prefect Shun, you wouldn't be secretly providing relief to the disaster victims, would you? There is no such thing. I have only been maintaining a small-scale porridge release, concentrating the stragglers in this place and not allowing them to roam around. Shin Fong immediately replied back, thanks to Immortal Master Lu's magical spell that allowed the victims to share a convenient food called instant noodles, they did not go hungry. Ha! There are still immortal arts that can change grain? Gong Lingwu froze, then rejoiced. Good. This way the army will have food wherever they go. Do the victims still have the food distributed by the immortal masters in their hands now? Yes. Please put it away. I want to take it all with me. Shun Fong was a little hesitant for a moment. What are you afraid of? My soldiers for you to drive. They can't turn over a bit of water. General Gong slanted his eyes and swept a glance at Lu Shuyu. Just kill the ones who don't give. Anyway, after the immortal master leaves they will still have to starve to death. It's kind of merciful to send them on their way early now, isn't it? Chapter 28, The Way to Live. After General Gong left the mighty hall, the county minister couldn't help but complain. This youngster really doesn't know the rules. The victims are also the people. Letting the prefect lead the army to kill the people. Do we still want to lose this reputation? He himself also blamed the love of wings. Shin Fong let out an alas and looked at Lu Shuyu, who was standing in a daze. I'll ask Immortal Master one more time. That method of summoning convenient grains, does it really need to be about heaven and earth to perform it? It can't come once a day? Seeing her delay in answering, the Taiguan also knew that it probably wouldn't work, so he could only shake his head and say, then I suggest that you immediately go outside the city now and persuade the victims to hand over their grain. As long as they don't have any food, I won't move my sword so easily, and the scene will look better this way. Persuade what? Lu Shuyue suddenly spoke. Persuade them to die? Shun Fong was silent. If there is no relief food, and they have to hand it over, what's the difference between that and asking them to commit suicide? The more she spoke, the more indignant she felt, and the tragic images she had seen on the road surfaced before her eyes again. Even a mole cricket is greedy for life, let alone a living human being. She didn't have any fairy magic to turn out food at all. All of this food was provided to her by Qin Xian. But could Qin Xian continue to provide without limit? She could see that store despite its subtlety, was far from subtle enough to be able to create abilities or food out of nothing, and all transactions have a price. Even if one took out a few more chips in exchange for a few more days of instant noodles, it would not help in the end. Or rather, once he himself left Jiangwei, this kind of valuable and quick food packages would in turn lead to murder for the victims. You can only blame them for their bad lives. Shenfang said. Lives? Not bad. Everything in heaven and earth has a fixed number. They happen to meet the Dark Trek demon plague, and the border is about to start a war. This is not a problem that can be reversed by manpower alone. Immortal masters are capable of divination, so they should know more about this than I do. Their destiny is just like this, so why are you blaming yourself? Destiny. How familiar a topic. By the way, hadn't she just talked to Qin Xian not too long ago? If Immortal Master can't open his mouth, then I'll be the one to carry this scolding. Shenfang turned around and walked towards the outside of the hall. Wait, Lu Shuyue called out to him. What is the order of the Immortal Master? Why didn't the prefect tell me at the beginning if he already had insight into where this was going? In the end this is just a subject's speculation on the superior's intention. Shenfang waved his hand. Guessing right is fine. Guessing wrong is not a laughingstock? Of course, the most crucial thing is that I told you. You will definitely stop? I can see. These days the Immortal Master's running up and down is not a show, but genuinely for the sake of those people affected by the disaster. Yeah, even if he had warned himself, I'm afraid the results wouldn't have made a difference. I'll go talk to the victims outside the city. Lu Shuyue nodded and finally said, It's good that Immortal Master has figured it out. Shenfang looked like he was letting out a long breath. I'll send you there. At the entrance to the city, heavily armed soldiers had finished lining up with torches, waiting for orders from their superiors. The Taisho purposely told the crowd to stay calm, then let Lu Shuyue out of the city. Immortal Master, you have seen that those rough people can't hold down the line for too long. I'll give you half an hour. When the time comes to signal by sounding gold. Lu Shuyue went through the small side door and breezed to the gathering place of the victims. Immediately one of the men on sentry duty recognized her. Immortal Master, it's Lord Immortal Master. What brings you here? The remaining grain, did you guys keep a good eye on it? Lu Shuyue asked. Don't worry, we wouldn't dare to slack off on what you've explained. A man patted his chest and said, It's all piled up in the shed, with 2 teams outside alternately guarding it, and so far nothing has gone wrong. Those grains aren't just instant noodles. Most of the bagged noodles were sold to the townspeople in exchange for a larger share of pasties, millet and beans. All of these foods had one advantage, they could be kept for a long time and were still relatively fruitarian. Lu Shuyue knew exactly how much food was stocked, and for the current group of over 10,000 people, the food would last for about 20 days. Gather everyone here, I have something to say to you all. Her call was quickly answered by all, and in less than a quarter of an hour, the front of the camp was black with people. Countless gazes gazed at Lu Shuyue, at this Immortal Master whose status was worlds apart from theirs, but who had brought them a ray of hope in a time of despair. Lu Shuyue was also hesitating, because once that decision is made, there is no turning back. When she was in the Lotus Cloud sect, everything she was taught centered around the word auxiliary kingdom, and that as long as the kingdom hadn't been destroyed, she should serve it until the last moment. She suddenly understood a little bit why the disciples before her hadn't been able to leave some marks of success, because they hadn't seen the world outside of this world, and had been trapped in the responsibilities given to them by the sect for the rest of their lives. While she had seen it, doing it was another matter. Liu Shuyu wondered if she really had the ability to make it to the end of a path that no one had ever tried. But looking at the trusting gaze of the crowd, the hesitation faded. If that person hadn't entrusted her with the ability to lead the victims, she wouldn't have been able to even gather everyone together. Since she had achieved the impossible before, why not keep trying? After all, that's what really decimates the demons and caresses the people. The troops from the royal city arrived, just half an hour ago. Lu Shuyue opened her mouth and said loudly, but they didn't come to provide relief. All of them are riding one person at a time and didn't bring any grain carts. No relief food? And what are they here for? The crowd couldn't help but be flooded with commotion. Ridiculously, they are wearing armor and their pouches are stuffed with arrows. So once unrest breaks out in this place, they will not hesitate to strike. That's right, this troop is not here to provide disaster relief, but to deal with you. As far as I know, there won't be any relief food shipped over afterward either, because the higher-ups didn't intend for it to happen in the first place. Perversely, a deathly silence fell over the scene. No one was whispering at this point. Instead, with the help of the swaying firelight, Lu Shuyu saw substantial fear in everyone's eyes. Even the victims knew that they couldn't possibly survive the entire drought on those fine pastries and exchanged grains alone, and ultimately had to be relieved and resettled in various places in order to survive. But now it is learned that the relief is not available at all? It took a while for someone to murmur, how is it possible? Isn't this a duty due to the court? In past years so many disasters all over the world had. What makes us not? An old man separated the crowd and tremblingly walked to Lu Shuyu. Immortal master, are we going to die? It doesn't matter if I die. Can you take my child with you? Lu Shuyu recognized her, the same old man who had knelt down for herself that day when the food was distributed. No, I'll take you with me. Everyone looked at each other when this was said. This is already a place of certain death, so everyone cannot stay here. I will lead you all to find a way to live, and no matter what the final outcome is, I will face it with you all. Lu Shuyu raised her own right hand. Of course, I won't force you all to go on the road. Perhaps those who stay will instead see a turnaround. Whether to leave or stay is up to you all to decide. Those who are willing to go with me dash. Wow, not one hand or two, but a large hand, not hesitantly raised, but decisively raised. She never expected a sea of hands to appear before her eyes. People didn't even ask where she was going. Immortal master, take us away. That's right, we follow you wherever you go. Asterisk the court. I've seen that these guys are no good. Bull asterisk parental officials. They just know how to bully us poor people. Countless voices rose and fell, as if the victims were pouring out the anger and discontent that had been suppressed in their hearts for a long time. Watching this scene, Lu Shuyu could not help but recall Qin Xian's words. As long as you align yourself with everyone's interests, they will embrace you from the bottom of their hearts. And this is the core of this ability. Is it consistent? It turns out that you've been trying to get rid of it for a long time. Lu Shuyu couldn't help but smile. Aren't you going to ask me where the way to life is? Then, where is Lord Immortal Master planning to take us? Someone immediately asked, eliciting a burst of laughter. Even in such a grim moment, they were still able to smile simply because the Immortal Master was standing right in front of everyone. Head south. All the way south. There might be a place for everyone there. She pointed south. Let's pack up and leave tonight. No. The county minister narrowed his eyes and said, Prefect, the movement of the victims is not right. Xin Fang had also noticed this anomaly. The torches in the camp were in orderly formation, as if they were an army about to march. If it's collecting food, it shouldn't have to go this far, and it's dragging on too long. He gave Lu Shuyu half an hour to talk, and now the other party had no reply. Then again, were these really the displaced refugees from a few days ago? When did they start going from being a hostile mess to being a united front? Does the prefect intend to wait any longer? The last general doesn't want to drag it out. The adjutant commanding the troops said impatiently. Judging from the movement of the fire, the victims are at risk of an early riot. We must act immediately. How come? The Immortal Master is still in the camp. Maybe she was careless for a moment and was inadvertently controlled by the mob. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If the prefect can't see blood, you can wait in the city for good news from the last general. Come on people, pass on my order. The cavalry will encircle on both flanks, and when in place, they will be free to hack and slash. Seeing that he could not be dissuaded, Xin Fang could only mount his horse and follow. However, a group of people had just rushed out of the city when they saw a man and a horse riding across the front of the troops. The person on the horse was none other than Lu Shuyu. Chapter 29, The Path Opened by Heavenly Thunder. Immortal Master? Xin Fang looked behind her. Empty. Where's the food? I let them take them away. Lu Shuyu returned indifferently. Everyone, please go back. These people will not be a threat to Jiangwei City. Wait until tomorrow. You won't see the victims outside the city. What do you mean? The adjutant frowned. Where are they going? Going anywhere? Not staying here anyway. What a joke. It's not as if the desertion is over. So won't they all become roving bandits wherever they go? I'll watch them all the way. Don't worry about that. What? Xin Fang's heart was shaken. Wouldn't the meaning of this sentence be, Immortal Master is going to the King City? How could he have the time to watch over them? The adjutant's face also gained a touch of gloom. Please also ask Immortal Master to get out of the way. If I bumped into you, it would not be easy for Mordecai to deliver. If these people don't want to pay their grain, just leave it to the end general. Lu Shuyue didn't move a muscle. The adjutant cursed in a low voice and raised his horsewhip directly. Brethren, charge forward, kill. The cavalrymen bellowed in unison, crouched down and began to pick up speed. It was also at this moment that Lu Shuyu unfolded a talisman in front of her. Thunder rolled in the sky, and purple lightning traveled between the thin clouds, eclipsing the stars. Then two bolts of lightning leapt down, striking directly on the path where the horses were charging, blowing out a wave of blue smoke and large sparks. The momentum that the troops had just raised was instantly curbed, and the horses raised their hooves and neighing, not daring to take another step forward. A few people who rushed to the front even fell from the back of the frightened horses, almost not trampled to death by the later ones. She was well aware that this technique was horrifyingly loud, but in reality it had little power. But neither the pursuing soldiers nor the horse knew that. In the latter's view, It was the undesirable heavenly thunder. Willow, Shu, Moon. An angry growl came from the back of the group. The troops parted to either side to make way for the incoming. So it is General Gong. Who has seen enough drama? Lu Shuyu looked at this Gong with an expressionless face. What do you mean by this? Blocking the army and disrupting the military order. Even if you are an immortal master, you are not exempt from the crime. Gong Lingwu gritted his teeth and said, Lu Shuyue, could it be that you want to rebel? These words sent a chill down the necks of everyone in the room. No matter who it is, the first thing they do when they come across this kind of culpability must be to defend themselves. But to Xin Fang's disbelief, Lu Shuyu actually ignored it. This attitude is even worse than the other person heckling and raging. He looked back at the gates and adjusted his position slightly. There's no harm in you reporting it to the top as long as it doesn't cross the line I just drew. Line. It was then that the crowd realized that the falling thunder had just struck a shallow ditch in the ground. You want to forcefully protect these people? Gong Lingwu glared at her for a while with a fierce face. That's fine. I'll just let them go. But you have to go back to the royal city to hand in your orders and personally explain today's events to Amamu. Didn't you listen to me before? I'm not going back to the king's city. I'm not going anywhere until these victims find a new place to settle down. Lu Shuyu shook her head. Don't you dare, that's a holy decree. I've said all I have to say. So everyone leave us at this point. Lu Shuyu turned her horse around and walked towards the disaster victims group. Stop! Gong Lingwu was about to chase after him when the lightning in the sky suddenly came alive again, as if it was waiting for its prey to cross that line at any moment. General, please be careful, Xin Fang hastened to advise. That is an immortal master who knows immortal magic. 100 years has been too long, so much so that many people have forgotten that. The immortal master's sword can cut down demons and people. She's looking for death. Looking at the other party's back as he traveled further and further away, Gong Lingwu hated him so much that his teeth were clenched to the point of bleeding. That contemptuous look, that attitude of indifference, as the one she had seen 5 years ago in the king's city. He knew that Lu Shuyu looked down on himself. So what? Such a self-important person still had to obey the king's order and obediently return to the royal city with herself? She had to follow her own arrangements for the whole journey. Isn't this a kind of irony? However, he never expected it to turn out like this. Obviously at first she was resigned to her fate. Lu Shuyu, you will regret this. Gong Lingwu again didn't dare to chase after him. He could only hatefully shouted. If you dare to break the agreement, Lian Yun sect can't tolerate you, and Imamu definitely won't let you off. Just wait, no matter if it's the person you want to protect or yourself. No one can escape the severe punishment. At that time, it's useless for you to beg for forgiveness. Liashuyu didn't stop. She didn't even look back. Of course she heard it, but these murmurs are completely overshadowed and trivialized by some other words. That was what Chen Xian had said to another guest, and if he hadn't had to fill him in afterward, he might have been able to miss it himself. Now, unexpectedly, she felt that those words were just as appropriate for her. Lu Shuyu looked at her open right hand and whispered, Now, the fate is in my palm. Camera ready in 3, 2, 1, start. Good evening viewers, welcome to the Metro channel. I'm reporter Yan Xin. As we all know, the famous attraction at the window of the world in this city, the one-to-one imitation of the Champs-Élysées, was closed a while ago because of the restoration project, and now the restoration has been basically completed. Now the restoration is almost complete. We can see that the fence is being removed, and we believe that this attraction will soon be reopened for tourists to visit and play, and those who want to experience it for the first time can now make a reservation on the app. As for what kind of restoration and renovation it has undergone, we have specially found an on-site engineer to conduct an interview. Hello Mr. Zhen, good arrangement. That should be fine, a sword-browed man said as he gazed at the interview not far away. Is Red Lotus alright? I think she's been a bit off since yesterday. The young man accompanying him shrugged. Good, so good that even if a dog came up to her now, I'm afraid she'd kick her ass. He made a point of looking back when he said this to make sure the red-headed girl standing far away with her arms clasped didn't hear him say that. Isn't that obvious at a glance? The super low air pressure that surrounded her and the smelly expression on her face made it clear how bad she was feeling right now. But seeing the bandages wrapped around her head and hands, the young man's heart felt a little bit of relief. Who let her keep oppressing herself? Now she's kicked the bucket. I'm afraid the most suffocating thing for her wasn't being beaten to death, but rather the fact that she hadn't beaten the others, but the purpose of the mission had been inexplicably accomplished. Now that the passageway generated by the deviation had been drastically reduced to an inaccessible level, there was no way for her to get back at them even if she wanted to. You're fine to comfort her more too. Don't let her be bored alone. The man shook his head helplessly. You two are the most capable fighters in our squad. Getting a closer relationship isn't a bad thing. Do you hear me? Wang Baiwan. Okay, the young man lazily pulled out a long note. If I get kicked to death as well, then there's only one capable fighter left in this squad. That said, Red Lotus abilities are simply top-notch, right? Correcting a C-rank deviation should have been more than enough, but she ended up with a head full of blood. So is there something wrong? Is there such a strong rover in our area? I don't know. The upper level is still investigating, but I'm afraid there's not much result in a short period of time, the man said with a serious expression. This deviation was handled in time. However, the fluctuation generated during the intrusion will still create a new batch of abnormal people, as few, as many as a dozen. With the accumulation of days and months, these people will not be a small number, and with a large base, roamers will be born from them. So your question is not whether there are any, but how many? The young man scratched his head. According to the doctor, won't this situation get better? Yes, theoretically. It is impossible to close the door once people have opened it, but slow integration and drastic change are two different things. We can accept sacrifices, but it's better not to have uncountable sacrifices. Extinction is even less desirable, and that's what we're trying to achieve. The man said, go back, we have to get back to work tomorrow. Chapter 30, I want to behead a demon. Chen Xian counted the abilities into his inventory in the usual manner. Previously, he had traded his special ability to eat for Gildare's writing skill and black magic, bringing the number of abilities in stock to a whopping 8. If the 4 he was using were counted as well, there would be a full 12 abilities. Although on the whole, none of the reserve abilities were of high grade and their scope of application was rather worrisome, but that was much better than having only his own 4 tradable abilities to begin with. Also after this transaction the performance points accumulated to 12. Naturally he wrote another email requesting a promotion. He just didn't know how long it would take to get a response. Looking at October in 2 days, he was already looking forward to how much he would be paid. With the 2 new abilities in the inventory, Chen Xian certainly did not forget to check them over one by one. There was no need to mention the writing skills, and after bringing it on he suddenly had the guts to dare to straddle any wild horse, but unfortunately it only seemed to take effect for horses, and there was no derivative function for riding wolves, dragons, rocks, or anything like that. Once it's removed, the experience disappears, and the memory of I was an expert equestrian a second ago remains. A fragmented perception that is a side effect of the ability change. Black magic is a bit more sinister. Its only function is sacrifice, using the heart of the sacrificed person to add life to itself. It's no wonder Gildare went for something as abstract as capturing a child for a living sacrifice after Jean's death, presumably because he wanted to renew Jean's mouth for another bite. But the problem is that this thing is followed by a large number of penalties, such as the rate of life gained will be weakened by 100 times, will also be sacrificed soul curse, etc. Pure gain is not worth the loss. For example, if you sacrifice a rat, the average life expectancy of a rat is 3 years, and the life expectancy of a rat after sacrifice is only 100 days, and the body will be cursed with ratization, turning it into a half-human, half-rat monster. This wasn't something Chen Xian had made up, but rather, it was what the part of his black magic ability that came with his experience had told him. Gildare obviously knew this, so he could only choose children of his own kind and who had insufficient self-behavior. Now that he's lost that ability, he shouldn't have access to black magic research in the future. Considering the potential harm it brought, Chen Xian did not intend to trade it to anyone else either. But what slightly concerned him was what the shop trading app had to say about black magic. Taboo +1. That's all there is to it. I can't believe it didn't spit out the fact that it's grade crap. None of the other white abilities have been sharply reviewed by it. Sir, a familiar voice rang out. Chen Xian hurriedly closed the inventory interface, then turned his head back as if nothing had happened. You're here, have a seat. I'll pour you a cup of coffee. Then he froze slightly, because Lu Shiyu was not wearing her usual loose and comfortable regular clothes. At the moment she had a leather jacket on top and cloth pants and boots on the bottom half of her body, and was dusty as if she had just gone on a strenuous hike in the wilderness, and she is capable of keeping herself clean at all times with her spells. What's the matter, you're playing in the mud? Lu Shiyu smiled and shook her head. How long has it been since Mr. and I have met? Don't call me sir, it sounds a little weird. You can either call me by my first name or the store manager. Then, Chen Xian it. Satisfied, Chen Xian handed her a cup of milk-flavored coffee. We just met yesterday in the afternoon, and it's also the afternoon now, so it counts as 1 day at most. For me, it was 12 days. She took the cup and said, so long? Is that instant noodles still enough? No, relief money and food should have already arrived at Jiangwei City. Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a bit strange. She had previously come to discuss the food distribution situation with herself every day. No, in fact, they didn't intend to provide relief in the first place, and the people fleeing from Qingzhou were all abandoned. Lu Shuyue said slowly, as if this was just a normal thing. Chen Xian, however, was shocked to hear this. What do you mean? Relief is gone? He had thought that will be deducted, will be second best, But the pressure is not relief is really a bit outrageous. This is not the end of the dynasty of the official function is completely paralyzed. Let's not talk about that for now. I came to see you today to ask you to accompany me to see something. This thing has something to do with disaster victims? Liu Shuyu nodded. Right. That's fine. You wait for me to close the store. After hanging up the closed sign, Chen Xian followed Lu Shuiwei through the back door of the VIP room on the second floor to her world. The moment he walked through the door, he couldn't help but let out a soft wow. There is actually a majestic and magnificent natural scenery in front of us. Hundreds of pillar-like stalagmites towered over the horizon, each one with a lush top. Don't look at them like stalagmites, but each one was actually tens of kilometers wide at its base. Essentially a small, oddly shaped mountain. It had everything a mountain should have, and just by looking at it from afar you could see that there were hollows, waterfalls, dense forests, and birds of prey in the mountains. At the bottom of the mountain were puddles of shallow water connected to lakes, which were crystal clear, reflecting the dome of the sky and white clouds. There are many animal tracks wandering around the lakes. Apparently this is a paradise for them to drink and forage for food. Chen Xian couldn't help but associate it with a nature reserve. The two men were at the top of a small hill, less than 10 kilometers from the protected area in front of them. Where are we? He looked back and forth and realized that not only did he not see Jiangwei City, he didn't even see a small township, but he did find a refugee camp, just below the hillside, the size of at least 20,000 people. The only slightly decent house for 100 miles around was this thatched hut behind them. Apparently, Lu Shuyu had already led those victims to flee Jiangwei, the southernmost part of Qingzhou, where it borders the great wilderness of 10,000 mountains. I see, Chen Xian instantly realized. No wonder the other party hadn't come looking for him these days. There's no way to live by staying in Jiangwei, so it's the right choice to break out on your own. Really? Liu Shuyu smiled, only some tiredness showing in the corner of her eyes. I see that this place is quite good with water and mountains. It's quite rich in natural resources. Chen Xian commented. Organize people to hunt in the early stages, and fish and reclaim the land in the later stages. Food won't be a problem. Those caves in the mountains are also natural housing. Get someone to clean them up. There should be enough to accommodate these refugees. At best, there is a shortage of opening tools. But were tools a problem for him? Whether it was firewood knives and axes or fishing nets and seeds, he could easily buy them. Lu Shuyu had already done this for the victims, so he naturally had to help again. To be honest, the environment here is really good. For tens of thousands of people to settle is not impossible. Why doesn't the Qingzhou government develop this place? There are great demons living here. I see. What? Chen Xian didn't react for a moment. It is named Swirl, a green dragon, Lu Shuyu said lightly. The whirlpool is 100 feet long, good at water and can fly, and has adamantine iron bones that are hard to injure with a sword. It also likes to eat raw meat, and people are of course the objects it hunts. From the time it appeared until now, I am afraid that it has eaten thousands of people. As long as this demon is still around, the 10,000 mountain wilderness is an absolute no-go area. Speaking here she exhaled a breath. Of course, the clan's records of the Great Wasteland region are incoherent, and no one knows if there are other great demons deep in the mountains and forests, but at least close to the southern border of Qingzhou around the area, Maelstrom is the most powerful demon. In addition, there are also nearly 100 types of various ferocious demonic beasts in this area, and it is considered one of the areas where demonic harm appears extremely frequently. In that case, is it okay to bring the victims here? Chen Xian was puzzled. Ordinary people won't survive, let alone a great demon that can invoke the might of heaven and earth. Even an inconspicuous shadow phantom can take the lives of a dozen people in the blink of an eye. Lu Shuyu didn't hide anything and continued frankly. If we want these refugees to live, we can't let them continue to be ordinary people. If a person wants to step over the threshold of cultivating sense chi, one relies on talent and the other relies on external objects. The vast majority of the time, the sects only pick the group of people with talent, because cultivators who rely on external objects to raise their realm are limited, making it difficult for them to climb the great Tao. However, it is undeniable that even the lowest level cultivators are much stronger than ordinary people who are unable to sense chi. According to the secret scrolls of the sect, the blood of a dragon is precisely the best remedy in the external world. Even a person with no talent at all will be able to shed his bones and change his destiny against the heavens after drinking the fresh and hot dragon's blood. Not only that, the dragon is a treasure all over its body. The scales can be used as armor. The bones can be used as soldiers. With this dragon corpse as the cornerstone, they will have a chance to survive in this great desert Jedi. She gazed at Chen Xian with the old light in her eyes again. So, I'm going to behead the demon. Chapter 31, Mindfulness with the Sword. Sacrificing, praying for rain, beheading demons, and caressing the people. These are the duties of the disciples of the sect. Chen Xian couldn't help but recall the first time he met Lu Shuiwei. He didn't know what words to take, so he could only respond, "Good. Since there are so many benefits to be found in beheading a demon, then it definitely needs to be beheaded. The thing you want to show me is this great demon? I want you to witness this. Even if the plan to escape Qingzhou ends up failing, there will still be people who remember us." Lu Shuiwei paused. "Chen Xian, when you get back the Expo Ancient and Modern, these stories should be included as well, right?" "What do you mean, take back Expo? Isn't that an ability that has been traded away?" Just as he froze, he heard a long whistle. The voice did not sound like a human or a bird, and it was extremely harsh, making one's head spin. "It's coming." Lu Shuiwei looked in the direction of the mountains. "So soon? I wasn't prepared for that." And the sound was a bit too far from the dragon's roar he had imagined. Chen Shen followed the sound and saw a green-colored long snake appear between the stone forests. It circled around the mountain pillars and flew to midair in a few flexible coils, and swam towards the direction they were in. It can fly without wings, with 2 pairs of claws underneath its body, a large head, and a long glittering horn on top of its head, like the legendary dragons. But when you think of its preference for eating people, this majestic stance becomes a little scary. Meanwhile, the wind was blowing on the hillside. It was clearly a windy and sunny scene just a moment ago, but now the sky had turned gray, and even the refugee camp below the valley had become hazy. "Don't worry, this is a change in the sky caused by the whirlpool." Lu Shuyu took the initiative to explain. "The green dragon can invoke wind, thunder and thick fog, which is a masterpiece for it, whether it is trapping its prey in the fog and toying with it until it dies or using the gusts of wind to roll it up into the sky and drop it to its death. Do you want to borrow back the Thousand Thoughts sword first? The Thousand Thoughts sword is not bad for decapitating small demons. It won't be able to achieve much against a large demon like this." She suddenly laughed softly for some reason. "It's not bad that you are actually thinking of renting it at a time like this. You really do value business more than anything else, but someone like you, on the contrary, puts me at ease." Lu Shuyu drew the long sword behind her back and carried it single-handedly in her hand. "At least you won't renege on your debt. That's natural. Being in our line of business is all about a sincerity." Chen Xian didn't explain much. "Can I understand that you're still harboring a more powerful ability than the Thousand Thoughts sword?" "That's natural. You can't sell the crushing one first," she rightfully said. "But it's a strong ability, but it's not that good, so you shouldn't be too fond of it." "Really? The ability thing is something you have to get your hands on to find out for yourself. You seem to have calculated that the great demon will definitely come." Chen Xian raised his hand in front of his face. The wind was already so strong at this point that it was somewhat difficult to keep his eyes open. "I thought that all these demons were sneaky and came and went without a trace. Why hide? The whirlpool is equivalent to the king of this place. Have you ever seen a king that has to travel in hiding from outsiders?" Lu Shuyu said in disbelief. "Not to mention the border areas. It would still go deep into the interior of Qingzhou to prey every few years, causing hundreds of casualties in a single visit. Now that there is a large amount of rations coming to its mouth, it is impossible for it to hold back. So wild?" He couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Then why didn't you chop it in the first place? Or rather, the successive disciples of the sect had not gotten rid of this demon since there were records of the whirlpool within the Lotus Cloud sect. It meant that it had existed for at least several hundred years. That doesn't seem to make sense. After all, the green dragon is full of treasures. The blood can also make ordinary people transform into cultivators. The big number of sects cannot see. The emperor will not easily let go, right? The emperor couldn't fight with an ordinary army, but the emperor could call out a clan disciple like Lu Shuyu, because it is rumored that the dragon is the chi of the ruler she said with a slight self-deprecation. Threatening the dragon is the same as threatening the dynasty's great lineage, so even if it is a great demon that harms one side, even if everyone knows that there is such a demon in the south, even if it is a great demon that harms one party, even if everyone knows that there is such a demon in the south, it is still alive and well. Now that I think about it, those predecessors are no better. You said the dragon was created by the emperor's chi? Then you still want to come and behead the dragon? Chen Xian was greatly surprised. If this gets out, won't your position as an immortal master auxiliary be? Looking at the other party's unperturbed expression, he suddenly realized that he was afraid that some other changes had taken place during these 12 days of unseen. Is it really just a lack of relief food? Chen Xian was about to ask a closer question when a gust of wind that came over him caused him to subconsciously turn his back. When he turned back again, his side was already empty. Where is she? Is it? He raised his head and couldn't help but whisper in his heart. She can actually fly. Lu Shuiwei did fly. She kept going upwards against the wind, and in the blink of an eye, she shrunk to a point the size of a sesame seed. The green dragon had also flown out of the 10,000 mountain wilderness, barreling towards this side. This is the battle of the immortals? Chen Xian felt his heart thumping. Although he had dealt with Lu Shuiwei for so long, he had yet to see her get real. How far will a fairy and a demon actually fight? Is it really safe to stand at the top of a hill and watch? Numerous thoughts popped up in his head, but his body still executed the most instinctive reaction. He pulled out his cell phone, turned on the shooting mode, and aimed at the sky where the clouds were rolling in, only to see Lu Shuyu throw the sword out, both fingers together pointing to the top of her head. The sword was like a psychic standing up to the wind, suspended above her fingertips. Then the blade of the sword was flooded with a brilliant seven-colored haze. The green dragon also opened its own bloody mouth, and it was then that Chen Xian realized that the dragon was incredibly large in size, and could easily stuff a locomotive in that mouth alone. Lu Shuyu swung her sword. She simply commanded her hand down. Nothing extra. The frenzied wind in his ears suddenly stilled. In an instant, the skyrocketing haze cut out from the tip of the sword, like an extremely bright filament, and swept down to meet the dragon's head. The dragon still had its mouth open, but the electric light flickering on its horns suddenly went out, as if it had been de-energized by the sword. Chopped? Just as this thought surfaced, the dragon's body split down the middle, and a horrifying wound appeared on its huge abdomen. But that's not all there is to that chop, for immediately afterward the sky cracked open. The tumbling clouds swung away to the sides along the sword mark, and the sky that was gray and cloudy before was as if it had been split into two, revealing its original clear sky. This sword not only chopped the dragon, it also chopped away all the gusts of wind and demonic mist it brought with it. Wow! The stagnant sound resumed once more, but what Chen Xian heard was no longer the clamor of wind and thunder, but the pattering rain. It's raining. It is logical that the rain is most violent after the winds have calmed down, but this was not an unusual rain. It was as gentle as a spring shower, and the rain was red and fishy. He looked down at his feet as the blood rain sprinkled down silently, coloring the otherwise green earth a darker color. That's the end of it? She only needs to use one sword to cut down the dragon? Chen Xian suddenly became poetic, and wanted to recite a few poems, such as what a sword like cold 19 states, or what as if the sky descended the devil's seed, and so on, but in the end, he still felt that the phrase powerful was the most apt. That's it. It is cultivation of immortality. Obviously it wasn't him who had beheaded the dragon, but he still felt his blood boiling. Someday he may be able to do the same. Raising his head, Chen Xian once again searched for Lu Shuyu's figure, but he could not help but freeze. This was because the chopped open sky had not returned to its normal state, and even the original azure blue background had cracked open an opening. Through that opening, he actually seemed to see countless tall buildings. A high-rise? You're not blind, are you? He rubbed his eyes and looked again in disbelief. This time he even unleashed the divine eye technique, allowing his field of vision to magnify exponentially. The tall buildings became a little clearer, and not only could you see the polished glass walls, but you could also see some of the billboards that stood on top of the buildings. Sky Home Life Liability Company? He couldn't help but read, and then sucked in his breath. Wasn't that the landmark near his neighborhood? The red warning lights in the room spun wildly, and the beeping alarms nearly shattered eardrums. Can you turn that damn horn off? There's no way we're going to be able to fly over it even if it screams louder. Wang Baiquan shouted at his colleague at his desk as he quickly packed up his gear. Is the threat level confirmed? Yes. The system is judging this as A. The co-worker paused for a moment, then exclaimed in shock. Class A pollution intrusion. What about the location? Tianlu District, Peace Avenue direction. Captain Wan is on his way there. Got it. I'm on my way. The young man jogged all the way to the underground parking lot and saw that his partner, Red Lotus, was already sitting in the driver's seat of the special car waiting for him. As soon as he got into the car, his partner stepped on the electric door. You slow down. I haven't closed the door yet. Wang Baixian shrieked and grabbed the armrest, and hooked the door handle with his toes to close the door. A class invasion. This time there is a big fun. Chapter 32, A Vision in the Sky. The car pulled out of the underground garage and took a turn onto the main road. The roadside was already crowded with people stopping to watch. What are they looking at? Red Lotus asked. I have a go. You first focus on driving. Wang Baiwan drilled out the sunroof. Lying on the roof of the car, incredulously looking at the direction of the crowd of people distantly looking, the sky reflected a blood-red wilderness, in contrast to the thin white clouds and blue sky around it. It was so striking, as if it was a slender scroll. Many people witnessed the spectacle, and they took out their cell phones to take pictures of the sky, their faces excited. This is nothing like the invasions that have occurred in the past. He had even imagined the desperation of the logistics team as they wiped their asses. No way. Red Lotus quickly noticed the vision in the sky dome from the gap between the tall buildings as well. What the hell is that? I'm not sure, but it seems to be raining over there. That rain is blood red. Wang Baiwan squinted his eyes and muttered. His eyesight was the best in the team, and his bare eyes could directly see the face value of coins 500 meters away. What's going to happen now? I'm afraid the whole city is going to see it. More than the whole city. Red Lotus silently rolled her eyes. It won't take more than a few minutes for this to get around the world. In the past, contamination incursions were often just a door, a house, or a space of limited size, and most of them were traceable. For example, the last intrusion encountered, number 98, was set in medieval France, so the connecting point would have been in a store on the replica Champs-Élysées. That's why they spent a lot of money to build a huge window of the world on the outskirts of the city, in order to make the intrusion more centralized. Nowadays, traveling abroad is getting easier and easier, so this kind of amusement park, which is modeled after famous buildings in different countries, is obviously a bit outdated. And Red Lotus still remembers that many newspapers criticized the construction of this park at that time, but did not know that it was not aimed at attracting tourists at all. And why would the vision of intrusion suddenly occur when the sky is clearly an empty place? Wang Baiquan got back into the car and turned on the radio, and the same radio station came out on all the channels. Over the city appeared 100 years rare light spectacle. Experts say this is a special mirage. Is the northern cold air mass south by the foothills partially blocked by the light refraction? But also please do not panic. Civilized and orderly viewing. The following is a radio reporter recommended a few viewing spots. A mirage? That's a good idea, he praised. The logistics team responded quite quickly. It'll just fool around for a while. Red Lotus was unimpressed. The intrusion brings not only wonders, but also changes, and if we don't handle it well, I'm afraid the secret that the world has long since become full of holes won't be able to be covered. She finished by pulling the police lights out of the glove compartment and backhanding them to the roof of the car. There was a loud siren and the cars milling in front of them gave way. Hey, that's against the rules. We're not dash. There's no time to worry about those details. At this rate the road will soon be blocked. Are we going to run there on two legs? Wang Baiquan had to admit that she had a point. Was attracted by the vision of the people, not only the roadside crowd, but also the driver. The speed of traffic on the road is significantly reduced. Many people simply parked on the side of the road. Get out of the car to watch this rare mirage. It can be predicted that the city's main roads will be followed by a big traffic jam. Don't worry, the traffic police definitely couldn't care less about checking us now. They're getting burnt out themselves. Red Lotus gripped the steering wheel and pushed the throttle to the floor with one foot. Sit tight, I'm going to accelerate. In less than a quarter of an hour, the two of them arrived at Peace Avenue in Tianlu district in a whirlwind. Just below the vision is a small green park. It's not yet time to get off work, so there aren't many people wandering in the park, just a few dozen at a glance. They are right under the mirage. As long as you raise your head you can see the miracle that rips the sky. Wang Baiquan felt his breath catch a few moments. He had to admit that viewing the vision from a distance was a completely different experience than standing beneath it with his head held high. First was the size. When it was presented right overhead, it could take up almost more than half of the field of view, a huge sense of oppression. Secondly, at the edge of the vision, he could clearly see several clouds being stopped at the waist stage, and white cloud fluff was falling towards the interior of the vision, as if the bright red earth was sucking up everything in this world. It hung high in the sky, but it was like a dark abyss with no bottom. Take this and you go get rid of the people. Red Lotus tossed something to him. Wang Baiquan took a look and realized that it was a police officer's card, and the photo was still affixed to him. And where did you buy this from? Spell Yuki. You're breaking the rules dash. Red Lotus arched an eyebrow. I'll go then. Don't. I'll do it. Wang Baiquan hurriedly pulled her back and nimbly got out of the car herself. Although dispersing the onlookers was for their own good, her co-workers' disregard for the rules was there for all to see. Not to mention that she had suffered a big defeat earlier and was now angry with no place to use her anger. Hey, it's not safe here. You guys need to go. He held up his police badge and ran quickly to a couple holding up their cell phones. I thought it was a mirage. Yeah, what's not safe about that? I can still lie to you guys. Wang Baiquan shook the ID in his hand for emphasis. The park is about to pull a cordon, so you guys hurry up and get out. Probably due to the persuasive power of their status as police officers, the two men heeded his warning and left, one step at a time, with their heads held high. He then ran to the second wave. But just then, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. The crowd heard the scream and looked around, only to see a young woman in her 20s sitting on the ground upside down, twisting her body backward frantically as if trying to escape, but never able to leave the ground out of fear. Her left hand was tightly covering her right wrist, with blood spilling from her fingertips. Wang Baiquan's heart was startled, and with an arrow step, he rushed to the other side. The only thing in front of the woman was a pet dog with a collar. The dog was looking down and licking a strange puddle of blood that shimmered with a golden light, deaf to the woman's yelps, and there was a skinned palm strewn around its feet. He could tell at a glance that it was the woman's hand. That's when the dog looked at him too, not up at him, but both eyes moved to the same side and stared up and down side by side. Its mouth opened wider, too, splitting almost from the tip of its nose down to its neck. Wang Baixian felt creeped out. Alienation. Happening to dogs? Without further hesitation, He drew the gun hidden in his waistband and shot the pet dog. Only a soft swoosh was heard, and the bullet shot precisely into the dog's brow. This is not an unusual pistol, but a special weapon issued by the organization, shaped like a toy, and the bullets shot are also powerful anesthesia bullets, the advantage of which is that even if it is seen by the public, it will not cause too much alarm. The disadvantage is that, just like now, the pet dog has no sign of being anesthetized at all, and just froze for a moment, and then opened its mouth and bit into the earth. Bite into the earth? Wang Baixian suddenly caught sight of the grass beneath his feet squirming. In the blink of an eye a dog's mouth rushed out of the ground and viciously gnawed on his calf. Unbelievably, the pet dog didn't leave its position. It looked like it buried its head into the earth, and its body and Wang Baiwan were still separated by 3 or 4 meters. The woman who saw this bizarre scene directly whimpered and fainted in fear. Yet the dog's mouth failed to snap his calf in one bite, even knocking out several fangs. While the bite sparked, Wang Baixian easily drew his calf. He took an arrow step back and jumped to pull away, picked up the fainted woman and ran towards the car. Red Lotus, number MZ3 bullet, counting down to 1 second, came the bashful reply of a coworker over the headset. Run faster. Couldn't you have delayed it for a few more seconds dash before he could get the words out of his mouth? An explosion behind him drowned out any reply. Boom! Wang Baixian was staggered by the wind of the explosion, and when he looked back, all that was left on the grass was a charred black patch and the pet dog's shattered lower half. No one dared to continue to linger in the park now, and in the blink of an eye everyone ran for the hills. Rather a relief, he muttered. I just wonder what the logistics team will say. What else can I say? The gas line exploded. Red Lotus walked over. What did you just hit? A dog. What? She frowned. Wang Baiquan Judah somewhat disbelieving said, that dog gained the ability. Chapter 33, Emergency Relief. People bathed in blood. They opened their arms to welcome the rain of blood. They cheered, cried, prayed, and sang, not stopping even when their tattered clothes were dyed red by the dragon's blood. And while it clearly looked as if it was some sort of evil ritual, Chen Xian felt an inexplicable sense of sanctity. They were all calling out Lu Shuyue's name. Drenched in this rain, Chen Xian also felt that his body seemed to be slightly hot. They have the qualifications to practice. He looked back, and Lu Shuyue had come up behind him at some point. I'm surprised they're not scared. I told them that the blood of the dragon demon is what will allow the victims to truly gain a foothold in this desperate mountain. This blood, and the intact dragon corpse is the gift I gave them. So what's next? Are you going to teach the victims spells? Chen Xian asked. They aren't considered disciples of the Lotus Cloud sect, so there will be trouble if they pass it on privately, right? Trading abilities doesn't count as teaching. After all, I haven't revealed a single word about the secret method. Lu Shuyue denied. That's the last thing I'd like to ask of you. Out of my remaining abilities, you can pick and choose one at will as payment, and give the rest to the most talented among them. Chen Xian was greatly surprised. You want to trade your abilities to the victims? I cough. A violent cough interrupted her words. Lu Shuyue covered her mouth tightly, and blood actually spurted out from her fingers. She staggered twice and looked like she was going to fall. Chen Xian snatched a step ahead of her and reached out to hold her up. Those eyes, which were always full of brilliance, had now turned gray and lifeless. He suddenly realized something. Wanting to behead a dragon demon isn't that simple. Lu Shuyu wiped off the bloody foam at the corner of her mouth and laughed softly. The demon-destroying true sword is a spell that specializes in dealing with demons and evils, and burning a few points of your life will return a few points of power. With my skills, I have to do this to have a sure win. Didn't I tell you? This ability is strong, but it's not that good. With that, she spat out another large mouthful of blood. How much life have you consumed? That's just about all of it. I only have about half an hour left now, so listen up. Don't be in a hurry to explain the aftermath. You're a VIP customer of this store. What? Do you still care about the death of your guests? Lu Shuyu raised the corners of her mouth to make herself look as spirited as possible. I know my own situation best. Hurry up and take out that magic treasure for the deal while my 3 souls are still alive right now. She wasn't lying to herself. She's going to die if she doesn't take any action herself. Chen Xian pulled out a sweeping gun and aimed it at her forehead. Not necessarily. It's not time for you to die yet. Lu Shuyue froze slightly. He has added the ability of choice. Black magic. What is it? You'll naturally know when you change over. Chen Xian added. By the way, dragons should all have long lifespans, right? Of course. Less than a couple hundred years. That will do. Would you still choose to die with it if you could not die? Lu Shuyu instantly understood the meaning of his words. That's certainly not possible. The deal is done. She exchanged 1 green item of Bagua Palm for black magic. Chen Xian did not care what ability she came up with in exchange at the moment, as she was still losing her life force, and time was the most important thing. Black magic requires the construction of a ceremonial table to be sacrificed. You can understand that just by looking at it. The key thing is the dragon's heart. It hasn't been killed for a long time. The heart is still fresh. You just need to cut it out and place it in the center of the table. This was the method he had thought of to renew his life. Even if the life gained through this method would be discounted exponentially, it wouldn't be a big deal in front of the dragon demon's lone lifespan. This is not a proper ability, is it? Lu Shuyu also comprehended the true meaning of black magic at this moment. No, I can't receive such a curse. If the price is to become a half-human, half-demon monster, then I would rather die as a human. You prepare for the ceremony first, and I'll make sure that you won't suffer a curse. Chen Xian interrupted her. She stared at him in bewilderment. Should I trust a businessman? Sir, immortal master, just like you said, we can sense qi. Are you okay? Who is this man? At this moment, the refugees were leaning over one after another, and seeing Lu Shuyu's frail appearance, they stared at Chen Xian with a bit more caution and hostility in their gazes. By asking him to witness this final scene, isn't it the same as believing in him already? One must not be rude to Mr. Lu Shuyu raised her hand to stop the crowd's suspicions. He's here to help us. Listen up. I have something I need everyone to do right now. She ordered the very materials to build the altar. Knowing that the other party had agreed, Chen Xian got up and headed towards the hut not far away. Hang in there, I'll be back soon. He purposely left the door to his room open in order to avoid a break in the connection between the two worlds. Returning to the store through the back door, he opened the store steward and flipped to the transaction records section, where there were only 3 names, Ruoshuki, Gildair, and Jean. He remembers that the LV2 store manager could make return visits to customers, which could be done in 2 ways. One being accommodation and the other making it easier for regular customers to find the store door. He right-clicked on Jean Dark, and there was an invite back option in the extended menu. Tap down as if nothing happened. There's not even an alert in the software that the invite was successful. Chen Xian was clear that this type of return visit was not mandatory, and that the customer could choose to ignore it or never set foot in the ability shop's doors again for the rest of his life. However, he had no other choice but to open the doors and conduct business as usual while waiting for the other party's response. The result was that not 5 minutes later, 2 very familiar figures walked through the door. Your Excellency the messenger, is it you who calls me? Chen Xian looked up and saw that the view of the neighborhood had turned into a sparse village. The speaker was none other than Jean Dark, and who was standing beside her if not Gildra? But again, the 2 men's appearance had changed dramatically from the last time they parted. Jean looked to be almost in her 30s, dressed like a country goat herder, and Marshal Gildray's hair had a few strands of gray in it. She is indeed doing as she proposed, shedding her commander-in-chief status to return to her idol. I have been having dreams these days about the gentle light emanating from the window of this store, so I came to the village to have a look around, and I didn't expect to actually see the familiar store door. Indeed, I'd like to make a deal with you. Just tell me what abilities your excellency wants. Chen Xian picked up the sweeping gun. I want the blessed holy maiden. By the time Chen Xian returned to the great wasteland of 10,000 mountains through room 201 once again, a small stone altar had already been piled up on the top of this side of the mountain, with torches inserted around the altar, and placed in the center was none other than the heart of the dragon demon. Even after leaving its body, it was still trembling slightly, seemingly unwilling to be beheaded by the sword like this. Lu Shuyue's face grew even paler as she sat cross-legged by the altar, her body shaking as if she would collapse at any moment. It was only the moment she saw Chen Xian appear that a hint of a smile surfaced on her face again. If you can't fulfill your promise, then you'll have to do what I say. Don't worry, this store never makes false advertisements. Chen Xian replied back with confidence. Let's trade the ability once more. He's going to trade the Holy Maiden ability to Ryu Shuyue. According to the description of this ability, it only works on females, and while it has the side effect of being vulnerable to flames, the key thing is that it is immune to the various curses, keeping the holder away from the darkness. The moment she saw the blessed Holy Maiden, a flash of light was added to the eyes of Lu Shuyu that were about to close. She was not someone who wanted to die. She had tried her best to kill the dragon only to be worthy of herself, and if she could continue to live, she had no reason to give up. Following the spell of sacrifice, Lu Shuyue stabbed a dagger into the dragon's heart and cast a black magic spell. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. A gust of ghastly wind suddenly blew around them, and the sound of the wind was mournful and piercing, like a demonic dragon hissing and wailing. But in the next moment, a dazzling layer of light rose from Lu Shuyu's body, dispersing the gloomy wind to nothing. Not only that, but even the scarlet bloodstains of the surrounding grass were faded, and the top of the hill became lush and green again. Lord Immortal Master has revealed himself. The refugees knelt down and worshipped Lu Shuyu. Chen Xian, however, saw that the rift in the sky that had been split by the sword was closing up little by little, and the surrounding clouds were surging in frantically, forming a magnificent circle of cloud waterfalls at the edge of the rift. Chapter 34, Spicy Village. 3 days later, Chen Xian pushed open the back door of room 201 with the supplies he had purchased online. This time, the entrance and exit had changed places again, shifting from the top of a hillside to a cave at the border of a large mountain. According to Lu Shuiwei, it seemed that as long as she recognized wherever as her residence and it also possessed certain room characteristics, 201 would be connected to it. For example, this cave does not even have a window, just installed a plank door. The room set up a straw bed, can also be considered a residence. Liashuyu wasn't in the cave. It was only natural. She had endless things to do lately, either leading the group to develop the resources around the Great Mountain or traveling to the central part of Qingzhou to guide new victims to this place. In order for Qin Xian to be able to find her at any time, Lu Shuyu had not only given him the rune card for safekeeping, she had also left behind 5 sound transmission notes, saying that she would arrive as soon as she had news. Chen Xian stepped out of the cave, and a young boy at the entrance immediately clasped his fists at him. "Good day, Lord Shopkeeper." He recognized the other party, called Shui Xiaojin, one of the more gifted children among the first batch of victims, and after being inspired by the dragon's blood had already been able to cultivate the clear heart decree and spirit sword art to the 3rd level. Immortal Master Sama has gone off to explore the Great Mountains, and said that if you came, you could wander around the village first, and I'll show you the way. What number is today? The first thing Chen Xian did whenever he came over was to confirm the time. November 5th. Shui Xiaojin replied fluently, and Chopper Day happened 3 weeks ago. When I came here yesterday, only 15 days had passed on this side. That is, unless the door to room 201 is left open at all times, time passes on both sides at a relatively variable rate and without regularity. Of course, to say that there was still a big law, that is, the closer the guest's connection with the store, the smaller this proportion of time would be. For example, even before, he hadn't seen Lu Shuiwei for a few days, yet 5 years had jumped over at once. Give this to your person in charge of planting. Chen Xian took off his backpack and threw it to Shui Xiaojin. The latter was instantly excited. Could it be that what's in this bag is the immortal seed that Lord Immortal Master mentioned earlier? Right. It's written on the package what you can grow, and if you grow it right, you might even get a harvest before winter. I'll send it over right now. Wait for me for a moment, my lord. Well, I'm going to the lake. Looking at the other party's expression like he was holding a treasure and leaving, Chen Xian couldn't help but smile. It wasn't anything precious. It was all preferred seeds bought online. There were onions and garlic like spices, as well as cabbage and cabbages and other vegetables that were good to plant and easy to live on. And there were 2 whole big packets of potato and tomato seeds, adding up to less than $500, but they are superior in genetic excellence, coupled with spells to promote growth. The final result of farming should be quite pleasing. On the sparkling lake, several simple arcs were cruising back and forth and spreading fishing nets. Of course, these fishing nets were also bought by him, and they could catch thousands of fish every day. By the lake, on the other hand, were drying grounds, with not only fish but also animal flesh and meat skins hanging from densely packed wooden racks. The latter were the results of the hunting party. They made dragon tendons, dragon teeth and dragon skins into fine bows, arrows, swords and shields, and easily became the masters of all living things in this place. It must be said that the natural resources here are really rich to the extreme. The blue lake can be seen with the naked eye, a piece of fish swimming. The wolves and foxes in the forest will also boldly come up to ask for the victim's disemboweled internal organs. By the way, it's no longer appropriate to call them disaster victims. Lu Shuyu named the village Spicy, so they are already residents of Spicy Village. As for why she chose this name, the answer she gave also made Qin Xian laugh and cry. The village couldn't have been established without his help, and the store he ran had a signboard of Spicy Hot Pot hanging in front of it. It seems that changing the official name of the store sooner rather than later has become imperative. Shopkeeper Sama, the seeds have been delivered. Shui Xiaojin happily ran back again. How many of you are there now? 31,000 or so. Quite a bit. Yes, Lord Immortal Master said that when we get up to 40,000 people, we'll perform another dragon bloodbath so that those who follow behind us can keep up with us. Chen Xian nodded. In Lu Shuyu's eyes the dragon was full of treasures. Surely it had to be drained of all value. He had seen the wonders of that thing. Even after being stripped away for so long, the blood and flesh could still remain undecayed, as if it was still alive. Kid, what do you think of life here? Any regrets about coming to this wild mountain wilderness? That goes without saying, my lord. These days are just like a dream, Shui Xiaojin said without hesitation. Before, we couldn't even eat a full meal. We were afraid of being eaten by others on the road. And every day we closed our eyes thinking that we might not be able to make it to tomorrow. And it wasn't until the Immortal Masters gave out relief food to everyone that we were able to get better. But now, my mother and I are able to eat meat every day, and we can also learn immortal techniques, and our bodies have inexhaustible strength. What about before the famine? Chen Xian was somewhat curious. If there was no desert disaster, That would naturally be the best. At least my father and brother wouldn't have died. The boy's voice lowered went a bit, but it has already happened. And I won't fantasize that everything can go back to the way it was before. And in the future it will be up to me to protect my mother. Good determination. Then can you transfer me to an ability more suited to combat? I think I'm more suited for a hunting team than logistics. It's not up to me. It has to be approved by Immortal Master Lu. Also the hunting team only recruits adults I believe. You're still early. In the midst of idle chatter, Chen Xian suddenly saw a pillar of black smoke rising from the mountain behind him. What's that smoke? It's a beacon. Shui Xiaojin's expression turned serious all of a sudden. A wisp means that there are unknown people approaching from the north. The north. Chen Xian thought about it. It should refer to the hinterland of Qinzhou, because the refugees have already fled to the edge area of the southern border. Lord Shopkeeper, can you please go to the front of the village and help us? He said eagerly. Lord Immortal Master should be arriving soon, and until then, we need your strength. Come on. Hadn't Immortal Master Ryu told them that the shopkeeper wasn't good at fighting people head-on? However, Chen Xian wasn't panicking, since Lu Shuiyue was still within the 10,000 mountain wilderness. Returning to the village would be a matter of a quarter of an hour or so. In addition, almost all of the village's members have a sense of qi. Put outside are considered to be a cultivator's initiation. The general enemy really can't do anything to help them. Okay, you can take me there. Outside the village, where the original dragon beheading took place, Chen Xian saw the group of unknown men. There were not many of them, around 100, and half of them were armored, looking like a well-trained army. They're here to attack the victims in Qinzhou? But 100 people was a bit too few. Even if these escapees hadn't bathed in dragon's blood, 30,000 people would be enough to tear them to pieces. And the warriors of Spicy Village are ready. Nearly 500 young and strong men gathered here, dressed like tribal savages, wrapped in animal skins and armed with wooden spears and long bows. Just by looking at their appearance, I am afraid that no one would associate them with the high and mighty cultivators. The only thing is that the combat power has nothing to do with the costume. Once the fight starts, each of these people can be 1 against 10. Chen Xian. A fragrant breeze blew in from the side. Before the words fell, Lu Shuyu landed beside him with a sharp break. You used the wind-riding talisman again? Chen Xian nodded at her. Isn't it true that this kind of precious talisman is used one less than the other? When she had killed the dragon before, she had used this move to charge straight up into the sky and cut down the demonic dragon with a single sword strike. Lu Shuyu beamed. Recently, my talisman-making skills have improved, and I'm already able to refine with dragon scales, so there's no need to be too stingy, especially when I sensed you coming this way. To Chen Xian, they were only a day apart, but in her eyes, the two of them had been separated for 15 days. Her smile eclipsed the glistening green fields around her somewhat. Chen Xian always felt that ever since coming to the great wasteland of 10,000 mountains, she was in a much better mood, as if she had completely removed some sort of bondage. They don't look like enemies. Lu Shuyu swept a glance at the distant hillside. With General Gong's guts, he would never dare to come and find trouble with me with only this many people. Chen Xian used the divine eye technique to take a closer look, and suddenly saw an unexpectedly familiar face in the crowd. Oh, why would he come here? Who? Jiangwei Taisho. Shun Fong. Chapter 35, The Wind and the Rain. It's been a long time, Immortal Master Sama. Across the distance Shani started waving his hand in greeting. Only when he rode his horse to the entrance of the village did Lu Shuyu coldly speak. I remember drawing a line for you, right? As long as you dare to cross that line, I will show no mercy. Wait, this time, the Immortal Master should have also heard of the two armies fighting not to cut off the envoys. Not to cut off the envoys Shin Fong hurriedly explained, completely lost the previous style of the Imperial Guard. You, messenger? Lu Shuyu said unexpectedly. Precisely. Imamu is quite attached to your matter, and has specially prepared a letter, ordering me to make sure it is delivered to you, he said and rolled off his horse, taking out a tube of paper scrolls from his satchel. She didn't bother to pick it up. So you're here to talk your way out of this? I have only come to convey Imamu's wishes, and nothing more. Lu Shuyu turned her head to look at Chen Xian. Chen Xian thought about it and gave her a slight nod. Only then did she step forward to take the scroll of paper. Tell those guards to stay outside and you come with us alone. There weren't a few decent buildings in the Spicy Village, and most of the villagers lived in the caves underneath the stone pillars, not to mention the specialized meeting hall and substitute living room. Rarely, Shin Fong was still shocked by the vibrancy of the place, and his eyes never stopped for a moment. Well, this village, Chen Xian asked jokingly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would definitely find it hard to believe. Shin Fong seemed to be waiting for this topic as well, and immediately gushed. The world says that the great wilderness of 10,000 mountains is a perilous place where 10 deaths are impossible, where demons run rampant and corpses are everywhere. But I never imagined that there would be such a pleasant landscape, and rich in bountiful resources. He pointed to a drying rack full of dried fish by the lake and lamented. What a miracle to go from not being able to fill your stomach to having a barn full of meat. I would have thought that the fleeing victims would have had a rather hard time, or even not even 1 in 10, but it seems that I still underestimated Lord Immortal Master's ability. After speaking, he looked towards Chen Xian. I wonder what your name is. Are you also a cultivator of the Lotus Cloud sect? Surname Chen Xian. As for the origin, he's my fellow practitioner. Lu Shuyue interjected at this point. Although he doesn't belong to the Lotus Cloud sect, he and I harbor a common goal on our cultivation path. But as far as I know, other than the native cultivators, the Lotus Cloud sect holds an ostracizing attitude towards all other cultivators. That is only for cultivators on this land. And Chen Xian comes from beyond the abyssal sea. Shen Fang revealed a dazed expression. So that's how it is. When I saw this young scion that day, I knew that he was something. In the future, if I have the opportunity, I still hope to hear Brother Chen tell me stories from outside the sea. Chen Xian smiled but did not reply, only nodding his head slightly. Lu Shuyu was obviously making things up, and he just had to go along with it. The place for the reception was chosen in a clearing by the side of Manzanar, near the lake, with nothing more than a long table and a few chairs. The village is currently in a period of construction. There really isn't a better place to entertain you, so please don't blame me if I'm rude. Lu Shuyu's mouth said embarrassed words, but there was not a trace of apology on her face. No, I think this place is just fine. The Taisho waved his hands repeatedly. The light is airy. The breeze brushes against your face. With heaven and earth as a room and the landscape as a reference, it's appropriate. Lu Shuyu gazed at him for a moment before sighing. I originally thought that you were a stubborn and arrogant person, but I didn't realize that you were actually quite flexible and versatile. In the face of this sneer, Shen Fang only smiled bitterly and did not reply. She didn't bother to be polite and opened the secret letter in her hand. Just after scanning through a few lines, Lu Shuyu's eyebrows frowned, and after reading it she was even more annoyed as she slapped the paper scroll on the table. Outrageous! What's written on it? Chen Xian was curious. See for yourself. She reached straight up and pushed. According to reason, this thing could only be shown to Lu Shuyue alone, but Shen Fang tacitly averted his eyes, pretending as if he hadn't seen the immortal master's actions. The content of the letter was straightforward. The first half was an accusation and condemnation of Lu Shuyu. King Qi's anger at her betrayal of himself could be read between the lines. 5 years of treating her with sincerity, and in return, she was bent on having her own way. But even so, he was willing to give Lu Shuyu a chance to redeem herself, and as long as she returned to the royal city within 2 months of receiving this letter, confessed her sins to him, and showed her submission, he would be spared from the crime of executing all 9 of her clans. This Chen Xian is not surprised, and the letter has not mentioned the beheading of the dragon. Wait until the king of Qi knows that the symbol of the king's power of the dragon are killed by the immortal masters to skin and remove the flesh of the precious blood of the dragon, all the nourishment of the victims. I am afraid that the lungs will explode in anger. The second half of the letter is a bit of a departure, though. It was a naked threat. If Lu Shuyue didn't return by the due date, the king of Qi would execute her entire clan, as well as the inhabitants of the place where she was born. And that was not all. He would also gather the army and the folk cultivators, and together they would trample down the hiding places of the victims, and destroy the bones of all those who dared to resist. This kind of ranting that did not take the lives of the people under his rule seriously. No wonder it caused Lu Shuyu to become furious. Where is your family now? Chen Xian asked after reading it. I'm a disciple of the Lotus Cloud sect. Where is my family? She said indignantly. I've been in the sect's cultivation chamber for as long as I can remember. It's not just me. It's the same with the other disciples. I've never heard them talk about their families or mundane lives. King Qi is simply threatening me with something that doesn't exist. Was Lord Immortal Master born in the sect? Shen Fang was surprised. I thought that the Lotus Cloud sect would secretly seek out those children with outstanding talent and adopt them before nurturing them into cultivators. This is nothing more than a fallacy circulating in the world. Lu Shuyue immediately denied. The sect only opens its mountain gates once in 100 years. Where would it get the manpower to collect folk children? It's nothing but some scattered evil cultivators who have been swindling people under the name of the Lotus Cloud sect, which is why the world has mistakenly thought this to be the case. A completely closed sect, having no desire for the outside world. Then why would they interfere in the mundane world? Chen Xian said with some concern. And who does the letter refer to when it says the Lu family members? This I know. The Lu family of Yunzhou. It's a big family. Shen Fang immediately returned. But, Lord Immortal Master, are you sure you have nothing to do with the Lu family? Is my origin not clear to me? Lu Shuyu asked rhetorically. I'm not doubting you. Just, the Imperial Guard hesitated. Not only do they claim that they are related to the auxiliary Immortal Master by blood, but they also have a close relationship with the Lotus Cloud sect. At the same time, they have told all the ins and outs of you. Such as you have a sister in the clan named Lu Qing dash. Ridiculous. She couldn't help but interrupt. This Lu family is simply insane. They probably made it up in such detail because they wanted to rub off on the immortal disciples. Chen Xian held his forehead. This is great. Rubbing their own family to death in order to rub off on them. Lu Shuyue, however, suddenly fell silent. It was only after a long time that she resumed speaking. I think Taisho should have guessed what was written in the letter. Probably, Xinfang humbly said. This matter has shaken the court, and I can feel Amamu's murderous aura even in Qingzhou. Now that he first repaired the letter to you instead of immediately sending an army to suppress it, I'm afraid it's already quite restrained. Restraint? Lu Shuyue sneered. Using the lives of the people of a land as a bargaining chip at every turn. He doesn't deserve to rule this country at all. Xinfang coughed awkwardly. I will not answer the letter, but you will simply relay it for me, she said, word for word. I will never submit to such a tyrant. I understand what you mean, and I will convey it appropriately when the time comes. Xinfang nodded. The two of them sent the Taisho to the entrance of the village, and as the latter took his leave, he added, Immortal Master is still collecting victims to take refuge here? Not bad, Ruoshuki admitted. What's wrong? I might be able to help the Immortal Master a little. What do you mean? As you can see, Jiangwei is the gateway for Qingzhou's northern advancement, and it is inevitable that those fleeing the famine will converge at Jiangwei. I can send someone to bring them here safely, and in doing so, Immortal Master will be able to save a lot of running around. These words caused Lu Shuyu to be slightly stunned. Why? I thought you didn't care about their lives? Xinfang's expression remained unchanged. I am Jiangwei's parent official. First protect the people inside the city or outside the city for me to say that there is no choice. The lesser of two evils is just the lesser of two evils. But if there is a chance to save the lives of the victims, why would I bother to be the sinner who was reviled by the people of Qingzhou? After a moment of staring at each other, Lu Shuyue arched her hand at him. Then I'll be obliged to the prefect. She used the honorific back again. Xinfang also sincerely raised his hand to return the salute. I hope that when we meet next time, this will be a true place of refuge. Chapter 36. Protecting the interests of the customer is to protect the interests of the store. I didn't expect Xinfang to personally deliver this letter. After looking away from the Thai guards and their group as they left, Lu Shuyu murmured. Chen Xian let out a light laugh. Don't look at his trembling appearance, but in fact, he's certain that you won't kill him, which is another compliment to your character. But there's no need for him to come at all. The king of Qi must have his own envoys, unless he's forcing the job on himself. If you don't make the trip yourself, how can you confirm the situation of the immortal Master Sama and the victims? Lu Shuyue glanced at him in dissatisfaction. Chen Xian snorted. I mean, if this place was really living beyond its means, there would be no need for him to continue dealing with us. She raised an eyebrow. You mean that the real purpose of his visit to explore is not to settle the remaining victims? That should only be incidental. In this way, he can also continue to maintain contact with you without angering the king of Qi after all. As a local official, seeking a way out for the people is an unimpeachable act of kindness. Chen Xian paused. As for his real purpose, well, honestly I'm not sure. It's merely a guess. Might as well say. Lu Shuyue was curious. You told me last time that the Luo kingdom might invade the Qi kingdom with the help of your senior sister, right? As soon as this was mentioned, Lu Shuyu's face gained a bit more gloom. I really don't understand why senior sister Lanqin would do such a thing. War will only cause living beings to suffer, and it's only right that the sect disciples should try their best to avoid it from happening. I've sent flying letters to her, but she hasn't replied a single word to me so far. Perhaps the Lotus Cloud sect doesn't care about earthly fighting and killing at all. Chen Xian thought in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. So do you think she can win? Lu Shuyu froze. She obviously hadn't considered such a problem. It depends on the national strength, the level of the army and generals of both sides, and the use of arts and cultivators is also important. But if senior sister enters the battle head-on, she has lost more than it has won, correct? Chen Xian took over. I'm afraid Xinfang has also thought of this possibility. He's worried about King Qi losing the battle? Qingzhou and Luogui are directly bordering each other. The possibility of it turning into a battlefield is not low. In case we really can't win the fight, where can Taisho Jiangwei go? If he doesn't want to be martyred, he'll have to think of a way back for himself now. Spicy Village would be a good choice if he can put down roots. The phrase a true sanctuary probably refers not only to a shelter for disaster victims, but also to a place where they can get away from the threat of war. Chen Xian let Xinfang into the village and suggested that Lu Shuyu treat him with the courtesy of receiving a formal messenger, which was also due to this consideration. If Spicy Village wanted to get on the right track, it was only a matter of time before it established ties with the outside world in the future. Lu Shuyue exhaled softly. You really do think deeper than I do. That's because you spent a large portion of your time in the past fighting demons. Chen Xian was unimpressed. and that's just my guess, because Shinfang doesn't look like a foolish and loyal person. She didn't answer again, but looked out to the north. Seeing her like this, Chen Xian couldn't help but sigh. You're not going to save that Ryu family, are you? How can I? Lu Shuiyue was startled. They fictionalized their relationship with the Lianyan sect and coveted those benefits that shouldn't belong to them. And that's what brought about today's killing. Indeed, Chen Xian agreed, but after a while, she was a little intolerant. But because of lying and was exterminated. This punishment is too harsh. Point. The Lu family is not guilty of this. There are also the residents where the Lu family is located. What is wrong with them? The king of Qi said that he would put them together with the company. That is hundreds of thousands of people. He really can lay his hands on them? It's hard to say. What if he does? Then I'm afraid I have no way to stand by and watch. Lu Shuyu subconsciously clenched her fists. Those people are innocent. I can't let them be exterminated because of a rumor about me. I knew it was. Chen Xian was not surprised by this reply. Just before, when Lu Shuiyue had suddenly fallen into silence, he had already understood what was going on in the other party's mind. Have you ever thought that this could be a trap for you? If Lu Shiyu tied her hands and asked the king of Qi for forgiveness, that would naturally be the result that the latter would be most happy to see. However, if Lu Shuyu could be lured to travel to Yunzhou, then a dragnet could be laid to capture her. As the ruler of Qi, the king of Qi was surely aware of the origins of the auxiliary immortal master, and the Lu family was just bumping into the gun. Lu Shuyue nodded slowly. He was certain that I couldn't bear to see hundreds of thousands of innocents die in vain for myself, so he used them as a bargaining chip to threaten me. But Chen Xian quietly waited for the second half of her sentence. But if I really don't go, won't I be nothing more than the same as those Lianyan sect seniors who lost the news? Clan seniors? Chen Xian did not expect her to say that. Like me, they walked out of the mountain gate with the responsibility of helping the world and caressing the people, and threw themselves into the mundane world. But in the end, none of them were able to achieve success, and they themselves disappeared, and the lives of the people of the 6 countries did not fundamentally change. I don't want to follow in their footsteps. Lu Shiyu turned her head to look at Chen Xian. This matter may be a trap, but it may not necessarily trap me. The king of Qi does not realize that I am no longer the same person I used to be. There were many things in the past that I could not achieve on my own, but today is different. Chen Xian. She held out her hand. Can you continue to help me? Of course. Serving VIP customers is always the aim of this store. Chen Xian held her hand. After hearing this reply, Lu Shuyue's expression all relaxed a few points. So you have a plan? He asked. For the time being. Not yet, but I want to make a trip to Yunzhou as soon as possible, before the news gets back to the king's city. If the Lu family knows that they can change their mistakes and take the initiative to come forward to clarify those lies, the king of Qi will have one less excuse again. If the king of Qi is really obsessed and says that he will do anything to the local people, then he will no longer have a shred of humanity to speak of. Lu Shuyu's tone gradually became firm. To me, then he is no different from a demon. After dealing with Shinfang's matter, she summoned all the villagers and opened a new round of the Ability Adjustment Conference. Ordinary people who bathe in dragon's blood will not only gain the ability to sense qi, but also have the probability to stimulate their natural instincts. This was because sense qi itself was an aberration that would reshape the sinews, bones, and flesh of living beings, both human and demon. It's just that the demon has no other party arts to learn, so he can only single-mindedly cultivate his instinctive spells. Since it's talent-inspired, it's purely a matter of luck as to what abilities you get. For example, some people were good at fighting, but their natural instinct was the power of healing, which could not be helped in the past. Therefore, cultivators tend to emphasize more on hard learning in the afterlife, and sense qi is merely an entry qualification. But Chen Xian's appearance changed that. Duan Zhengquan, member of the hunting team, a tall man walked up to Chen Xian, sat down cross-legged, and solemnly clasped his fists at him. Please, Lord Shopkeeper. Chen Xian aimed a sweeping gun at his forehead. Nice, a new ability. Let me see. Lu Shuyue came up beside him, so close that she could smell the scent of osmanthus between the tips of her hair. The only thing that was displayed on the screen was Divine Calculator LV1. There is a line of notes below, a walking abacus, but in the end it is just an abacus. Not a combat ability, but it's good to use for bookkeepers. Chen Xian commented. As soon as he heard that it had nothing to do with the battle, Duan Zhengquan immediately showed a disappointed look. Then let's exchange it with the member of the logistics team who inspired the natural ability last time. I remember it was called Wangshi. Lu Shuyu then called for the latter and swapped the fit as a fiddle in his body with Divine Calculator. At the end, she did not forget to exhort. Although running fast is not considered a combat ability, paired with the spirit sword technique it can serve the wonderful purpose of quickly closing in on the enemy. Also don't forget that the cultivation of the latter is the most important thing. Don't be discouraged by the weakness of your natural instincts. I respectfully follow the teachings of Lord Immortal Master, Duan Zhengquan respectfully replied. Next, to Chen Xian. Spicy Village was simply a huge treasure trove. Even though his inventory wouldn't grow, every successful transaction would bring in at least 2 performance points, which was why he was willing to maintain close cooperation with Lu Shuiwei, providing long-term services to 30,000 potential rich subclients. This kind of good thing didn't just happen to him. In fact, the first ability adjustment conference he had gained 450 performance points from it, more efficient than all his previous business combined. And this group of villagers who had stepped into the threshold of cultivation did not possess more than just the natural instincts. As they continued to grow and progress, they would master more and more spell abilities. Even if the upper limit was far less than that of Liaoshuyu, it would still be a big bill with a stable return. From this, Chen Xian also clarified a goal. Although Lu Shuiwei was skilled, she was not necessarily adept at dealing with plots and tricks set up by her fellow clansmen. In order to ensure that the rights and interests of the free traders were not jeopardized, he must not allow others to threaten the safety of his VIP clients, and the king of Daji was no exception. Chapter 37, Above the Stars. Yunzhou was almost 600 miles away from Qingzhou. Lu Shuyu calculated that if she hurried with all her might, she would be able to arrive in about 2 days, so she didn't need to rush off. She could spend a few more days to organize the subsequent matters of the Spicy Village before moving on. She made an appointment with Chen Xian to wait until they reached the territory of Yunzhou before connecting to 201 housing so that he could meet her directly at her destination. To this Chen Xian readily agreed. How many days it takes to catch up his time on that side, and how long it will take on this side is completely unknown, so the store has to operate as usual. Chen Xian returned to the store, and the internet was still filled with discussions about the mirage from 2 days ago. Many people had uploaded their own videos of the scene to Douyin and Little Green Book, and almost every one of them had hundreds of thousands of hits. Occult enthusiasts and weather enthusiasts were bickering. UFO fans were also joining in, taking the opportunity to publicize alien theories, but wherever a message could be left, it was bustling with activity. Only Chen Xian knew exactly what had happened at that time. He had initially thought that the unimaginable scene had only occurred over the great wasteland of the 10,000 mountains, and when he learned that the entire population of foothills was able to witness the spectacle, his entire being was dumbfounded. Why was it that Lu Shuyu's sword from when she beheaded the dragon could be projected into this world? It was a question he hadn't the slightest clue about. Looking over the online chat, Chen Xian couldn't help but think of the red-haired witch that he had encountered in Jeanne d'Arc's world. Wasn't her accusation that she was an evil person who made the world chaotic and sinful nonsense? Jeanne had survived and history hadn't changed, and he had thought that everything he had done had nothing to do with this side of the world. But Liaoshuyu's decapitation of the dragon had seriously shaken that perception. Luckily the past 2 days had still passed peacefully. The city hadn't changed much since the mirage had dissipated. He spent 4 or 5 hours a day soaking up the local forums and postings, searching for any suspicious clues, which luckily he hadn't found until now. This result reassured him a little. Ding dong, the email alert popped up. Chen Xian opened the mailbox and found that there was indeed a reply to the application for a rating. The content was very simple. With only one sentence, congratulations on passing the audit and being honored as a new first-order store manager, and I hope to keep up the good work. Jump to the capabilities page and that colorful icon has changed to LV3. As usual, click on the details, grow bigger, stronger, and more brilliant. The third floor dining department is now open. The store manager's invitation is unlocked. You can name a guest to arrive at the store once a day, no matter how long or bumpy the journey. The store manager's return is unlocked. You can return to the store once a day at any point in time, no matter how long or bumpy the road may be. Ability synchronization limit up to LV3. Not tradable, not transferable. Store manager's current status, still alive. Chen Xian silently rolled his eyes. It really got the third floor. But what's the purpose of the catering department? To cook food for the guests? The problem was that there was only one tenant on the second floor, Lu Shuyu, and she was often away from her room. And the guests don't have to eat cooked food from the kitchen. If they're really hungry, the instant noodles and ham sausages from the small supermarket on the first floor will still be able to take care of them. Those two newly unlocked functions were quite convenient. Chen Xian picked up the scanning gun and looked at it, realizing that he was indeed able to find the corresponding options in the small screen behind him, which meant that he would be able to use this function as long as the network coverage was available. This means no more hard waits for 8:30 to come back when you go out of town. By the way, there's no shortage of performance points at all now, just in time to continue applying for the next level of store manager. Chen Xian opened the store manager rating page with great anticipation, but froze after scanning the page. Not only had the LV4 store manager's performance points risen dramatically to 100 points, but there was also an additional requirement: recruiting a store employee to get the food and beverage department up and running. What? This request would be somewhat difficult for Chen Xian. Hiring a man was simple. and hiring a chef who could cook wasn't much harder, as long as he offered an attractive wage. But how was he going to explain to his employees where the store came from? It looks like a first floor on the outside, but 3 floors are stacked up on the inside? Store doors moving and drifting to other worlds? The customers who patronize this store like to dance with swords and no spells? That's too much to say either way. Even if the other party was willing to believe it, he should never reveal the store's secrets to a third party for his own safety. It seems that down the road the conditions for promotion will become harder and harder to meet. Chen Xian looked at the sky outside the window. It was only 3 in the afternoon now. There was still some time before the peak of customers. He planned to make a run to the foothills and collect some more herbs for alchemy. As a result, just as he was bending over to get the basket, the view from the doorway suddenly changed, and the light through the window brightened up considerably. Yo, there's a new guest. Chen Xian already had experience with this. He unhurriedly put down the medicine basket, straightened his collar, and calmly waited for the guests to enter. At the same time he surveyed the new view beyond the curtains, another indoor scene. Though the space was fairly empty, the floor so neat it almost doubled as a mirror, and its sheen like that of a sheet metal. After 10 seconds of waiting, the guest still hasn't shown up. He's been through this kind of thing before. For example, the second time I saw Lu Shuiwei, I ran into her deliberating with the Imperial Guard. It's idle anyway. I'll just go look for it if the guests don't come. Chen Xian thought so and walked out of the store, but in an instant his feet were welded to the threshold. Where the am I? Raising his head. Above his head was actually a magnificent glass curtain wall that covered almost the entire dome, and its size was almost equivalent to a pedestrian plaza. However, what made him unable to take a step was not the massive scale of the curtain wall, but the vastness of the stars outside the curtain wall. Yes, he saw a planet so blue and magnificent that he subconsciously recognized it for what it was, Earth. The Earth occupies only 1/3 of the dome's field of view, and beyond the field of vision could be seen several ring-shaped skeletons stretching from where he was into the depths of space, each one wider than a highway outside the third ring. Countless small machines clung to the skeletons as they passed back and forth, and he couldn't tell if they were container ships or some sort of modular transportation robots. The areas that the skeleton could not cover were filled with stars. There is no longer any doubt where this place is. He, along with the store, was already in space. To be more precise, it was appearing inside a giant creation located above the Earth. He would have said it was a space station, but just the hall with its glass walls could fit a soccer field, and calling it a space station would be a bit petty. At least no one on Earth is currently building anything that exaggerated. It's so nice that it's actually a world that's so technologically advanced. Chen Xian couldn't help but sigh. Human civilization has developed to such an extent, so what kind of abilities can he trade to? Better take a picture and send it to a friend first. Chen Xian pulled out his cell phone and aimed it at the glass dome above his head. He even noticed that the planet was still celebrating with fireworks, as if they were welcoming his arrival. Look, another spark is coming up. It's like a shooting star, only it's flying backwards, and finally it explodes into space, as bright as a small sun. Such gorgeous sparks were released one after another, and had a tendency to become denser and denser. Hey, so close. Chen Xian suddenly saw a cloud of fireworks flying particularly close. It was almost next to those ringed skeletons. He immediately aimed his camera at the fireworks, trying to get a clear shot. The moment the fireworks exploded, the hall became as white as day. Extremely bright flame clusters bloomed in all directions, the edges even engulfing a track. Chen Xian saw with his own eyes that the track broke open, and the machine that had been affixed to it and speeding along suddenly scurried into space like a runaway wild horse. These fireworks are a little too wild. He realized something was wrong. It was also at this moment that the foot suddenly shook violently. Earthquakes in space? Chen Xian subconsciously lowered his center of gravity, bending over while grabbing the doorframe with his backhand, instead of subsiding. However, the vibrations intensified. He felt as if he were in a vintage car speeding down a country dirt road, threatening to fall apart at any moment. What made his scalp tingle was that the concern was not unfounded, because those skeletons of the dome had become closer than before, zooming from a 3-ring road with 4 lanes to a highway with 6 lanes. According to the theory of relativity of field of view, either they were getting closer to the dome, or the dome was getting closer to them, and either one was not considered to be good news. Barely, with an ear-piercing clang, Chen Xian was stunned to see one of the hall's walls suddenly shatter apart. Amidst the metal debris flying about, a mighty and tall 6-legged robot rushed into the hall with an unstoppable stance, its lower body resembling a spider, its upper body resembling a tank turret, and those shiny silver partition walls were as fragile as paper in front of it. Boy, this guy couldn't be the store's chosen new customer, could he? It has enough room to fill an entire storefront with just one of its feet. Warning, airtight imbalance. A leak has occurred in block N43. Warning, N43 operating at reduced speed. Simulated gravity may be limited. An assortment of warnings rang through the hall at once, but but then a string of intense gunshots overshadowed the alarms in the hall. Chen Xian finally realized that apart from the giant mecha that had broken through the wall, there was also a slender figure wearing a one-piece tight suit. Only that figure was so tiny, as small as a mosquito in front of the 6 or 7 meter tall war machine, that he wasn't even able to distinguish this person from the flying debris at first. Judging from her silhouette, she should be a young girl, dodging and darting, not forgetting to raise her gun to aim at the robot and fire wildly. The bullets cut out a brilliant path of light and landed on the steel shell, and then scattered in all directions, splattering all over the place. This level of attack was not without effect. The steel shell was melted and lifted like a cake of butter, but almost at the same time, it was also undergoing rapid self-repair, the metal as if it were alive, cracked and then closed back together, the lost part of the body by the parts of the body to replenish, so that with the damage to the formation of an even balance, the robot continued to slam forward, crushing all of the steel pillars and seats that stood in its way, and the young girl traveled between the lifted floors in an extremely bizarre stance that at first glance appeared to be like instantaneous transportation. In the next second, she suddenly scurried in front of Chen Xian, and their gazes collided. The young girl visibly froze. Lucky. Survivors? What survivor? I'm the store manager. Chen Xian grabbed at her hand while she froze and didn't even dodge it. If there's anything you want to say, let's talk about it back at the store. Welcome. Chapter 38. How long can a man survive in space unprotected? Just getting back to the store and closing the roll-up door again would cut the connection to the world and take her out of harm's way. The moment Chen Xian pulled her around and ran towards the store, a high-pitched humming sound suddenly came from behind him, and just by listening to it, he knew that something was not good. He twisted his head around, his afterimage glancing towards the hexapod robot, only to see it turn and aim at himself, the 6-barreled machine gun in the center of the turret beginning to rotate at a rapid pace. Hide! The young girl yelled out. At the same moment, Chen Xian unleashed the divine eye technique. Objects in motion around him slowed down for a moment, and he saw barrels as thick as his fist erupting into cloud after cloud of flame, the warheads piercing through the layers of air toward him, creating a ring of excitation waves that were clearly recognizable along the way. A gym student wouldn't last long if he got hit by a bullet like that, would he? But Chen Xian knew he could react. The Tianxia Gong that had been upgraded to the 3rd layer made his movements sharper and his limbs stronger, while seeing the trajectory of all the bullets ahead of time helped him to plan his dodging route in advance. He had already conceptualized in his head that by diving forward, then rolling, and finally jumping sideways, he would be able to dodge all the bullets and drill into the store through the only opening, creating an impossible miracle. Yet a tug from the young girl brought all his conceptions to a screeching halt. Chen Xian never expected that the other party's pulling force was so amazing that it was actually on par with his own. The two people's force was in completely opposite directions, so that no one pulled anyone. It was frozen in place and delayed for 0.5 seconds. Such a moment's delay, so that the subsequent bullets have been able to block the two forward escape route. Seeing that she didn't pull Chen Xian, she closed her arms and yanked again, making a move that left Chen Xian dumbfounded. She actually yanked Chen Xian behind her, and stepped forward herself to block him. This took another 5 seconds. With a gap of 0.1 seconds, the bullet had already struck the young girl. Chen Xian not only heard the muffled sound of the bullet as it entered his flesh, he also felt a tremendous thrust. That was the effect of a large caliber bullet transferring kinetic energy, and even without actual contact, he could feel the other party smashing into him like a hammer, causing the two to tumble and fly out. Finished, Chen Xian was shocked in his heart. That rotating Gatling was at least a 30 mm level. Wouldn't this caliber hit the guest and blow her apart? The god's eye spell ended, and a penetrating bullet suddenly turned into an impenetrable stream of incandescent heat, knocking the two men away and then pouring into the store door, tearing those shelves and glass display cases to shreds. Chen Xian was instantly heartbroken. He had thought that this store was so magical that the ontology should have some sort of self-protection mechanism as well, but the actual situation was quite different. Furniture or not, decorations and merchandise as well, they shattered rather crisply when they encountered large-caliber fire, no different from pieces of paper, and even the brick walls were shot through with a hole in them. In a matter of seconds, the store was in shambles. The two landed and rolled right into a dead end in the hall. The jet stream then followed, all of which was blocked by the thick metal wall pillars. Cough. The young girl let go of Chen Xian and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Xian unexpectedly realized that the other party was still intact, not missing a leg or hand, and her body was not split in two. The bullet had actually only shredded the tights on her abdomen, revealing a patch of charred skin below. Did you just try to find death? She rebuked weakly. It's good that you're not dead. Chen Xian did not have the time to reply to her words. Just now the two were sent flying by the machine guns. Although they had temporarily escaped the fire coverage area, they were also further away from the store. It would take a second or two to run there, and there was no cover on the road, so while he might be able to do it alone, It was unlikely that he would be able to do it with a customer on his back. How did you instantly move before? Can you do it again? Chen Xian pointed to the location of the store's door. As long as we can get there, we'll be safe. What's the point of being safe? I must hurry to the control room before it's too late. She braced herself to get up, trying to find a route out of the hall. The hexapod mech also changed its battle strategy at this moment. It slumped down low, and the covers above its head unfolded one by one. The next second, 7 or 8 cylinders were ejected from the bomb bay. Chen Xian once again used the divine eye technique to slow down the movement of everything. He could see clearly that the cylinders flying out were not missiles, but small drones, and judging from their size, they were unable to carry any additional weaponry, and were most likely suicide weapons. Once they joined in the stranglehold, the dead zone would be full of holes. Never let these things spread out. Chen Xian decisively summoned the Thousand Thought Sword, causing the 4 air swords to appear directly above the head of the bomb bay. The drone had just popped out, and before it had a chance to unfold its rotor blades, it ran straight into the sword blade that sealed the way, and was instantly chopped into several pieces. While the God's Eye technique had not yet ended, he pointed his finger downward, and the Thousand Thought Swords, as if they understood his mind, turned their tips and stabbed at the launching silo that had not yet been closed. Sparks flew in an instant. These sparks in turn triggered a violent martyrdom explosion. Only 2 deafening booms could be heard as a crimson fireball lifted from the top of the armed mech, the shockwave even cracking the floor. What the hell are you? The young girl's eyes went whiter than eggs. I told you, I'm the store manager. Chen Xian held her up. Where's the control room? What's going to be too late? In the sunken area of hatch N45. We'll have to go through here. Before she could say anything, the mech, covered in flames and smoke, shuddered and moved again. It took a step back and the turret shot a blinding laser towards its feet. What is it doing? Chen Xian wondered. The young girl, however, realized something and exclaimed no good, but it was all too late. The floor that had been blown apart before was completely disconnected under the sweep of the lasers, and with the hall itself trembling violently, the stress that had nowhere to be released felt like it had found a breakthrough, and instantly caused the rift to expand into a crack that spanned the entire hall. The entire glass dome was also overburdened, and completely collapsed in front of this pulling force, and the entire hall seemed to have been torn apart from it by a large invisible hand, directly turning into 2 halves. Warning: severe structural damage has occurred in the N43 neighborhood. All persons are urged to evacuate to an escape facility immediately. The mournful siren raised its volume again, but to Chen Xian, this was simply horseplay. The moment the hall cracked open, the air quickly escaped outwards, and the terrifying pressure difference was like a hurricane, sucking out everything that could move in N43, even the burning mech. For a second or two, Chen Xian lost control of his body, and when he came back to his senses, he had already been thrown into the completely weightless space along with a large amount of building debris. At this moment, even if he was more agile, there was nothing he could do. The 6-legged machine actually tried to stop the young girl from getting to the control room even by destroying the space station. How long could a person survive in space without protection? Chen Xian couldn't help but think of this classic question in his mind. Previously, he had dared to fight with the armed mecha on the basis of his golden cicada technique, but now that he was flung into space the situation was completely different. The golden cicada technique could only evade death once, while the loss of temperature and pressure in the vacuum environment was enough to kill him countless times. While he was still conscious, Chen Xian hurriedly pulled out the scanning gun he was carrying, intending to use the store manager's recall function to return himself to the store. But strangely, he did not feel any discomfort. Even when he paused to breathe, he didn't hear the niggling sound of his saliva as it evaporated, or the sting of his eyeballs protruding. Chen Xian felt it carefully before realizing that his entire body was wrapped up in a chi not just present on the surface of his body, but every blood vessel and every strand of muscle was protected by this chi, and the latter was precisely from the day-to-day accumulation of the heart technique. Heavenly Xia Gong that was running automatically, can permanently allow the body to evolve and take the first step of ascension. He remembered that there was such a line in the introduction of Tianxia Gong. Could going to space naked be a part of ascension? He was even able to take small breaths, as if his body had turned on internal circulation mode. According to the rate of chi consumption, he would be able to hold on for at least another 10 minutes or so. This high-grade mind is also fantastic. Suddenly, Chen Xian saw his guest. The young girl tumbled about 20 meters away from herself. She was obviously not dead either, but the weightlessness of the environment never allowed her to stabilize her stance. He also got a good look at the full extent of the space megastructure at his feet. It might not be as ostentatious as a true megastructure, and it was several orders of magnitude away from covering the sky, but it was definitely grand and spectacular. It had hundreds of structures like N43, which was comparable to a pedestrian plaza. They were beautifully constructed in hexagonal shapes, arranged in rows like honeycombs, and hung below those ring-shaped skeletons. Theoretically, The disintegration of an N-43 would not pose a fatal threat to the main body, but Space City was on the verge of destruction. Skeletons were exploding everywhere, connecting points were breaking off one by one, and the flying debris was glittering like a blizzard in deep space. The hundreds of hives connected to it were also slowly falling under the attraction of the Earth's gravity, like a sandcastle whose base had been washed away by seawater, and it was only a matter of time before it fully collapsed. Chen Xian at this moment also understand that those from the Earth out of the fireworks is what? That should be a ballistic missiles equipped with nuclear warheads. Only in the real air explosion lost the shockwave. The flame will not rise upwards, making them look like a ball of extremely dazzling round salute. Are the people on the ground attacking this space city? But it looked defenseless, clearly just a place for living and sightseeing. Chen Xian shook his head, throwing a long list of doubts to the back of his mind. Since the vacuum could not harm him for the time being, and since there was still some time left, he had to save his guest. Gotta at least try your best to try. Who calls each guest the most valuable asset? Chapter 39, It's All in the Hands. Chen Xian had never imagined that he would actually have a day where he could save people in space. He didn't have any astronautical equipment on him, so it could be said that it was truly all about skill. If any other spacecraft or astronaut had observed this scene at this moment, they would have dropped their jaws. He took a hypothetical deep breath, calming his mind a bit from what had been quite tense moments ago. There was still enough time, but the two men were not being thrown out in the same direction, and the longer they dragged on, the more distance would be put between them. First you have to get close to the maiden. That naturally depends on the Thousand Thoughts sword. Chen Xian summoned an air sword behind him and grabbed it while it swept past his side. His figure lurched, stopping his tendency to fly backwards. Sure enough, just as he expected, the air sword could not only appear as far as he could see, but it could also be used as an anchor point. The moment the hilt of the sword transformed from virtual to real, it provided him with a borrowing point that was enough to change the trajectory of his own movement. Chen Xian briefly visualized his opponent's direction, and then pushed with both hands. The air sword remained nailed in place, while he flew in the predicted direction under the force of the reaction. After chasing for half a minute, Chen Xian realized that this was too inefficient and had another air sword appear directly behind the young girl, colliding with her with the hilt. The move apparently worked, and not only did she stop tumbling, but she drifted much slower. With this chase and block, the distance between the two gradually drew closer until they were completely leaning together. Chen Xian grabbed her hand and pulled her to his side, and the young girl was unresponsive. Seeing her pale face and the blood foaming from the corners of her mouth, Chen Xian knew that the situation was not good. This guest was clearly no ordinary person if she was able to resist a direct hit from a 30mm Gatling with her physical body, but she was clearly not as resilient as herself in space, and was now clearly blurred in consciousness. Chen Xian pressed his hand against her ear, then bit the back of his hand himself and said loudly, "Cheer up, I'm coming to save you." Sound couldn't travel in a vacuum, but it could be transmitted by mechanical vibration, and when it reached her eardrums, it was probably like banging a drum in water. She weakly opened her eyes and glanced at Chen Xian before slowly shaking her head again, her eyes seeming to have completely lost the will to live. "When you were in the halls of N43 earlier, I think you were hoping that someone would reach out and give you a hand, right? I am that hope that you prayed for." Chen Xian didn't have the time to get all metaphysical, shouting succinctly, "Since you're all desperate, why don't you give it a try like I said? The outcome couldn't be any worse anyway." She stared at Chen Xian in a daze, her lips quirking twice. Chen Xian had no way of discerning the other party's meaning at the moment, and said with a dead horse, "I'll take that as a yes." After that he took out his scanner gun with one hand and pressed the button at the young girl before dragging the bagua palm from his inventory and putting it on. There was still no response from the other side. The next second, however, there were suddenly 3 more items in the transaction box. Fortress of Mind LV5. You build high walls to your mind, convinced that you are still a normal person, but who knows, it's a price you have to pay to gain power. Protocol Birth LV1. Born, raised and dead with a mission. The trajectory of a life is like a bow and arrow from which there is no turning back. Free Will LV1. The extent of a being's knowledge of the mysteries of the universe, the broader the knowledge, the freer the will. Note that forbidden knowledge needs to be approached with caution. It can bring unpredictable destruction. All 3 abilities are at the purple level. Chen Xian gently eeped. It was the first time he had seen an ability with the same name but different grades. Compared to his own LV2 white ability, this LV1 purple ability was much flashier. He had discovered when he was mixing abilities for the villagers of Spicy Village that an ability with the same name could only be traded once. That is, once in and out. And after that, even if someone else possessed the same ability, they could not be put back into their inventory, which made it impossible for him to glean performance points from the store by trading an ability over and over again. Seeing a purple ability with the same name being put into the trade box now answered a question in his mind. Rank and grade were probably 2 unrelated criteria. The average person wouldn't trade 3 purple abilities for 1 white one. Even if they were new to such a transaction, it would be easy for them to judge that the two were not equal. The form of the content seen by buyers and sellers may differ, but its essence is essentially the same. By putting so much at once, she had either lost her ability to judge, or she was at Chen Xian's mercy with a broken mindset. Chen Xian, in turn, had to carefully deliberate on which ability to choose so that it wouldn't affect her too much. After 2 seconds of hesitation, he checked the box for protocol descent and tapped the confirmation button. Then he didn't hesitate to use the shopkeeper's recall. In the blink of an eye, he was back from space inside the wrecked store. The ability trait itself wasn't the point. The point was to make the girl a real guest. That way, he could use the guest summoning once more to invite her to the store. The store wasn't doing much better, it was tumbling along with N43, and the floating remains of merchandise could be seen everywhere. At the moment half of the hall had collided with those broken ring skeletons, and the entire dome was collapsed, risking complete disintegration at any moment. Unfortunately, the entire front door was still intact, despite the holes in the store's furnishings that Gatling had swept away. Chen Xian pulled down the shutter with all his might. The moment the colorful steel plates clicked off the lock, he was quick on his feet to extend an invitation to his new guest. The vibrations disappeared in an instant, and the commodities that were still floating in the air crashed down. And then Chen Xian heard another muffled plopping sound, and when he looked back, the young girl had indeed appeared in the center of the store, only in a position where she was lying on all fours. After a few moments of silence to make sure everything was in order, he eased his way to the window and carefully glanced out. The silver hall was like a bubble, and had now disappeared without a trace, replaced by the old buildings and narrow alleys of the neighborhood. At this point Chen Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. This tie store is going to get me killed one day sooner or later. Last time, he teleported halfway to Jean Dark's defeated escape, and this time, he went straight up to the falling space city, so who knows what other outrageous place he'll show up in next time. The key store wasn't even an invincible field, so if the store's door was smashed, wouldn't he be unable to return? But cursing aside, he was still not willing to leave his position as store manager and go back to work, not to mention the ride was certainly exciting enough. Until now, the overproduction of adrenaline and dopamine had left his head slightly dizzy. Returning to the young girl, she appeared to have passed out, lying motionless on the ground with only a slight rise and fall in her chest. The most obvious wound on her body was still the gunshot wound on her stomach. The whole epidermis was charred and rolled up. It looked quite scary, but it would be even more frightening to know that the wound had been inflicted by a 30mm caliber firearm. Although Chen Xian didn't know anything about medicine, he was clear that the gunshot wound must have been a traumatic injury, and eating a blood orange would definitely help. After forcibly breaking her mouth to feed the elixir, he suddenly felt that the other party looked inexplicably familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. He thought for a moment and made a move to remove the maiden's hood. The hood was attached to the tights, and when I looked at it before I only thought it was quite snug, almost showing off the other's curves to a T, but now I think it was supposed to be a kind of lining. The hood was presumably for use with the helmet, and the tights were easier to tuck into the spacesuit, as evidenced by those ports with jacks on the suit. It's clearly not as simple as it looks. The moment the hood came off, a gorgeous head of hair spilled out. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's gorgeous. The hair shows a pink, light purple and dark blue color change under the light, just like a dazzling color film, but its color is very natural, not like dyeing up that stiff, withered. Almost every tip of the hair feels smooth as silk. Chen Xian set her dampened bangs straight, and the young girl's face was revealed. Like her hair, her face was painted with obviously exaggerated makeup, with rosy red eyeshadow that almost completely wrapped her eyes, and eyelashes that were as long as if they had been planted. Her lips were very small, and her lip gloss had a strong metallic texture. Theoretically speaking, this kind of thick makeup would easily be blown off in the heat of battle, but she managed to keep it in place at all times, so it could only be said that it was worthy of being makeup made by future technology. Chen Xian also noticed that there were several data ports underneath her ears, and the flickering light of an indicator light next to her had changed from a deep yellow to a green color. This probably indicated that her situation had improved, and that she was no longer in fear of her life for at least a short period of time. Why such a person would be sent to space, and what kind of prayer in her heart invoked the ability store? This series of questions I'm afraid we'll have to wait until she's awake to find out. Chapter 40, The Wish Has Been Fulfilled. System Self-Test. Passed. Failure rate, 43%. Time to repair, unpredictable. Lin Cheng slowly opened her eyes, and her vision was filled with the remnants of a red fault report. Overhead was the wooden ceiling, and the dim light shone in from the edges, not blinding at all. This sophisticated and easily destroyed style of decorating was something she rarely saw anymore. I can't believe I'm still alive. She was a little incredulous as the last image in her memory was of her being thrown into the silence and coldness of space. What happened afterward was all a blur to her. Wait, Crystal Palace has crashed. The moment this thought popped up, Lin Qing couldn't help but shiver. She bounced violently and sat up, followed by a sharp pain coming from her abdomen that pinched her throat and almost took a breath. Is the pain suppressor damaged too? She almost bit her lip through before she managed to hold back the pain without screaming out loud. The moment she sat up, she also took in her surroundings. She was lying on a couch in some semi-open space, covered in a thin blanket, and someone was obviously taking care of her. The room was full of wreckage, with a lot of furniture shattered all over the place, and holes all over the walls. This kind of situation was familiar to Lin Qing. Places where nanites were active were like war zones, and most of the buildings were in shambles. The destruction did not only come from the nanites, but also from the robber gangs after losing control of order. But the Earth shouldn't exist anymore for that. Detecting gravity. Gravity measured 9,821. Upon seeing this value, Lin Qing only felt her nose turn sour and her eyes moistened. The one on the Crystal Palace was a simulated gravity, with a setting value that was always an integer 10, while the other space stations had almost no gravity to speak of. There were also no alarms for waveform detection and no intrusion deviations. This is where the Earth can't be wrong. Everyone's efforts and sacrifices were not in vain. But was it all true? One couldn't be dreaming, could one? Despite what she thought in her heart, a hint of doubt lingered in her mind, because she had watched the Crystal Palace fall, and she hadn't been able to reach the control room in the end. What really happened when N43 was ripped apart? Just thinking about this problem made Lin Qing feel a headache. It's so cheap. I should have known I should have picked a more expensive one when I bought the memory storage. Suddenly, she heard a light set of footsteps. Lin Qing followed the sound and saw a woman in white walking down the stairs. The moment her eyes met, the other party was also slightly stunned, then turned her head and shouted, "Shopkeeper, your guest has woken up." Oh, guests, does she mean me? Then she saw a man follow. "You've been in a coma for 2 days, so I had someone special take a look at you." He walked over to the sofa and said in a concerned tone, "By the way, my name is Chen Xian. I'm the store manager of this store. Welcome to our store." Store manager. Welcome, too. Cheer up. I'm coming for you. If you're all desperate, why don't you try? Fuzzy memories suddenly became clear, and a series of images flew through Lin Qing's mind of someone grabbing her in the cold silence of space and telling her that there was still a chance that everything could be salvaged. And that person is the man in front of him. "It's you." She grabbed Chen Xian's hand. How did you do it?" Lin Qing asked excitedly. "Did the Crystal Palace not fall? Or was it destroyed halfway down?" "Calm yourself first. We'll talk about the situation in the sky later." Chen Xian turned his head to look at Lu Shuiwei. "Is she considered out of danger?" "Well, the pulse and everything is normal. There shouldn't be any more sudden deterioration." The latter took her pulse. "I'll leave another heart-protecting pill for you. Just stuff it under your tongue in case of cardiac arrest." But what? But this is the first time I've seen someone who self-mutilated so thoroughly." Lu Shuyu lowered her voice and shook her head. "The organ technique on her body is certainly exquisite, but it also destroys the balance of the circulating qi. None of the 3 souls and 7 spirits are intact, and it is considered to be completely cut off from the possibility of cultivation, and the elixir can only top the need of the moment. She probably has no choice." Chen Xian coughed twice. "Anyway, you've done me a big favor. If there was no life-saving elixir, the guest would only be unable to wake up." "Which is true. Seeing you take such good care of your guests would be doubly gratifying to me." Lu Shuyu laughed. "Not to mention that for all the things you helped me with, this little favor is nothing at all. Besides, this is the first time I've seen a case like this. It's kind of an eye-opener. Are you going back to Spicy Village? Time is running out, and I don't feel comfortable leaving the room door open all the time." Chen Xian nodded. "All right, we'll get in touch when it's time to depart." "Well, even if I arrive in Yunzhou, I still have to poke around before making a decision." Lu Shuyu waved her hand and walked towards the second floor. "If you encounter a tricky problem, feel free to call me." "What the hell are they talking about?" Lin Qing felt a little incomprehensible. The language was fine. She understood it all, and the two didn't look like they were avoiding her. It was just that every sentence revealed something odd. The woman sounded as if she was a doctor. But why was she playing with the whole pulse alchemy thing? What did the circulating qi and the 3 souls and 7 spirits refer to again? Even if one was a charlatan, this set of words was too old-fashioned. But she knew her own situation, and with so many prosthetic systems malfunctioning, she didn't feel too much pain and was in far better spirits than expected. Something that could never be done by a charlatan. After waiting for Lu Shuiwei to leave, Chen Xian served the new guest a cup of coffee before sitting down and saying, "What is your name?" "Lin Qing, the forest of the forest, the clear sky of the clear sky." Lin Qing said truthfully, "I have 2 pieces of bad news for you, and I want you to be prepared for them." "Go ahead." She took a deep breath. "The first is that you might not be able to return." Chen Xian sighed in his own heart as he said this. This time, guest satisfaction was probably going to be over. It wasn't that he hadn't done anything in the past 2 days. Aside from looking for Lu Shuiwei to get the elixir, he had also registered Lin Cheng as a VIP tenant and took her room card to open the door to the room, just to see what exactly was going on in the world she was in. However, to his surprise, the back door of room 202 could not be opened at all. It was actually completely locked. The only thing he could think of was that he was afraid that a huge disaster had occurred in that world, and the store had closed the backdoor passage function for safety, in case the other party's prayer was to save the world from destruction. His existing stockpile of abilities would be stretched thin. Lin Cheng didn't make any reaction and seemed to be waiting for his second message. The second is that I didn't reach the control room. The space city you said was called the Crystal Palace, right? It did crash land, at least before I took you away. So you ask me how the hell I did it. And the answer is I didn't do anything. So where is this place? Earth, only that it may be slightly different from your place. Chen Xian purposely used a conservative answer so as not to irritate her too much. What difference could it make? She frowned. The river of time and space is constantly flowing. Each splash is different from the last. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. When you familiarize yourself with this side of the world. Lin Cheng's eyes suddenly widened. What do you mean time? It's true that I hadn't considered that possibility. But, how is that possible? Chen Xian sighed lightly. Are you trying to say that time may have turned back, but turning back time is unlikely? She did ask. Can I ask what year it is? My words here. 2025. Chen Xian spread his hands, but it may not have a reference value because the worlds on either side aren't. Before he could finish, the young girl, as if she was sure of something, simply opened her arms and hugged him full, even if the drastic movement caused her to suck in a breath of pain. This guest? It actually really went back a century ago. Everything makes sense. Lin Cheng not only didn't let go, her hands got even harder. Her voice sounded incomparably excited, and even took on a hint of choking. Thank you, although I don't know how you did it. There's no doubt that you've given me a chance I wouldn't even dare to dream of. If this world can be saved because of this, you are the most crucial savior. Did you make a mistake somewhere? Chen Xian was dumbfounded. Doing serious business for yourself, not that save the world pyramid scheme. No. Instead, her answer was decisive. The mistake I made was that I had been deeply skeptical of you before, and now it turns out that you have met all my expectations. Chapter 41 Main Quest, Save the World. Again, it took 10 minutes for the young girl's emotions to calm down. Better? Chen Xian rubbed his shoulders. Not to mention that although this person's arm is thin, the strength of the thief, if it is not for his own Tianxia Gong support, I am afraid that the ribs will be given to her to hold broken. Sorry, I was too happy before I didn't control the force. Lin Cheng was embarrassed. This was something Chen Xian still believed in. Before the conversation, he took off the thousand-thought sword and replaced it with the voice of trust, which he used to probe the attitude of his new guest. From the beginning until now, the feedback given by the ability was basically above goodwill, which indicated that she wasn't deliberately faking these actions. I'd like to ask what happened then. On Space City, Chen Xian had been curious about this for a long time, and in hindsight, there were many strange things about it, such as the fact that the first thing the other man said when he saw him was survivor, and it was true that Inn 43 was empty, with not a single person other than him to be seen, but to say that it has suffered any major damage that is not, at least until the armed mech broke through the wall and broke into the hall. It was in good condition. The cleaning is also done quite well. The floor is so shiny that you can reflect the human face. Our enemies seek to destroy us, and the Crystal Palace is their weapon. Lin Cheng stared at his neck and scanned it for a moment. It seems you don't have the individual interconnection protocol installed, so I'll have to go with what I said. Mr. Storekeeper, you saw that hexapod mech that was chasing me, right? Chen Xian nodded. The scene of the mech breaking through the wall at that time was quite shocking. It is the enemy, or one of the enemy. He noted the other man's choice of words, a member of the enemy. Not an enemy rack of mechs. Did the AI rebel? It's not an AI. It's alive, with some degree of self-awareness, more like a life form made of microscopic machinery. We call it a nano-living organism, she explained. You mean it's actually cobbled together from a lot of nano-units? Lin Cheng shook her head. It's not quite accurate to explain it like that, but it will make it easier for you to understand. It stems from nanomite technology, and nanomites are indeed small, and these tiny individuals have brought about many technological changes. However, when they are gathered together, they create a certain degree of self-awareness, as if more nerve bundles could form a brain. This consciousness cannot be divided at will. So for each large living nanomite, its consciousness is unique. Do you understand when you put it this way? Pretty much. Go ahead. Nanomite technology was being used everywhere at that time, and because it could be used large or small and was quite flexible in its use, it was already too late when we detected the emergence of intelligent emotions in a portion of the large living beings. There were riots in some cities, such as washing machines that were in use yesterday, but today swallowed their owners in one gulp and churned them into mincemeat. Or traffic lights that turned into demons and directed a bunch of self-driving cars towards a cliff. Speaking of this, Lin Cheng couldn't help but press her forehead. And these so-called signs of rebellion are all blindfolds. Their goal was clear from the start, and that was the Crystal Palace. Why? Chen Xian knew the main event was coming, because the Crystal Palace's energy comes from a cold fusion core, or annihilation reaction core. If it could be allowed to crash into the Earth intact, it would be a super meteorite, 10 times more destructive than the one that exterminated the dinosaurs. By experts' estimates, the entire biosphere on the Earth's crust would restart at that time, and the Earth's surface would turn molten again. An annihilation reaction core can directly destroy the Earth's ecosystem? Chen Xian didn't think that the old family would be able to come up with this level of technology a whole century later. And wouldn't this be a way of killing the same people? However, on second thought, today's biosphere was dominated by carbon-based organisms, and for life forms that could not be categorized such as nanomites, lifting the carbon-based table would not be digging their own graves, but instead, they could clear out all their potential competitors in one fell swoop. I see. The fall of the Crystal Palace was deliberate on their part, and you're trying to stop it from happening. Not me alone. There were 20 people sitting on the airship at that time, but all of my companions were sacrificed halfway through the journey. Lin Cheng said sorrowfully, the Crystal Palace is too big, and possesses a defense system of its own, and the missiles on the ground it is difficult to break through the defense circle. Our team is the only hope for all mankind. The later result you also know, that we failed. There is no chance to speak of. If you hadn't appeared there, everything would have been over. Chen Xian sort of knew why she thought of herself as a survivor and why the store had appeared in that place. She herself may not have realized the most desperate prayer she must have uttered from her heart as she watched the mission unattainable and at the same time herself in a dead end. However, this was completely different from the problem Lu Shuiwei was facing. The Crystal Palace had already crashed down, and the Earth would have regressed back to the Taiku period even if it hadn't been blown to pieces, and it was a bit too much to expect him to turn the tide with the abilities he had in his inventory. Of course, on the surface he wouldn't push the other man's gratitude out of the way. Anyway, it's good that you survived. This world may be a bit boring, but at least it's safe. No, what happened in the future will surely repeat itself, if we do nothing, Renaro said as she grabbed his hand again. Our enemies still exist in this age as well. Psychologically speaking, it's a sign of fear that he'll pull away. This kid hasn't been so stimulated that he's bewitched, has he? Where's the evidence? I'm connected to your network here, and everything I've searched from the internet matches up with the data in my memory bank. She balked. You're right when you say you're the store manager of the ability store, aren't you? This is not recorded in detail, but there was a period of time when abilities did dominate, especially on battles used against otherworldly invasions. You should have heard of the great name of the dimensional limit organs. Otherworldly invasion? The word caused Qin Xian's heart to jump slightly. He couldn't help but think of the red sky that had been cut open by Ruoshiyuki's sword, and the gun-toting witch who had insisted on letting Jean die. Unfortunately, no. Ha! The young girl froze, then tapped her head again and said, I was wrong. You must not have been captured by the dimensional limit organs, or else you must have left a record. I'm sorry, I haven't personally experienced this period, so all information can only be compared. So have you ever been attacked or hunted by any mysterious people? Chen Xian frowned. Was she referring to the Crazy Thursday type? Why do you ask? The Dimension and Limitation Organ, the full name of which is the organ for maintaining world stability and limiting the non-proliferation of abilities, is an organization that, from its inception, has aspired to keep those who have gained abilities under secret jurisdiction to prevent them from abusing their abilities for their own gain. Lin Cheng's answer surprised him greatly. If you are not a member of the organ, you will be targeted by the organ sooner or later. According to intelligence decrypts, in 2025 the organs remained hidden underwater and did not openly operate in society, and wild ability users would often be controlled without even realizing it. She looked around. Of course, controlled people leave imprints as well, so I'm guessing you haven't been exposed yet, but that doesn't mean your situation is absolutely safe. Really? Should he spit this out first or the immodest name? Chen Xian looked out the window. The neighborhood was still calm as usual. The birds were twittering in the trees, and the chairs along the boulevard occasionally refreshed with a few sunbathing adults. He had lived for more than 20 years and had never felt that there was anything wrong with this world. Or was he already off from the dream? I'm curious as to why you know these things? Chen Xian was silent for a moment before saying, even if it is no longer a secret in the future, I don't think this organ would go so far as to notify the world of the dirty work it has done, because I am a member of the dimensional limit organs. Renaro pressed her chest and introduced herself. Chen Xian's gaze toward her was suddenly strange. As if realizing something, the young girl corrected herself again in a hurry. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to arrest you. After 30 years unstable abilities have been replaced by all sorts of prosthetics, not to mention that I don't think that this kind of arrest is the right thing to do. She paused. Her tone became more resolute. That theory must have been wrong, because it was proven that the dimensional limit organs were unable to stop the catastrophe from coming in the end, and the entire world was razed to the ground as a result. It's different now. Thanks to your blessing I've gone back a century, and this time we have enough time to stop the dimension organ, thus change the fate of humanity. Chen Xian frowned. She held out her hand. With me, who has all the information, and you, who has powerful abilities, we will never fail if we work together. Chen Xian pushed her hand back. Go get a job. You're half responsible for the store being damaged like this. When the expenses are settled, you'll be free. Lin Qing revealed an incredulous expression. This world will come to an end. He shrugged his shoulders, unimpressed. So what? Let's not talk about how many similarities there are between the two worlds. I run an ability store, not a world-saving association. Who cares about what happens 100 years from now? Chapter 42 Methods of Verifying the Truth. Guests were certainly a valuable asset, but that meant someone who could provide a steady stream of ability to trade. Let's say Liashuyuki. And there are some guests who have limited abilities for the time being, though there exists room for quite promising progress and will gain new abilities in subsequent growth, and with whom a good relationship needs to be maintained, such as Jean d'Arc. The new guest in front of me was neither. It was a bit disappointing that she came from a rather developed future, yet her abilities only added up to 3, and she was even temporarily traded away for 1. Chen Xian had already confirmed with his scanning gun that she only had the Mind Fortress and Free Will abilities left now. Lu Shuyu judged that she had destroyed her body too much and no longer had any possibility of cultivation, and Lin Qing herself admitted that the prosthetic body technology would replace the ability, which indicated that there should be some conflict between the two. When she was attacked by the armed mech before, she used her body to resist a 30mm bullet, which was replaced by the ability to get a Vajra, but the scanning gun did not detect a bit of relevant information, indicating that the store would not count the advantages brought by the prosthetic body as an ability. Chen Xian certainly does not think that he is the kind of cold-blooded businessman who only talks about profit, even if the business cannot be done. The friendship is still there. If Lin Qing has no place to go, free of charge in the store for a month or two, that's no big deal. However, the other party has put the burden of saving the world on his body, and wants to drag him against a mysterious organ that he has never even heard of, which is more difficult to deal with. He means if that crazy Judy is really affiliated with the dimension limit organ, and this organ can seal all the news of the ability person to death, then the energy that it hides under the water should definitely not be underestimated. In the face of such a power, Chen Xian could not even afford to retreat. How would he even think of taking the initiative to mess with the door? Even if the end of the world does happen, it will be a century from now, and maybe he won't even exist anymore. After being rejected, Lin Qing did not make a scene, nor did her face turn cold, revealing an expression of great disappointment. There was a shimmering light in her eyes that seemed to be thinking rapidly, and the hand that had been pushed back clasped back, pulling at Chen Xian's wrist and not letting go of it, as if she was afraid that he would run away. A few seconds later her eyes flashed. Found it. Looking for what? Chen Xian asked. Since you're opening an ability store, I'm sure you must need a lot of abilities, just like a supermarket needs to be stocked often, right? Aha. There was nothing he could deny about that. I can help you solve part of the problem of stocking up. Lin Qing swore. Chen Xian looked at her skeptically, and the feedback from the voice of trust remained favorable. Oh, how do you solve it? She gestured to her head. I have a lot of decrypted information from the dimension org stored in my memory, including documented incursions and related abilities that you can feed off of. Who's looking to get in? For a moment he thought he'd misheard. Look for those linked to the intrusion. Renaru repeated again. Threats or coercion. They can be searched for abilities by any means necessary. Most of these people are black and have felonies against them, so no one would care even if they took them all out. I don't know how you usually obtain abilities, but I'm sure you have a way to convince them. This little girl is quite ruthless in her tactics. Chen Xian was suddenly a bit curious. Have you ever killed anyone? Of course, Lin Qing answered very dryly. In my time, the city was filled with madmen, criminals and psychopaths. Law and order had long been a sham. If you wanted to survive you had to use force to defend yourself, and I can only try to make sure that I don't hurt innocent passers-by when I fight. It seems that none of your own guests are any good. He was thoughtful. So you were just looking for intrusion records? That's right. The closest incursion to the present occurred 2 days later, right here in the city. There was only one person involved and the location was quite secluded, just right for a test run. The young woman raised her hand and tapped it twice in vain. I've sent the information to your cell phone. With that the cell phone in his pocket rang. Chen Xian unexpectedly took out his cell phone and found that the sender of the SMS showed 10089. You wouldn't have hacked the telecom provider, would you? That's not true. I just used the override emission technique to simulate this frequency band to send you a message, Lin Cheng slightly proudly explained. The protection of personal electronic data is still quite weak in this era, so there's no need to go to that much trouble with a hacking provider. By the way, if you want to call me, just dial this number directly plus a well number. Was it also a prosthetic body that blocked that bullet? Well, military subdermal armor. It's kind of expensive gear. The average person can only embed a flexible carbon membrane armor that stops pistol rounds at best. Prosthetics are pretty handy. Just pay for the implant. Chen Xian stared at Lin Cheng for half a day. The latter shrank uncomfortably. It takes a special operating room to fit these things, and there's the immunocompatibility issue. So even if you dismantle mine, no one else will be able to use it. If I really figure them out, I would have finished dismantling them while you were unconscious. Chen Xian waved his hand and opened the information provided by the other party, only to see the headshot of a sultry woman reflected in his eyes, with her name underneath. Phi Dancer, SC104C1, dead. Regarding the name of the place where this person appeared, Chen Xian did have an impression. It's an abandoned building outside the Third Ring Road that once seemed to be a red-hot clubhouse. If you can catch her, you can also prove that what I say is true. Seeing that he wasn't balking like before, Lin Cheng picked up the story. Mr. Shopkeeper, what you're experiencing is the past of that destroyed world. It's only been about 30 years since the birth of nanomite technology, and when it gets out of control it will be too late to change anything, and billions of people will die because of it. In order to prevent the human race from repeating the same mistakes, I implore you to help me out one more time, and the payment will be the abilities of those intruders. 2 days later, Chen Xian took a taxi to this abandoned building based on the photos provided by Lin Cheng. Are you here to explore too? The cab driver turned around and said, the fare is $85. So expensive. Running from the first ring to outside the third ring is just costly, Chen Xian said while scanning the code. Yeah, there are a lot of people who come here to play. The first 2 years more points, usually choose to get off the highway here or rushing to it. I heard that it is haunted. Ah, companion overnight are there. The other party smiled. Like you come alone is quite rare. That's normal. After all, videos of its adventures can be found all over the internet. After waiting for the cab to leave, Chen Xian cast his gaze towards the abandoned house not far away. It was 4 stories in total, situated on the edge of a piece of farmland, and its 4-square shape appeared quite solemn. If not for the knowledge that it had once been called the Lushui Club, anyone with a discerning eye would know what a clubhouse built in such an out-of-the-way place was used for. And the time it was red-hot. Chen Xian was still studying at the university, but unfortunately, when he graduated and had money from his job, the clubhouse had already closed its doors. Lin Cheng didn't come along. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she couldn't do it. The damage to her body was more severe than she had expected, and after recuperating for so many days, she was fine with taking a walk around the neighborhood. Fighting like before was out of the question, so she also listened to the advice and didn't insist on following her, but instead provided intelligence support through her earpiece. It's pretty much the same. Chen Xian compared the look of the photo, and found that the degree of the two broken is not much different. Even the front door that is about to fall down the Lushui Club signboard tilt angle is basically the same. This proves that the photo was taken in the recent past. Could it be that everything Lin Cheng said was true? That world where the Crystal Palace fell is the future of this world? Walking across the parking lot to the door handle was chained, and there was a closed, "Do not enter" sign on it. But this cannot prevent the good people who want to come here to explore the good people. Chen Xian saw the door side of the floor window glass has been cracked. The hole is spacious enough for a person to go in and out. I'm going in. Aha! Lin Cheng said over the headset. The point of intrusion is on the second floor. You have to note, though, that the capture record only records the FAI dancer's shuttle location and time of death. It doesn't mean she only entered the clubhouse at that point in time. Was the reason for her death because of the capture by the Dimension Authority? Yes. There was a pause over there, but I must explain. Phi Dancer does have dozens of lives in her hands, belonging to the type of unpardonable crimes, but the main purpose of the organ is also control rather than elimination. So even if the other party is a murderous villain, the execution squad will prioritize capturing them alive. After all, the Dimension Limit organ is not a legal organization, much less one that dispenses justice. Of course, the idea of maintaining the stability of the world will definitely attract people who are justice-minded or who claim to be righteous. This is inevitable. Chen Xian stepped over the window frame and stepped over a floor of broken glass into the lobby. After all, she's still dead. Fighting is like that. If the other side is extremely determined to resist, or if their methods are very sinister, casualties are inevitable. And that goes for both sides. Honestly speaking, this point Chen Xian was still willing to believe. When he runs into Crazy Judy in the castle dungeon, the first bullet she shoots at him is a hypodermic needle, not a metal slug. Chen Xian wasn't too worried that the Fey dancer was crouching on the second floor to sneak up on him, and before he even entered the clubhouse, he scanned the building with his heavenly Xiaogong to confirm that the abandoned building was empty. Chapter 43, Superpower Showdown. A musty smell hung in the dank air. The lobby reception table, sofa is still there, covered with a thick layer of dust. The floor is full of garbage. Walk 2 steps can see a few instant noodle bags to plastic water bottles. Probably someone had used this place as a temporary shelter. Why did the organ delay in discovering this intrusion point? Chen Xian asked in a low voice. In the past 2 days, he had gotten quite a lot of inside information from Lin Cheng about the otherworldly invasion and the abilities. No one knew exactly when this otherworldly invasion started, and by the time it had a more serious impact on the current world, it was already the beginning of the 21st century. It had to be said that this late timing was a bit out of his expectation, which was equal to the fact that the dimensional limit organs wouldn't be much older than him. There is a machine in the dimensional limit organs that can detect gravitational oscillations during intrusions, though most of the time it records stray waves. Lin Cheng explained. It's only when the same waveforms appear multiple times when the intrusion grows in size and occurs repeatedly that it's recognized by the machine. Wouldn't that mean there are undiscovered intrusion points everywhere in the world? That's why there's a saying within the org that the world has long been full of holes, and only the org is sewing them up. But don't you worry too much too. There is a more peculiar affixation effect at the intrusion points that will tend to concentrate in one place of presence, such as the city you live in. This was something he had heard Lin Cheng say before. Intrusion sounds esoteric, but when visualized it's like a door or a room that you pass through to enter another world, and it also has correspondences. For example, the matter of saving Jeanne d'Arc is more likely to appear within a European medieval scene. When Chen Xian initially heard this, he immediately thought of the city's much criticized window of the world, where everyone was teasing the owner for being a dirt hat, not realizing that the idea behind it was so trendy. The so-called otherworldly worlds are all essentially Earth, of various kinds. He didn't have to worry about having to host aliens after all. Climbing up the stairs next to the lobby to the second floor, the place was much darker and the musty smell was much heavier. Slippers and towels were scattered everywhere in the corridor, and it was clear that these things had no value in moving away, so they were all thrown in place. Chen Xian glanced curiously towards one of the rooms and realized that there were a few packets of unopened condoms sitting on the coffee table. The intrusion point has an attachment effect. That affixed to the other side of the unorthodox clubhouse is just not a proper place. Am I right in guessing so? Chen Xian asked after thinking about it. It's not in the intel, but judging by the Fey dancer's abilities, she should be a pleasure seeker. The dimension org didn't look over there? Interfering with another world has always been a big no-no in the eyes of the organs, and the back and forth of an ableist can also increase the expansion of the intrusion point, so you don't usually go deeper into it if you're not trying to catch someone or have a special reason. In other words, Crazy Judy's disguise as a witch to disrupt the court was indeed directed at herself. Chen Xian thought to himself, but they don't realize that they don't need to travel to and from the other world through the intrusion point, and that they can instantly reach where their guests are by staying in the store. Moreover, it seemed that the store opening wouldn't be detected by the dimensional limit organs. Otherwise, given the frequency of his contact with Lu Shuyu, he should have been caught by the other side a long time ago. He had asked Lin Qing whether it was the ability person who brought about the intrusion or the intrusion that created the ability person, and the other party had answered the latter. To date, the reason for the appearance of the intrusion point remains a mystery, though it is certain that every otherworldly invasion brings about a change, with individual abilities being one of the symptoms. Many people, even if they acquire abilities, go through life in obscurity, as they do not realize that they have become very different. These people are known to the agency as infiltrators. The counterparts to this are the awakened, who actively use their abilities for their own benefit. Among the awakened there is a rare category of people who are attracted to the intrusion point that induces their mutation, thus traveling between two or more worlds and making their whereabouts more difficult to be detected. The authorities call them wanderers. According to the VLB, these three categories are in increasing order of danger. The Fey dancer is a rover. The odds are that she was born on that side of the world, and she wouldn't have recruited the Dimensional Limit Authority's execution squad if she hadn't traveled back and forth between the two places multiple times, causing the intrusion point waveforms to be screened out by the machine. Chen Xian stopped at the doorway at the end of the corridor. Behind the door is a spacious private room that can accommodate more than a dozen people exercising at the same time. The point of intrusion mentioned in the intelligence report is on the bathroom door of the private room. I'm here. Well, the next step is to wait for her to show up, Lin Qing said back. Honestly speaking, Chen Xian was quite eager to push open that door and take a look at the opposite side of the world. However, once he thought that doing so would attract the dimensional limit organs in advance, he ultimately decided to call it quits. Looking around, he found a slightly full chair and sat down. How long is this going to take? The time of death of the FAI dancer was recorded as 9 p.m. She's bound to show up today anyway, and if it doesn't show up, it proves that theory of yours wrong, doesn't it? Silence there. For some reason, Chen Xian suddenly sympathized a bit with the other party. After all, the mission she upheld was to prevent the extinction of humanity, and she was convinced that she could do it on this side. But in the event that the two worlds did not coincide, it would mean that the foundations that supported her beliefs would all cease to exist. Can a man who has lost his faith live well? Hey, trouble. He suddenly sighed. What happened? Lin Qing's voice tensed up at once. I looked around and realized that this is the only compartment with a toilet, but the toilet has become otherworldly. So if I want to go on a small one, won't I have nowhere to go? Ha! The young girl's voice went up an octave. I thought the dimension org was coming. Why don't you just find an empty space to settle this kind of small matter? And rightly so. Mr. Store Manager, you're deliberately teasing me. Coming. You don't have to let me know if you want to go to the bathroom. It's the Phi dancer. Chen Xian suddenly saw the broken door open. Even if it only revealed a crack, he could also spy that the scene over there should in no way belong to an abandoned bathroom. Then a woman flashed out and stood in front of Chen Xian. She was shocked to see a stranger in the house. The two of them just stared at each other. No one made any further moves. Froze over there before asking, "Are you sure?" Her tone was even more agitated than Chen Xian's. The other party would certainly not put out her ID card, nor would she open her mouth to introduce herself. However, Chen Xian knew that the woman in front of him was the Fijian dancer from the intelligence. Her appearance was even prettier and more flirtatious than the photo, and even when she stood there without moving, there was a springiness that made people want to get close to her. She wore a long girdle-waisted dress, which could not be distinguished as belonging to any specific era just by looking at the shape, and the bodice was pulled down low, with only a silk thread connecting it in the center, as if it could be left completely open with a casual pull. "You," the woman responded, showing some panic and covering her chest with one hand. "Who are you?" No matter what she says, don't be fooled by her. Seeing his delay in replying to himself, Lin Qing hurriedly emphasized, "She's quite good at charming and disguising herself as a vulnerable victim." Chen Xian felt it, although she didn't show the slightest bit of threat, with only the panic and fear in her demeanor when seeing a strange man. What came from the voice of trust was endless malice that made people not help but be creeped out. Such strong malice was the first time he had experienced it, and it was 10 times stronger than the co-worker who had pulled the plug on him before. He did not intend to trust the information provided by Lin Qing in its entirety, and what kind of person the other party was, he had to observe with his own eyes before he could come to a conclusion. However, right now, Chen Xian had to admit that the Phi dancer's heart was a different person from her appearance. "You've killed so many people. Haven't you ever thought that you would have such a day?" Chen Xian deliberately questioned in a forceful tone while taking out his code-sweeping gun and aiming it at himself, replacing his voice of trust with Golden Cicada Shell, the 4 abilities of Thousand Thoughts Sword, Divine Eyes Technique, Heavenly Xia Gong, and Golden Cicada Shell Removal were the most battle-ready combination he could currently cobble together. "Killing people? I don't know what you're talking about." While the other party was outwardly surprised, a gust of cloudy wind crept up, and something scurried out from behind her, circling around the roof to pounce on Chen Xian from above. "That's a move? She's really not polite." Chen Xian could see clearly that it was a translucent chain. It seemed rather stealthy and swift, but slowed down like a jerky frame animation under the gaze of the God's Eye spell. This is probably the forceful capture ability. Ordinary people who are caught will die without a disease, the cause of death appearing to be cardiac arrest, while those with abilities who are caught will lose one of their abilities for their opponents, to be killed after only being questioned. It was already self-evident what kind of person Phi Dancer was. Chen Xian pretended to be caught off guard and stumbled forward in order to avoid the sneak attack before he managed to dodge the claw strike. The woman did not miss this break, pulling out a pistol from her waist and raising her hand towards the unsteady Chen Xian to shoot. Obviously it's an ability battle. Why do they all love to use hot weapons? Good thing that now the Divine Eye method has come to LV4 with the shopkeeper's level. The slow vision time almost lasts for about 2 seconds. Before the FAI dancer can shoot, he has already judged the direction of the other party's aiming. The first shot will be crooked, and the second shot will be on the shoulder, sinking his shoulder to dodge the 2 shots. Not waiting for the other party to pull the trigger for the 3rd time, he clasped one hand on the woman's wrist, pulling with the trend, bringing her towards himself, while at the same time his right hand clenched his fist and swung it out, solidly smashing it on her cheek. Fei Maiden was directly confused by this punch. Her body spun in half a circle, her knees went limp and she fell to the ground. Wow! She spat out a large mouthful of blood, and there were a few broken teeth mixed in the blood. The two also happened to switch sides. Right now, Chen Xian was standing in front of the door to the intrusion point. while Fey Dancer was already located in the center of the room. Even if she realized that the situation was bad, there was no way for her to escape back to the other world through the intrusion point. Chapter 44, I prejudged your prejudgment. She slowed down for half a minute before she came back to her senses. Her eyes shaded and spat out the remnants of blood foam. Bah! I told you earlier. So you are also a peer. How? Staring at my dinner guy? Chen Xian didn't reply, lifting his leg and kicking her in the face thanks to the mind magic. Those gymnastic movements that he normally wouldn't have been able to do, he could now easily pull off. I demand guess the coin. Meanwhile the Fey Dancer shouted. Tick. Chen Xian felt the light around him instantly dim, and the kick also felt like it had hit a ball of cotton, clearly touching her face without any force feedback. Fey Maiden revealed a wily smile as she slowly stood up. It's useless. There's no way you can touch me in the slightest from this moment on. Accompany me in a bet. Chen Xian retracted his feet and tried to grab the other party, but no matter what movements he made, his body felt like it was nailed down, with no way to leave the inches under his feet. He was still in control of his body, but his contact with the world had been cut off by some force. Chen Xian realized that the same was true of the dimming light. It wasn't that the sky was dark, but that the new light from the outside world couldn't be reflected back into his eyes. At the same time, 3 large hands and an eye emerged between the two, each of which was half a man tall. They were light blue in color, like physical objects made of gas. The bet is? A voice from the underworld asked. The loser loses all their abilities. 3 games to split. The Fey Dancer exuberantly shouted. Then, both sides make a contract. That I turned towards Chen Xian, and a bolt of lightning pierced into his forehead. In an instant, Chen Xian knew all the rules of this ability. The big hand would toss 3 coins, with the head of the snake on the front and the tail on the back, and when there were more than 2 of one kind of face, the round would be based on that face. For example, positive plus or negative would count as positive, and vice versa. The 3 hands will be opened in turn, and participants can either call out their guesses in advance or wait until they are sure, but in any case they can only guess once. The first one to call out the correct answer is the winner. Once a bet has been started it cannot be ended prematurely, nor will it be interfered with by factors outside the game, and it is unshakably mandatory. She used that move. Chen Xian whispered, You've already exchanged blows? Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. In Fey Dancer's opinion, as soon as this ability is used, she is a sure winner. What are you muttering about? Fey Dancer asked, narrowing her eyes. What exactly is this ability? Knowing what he knew, Chen Xian still had to go through the formality of being slightly surprised. Didn't it already tell you that? She pointed to the eye. As long as the person I touched can't refuse the bet I initiated. Your biggest mistake is to hit the face of my old lady. Kid, it's too late for you to regret now. After stripping you of your abilities, old lady is going to stomp your bones a little bit. Her confidence was not without reason, because Chen Xian not only knew about the existence of this ability, but also knew that its rules were not as fair as they seemed. The number of coins held in her hand was actually 4, one of which was 1,000 coins, which could be used by the banker to determine heads or tails. In other words, as soon as she activates that coin, the winner is no longer determined by probability. So even if the Fey Dancer herself didn't have much combat power, the Dimension Org had set her danger level at 6 stars. According to Lin Qing's speculation, it was feared that more than one person from the execution squad responsible for the capture at that time had fallen into his hands. As we speak, the first round of coins has been tossed. The coin was almost as large as the entire palm of his hand, and it looked striking as it flipped through the air. Snap! 3 large hands swung out in unison, grasping them firmly in their palms before they even hit the ground. Yo! In the end, is it exactly negative? Fey Maiden grinned her bloodied mouth. Don't worry, I'll let you guess first. Positive. However, without waiting for the first hand to open, Chen Xian directly made his judgment. You. The other party froze, then sneered. Showdown without even thinking about it. What? Are you lucky? I've always believed in myself. Okay, then I'll guess the back. The first hand flips over and is the back, but when the second and third were opened one after the other, they were all fronts. Not bad. It seems like I really didn't have bad luck today, Chen Xian said with feigned delight. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Fey Maiden's eyes. Kid, this is only the first game. I guess. Your eyes should be especially sharp, right? Just now, you were even able to see my sneak attack clearly. Chen Xian made no sound, because he did unleash the divine eye technique the moment the coins fell. He was able to see the 3 coins facing each other until just before the large hand grasped them tightly. Sure enough, like you, I've met someone like you once or twice. She raised a hand. And how about this? 3 more hands actually appeared outside the 3 large hands, and the moment the coin was tossed, the extra hand blocked its descending trajectory the entire time. Your little trick is useless. The Fey Dancer's interest grew. Yes. This time, Chen Xian did not place his first bet. Both were waiting for the big hand to open. The first hand flipped, a snake's head. Chen Xian immediately called out positive. That's the way it's routinely done with the best chance of winning. And with one more heads in the next 2 coins, the round is counted as a win for him. In a flash, out of the corner of his eye, he caught his opponent's wry smile, as if he was enjoying his step-by-step journey to perdition. The second hand spreads out slowly, a snake's tail. It was only then that Fey Dancer shrilled, I guessed the back. The third one was really a backside, negative and positive, counting the snake's tail as a win. She licked her lips. I'm curious, when you lose all your abilities, will you cry and beg me for mercy? I've met several guys far stronger than me before, and their abilities were like their backbone. How tough they had to be in front of them, and how humble they were after they were drained away. Even kneeling and licking my toes would not want to die like a wild dog. Is this how you treat losers? It's inhumane, isn't it? Humanity? She acted as if she had heard the funniest joke. Aren't people without abilities just livestock to be slaughtered? What? Are you a fledgling who just got the ability not long ago? Fey Maiden completely stopped hiding it at this moment, her eyes filled with the anticipation of tormenting him. That's fine. I'll let you take a step. This time I'll only use one hand, so keep your eyes open and look carefully. When she finished speaking, she withdrew the 3 extra hands. The last round of coins is also flipped at this moment. Chen Xian used the divine eye technique to see clearly that the moment the palm of his hand grabbed out, the coins were facing tails, heads, and tails. He didn't pretend. He just placed a bet and said, back. I'll take the positive side then. Fey Maiden already looked at him like she was looking at a dead man. I'll treat you well later. The first 2 hands were spread out normally, just as he had seen. Just before the third hand was about to open, Chen Xian suddenly said, this one is the cheat coin, right? Fei Maoyan's face changed. What? You lose. He revealed the answer directly. The palm of the hand opened with it, and the coin, which was indeed tails, trembled slightly as it looked like it wanted to flip over, but it never moved. This was because there was a miniature Thousand Thoughts sword inserted in the center of the coin, and it held the former firmly in place like a nail. At first, Chen Xian had used physical combat instead of directly summoning the Thousand Thoughts sword in order to put together enough conditions to force the Fey Maiden to cast the guessing coin as soon as possible. And this was the plan that Lin Xing had decided upon after discussing it with him. Instead of beating her half to death and then coercing her into handing over her abilities, it would be better to have her send all of her abilities to the table on her own. After all, the moment the Fey Maiden showed up, the Dimension Organs capture team was already heading this way. She incredulously stepped forward and tried to draw her sword, but couldn't move a step because of the bet. How dare you cheat? Same with each other. Chen Xian spread his hands. This scenario wasn't 100% reliable, and if the Fey Dancer had started out with just a regular coin toss, leaving her luck entirely in the hands of the heavens, things would have gotten quite tricky. However, Lin Xing analyzed this probability to be no more than 1%, because judging from the recorded cases, what she was keen on was not the pleasure that came from gambling, but rather wanting to play people into the palm of her hand and take everything the other person had. 3 hands disappeared. Only that one eye remained at the scene. Through it, Chen Xian seemed to see an elusive gloom. In the next second, he felt a surge of power swarming over him, forcing its way into his body. It was none other than all of Fey Dancer's abilities. The woman who initiated the bet instead let out a wail of pain. Her body had become dried out, her skin had lost its luster, and her cheeks had sunken in, and she was already a different person from the flirtatious and seductive Fey Dancer she had been earlier. The transfer of abilities alone doesn't have such serious side effects. Chen Xian realized that there were some other things attached to the abilities she had been deprived of. After losing these things, her life was no longer capable of sustaining itself. No, that's mine. Give it back. To me. The Fei Dancer struggled and crawled 2 steps, and held out her hand to him. This was the last move she could make. Hurry up and go. Don't let the dimensional limit organs discover your presence. Lin Xing reminded in the headset. Chen Xian waited for 2 more minutes until he confirmed that the other party had swallowed his breath before he turned around and walked out of the abandoned room. Chapter 45, One Step Too Late. The source of the intrusion point is in the room. Wang Baiwan looked at the indicator on his wrist and whispered, "Be careful." Red Lotus nodded and slammed the door with his gun in both hands, sweeping it across the empty room. "Hey, what's the situation?" Seeing that there was no movement for half a day, Wang Baiwan, who was hiding in the aisle, couldn't help but ask, "She's dead." "Dead? Who?" He froze and followed into the house. All that could be seen was a withered woman sprawled on the floor, eyes wide open, one hand reaching for the point of intrusion as if trying to escape back to the other side. Red Lotus half squatted aside, her right hand pressed on her neck. "There's still a small amount of body heat. Time of death can't be more than 2 hours. Ataki, can you confirm her identity?" "Hold on. I'm coming." The man called huffed and puffed and ran up from downstairs, unloaded the equipment in his backpack, and began scanning the dead man. This person can't be the wanderer we're looking for, right? Wang Baixian frowned. How did he die? I don't know. Red Lotus examined her body and said, no obvious trauma. Marks of a blow to the face, but not fatal. She scanned the perimeter again. There should have been a fight here. Again, not intense enough to combine the above 2 points. It's the ability to kill people. Wang Baiquan picked up. Bone, blood, and pupil data have all been compared. There's no record of her. At that moment Hataki also finished her scan. She's not from this world. Then there's a high probability that she's the wanderer. Wang Baichuan's face couldn't help but look a bit grave. This intrusion point is quite hidden, and the intelligence team only recently included it in the range of suspicious fluctuations. I didn't expect someone to act faster than us. Did another wanderer kill her? Hataki asked timidly. It's hard to say. He shook his head. The so-called wanderers were just a more specialized class of people who had gained powers. Any degree of intrusion would destabilize the world. The appearance being that some would awaken rare and strange powers, and both he and Red Lotus fell into that category. There were many other people in the city with different fates, a significant portion of which were not counted by the Dimension Authority. These people were not considered roamers, but that didn't mean they couldn't use their abilities to kill. If there wasn't the last Mirage incident, the intelligence team might have been able to line up who did it. It definitely won't work now. Wang Baiquan sighed. Even dogs are affected. I can't imagine just how many Abelites popped up in the city after that day. This job is simply impossible. Granted, they're not in charge of the aftermath, but we all work in the same place. And when the executive team doesn't do a good job or things get too far out of hand, the complaints from the logistics team come into the office. So what now? Contact the logistics team to clean up the scene? Hataki asked. It'll have to do for now. He agreed. Although the mission has gone awry, it may not be a bad thing for you. Who knows what kind of abilities the Wanderer will have. In the event of a fight, one slip-up might be the difference between life and death. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but complain. The hell knows what the above thinks. You've only just entered the organization not long ago, and you haven't had any real combat experience yet, so they just shove you straight into the execution squad. They simply don't care if the newcomers die or live. That's not true. Organs are now short of people. Well, I'm also willing to join the executive team. Hataki smiled mischievously. Although I'm relatively novice, but I will definitely try my best not to drag you guys down. Wait, don't shout at anyone yet. Red Lotus suddenly stopped them. What's wrong? Her gaze had been resting on the dead man's hand, and when Wang Baiwan inclined his head to look, there was an obvious bruise on the woman's wrist, and a pistol had fallen on the side. Even if a roamer doesn't belong to this world, getting a gun isn't that uncommon. Or maybe that's just the advantage of roamers. Due to the fact that they often travel through multiple worlds, they are more likely to have access to unknown weapons and abilities, and these types of people also tend to be harder to deal with than the average ability user. The murderer was initially standing in the entrance position of the private room. Red Lotus looked along the tread marks on the floor, but after just one look, he switched places with the deceased and blocked in front of the intrusion point. The process didn't seem unintentional, but rather dry, and the deceased was yanked out without reacting. Are you saying that it's not the door to the intrusion point that this woman is reaching for, but her enemies? More than that, she fired during this switch. She pointed to two inconspicuous holes in the wall. Unfortunately, none of the shots hit. Maybe it's because she's not good with guns? Wang Baiwan spread his hands. He didn't understand what his colleague was struggling with, but according to Red Lotus-san, I'm afraid these two are quite close, almost equal to a face-to-face shot. Ataki muttered. The fact that the dead man's retreat was cut off at the beginning means that the murderer knew that the door was a figment of the intrusion point. This wasn't an unintentional run-in with a tussle, but rather the murderer had premeditated it. He discovered the anomalous intrusion point before the dimension organs did. Red Lotus closed her eyes as she spoke. A figure coming to mind. It was the same close firing, but that person had extremely sharp eyesight. Even the trajectory of a bullet could be seen clearly. The dead woman drew her gun at the first opportunity. But if the enemy had known in advance at what moment she would pull the trigger, it would not have been so easy to hit her even at an arm's length. Next came punches straight to the face, not those translucent blades floating in the air. Why? Is it because you don't want to leave a conspicuous sharp-edged wound? Because he knew someone would be at his door soon. Red Lotus felt a chill rise up her back. Yes, this was what she had been feeling since she entered. Why didn't the murderer dispose of the body? Since he already knew that there was another world behind the bathroom door, it wouldn't have taken him more than a few minutes to throw the dead in there. But he didn't do anything. Just let the scene remain as it was. This is not a demonstration to the dimension limit authorities, but an intentionally placed decoy. If there really is such a group of people in the world who are secretly dealing with the visions caused by those with abilities, how should they be identified? The answer is simple. See for yourself who they are. You guys stay here. Stay alert. Red Lotus jerked to her feet and ran toward a window. What? Where are you going? Before Wang Baiwan could react, he saw his colleague flip out of the window. She landed on the wall with her feet, leapt upward to grab the eaves, and scurried up to the roof like a cat. Where would that man hide? On the hill behind the clubhouse, in a private house near the farmland, or on the viaduct not far away? Red Lotus scanned the area, her eyes finally landing on the bypass highway in front of the clubhouse, the only road connecting the clubhouse to the city, and the bridge was thick with traffic, each one looking incredibly suspicious. The murderer was probably sitting in the driver's seat, peering through the darkened glass. Hey, did you find anything? The questioning voice of Wang Baiwan came from the headset. No, maybe I'm overthinking it. Red Lotus shook her head, but a cloud lingered in her heart, as if someone was staring at her from the underworld. Chen Xian didn't immediately return to Tianlu district, but instead had the driver make 2 loops around the city. He sat in the back seat, appearing to be resting his eyes, but in reality, he was calming the effects of guessing the coin what he had won from Fei Dancer. In addition to her abilities, was actually a few paragraphs of her past life. Those memories were like clouds and mist, floating vaguely in his mind, as if they were a dream. Fei Dancer was not her real name. She had lived in the spring house since she was a child, and lying in the window of her second-floor room, she could see the traffic-laden streets below. It was an ancient town similar to Jiangwei. As her body grew apart, she became more popular and made many benefactors, from all over the world, including the exotic man who liked to guess coins. The man taught her the art of ensoulment and then died in her bed. The moment he breathed his last, there was no fear on the man's face, only relief at his release. His body also turned into a puddle of black water, staining the sheets embroidered with flowers. The Fei Dancer clutched the empty clothes and howled as if they were her most unrequited love. And then after that, she was on her way to taking her powers, and her looks became more and more flattering. As for how she found the intrusion point and what she did on this side of the world, the memory is completely silent. For several moments, Chen Xian had the illusion that he was the Fei Dancer, as if he had gained an extra life out of thin air. It took him a long time to shake off the effects. Why is there not a single mention of the side effects of this ability in the information from the Dimension Limit org? Did they not get all the information about the Fei Dancer by guessing the coin? For the vast majority of beings, it was unclear whether or not they possessed abilities. For example, before Chen Xian had become a store manager, he simply did not know that eating well and sleeping deeply were considered abilities. That is, other means of detecting competence should exist for the VLB. It's fine if the arrested person is willing to follow the orders of the authorities, but if they are determined not to cooperate with the authorities, do the authorities still have a way to deprive them of these abilities? Chen Xian pressed this doubt to the bottom of his heart for the time being. There were some unanticipated side effects, but the trip was certainly rewarding. He had harvested as many as 6 abilities from the Fei Dancer, and they all went into the inventory, with the only drawback being that they didn't increase performance points. You can open the Ability Manager app to see them all, and they are: Dance Genius LV2, the artist who controlled the body until the advent of neural takeover technology. Born to Charm LV3, the moment you say hello, the other person has the child's name all figured out. All poisons are invulnerable LV5. You rarely get sick and you don't fall victim to toxins. One of the components of the longevity ability, Acacia Technique LV5. One of the great obstacles in the way of the reproduction of life is the excess of pleasure over duty. It has to be a little more radical, not just to enjoy the ultimate pleasure, but to draw on the essence of the other to nourish itself. The question is that really what you have? Forcible Seizure LV1. Buy it or rob it. Inferior ability. Recommended to be permanently sealed. Warning, any ability acquired through non-transactional means is a serious infringement. Coin Guessing LV1. Taboo +5. Chapter 46, A Shop Assistant. From the description, the reason why Fei Dancer died was probably because she lost her harmony technique. God knows how many people's life essence she absorbed with this ability. In addition to this, there are 2 other abilities that Chen Xian is more concerned about. One is the invulnerability to all poisons. The rarity is green. The description is moderate, but the word component appears for the first time in the back. Can abilities not only be upgraded and leveled up, but also combined? It was just that the app was too sketchy, and he didn't know where he had learned the fragmented instructions. There were several components, and he didn't know anything about how to synthesize them. He could only boldly speculate that the synthesized ability should be able to cover all component effects, and the grade would also be higher. Other than that, just being able to save the loading bar would be quite valuable. The other was Guess the Coin, a purple rarity that was higher than he expected, and the description is straight up absent. Same as black magic, just the word taboo. Where exactly is it forbidden? Doesn't Fiamma use it to slaughter people all the time? Black magic is even more casual even for Gildair, but App obviously has his own reasons for showing it that way. And if 100 Poisons counts as a kit ability, then this should count as a series ability. Sets. Series. Chen Xian couldn't help but think of a game that started with D. Comparing these 6 abilities with Lin Cheng's information would reveal that the organ merely recorded only born to charm, 100 poisons, forcible taking and coin guessing. The dancing genius and harmony technique did not appear. Why? Is it because they don't matter? At least Hoplite is kinda good for some special needs, like assassinations and intelligence work. He found it easy to come to the conclusion that the definition of ability by the dimension organs was not the same as the ability store. Dance genius might be a natural talent of the Phi dancer, while Acacia was a learned dual cultivation spell, and neither of them was treated as an ability. It's not that the authorities are picky, but I'm afraid that only abilities triggered by intrusive events can be detected by them. The ability store is different. It's like the ocean. Everything is wrapped up in it. This also disguised his previous suspicion. The Dimension Ord did not win this battle by guessing coins. Only when it was getting late did Qin Xian return to the store. He took out his key and opened the roll-up door, and it was actually quiet inside. Before, Lin Chang would always lie on the sofa with her eyes closed, but now she was nowhere to be seen. The store hadn't even opened for the past 2 days because the walls that had been machine gunned hadn't even recovered, and she hadn't fully recovered from her injuries, so she shouldn't have been able to go out on her own. Remembering that he had robbed the dimensional limit organs of their prey only a short while ago, Chen Xian's heart immediately tightened. It can't be the other side coming to the door, can it? He called out to Lin Qing a few times in his headset, but the reply from there was long gone. Chen Xian no longer hesitated and directly took out his scanning gun, unleashing the ability to recall the guest immediately. With just a swish, Lin Cheng appeared at the bar with a spatula in her hand. Hey, what happened? She looked confused. Where are you going? Chen Xian was also somewhat confused. I'm right upstairs. Why would I suddenly run downstairs? Lin Qing froze, then slapped her head. No good. The dishes are getting burnt. With that she turned her head and scuffed up the stairs. Seeing that nothing serious had happened to her, Chen Xian also put his heart down and curiously followed her to the 3rd floor. This was the extra restaurant floor after the shopkeeper's upgrade, including an elegant room that could accommodate a dozen or so people for dinner, and a back kitchen that burned the fire for cooking. The kitchen was actually lit up. What surprised him even more was that there were actually dishes on the long table outside, and more than one of them. There were home-style veggie stir-fry greens and a pan-fried fish steak with mushrooms that rivaled a hotel presentation, and even the gumbo and after-dinner desserts were ready to go. This lavish rehearsal stared Chen Xian dumbfounded. He usually eats either takeout or instant noodles and almost never does anything himself. Lin Chang walked out at this time with a plate of oil-exploded prawns. I forgot to say welcome back. Have a seat. This is a celebration feast prepared for you. I don't know if it suits your taste. Chen Xian, who had always been a man of many words, opened his mouth, but actually did not know where to start. Half a dozen times he held back the silliest of questions. You did all this? Not really. That chef's machine is pretty advanced. It cuts and washes food, cooks and plates automatically. It feels like it's 20 years old. I just programmed it to do what I wanted it to do. Lin Qing smiled. Chen Xian couldn't say for a moment which was a bit more impressive, making a big meal with his own hands or programming a chef machine. But are the store's restaurants that advanced? He hadn't even visited the 3rd floor since he unlocked this department. Chen Xian hesitantly clamped a piece of fried fish and placed it in his mouth. The freshness of the chicken fur mushroom, the charred aroma of the fish skin, the exotic fragrance of the black truffle, and the slight spiciness of the pepper. These several flavors successively swooned in his mouth, extremely layered while intermingling with each other, and it was simply just right. If someone wasn't watching, he would have wanted to hum. This is 100 times better than takeout pre-made dishes. Well, Lin Cheng asked expectantly. Quite delicious, Chen Xian said honestly. That's good, she said with satisfaction. It's the first time I've ever made these, and they seem to be pretty reliable recipes. What recipe? Chen Xian pointed across the table, signaling her to sit down and eat together. Don't you have to practice to learn how to cook? How would I have time to learn how to cook? These are just marginal knowledge stored in the memory chips. Lin Cheng picked up her chopsticks. In our time, people have long since stopped needing to learn to acquire skills, and only need to purchase the relevant chips. For example, this piece in my head has all sorts of miscellaneous contents. So convenient. How nice. Chen Xian sighed. There's good and bad, I guess. She was non-committal. Basic education all turns into basic chips, and some knowledge becomes forever off limits to the people at the top. Hard to buy for any amount of money. This is more favorable for curing. Chen Xian changed the topic. What did you mean by the celebration banquet just now? A little tradition passed down from the dimensional limit organs. If the first mission is successfully completed, the group will host such a banquet. Lin Cheng blinked. I saw that there happened to be food in the refrigerator and the kitchen was fully equipped, so I thought of making a table. Of course, if you want to eat in the future, I can also do it every day. Chen Xian could see that she was deliberately selling out. What exactly are your intentions? How can you say it's an attempt? Lin Qing couldn't help but pull up her volume and protest. I'm supposed to fight alongside you, but now I'm stuck in the back, so I can't just keep doing nothing. That's okay, intelligence support is important too. Really? Her voice suddenly dropped an octave. So can I stay at the store all the time? You asked me to go out and get a job the other day, and when I think about it, it's not hard to get a job, but it would take me away from my proper business. I have to focus all my energy on the upcoming crisis and need to be in touch with you at all times. The best option is, she half-heartedly stammered out just what it was. Chen Xian naturally knew that she was too embarrassed to bring up freeloading. After all, he had made it clear before that he was opening a store, not an ability organization. It's okay, you've helped me get a channel to get in. It's not a wasted stay. That's your reward for assisting me against the Dimension Org. You can't generalize. I didn't realize she had principles. Wait. Will cook food and live in the store for a long time? Chen Xian suddenly thought, doesn't he happen to be short of a shopkeeper? There is no mention of not being able to recruit guests to become shopkeepers in the shopkeeper code. And the key thing is that her world has already been destroyed, and she can't even return to it if she wants to, so there is no risk of leakage, nor is there the trouble of suddenly resigning from the job. Well, he pretended to hesitate. It's better this way. You'll work in my store, nominally manage the restaurant, but actually you don't have to do much. Just help me entertain the customers once in a while. I'll give you another salary. How's that? Really? I'm fine with that. Lin Qing's eyes glowed and she immediately agreed as if she was afraid that he would back out. Chen Xian also smiled in his heart. Guests and clerks are not the same. Treating the guests too harshly would have a bad impact on the public, but the clerks are equal to their subordinates, so they can be used to their heart's content. By the way, do people who can read other people's abilities exist in the Dimension Org? I'm not sure about this. Lin Qing shook her head. The personnel information is all top secret. Even if the organization split later, this part of the intelligence has never been leaked. What's with the split? Chen Xian asked. It's nothing really. The agency's financial resources have always been funded by large corporations, and the nanites were a product pushed by those corporations. A portion of the organ's members divorced from the company after realizing that the nanites would cause unpredictable disasters, and this happened roughly 40 years later. Those who remained willing to work for the company were considered traitors by the separated staff, and nanomite technology will be born in 30 years. Together with it, the rapid development of prosthetic technology will also be developed, and personal prosthetics will then be rapidly popularized, which will in turn roll up an evolutionary revolution in society. If he hadn't personally saved Lin Qing from the future, it would only be hard to believe that the development speed in the next few decades would be so amazing. So you don't know exactly how many people are in the Dimension Org right now? Yes, Lin Qing said frankly. It is undeniable that the organ is still a behemoth hidden underwater today, and we must proceed with caution. As for your question of whether they have a certain ability, I can only say that abilities are inherently strange, and even if there aren't any that are exactly the same, there are ones that can basically replace each other. For example, the Phi dancer that you defeated today, her strong capture and guess the coin can both be used to take away abilities, and there are many more abilities like this one, so the odds are that your question is a yes. Chen Xian asked that pointed question. Do organs also deprive others of their abilities? Lin Qing revealed a helpless smile. The dimensional limit organs are truly dedicated to protecting the world, so they will do whatever it takes for that purpose, even though it conflicts with the values of many of the members. Stripping away abilities until there is a better option counts as a price. I'm sure that's the case. Chen Xian thought to himself that Phi Maiden's intelligence should have nothing to do with guessing coins, and that she had most likely suffered from means similar to the soul-searching technique or the great memory recovery technique or something like that before she died. So the intelligence did not mention the side effects of guessing coins, as well as those abilities that were always unrecognized by her. After dinner, Chen Xian typed out an employee contract from the housekeeper app and had Lin Qing sign his name, then scanned the contract into the database. Soon, there was an additional employee profile in the app, and the qualifications for the LV4 Store Manager application were fulfilled. Not only that, he also found that the available ability providers in the inventory became 2. In other words, by becoming an employee of the store, he can change and switch the employee's capabilities with the inventory capabilities at any time. Being a bit more capitalistic, he was even able to just package and sell Lin Qing's abilities without the latter having any knowledge of it. Chen Xian suddenly felt that it might be time for this store to expand. Chapter 47. Make the world chaotic? No. Let the ability be in demand. It is now 8:21 p.m. And the record is normal. Hayashibaru turned on the camera button on her phone. Then, the first Salvation Combat Guidelines meeting will begin. Participants, Hayashibaru, Mr. Store Manager. Is it necessary to be so formal? Chen Xian rubbed his forehead. saying that it was a meeting. There were only 2 people sitting around the coffee table in total, not much different from the usual chit-chat. That cell phone was still his own, so if it was leaked out, would he still want to lose the face of this store manager? It is imperative. We have an important and serious undertaking to undertake, and keeping records is absolutely essential. Even if we both demise halfway through our lives, our successors will be able to carry on our work through these records. Stop. What do you mean, halfway through the day? If you can't talk, you can't talk. Chen Xian was a bit upset when he thought of the still alive on the store manager's ability. That's right, this matter was supposed to be a responsibility I should shoulder. Lin Qing's gaze darkened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Don't worry, if you encounter major risks in the future, I will definitely try to preserve you. Chen Xian held his forehead, deciding not to go deeper into this issue with the other party. Let me sort it out from the beginning. The world will be destroyed because of the nanomite plague, and the ones who created this disaster are again the Velvet Limit Org and the Gold Master Company behind it. And considering that this technological revolution will occur 30 years from now, you're going to have to stop the Velvet Limit Org, is that correct? Lin Qing thought for a moment. The general logic is fine, but we would be more appropriate for the last sentence. The organization is dedicated to controlling and sealing all abilities, and it makes no difference to them whether the method of obtaining them is soliciting, trading, or plundering. You're not exposed yet, so you don't see the Dimension Limit Org as much of a hindrance, but once they're aware of it, it'll be a war. War? I thought you wanted to say one-sided crushing. Chen Xian opened a bag of chips for himself. Even if you've just had dinner, you should have something in your mouth when you make small talk. To say that would be underestimating you. Mr. Store Manager, you're more powerful than you think, and the customers who have received your help will all become your potential allies. So this is never a one-to-many battle, but a war between 2 forces, Lin Qing said in a serious manner. Chen Xian was a bit uncomfortable even at the compliment, but my name wasn't on the intrusion list. I'd been thinking about that too. The other woman moved toward him, going from sitting face to face to sitting side by side. Then she reached over with her hand and dug into the bag of chips. Maybe you're a variable. Or maybe the threat you posed was so great that it belonged to a higher level of secrecy that it didn't leave any information behind when it was wiped out. Well, then why wasn't it me who joined the organ and became one of them? You also said that no information about the members of the organ has been leaked so far, right? Click. Lin Qing was biting chips in her mouth, her forehead sweating a bit. Mr. Store Manager, would you be willing to give up all your abilities to be governed by them? Shouldn't want to. That's right. She was instantly relieved. I didn't think you were like that either. The Dimension Org doesn't do you any favors. At least they'd never pay for their abilities when they buy them. Chen Xian didn't bother counting which situation he belonged to before he didn't keep his name. Do you have any specific plans? Trying to stop the organ if you want. Reynaro coughed twice and sat upright. No. Chen Xian almost didn't choke. Not at all? I was a combatant before. I'm very good at everything from armed spaceships down to Gauss rifles. It's just that I'm not very good at coming up with ideas, she said with some embarrassment. In the past we relied on the intelligence services and the supercomputers to provide them. Well, when I met her, she did fight armed mechs on her own, but it's not completely absent. Lin Chang added, a dominant figure existed when the dimensional limit organ split, and judging by her age, she should still be alive at 2025, preferring to break with the original organ to maintain the independence of her actions. I thought at first that if I could find her, I might have found an ally inside and out. After that she passed around a picture. Chen Xian picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was an old woman wearing a heavy protective suit, while the background was a ruined city. Is there a name? Codenamed Red Lotus, though the advocates of the time preferred to call her leader. No other information? He muttered inwardly about how the photo was taken as if he were a refugee. No more. Her personal information was strictly protected at a time when the authorities were bent on putting her to death. This idea won't work, Chen Xian said bluntly. The enemy is in the shadows and we are also in the shadows. It's still an even situation. If you take the initiative to inquire about their secrets, then it will become us in the light, and we'll be exposed if we're not careful. Even if she had been a member of the Dimension Org, 2 orgs a century apart simply didn't count as being able to do the same thing. Not many people in today's day and age know the organ exists, let alone dig up the identity of one of its members. Let me think about it. Chen Xian pondered. The world won't get any worse without the dimension organs, right? There's no doubt about it. Lin Cheng affirmed. Many of the intrusion points are indeed quite dangerous. Leaving them unchecked could even cause city-destroying accidents. And the expansion of the intrusion would also bring about more serious ability crime problems. But that is not on the same level as the destruction of the Earth's ecosystem as a whole. It can be said that the initial intention of the authorities was good, but the final result of doing so was contrary to their wishes. I once met Jean d'Arc in another world. He pondered. By historical inertia, she would have died at the age of 19. But won't it make any difference to history that I helped change her fate? Good question. The early authorities were very worried about this and even counted such intrusion points as pollution, Lin Qing said while chewing on a chip. But that was a miscalculation caused by insufficiently advanced technology. The later research departments have been able to accurately determine the gravitational fluctuation coefficients of each world, proving that a world can't invade itself, so some seemingly similar histories are actually vastly different. So the parallel universe theory is proven in the future? The universe model is a very complicated thing. We can only take one step at a time, far from the point where we can draw a conclusion. She nodded and then shook her head. In fact, haven't you been able to observe the weight that doesn't exist now, with up to 90% of the mass, which scientific scholars refer to as dark matter, and which is in fact probably the weight of other worlds? That's great. You could win a Nobel Prize for that conclusion, couldn't you? Wait, according to you, the world line is unique, so no matter what you do, it won't change the future of that ecosystem being destroyed. Chen Xian discovered a bug. That's the point. Rhaenyra's tone was all mental. Yes, it's theoretically impossible. But you did do this. She raised her hand and waved the wristwatch. It did seem a bit strange that she was carrying an electronic watch when highly prosthetic. This thing is a miniaturized gravitational wave detector, and it sends out an early warning when there is a change in the fluctuation coefficients. That's why I was so surprised when I saw that the Earth was still in one piece a million times over. You don't travel to other worlds by traveling through intrusion points, but by virtue of your own special abilities, and that may be the key to breaking the theory of impossibility. Chen Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he always felt that the other party had the feeling of being in a pyramid scheme. If she didn't mention that, she'd be a proper cyber-spiritual beauty queen. You're doubting me. Lin Qing keenly sensed his distraction, but I can understand. Human development is like the blind leading an elephant. We can only observe what we can see. Under this premise, all theories are potentially disprovable. You're quite open-minded. It's not being open-minded, it's being realistic, she corrected. Since neither intrusion nor ability is something that must be sealed, we can't let the dimensional limit organs hide underwater so comfortably. Chen Xian thought for a moment. We have to muddy the water. The muddier the better, so that it is exposed to the public eye. That way, it will have to use most of its energy to deal with public opinion, and it will be a little easier to find either someone or its weaknesses at that time. You mean, revealing the existence of both otherworldly intrusions and abilities? Lin Qing immediately grasped his meaning. That's good. To me, it's the fact that the dimension organs were able to keep this information hidden for so long that's an unbelievable thing. But no matter what, their practice of keeping their ability users out of sight will surely ignite public opinion, and everyone is bound to be interested in this matter. Is indeed a good idea. The young girl couldn't help but clap her hands. In the end, people get their abilities from the influence of the intrusion point. It's not something they can control. Forcibly taking it away is tantamount to infringing on a person's basic power. This way we don't need to make a direct move and people will spontaneously boycott the Dimension Org. As for whether to boycott or join, it is not possible to draw a conclusion now, Chen Xian said in his heart. But one thing is for sure, when these secrets surface, they will surely cause an uproar in society. Unlike the opposite side of Area 52 where aliens were being researched, alien corpses and flying saucers were jaded legends that were never empirically proven, while something like abilities were visible and tangible. Besides, it's not a risky move, and it's perfect for throwing stones, not to mention how much of an impact the exposure of this matter would have on the dimension organs. At least in the future, the ability could be brought to the forefront for discussion. Those ordinary people who don't have the ability will naturally begin to envy the lucky ones who have obtained the ability, which is equivalent to creating demand out of thin air. And with demand comes supply. This is definitely a solid deal for Ability Shop. Chapter 48, The Greatest Show on Earth. Good evening. Interrupting. At this time, Lu Shiyu walked down the stairs and couldn't help but freeze at the sight of the two. Lin Qing happened to be in the middle of pulling out potato chips, and her shoulders were almost pressed together with Chen Xian. I'm sorry, I came at a bit of a bad time? Lu Shiyu asked this with her mouth, but her eyes did not avoid it. No, we were discussing something. Chen Xian coughed twice, pretending to be unconcerned as he stood up. Would you like some coffee or tea? Tea, please make an extra cup. Lu Shiyu waved her hand towards the second floor. Come down. It's not like the store manager will eat you. Anyone else? Chen Xian looked towards the stairway in confusion, only to see a stocky man hesitantly walking down. He had an impression of this man, formerly a hunter and a member of the first hunting team. Your name is Runehorn Deer? The other party immediately revealed a flattered expression. Lord Chen, I didn't expect you to remember me. Remember, you were shouting in favor of the immortal master at the bottom of Jiangwei City. He scratched his head in some embarrassment. I'm a coarse person. I can't think of any good words, so I can only rely on my loud voice to cheer up Lord Immortal Master. come and have some tea. Chen Xian brought 2 cups of tea to the coffee table. Thank you, he said, bowing his head in thanks so hastily that he dared to sit in his chair only a small corner away. I have basically arranged things in the spicy village and am ready to depart. Lu Shuyu sat down beside Lin Cheng and said, however, considering that the 2 places are far apart, I wonder if the shopkeeper can register the rune horned deer as that Wei Hei horse customer as well? If his room is connected to the Great Wasteland, then I'll be able to rush back to the village at any time. I see. Chen Xian immediately understood the beauty of this hand. The back door of the room followed the owner, and if the 2 clients were each connected to a place, it was equivalent to establishing an arbitrary door between the 2 places. There's nothing wrong with that. That's good. Lu Shuyu turned her head to look at Lin Cheng again. It seems that your body is recovering well. You are the Miss Lu who helped me with my treatment, right? Lin Cheng held her hand and said, I heard Qin Xian mention you. Last time I just woke up, my head wasn't quite clear. I forgot to formally thank you for the rescue you performed on me. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you. Probably not expecting her to be so forthcoming. Lu Shuyu froze, then smiled and drew back her hand. Actually, I didn't do anything, so there's no need to be so solemn. Miss Lin, don't you have any suitable clothes over here? I can help you prepare 2 sets. Lin Cheng's only clothes were the one-piece combat suit, and all she was wearing now was Qin Xian's wide t-shirt. Thanks for the kind words, but I've picked some out online and they should be here tomorrow. Online? Well, it's a bit tricky to explain, so if you're interested in learning about it, I can show you around now. Good, then I'll trouble Miss Lin. The 2 men watched and became acquainted. Chen Xian huffed. Was this considered an exchange across generations? By the way, does this store need any special treasures to be repaired? Lu Shuyu suddenly turned the conversation back to Qin Xian. Last time I saw it was in tatters. This time I see it's still the same. It'll affect business if it goes on like this, right? Not really. It's just like repairing an ordinary house. It's just that it's more troublesome to find someone. Chen Xian explained. Repairing electric lights and water pipes was fine. There were quite a few phone stickers on the poles by the roadside, but trying to find a reliable mason was difficult. And I've been quite busy lately, so I didn't take care of this for a while. Why don't I ask the villagers to help take care of it? Lu Shuiwei proposed. Yes. Rune-horned deer nodded repeatedly. There are carpenters and masons in the village. Their craftsmanship is quite good, especially after becoming a cultivator. Even their original handiwork has been refined a lot, but they can only do some mortal goods. I'm afraid they can't do anything about the things of the immortal world. Yeah, how did he forget about that? The store was quite mysterious, so mysterious that it was ordinary everywhere except for its function, and it seemed very appropriate to let the residents of Spicy Village help repair it. Chen Xian immediately agreed. Fine, you let them try. Soon Rune-horned deer brought a group of new villagers. They stepped into the room looked similar to the former. Reverence at the same time with constraints, as if this is some kind of sacred place. After a brief discussion, the group rolled up their sleeves and got to work, with a passionate and serious attitude. All the broken furniture was hauled away and new cabinets and small tables were made from one solid piece of wood. The holes in the walls were plastered with mortar and then hung with animal skins and bones to cover them. The floor was swept and mopped several times. Every corner was not spared. In less than 2 hours, the store was brand new. If the previous hall decoration style is a simple and elegant type, has now become a luxurious and elegant type. All hand-polished furniture inherently reveals a sense of nobility. Not to mention the wall of the ox horn, dragon claw and tiger skin. This generally only in the museum can see the ornaments. Instantly store temperament to a new level. The store's atmosphere is instantly elevated to a new level. Well, are you still satisfied? Rune-horned deer asked in an expectant tone. Chen Xian patted his shoulder. Well done. Everyone was overjoyed, as if they had been recognized by the immortals, and their excitement was overflowing. Chen Xian heart also touched bad. To their own cuckoo dry pass also do not want to pay for labor. The only need is their own affirmation. This is simply a lantern cannot be found in the quality of the hit workers. When assigning rooms to the rune-horned deer, he also used his scanning gun to peer at the abilities of the group, and found that all of them had basically cultivated the clear heart technique, while some had majored in talismans and some had majored in combat feats, and all of them were progressing quite well. In that case, it seems like Spicy Village can give itself a boost that goes far beyond those performance points for switching abilities. Can you leave another day later? Chen Xian asked Lu Shuiwei. The latter gauged. It's okay if it's only for one day. Do you have any plans? Well, there is indeed something I need your help with. One might be able to start with a little preview oneself for a world that has not yet opened its eyes. At noon the next day, Chen Xian and Lin Qing took a ride to the flood control scenic strip by the Sandy River. This big river divides the city into two, so several bridges have been built on the river in the past 20 years. But the most bustling one is still the first bridge over the Sand River in front of us. It was built in the earliest time, and connected to the most important main road of the city, so even if it is a bit old, the traffic flow is still the biggest one in all the bridges across the river. Not only that, both sides of the riverbank are also good sightseeing spots, with green belts and parks along the river, and even on weekdays, a lot of people can be seen swimming along the shore. It's almost time, let's begin. Chen Xian turned on his cell phone's shooting mode. A few moments later, 3 clusters of water columns suddenly exploded out of the river, each more than 10 meters high. The unusual commotion immediately elicited gasps from tourists on the scenic strip. That was an explosion? Is someone frying fish? People who were still playing and camping in the grassy areas of the park also ran toward the levee. Mom, there are people standing on the water, a child yelled. Holy, is this a stunt show? More and more people were shocked to discover that 3 silhouettes actually appeared where the water columns scattered away. Those were 3 tall men who wore animal skins and bared their chests and arms. Their pecs and abs were clearly defined, and their arms had clusters of tendon meet one after another, showing an extremely strong sense of strength. What was even more eye-catching was their costumes, with many lines painted on their light brown skin, animal horn helmets on their heads, and bone necklaces hanging from their chests, quite in line with the style of the ferocious savages. But how did they float without equipment on them? Check out Slowhand. Is anyone live yet? There was a lot of chatter. Enough! Suddenly a man roared out. This voice actually overpowered the surrounding noises and rolled across the river like muffled thunder. You have not gone too far in bullying people. We left our homes and fled all the way here just to be able to live. Yet you still want to chase us to the end. In that case, I won't hide anymore. Come on. Ha, he's doing quite well. Lin Qing said happily. He was so stiff in rehearsal that he thought he'd be too nervous to speak in real life. They're just shallowly informed. They're not gutless. In Chen Xian's opinion, anyone who could bring a family across half of Qingzhou and survive in a famine-stricken, man-eating environment was by no means an incompetent or timid person. Perhaps Fu Hu Horned Deer and the others did not know the significance of their performances, but as long as it was something that the shopkeeper had asked them to do, they would do their best to fulfill it. As for the nervousness of being on the field, it wasn't a big problem. As long as they activated the mind-clearing technique, they would be able to immediately calm down and concentrate on their tasks, something Chen Xian had experienced long ago. Hunt, who? I'm with you on calling the police. The surrounding people laughed, but the next moment, everyone suddenly closed their mouths. Yes? This is the best, however. Saving me from looking for you world by world. To make a break. Then sounded a clear cold female voice like a cold wind. The whole river water are frozen in general. Even if one hasn't seen the speaker yet, just hearing this aftertaste of chiding is enough to make people's minds come to mind. Look, the bridge. Someone pointed to the bridge. The others raised their heads and looked toward the bridge frame, 50 or 60 meters above the water. Only a woman in white appeared on the fence at the edge of the first bridge over the sandy river. Chapter 49, Hello, New World. Drip. The bridge was jammed with cars and honking horns. Are we still going? Don't worry. Something seems to have happened up ahead. I don't know who was the first to get out of the car, but as word spread, more and more people ran out of the car and, in the simple emotion of watching the fun, leaned over the fence to look forward. Yet even so, no one saw clearly when the woman in white appeared. She stood there as suddenly as if she had popped out of the air. Brush up. The crowd's movements were as neat as can be, all taking out their cell phones and aiming their lenses at the woman in white. The figure on the screen had an inexplicable sense of coolness. The woman's long sleeves fluttered, seemingly shapeless, standing on the narrow railing but steady as a mountain. Whether it was the traffic behind her or the yelling of the surrounding crowd, it was as if none of it existed in her eyes. If there were immortals in the world, this would be what it would look like. Lu Shuiyue was harboring a different state of mind at the moment. For the first time, she saw the city where the foothill dweller was located, and confirmed that it didn't belong to any of the continents beyond the abyssal sea. There were so many things she had never seen before, people and things alike, all of which gave her an extremely fresh feeling. At the other end of the bridge, the buildings undulating like mountains were simply more shocking than the Lotus Cloud sect's magic treasures, because the magic treasures could only be driven by a very small number of disciples. But these creations that were comparable to the greatness of power were created for the benefit of thousands of people. If the Lotus Cloud sect hoped that the world would one day become one, perhaps what would be more in line with that scene would be the scene in front of them. So it fell out of thin air? Those stories and knowledge of the past and present suddenly became heavy and realistic. Generation after generation of change, step after step of innovation, until the world is the same. The price to pay during this period, far more than one or two sect disciples can offer. Feeling the breeze of the river on her face, she felt her mind clearer than it had ever been in the past. Of course, Lu Shuyu didn't like to do this kind of head throwing, not to mention the fact that it was still a trick in front of the crowd. a move that went against the teachings of the Lotus Cloud sect. Being pointed at by hundreds of strangers also made her a little uncomfortable. Nay, the person who opened up to her was Chen Xian. Moreover, listening to him, this matter was also quite important and concerned the future of the store, which was why she decided to make an exception and put down the face of the sect for the time being. Hurry! She gestured toward the runehorn deer. Even if I die here, it will be an honorable death in battle. My clan will never let go of you. This evil, vicious, sinister and ruthless. The leader of the barbarians suddenly stuttered. What's going on? His aura seems to have weakened. Forgot the words? The onlookers immediately noticed the difference. It's not good, Lin Chang whispered. He's out of shape again. Chen Xian shook his head. The rune-horned deer wasn't out of shape, but the honest man's disease had struck again in the face of the immortal master that he respected from the bottom of his heart. Even if he knew that it was an act, he couldn't afford to curse out fluently. This was no longer a problem that could be solved by the heart-clearing technique. He immediately pulled out a precious transmission note and transmitted his voice to Lu Shuyu. No more waiting. Next stage. Lu Shuyu took an expressionless step forward and jumped off the bridge in full view of everyone. There's no rope tied to her. It's hard enough to jump from this height even if you don't die. The people on the bridge suddenly clattered and probed. And then they saw a scene that was comparable to a special effects shot. Lu Shuyu was so light as to be like a kite, gliding and floating towards the water, then stepping on the water and rushing towards the opposite three. Fu-horned deer didn't need to memorize his lines, and swung the wooden stick behind him to smash Lu Shuyu. The two sides exchanged hands at once. Of course, this was all what Qin Xian had told them beforehand. Anyway, the three villagers could not possibly injure the immortal master even if they put their best foot forward, so they acted as if it was their usual practice. Lu Shuyu also didn't use weapons, relying on her qi-infused hands and feet to attack, highlighting a punch to the head strike, but not so much in the eyes of others. The white-clothed woman's moves are very powerful. Almost every move will hit out of the bang-bang sound of the air. The force of the sufficient light is far away from looking at the people call for chills, by no means like the movie acted that way, and the weapon collision will even burst out of the sky when the debris. The other three barbarians weren't weak either. Despite holding wooden weapons, they had amazing momentum, and when they swung out, the onlookers could only see a piece of residual shadow. It was not difficult for them to imagine that if they were hit by a stick, it would definitely be more air in and less air out. What's even more incredible is that the four of them can't see a wigwam on their bodies, and there's not a single pedal under their feet. Both sides are actually stepping on the water when they move around, and when they lift their feet, they will also bring up a piece of water splash. At first the cacophony was quite lively, but gradually no one spoke. Everyone stared at the battle on the river with wide eyes, fearing that they might miss some small detail. As the woman in white was once again repelled by the combined efforts of the three, she finally lost her patience. There is progress, but not much. She pointed to the sky with one finger, and her feet even left the water a little bit, as if she was suspended above the sandy river. It's time to end, said the originally clear sky instantly darkened. Dark clouds rolled above the bridge, bright lightning shuttled between the clouds, as if at any time to leap out of the swimming dragon. All the witnesses could not help but be dumbfounded. The fight on the water in the front could be described as some kind of stunt, but how do you explain the blink of an eye and the big sunny day is gone? Lu Shuyue raised her hand and waved it. This is exactly the same trick that was used to scare off Wang Cheng's army at the bottom of Jiangwei Castle. There was a flash of lightning and thunder. Countless purple lightning struck out from the dark clouds, engulfing the trio in the blink of an eye, spraying steam everywhere on the river as if it was boiling. Not only that, but several lightning bolts landed on the street lamps of the sightseeing strip, splashing out a large string of sparks along with a chopping and popping explosion. Now everyone is really panicking. Who wouldn't want to be struck by lightning while watching a good time? Shrieks of panic rose in all directions as the people scurried away, trying to find a safe place to hide. However, the cloud came and went quickly. In less than 10 seconds, the afternoon sunlight once again poured down from overhead, illuminating the two sides of the sandy river, which also made the fleeing people stop in their tracks again without a second thought. That's when they realized that the woman in white had disappeared. The trio across from her did the same, disappearing from the bubbling river, leaving only half a charred stick in the water, and a few ragged scraps of cloth. I wasn't dreaming just now, was I? The cell phone is filming it. This can't be fake. Who the hell are they? It's so cool, isn't it? I want to learn that kung fu of floating on water too. Everyone was blown away. The tourists on the scenic strip and the drivers on the bridge. All of them exploded. Let's go, Chen Xian said with satisfaction. It's time to go pick up someone. Lu Shuyu was invited by the store manager directly to the store. Fu-horned deer and the others were in the Phantom Thunder fell instantly dive into the water, relying on the closed air talisman to move downstream, and wait to find a deserted river bank and then go to the shore. So there is still a need to pick them back. Listening to the sounds of those excited discussions behind him, Chen Xian knew that the curtain was finally going to be pulled back. Blow up. Jiangcheng has a strange story after the weird mirage. Family, something's wrong. The aliens haven't found us, but the immortals have come out first. Don't forget to click on the live video screen when it comes in. I've been saying for a long time that superpowers must exist, and that super British movies are documentaries. The fermentation speed of the incident is amazingly fast. In the afternoon, a variety of discussion postings on the major forums sprung up. By the evening this has rushed to the top of the hot searches, and the tube is full of related clips. Young man, you know what happened on the first bridge over the Shajiang River in the afternoon? Even the neighborhood often come to buy cigarettes. Uncle talked about the noon drama. I know. Didn't the TV station go to the scene for an interview? Chen Xian skillfully helped him scan the code. 2 packs of Furong Wang, $40. Hey, this is nothing. The most coincidental thing is that my daughters were on the bridge at the time, only a few meters away from the woman in white. She also happened to have a camera with her, and instantly took a lot of pictures. The eldest uncle proudly declared, I heard that someone is now buying high-definition photos of the scene at a high price. Several $100s apiece. Really? Your daughter's luck is too good. What does she think of this? I'm not sure about that. Why don't you talk to her if you're interested? I'll give you WeChat. Actually able to sell Chen Xian from this angle was never expected. He hurriedly pushed the cigarette to the other party. Ah ha ha ha. Say it again. Say it again. TSK. Young people really don't understand flavor. The old man shook his head and walked out of the store rather dissatisfied. At this time, Lin Chang, who was cleaning the tables and platforms on the side, suddenly came over and said to Chen Xian with an ear, the dimensional limit organs have made their move. Chapter 50 is strike while the iron is hot. You found the trail? Chen Xian asked without moving. Well, take a look at these posts. She pressed her finger to the monitor, and the content in the screen immediately jumped. This ability to control a computer directly without a port connection was truly amazing. They're basically pretty much the same, all of them pointing to the noon thing as a movie build-up. For example, the headline discussion title that Chen Xian read. I didn't expect the response to be so good. It looks like the publicity for Ascendant Immortal was very strong. The first floor also gives several photos of a camera set up in the dark, crews recovering cables from the water, and the back of a woman in a long white coat as she gets into a reception car. Post-discussion is also quite professional, although there is no lack of netizens' gags, but many back to the post with the tone of the industry, pointing out that the photo of the equipment are used for what? Another post went even further, directly posting a surreptitiously filmed video of rehearsal footage, as if to confirm that the incident was a completely premeditated promotion. Below are even more self-proclaimed independent thinkers sneering at eyewitnesses who take fairies seriously. No, you all believe in such things. Why don't you believe that I am the first emperor of Qin? Can the believer leave a contact info? I'll sell you insurance when you're old. Chen Xian counted to see that it was normal to believe or not believe, but those photos of actors and actresses, pretending to be busy filming crews, it was obvious that it wasn't something that ordinary netizens could do. He enlarged the photo of the woman in white and repeatedly scrutinized it, realizing that this person had a slight resemblance to Lu Shuyue in both figure and facial contour. Plus most of the witnesses were far away from the bridge, and would subconsciously associate her with the immortal as soon as they saw this photo. Are you sure these are all the handiwork of the Dimension Org? He had heard Lin Qing introduce this organization, and in general, despite being very large and possessing unfathomable abilities, the Dimensional Limit Organization was hidden underwater for a long period of time, making it act in a secretive and low-profile style. Each regional branch has a logistics department, which is mainly responsible for dealing with information leakage matters, and the best thing they can do is to confuse the real with the fake and fake with the real. It was only that during the time when Lin Qing was active, the organization had been split up for decades, and the organizational structure, philosophy and guidelines were all very different from the past, plus the high level of secrecy within the organization at that time. She could only get a general idea based on past information. Lin Cheng affirmed, instead of blocking it all over the internet, it's better to intentionally guide it. The resources they can call upon are quite staggering, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that this improvised Immortal Ascension has already begun filming. It won't be more than a few days before you'll find that the theaters will actually release the trailer. This cost is nothing more than that to them. Of course, I have more definitive proof, she added. I took all the approval reposts and then gave them to Green to analyze. Wait, who is Little Green? Chen Xian interrupted. Efficiency E63, my personal AI assistant. Everyone with an assisted thinking chip from now on will have an AI system built in. Good advanced. He stood in awe. You go on. Green found that more than 85% of these replies were AI replies, and that they matched the verbal output characteristics of the large model cow, one of the AIs developed by the Dimension Org and working for us until after the split. Chen Xian couldn't help but lightly applaud. This is the future. Use AI to fool humans, and then use AI to arrest AI. The job is all wrapped up. Why call it a cow though? Does the name matter? It's nothing more than saying that it eats grass and milks. Lin Chang shrugged. AI itself doesn't mind. What do you mind? Also, Chen Xian turned back to the topic. I have to say, it's kinda easy to muddle through this way. If I didn't know Lu Shuiwei, I would definitely think that this actor in the photo was the woman who jumped off the bridge at that time. I'm not going to let them through that easily. It's times like these that you should strike while the iron is hot. You came up with a good idea? Humph. I'm not a vegetarian either. The young girl's eyes sparkled and she looked excited. This world's network protection has too many loopholes, which is just right for me to play. Even if this trick can only be used once, it's enough to make them drink a pot of water. The door to the supervisor's office was closed tightly, and every now and then a few whispered answers could be heard from inside. Outside, everyone in the card table had their heads down and pretended to be busy, but all they could actually do was brush up on the web page to see if there was any new news. The captain is probably being scolded this time. Someone muttered in a low voice. It's a strange shame that our hallowed executive group was actually ridden over by the logistics group. Shoo, people are right next door. Be careful of being overheard. Wang Baiwan turned his pen in boredom, his eyes lingering on the video of the woman in white jumping off the bridge. He always felt that things hadn't been going too well lately, as if there hadn't been a single mission that could be properly closed out of the file since Red Lotus had risked entering the C-102 intrusion point and ended up losing the mission. He dragged the mouse, bringing the progress back to the center. It's for the best. Saves me from searching world after world for you guys. Make a break for it. As the woman spoke the words, he pressed pause and zoomed in on the other image side by side. It was an exclusive photo bought by the logistics team from other sources, and the photographer was only 5 or 6 meters away from the woman in white, and the camera clearly recorded the other side of her face. Even without being directly in front of the camera, she could be glimpsed as a stunning beauty, the type that was extremely distinctive and would not be forgotten once seen. Find anything? Someone behind him asked. There was no need to turn around to know that the questioner was Red Lotus. Wang Baiquan stretched a lazy waist, in the chair to stay sitting all day. The body again, good waist and back cannot help but some soreness. No clue. The intelligence group has been investigating for a day and a night with no results. How can I see the problem? If these people are all true to their origins, then that means they are all experienced roamers. On the bright side, the woman has returned to her own world after destroying those 3 adversaries and won't be able to endanger us anymore. But that doesn't make sense. Hataki from the next deck peeked over and said in a thin voice, 4 people going in and out of the world would need to pass through the intrusion point, which would surely produce an oscillating waveform with a consistent frequency many times over. And even if we still hadn't found the intrusion point, the machine would have recorded it as a major feature. And intelligence is saying that it didn't happen at all. You're a newcomer, so don't take what the instruction book says too seriously. Wang Baiquan bristled. It's common for machines to miss and misremember, so who knows what the real situation is like. Even if people still stay in Zhangchang, from her appearance, it should not be the kind of pervert who loves to cause destruction and kill, right? Just because she's good looking? Red Lotus sneered. He coughed twice. That phase is born from the heart. I'd like to ask a question. Hataki looked to the 2 men. You say. Red Lotus was quite polite to this junior. In case she really resides in Jiangcheng and is still unwilling to cooperate with the authorities, and afterward repeatedly enters and exits the invasion point, should we also regard her as an enemy? The 2 men looked at each other. It was Red Lotus who finally nodded back. Not bad. Even if she's nice, just doesn't trust us, but doesn't want to fight us, then we must at least carry out an expulsion so that she never sets foot on this world again. Red Lotus sighed softly. I know what you're worried about. It may seem like we're acting like unreasonable hosts, refusing all outside visitors, but it's a necessary measure to protect our world. The expansion of the invasion point will eat up the space we depend on for survival, and it will also allow more and more people to gain mutant abilities. Can you imagine everyone having the ability to take by force or kill by stealth? That kind of society can be too exciting. Wang Baiwan patted the little girl's head. In order for everyone to press on and eat late-night snacks without any worries, such a rule is absolutely necessary. Hataki hummed at first, but quickly looked at him with a stunned expression. Did I say something wrong? He turned his head to look at Red Lotus and realized that the latter was also staring at him with wide eyes. Deadpan. Wang Baiwan reacted violently, followed by looking back. The computer screen at some point became dark. The center shows a large 5. Other co-workers in the office let out gasps of surprise. Hey, what's going on? It looks like my computer's been hacked. Me too. Can't maneuver. Then 4, 3, 2, 1. As the numbers ended, a masked man appeared in the screen. Hello to all who can see the live feed. As you can see, I am an ability. Chapter 51, A Day of Eating in the City. Red Lotus grabbed her cell phone and looked at it. screamed out in distress, and immediately ran for the window. Wang Baixio saw that her cell phone seemed to be playing the same content. No way! With a shock in his heart, he followed to the window. This office building was right by the main road in the center of the city, and through the glass one could see the busiest commercial square in Jiangcheng, only to see the several huge electronic advertising screens around the square, all of which had turned into live broadcasts of The Masked Man. I apologize for interrupting you all in such an abrupt manner, but I have been left with no choice. I am capable, but just as much a victim who has suffered multiple persecutions and has had to stand up and speak out for myself. The voice sounded like a female, but in all likelihood it had been tuned. That's right. There are superpowers in this world, and everyone has the potential to be one of them. The reason why you are unaware of it is because there is a huge interest group that covers up all the truth. It regards its own interests as everything and wants to bring all those who have gained the ability under its control. And if you don't want to, then what awaits you is secret capture, imprisonment or even execution. What is she babbling about? Wang Baiquan said in annoyance. As you all should have known yesterday, something seemingly unbelievable happened on the Sandy River, and judging by my experience, those are true. The organization will surely try to quell the matter, such as fabricating it as a movie shoot, fabricating it as a stunt to promote it, but that's not the point I want to make. The attention this matter has gotten has given me the courage to be here, to expose the other side. I want you to understand that you don't need to hold great wealth in your hands or wait for a mutation. Getting the ability or not is not determined by your will or background, and because of this, the ability doesn't discriminate against anyone. It can be said that having the ability is a basic human right, and it shouldn't be monopolized by any organization's monopoly. I've been hiding for the past 10 years just because I wasn't willing to submit to the organization's pressure, but today I don't want to stay silent any longer. I'm going to fight them to the end. Listen carefully. This organization is called the Organ for Maintaining World Stability and Restricting the Non-Proliferation of Abilities, or the Dimensional Restriction Organ for short. It's a nice name, but it won't change the fact that it's a monopoly and dictatorship. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, I will show up in front of the Panda Pavilion at the Jiangcheng City Zoo to prove the existence of the ability to everyone who harbors doubts. I know that the authorities will definitely come to stop me and even silence me, but I have to do it, because it's not just for me alone, but also for you all. For everyone who may have acquired the ability but can't enjoy it, I will fight to the end. The avatars disappeared and the electronic screens, cell phones and computers went back to their normal screens. Wang Baiquan was infuriated and laughed. Jiangcheng? Isn't that the area under our jurisdiction? When have we persecuted this number of people, who can hack several public networks at the same time? Wanting to hide is not a difficult task at all, rather turning black and white to bite us back. What is this not a deliberate provocation? But this person seems to know the organ quite well. Hataki said timidly, could it be that someone from another district has been offended and has come here to lash out at the organ? More than just lashing out at the authorities. She simply wants to turn the table, so that the situation that is now so hard to maintain will be destroyed. Bang! The supervisor's office was kicked open, and the normally elegant and steady Captain Wan Changshan's eyes rippled with veins. Did you all just see that? All the team members stood up in unison. Yes, damn. It's good that we didn't arrest her first, but she dares to send herself to the door? He rarely burst into foul language. If we can tolerate it, we'll come to the conference room. We'll take this declaration of war. Hey, I have to work overtime again today. Wang Baiwan sighed as he took 2 steps, but he realized that Red Lotus was still stuck in front of the window. It's a meeting. What are you still looking at? As if she had suddenly come back to her senses, Red Lotus said with some hesitation. Nothing. Let's go. The masked woman's declaration added another pot of gasoline to the already hot topic of ableists. As long as Chen Xian turned on the television, no matter which channel he jumped to, the news content was almost always reporting on this matter. Welcome to Jiangcheng TV's live tracking program. Our reporter is located in front of the gates of the city zoo. Please connect her for our live interview. Hello viewers, this is reporter Chao Shi. As you can see, even though tomorrow is the day of the ability reveal, a considerable number of people have already gathered in front of the zoo gates. Judging from the stance, it seems that these people intend to camp out on the pedestrian plaza at the gate that night so that they can enter the zoo at the first opportunity tomorrow. With the female reporter's gesture, the camera focused on the open space behind her, you can see that the crowd gathered here is tens of thousands of people. Many tourists have already set up their tents, and pulling a little further away, all kinds of camping tents almost spread half of the square. Jiangcheng Zoo, Botanical Garden, Cultural Center and Martyrs Park are all built in one piece. The government, in order to enhance the tourism value of this place, simply in the middle of the 4 gardens built a pedestrian plaza. Usually there are any festivals are held here. Camping is also allowed. Camping is also permitted. Only this large-scale spontaneous camping is still the first time. Now let me interview these tourists and see what they think about what's going to happen tomorrow. Is it nice? A voice suddenly scurried out to say. Ha! Chen Xian turned his head, only to realize that the old uncle who was a frequent patron was looking at him with a smirk on his face. The other man pointed to the TV on the wall. My daughter. So this is your daughter? Is a TV reporter? Chen Xian was surprised to the point that he had previously thought that the other party's daughter belonged to the kind of prospect that was worrying, but did not think that she actually had a clear brow, and the old man did not have any resemblance to him at all. This kind of person should not worry about not having an object. Why else would she have a camera with her at all times? Not bad. I mean, this job is pretty good, that's for sure, and nice too. She's popular at the station. The old man put what he wanted to buy on the counter. Count how much. It was a couple boxes of self-heating food and 2 folding benches. Chen Xian frowned. You're going to accompany her tomorrow? Our whole family will be there. The old man said cheerfully. It's the first time she's gotten such a high-profile assignment from the station, so I'll definitely have to go and give her a shout-out. There will be a lot of people there. Aren't you afraid of squeezing in your body? Hey, it's not like I'm going to the front of the line. As long as I'm in the garden, I'll be considered supporting her. Chen Xian thought about it, but still said one more time. Then in case you hear something loud at that time, you can't go to the noisy place. Too many people are afraid of trampling. You can't afford to be hit by them. A total of $65. Thank you for your patronage. Yo, boy, you kinda care about me. That's right. Who made you a regular customer of the store? I was hoping to sell you more in the future. Chen Xian smiled and urged once more. Remember, don't go to the hustle and bustle. Okay, got it. The old man paid the money and happily walked out of the store. In the evening, Lin Chang also returned to the store. She was now walking without any major problems, and her prosthetic function had recovered about 60%, so fighting wouldn't help much, but at least she wouldn't be dragging her feet. How are things at the zoo? Chen Xian handed her a cup of coffee. As expected, it was stared down from all sides by the people from the dimension limit organs. Lin Ching laughed. Although I don't recognize these people at all, I know they were all sent by the organ. There were cleaners, security guards, and ability users pretending to be tourists. The airwaves in the same frequency band are almost like a symphony, but unfortunately, the protection has been strengthened this time, and there is no way for me to listen in. To be able to infiltrate to this extent in a day's time, the organ is still quite powerful. Chen Xian nodded. If the masked woman really showed herself in front of the panda pavilion, do you think they could defuse the crisis with so many onlookers watching? If they couldn't do it, how could they have lurked underwater for so long? I've never doubted the wonders of the ability, much less the fact that they've been stockpiling talent in this area for a long time. Lin Qing frankly replied back. With things having come to this point, surely this one district's dimensional limit organs won't be the only ones to deal with us. If the pressure is given enough, I even suspect that they can make the entire zoo disappear like magic, right in front of everyone. Chapter 52 Erosion Revisited. That's quite impressive. Chen Xian silently commented. Yeah, without some ability how can you hold most of the world's abilities firmly in your own hands? Lin Cheng was a bit emotional. Honestly, I felt quite guilty when I spoke those words yesterday, and I always had the feeling of backstabbing myself in the past. There is no lack of simple and kind people in the dimension limit organs, and there are also some members who are survivors of the intrusion. If I can, I really don't want to cross paths with them. She didn't say this to go and regret it later. Chen Xian could see the unwavering will in the young girl's eyes, and the subtext of this statement was clearly that as long as she could reverse that future, she would go forward even if she had to make enemies of all the members of the organ. And how was the Dimension Org exposed to public view in the history, you know? He couldn't help but wonder. There will always be more and more intrusion points, and the control of the authorities will gradually decline. In the beginning, it was ability crimes that went out of control, and various bizarre cases aroused social concern, and the state power intervened. Then the civil society appeared to fight ability crimes, and then after that, people with unusual talents were found to exist in all walks of life, and there were those few companies behind every major achievement. And that's when the dimension limit organs came from behind the scenes a little bit to the front of the stage. It feels like it's just water under the bridge. Chen Xian stroked his chin and pondered, especially the piece of the ability to combat the ability of the criminal ability of the people. Considering that the authorities have been monitoring the awakened people in the city, is it possible that these heroes who have actively stood up for themselves have received their tacit approval? I know what you're thinking, but this exposure is definitely not in their plans, Lin Ching said confidently. This cascading diffusion scheme had been discussed many times by the two, and as it stood, the Dimension Org had less than a 10% chance of winning. It's not that they're incapable or not strong enough, but this gap is reflected in the accumulation of decades of intelligence. What I'm worried about now is whether or not there will be too many people sniffing around, giving the dimensional limit organs an excuse to pressurize the closure of the park, Chen Xian said as he combed through the process. Although this wouldn't be so bad as to hinder our plans, it might discount the effect a bit. From the afternoon interviews it was clear that the people who were moved by the news were far more than just the people of Jiangchang. There were also a lot of tourists who came from abroad and gathered in front of the zoo with great interest, especially for those who are professional podcasters. This kind of splash of traffic says nothing. I bet the Dimension Authority wouldn't do that. Closing the park and dispersing the tourists is tantamount to admitting this fact in disguise. It's tantamount to surrendering to the masked woman, which is not in line with their style, Lin Qing said in disbelief. Once they decide to make a move, then they have to do it in a way that leaves everyone speechless. The so-called head-to-head? That's right. Only by making everyone realize that the masked woman is a complete fraud can we truly calm this round of public opinion. Lin Qing suddenly lowered her voice. Thank you. Why are you suddenly saying thank you? Chen Xian was somewhat surprised. This hasn't even been done yet. And even if we were able to muddy the waters so that the dimensional limit organs were forced to reveal the surface, that would only just be the unveiling. Trying to make this huge thing completely disintegrate was never something that could be done by one or two small schemes. If it counted as a skyscraper, then what they were doing now was nothing more than digging down a brick from the first floor. That was also the beginning of all changes, wasn't it? She put down her coffee cup and looked straight at Chen Xian. Even if you refuse to help me, I'll still go through with it alone, but that's by no means an easy goal to achieve. Just thinking about it screams despair. I'll probably die in some unattended corner, and the future won't change in the slightest. How come? Even if I don't help you, I won't turn you away. Chen Xian shrugged. As long as this store finds you, then you will always have a place to stay. He suddenly paused. It wasn't anything else that stopped him from continuing, but a pair of warm and soft lips. Lin Chang probed forward and pressed against him. It might have been a second, or two or three, and she quickly retracted her head. But I still prefer it when you get to fight with me. Well, don't take it to heart. It's a way to show appreciation in the future. I'm going to go back to my room and take a shower. After saying this, she ran up to the second floor with a smile on her face, leaving Chen Xian alone and frozen behind the bar. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the following day, the front of the panda pavilion in the zoo was surrounded by crowds. In order to maintain order, the neighboring police station even deployed most of the police force to guide the flow of people at various road junctions in case of accidents. I'm afraid that in the history of the park's opening, the only time the pandas have ever been in such great demand was when they were first transported here. Yet no one is coming for the panda today. Time is almost up. Wang Baixian climbed onto the roof of the snake pavilion 100 meters away and took out his binoculars to observe. No suspicious situation has been found for the time being. Can you see Red Lotus? Captain Wan's voice came over the headset. He swept around, then found a familiar figure in front of a kiosk. Red Lotus had purposely made a disguise today, wearing a baseball cap and a pair of sunglasses, with a series of studs glittering by her ears, and with that idiosyncratic red hair, she was dressed as a delinquent girl. This kiosk was less than 20 meters away from the panda house, so no matter where the masked woman showed up, she was guaranteed to be able to displace to her opponent's side at the first opportunity. Can see, she's in position. Red Lotus could obviously hear their conversation as well, and she glanced sideways toward the snake pavilion. I was wondering if both of the reinforcements sent from above have fallen into place as well? Don't worry about that. Someone will tell you who to arrest later, the captain said. It's at this point, and we're still not allowed to be told the names and abilities of the reinforcements? Red Lotus was clearly a bit displeased with this. This is due to the need for secrecy, and your abilities are the same for members of other divisions. Wan Chongshan calmed her down. Put your focus on the mission. Do it when you hear the command. Don't ever hesitate, even if the other party doesn't look like it no matter what. At that moment the crowd suddenly stirred. Please make way for me to walk to the front. A woman wearing a mask said daintily. It's coming. It's really coming. The crowd exploded, aiming all sorts of long guns at her. Wang Baiqiu naturally also saw her, a clothing-dress nano-replica masked woman's replacement. This is still the logistics team's best trick, to follow the trend and make it look real. This masked woman is greedy, short-sighted. In order to attract traffic can do whatever it takes. She simply does not have much ability, but happens to have a brother who works in the telecommunications bureau. The two red-hot Shajian Bridge incident brought the heat, only to create such a farce of claptrap. She will fool all the viewers here in front of all eyes and nail all the supporters of the masked lady to the coffin. When she herself is reduced to a clown, her theory will naturally become a joke. Instead of overturning the truth, it is better to discredit those who tell the truth. A tactic that has been tried and true by the logistics group, assuming they catch the real masked woman. Of course, Wang Baiquan guessed that one of those two supporters might have a similar ability to quickly locate the target they were looking for amongst the crowd. As for whether it was by locking on to the other person's ability or locking on to other characteristics, that was unknown. He glanced at his watch. It was now exactly 1:30, 30 minutes short of the 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the masked woman had foretold. But the alternatives left her little time. Buzz off. Just then, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Wang Baiwan took it out and couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The organ had actually sent them an intrusion point warning. Warning, Class C normality erosion detected. Location coordinates determined. Why this time of year? Don't bother. Prioritize the task at hand. Captain Wan made an instant decision. It's only C rank. It's fine to go back half a day later. Understand. Before Wang Baixiu could finish answering, his cell phone vibrated again. Warning, Class C normality erosion detected. Location coordinates determined. Warning, Class C normality erosion detected. Location coordinates determined. Warning, Level B normal erosion detected. Location coordinates have been determined. Please proceed immediately to deal with it. Back-to-back intrusions in a matter of seconds? And it's also risen rapidly from C to B. How is this possible? Wang Baiwan subconsciously clicked on the coordinates of the locations and realized that these intrusion points were actually quite close to him. All of them were in the botanical garden next door. It can't be. His heart violently surged with shocking waves. Theoretically, there was only one situation that could cause this phenomenon, and that was if a rover was repeatedly traversing the two worlds, causing the organ machine to capture the same waveforms consecutively. And this behavior did cause the intrusion point to expand rapidly. Wang Baiquan mentally exclaimed that it was not good, and just wanted to inform Honglian of his suspicions, but he realized that there was no longer a colleague in front of the kiosk. Chapter 53, The Beginning of Chaos and Subversion. Red Lotus pushed her way through the crowd and darted out of the zoo, not caring about the astonished stares of the people around her as she desperately ran towards the botanical gardens. They were all caught in a trap set up specifically for the Dimension Org. The masked lady won't show up at all. What the other side wants is these incessant audience, but the real stage is not in front of the Panda Hall. Red Lotus, where have you been? The captain called. The enemy is aiming for the botanical gardens intrusion point. I'm on my way to the west gate, so I'll have the rest of the members intercept the remaining 3 gates, block off the surrounding roads, and have the local population evacuate immediately, Red Lotus said under her breath. No way. This is all something that can only be done by the government. Then use your connections to get the government to do the job. I know the authorities have such connections up there. Captain Wan was silent for a few seconds. Are you sure this chain of erosion was caused by the masked woman? Red Lotus had already passed through the west gate by this time and was only about 400 meters short of the coordinates position. I'm sure of it. If there's a mistake, I'm willing to take full responsibility. Are you the captain or am I the captain? Wan Chongshan sked. The person in charge can only be me. You all heard that? Go to the botanical garden now to support Red Lotus, and make sure to stop the expansion of the invasion point. Yes. Wang Baiquan and the others responded in unison. Ong 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 ong. Suddenly, a strange shriek swept over the arboretum. It was a sound Red Lotus had never heard before, like the hissing of some giant beast, but she couldn't place it in correspondence with any creature. The feeling of foreboding in her heart grew worse. After running through 2 more landscapes, there is the big forest in front of you, a flat and wide slope with plants modeled after a tropical rainforest, which is also the location of the coordinates. But before she could enter the edge of the slope, her feet trembled steeply. It was as if there were 10 dump trucks moving in unison. Barely. The outer trees came crashing down with a series of trunk snapping sounds, and a lanky quadrupedal creature burst out of it. It was almost 4 stories tall, and each of its legs was comparable to an adult's driving trunk. Even though it was the first time Red Lotus had seen such a creature in person, she quickly connected it to a class of ancient animals she remembered. Dinosaurs. Then came a second and a third. These behemoths howled as they pushed away the trees that blocked their way, as if they were in a panic. Luckily, judging from their long, thin necks and stout quadrupeds, these were all herbivorous dragons. After the large herbivorous dragon opened up a path, a few more dragons with fleshy fins on their backs came out from behind. Their heads were a bit more pointed and their bodies were much more slumped down, crawling as if they were a giant lizard. What kind of dragon is this? Red Lotus didn't recognize it, but she had definitely seen something similar in a dinosaur movie. What makes her scalp numb is that there are also tourists in the botanical garden. Only the number is far less than the zoo. Now these tourists are all attracted by this unusual movement. After seeing that it is actually a dinosaur, the first thought is not to escape, but to take out a cell phone to take pictures. She didn't try to discourage it because she knew that verbal discouragement would have little effect. The only way to stop a disaster from happening is to snuff out the source. Red Lotus agilely passed between the groups of running dragons and rushed headlong into the dense forest area. But this forest seemed to be extremely deep, and the intertwining tree branches and green leaves overhead grew tighter, and the sunlight no longer shone directly down, but instead shed a tiny column of light through the gaps. After about 2 minutes of running along dinosaur footprints and the remains of smashed trees, she finally heard something different moving. Roar! Ow! Run faster, and I'll give you meat if you catch up. Ow! The voice was just to his right. Red Lotus immediately adjusted the direction and sprinted following the sound. As a result, just after taking a dozen steps, the surroundings opened up. It felt like the fisherman of Wuling County in the Peach Blossom Garden Chronicle who passed through a small cave in the mountains to the hidden world, and the whole view became open and pleasant. The woods are gone, replaced by a vast grassland, streams flowing on the ground, birds and animals playing at the water's edge, and a bunch of migrating dragons can be seen in the distance. Looking closer, she realized that there was actually a concrete bungalow at the bottom of the hill, which looked out of place in the surrounding scenery, with a plaque hanging next to the door of the house, Rainforest Service Area. In front of the house a tall, colorful-haired woman wearing a mask was luring a short-clawed dinosaur about her own height around the doorway repeatedly with beef jerky, seemingly playing some kind of fun game. That house shows that the boundaries of this place still belong to the botanical gardens. However, the nearby space has been completely intermingled with another world. This is the advanced form of the intrusion point, which perhaps started out closely associated with only one of the doors in the service area, but has now grown to become part of the rainforest area. Despite the absurdity of the sight before her, she had to think so. The rover that had caused the invasion point to expand was a dinosaur. Except it wasn't the culprit. The woman who guided it to repeatedly cross the line was the real culprit, and the other woman clearly knew it. Using seemingly innocent behavior to commit a crime of the worst kind behind her back, she is committing a crime against the entire human world. The piercing chill was followed by indescribable rage, and Red Lotus could no longer control her emotions as she darted down the dirt slope, pulled the Organ's special pistol from her waist, and fired several times at the woman and the dinosaur. But the bullet with the anesthetic needle attached failed to hit the other side. 2 air swords blocked the path of fire, as they had when facing Jean in the dungeon. Red Lotus reacted instantly. It was this person again. The masked woman and the air sword man were actually in cahoots. Not waiting for her to exert her King's Car transposition ability to get further closer to the house, the 3rd and 4th air swords also surfaced one after another, one stabbing at the location where the bullet landed, while the other slashed directly at her hands, sealing off all of her attack routes. Red Lotus no longer had the grace of continuous dodging that she had in the first encounter, and in her haste she was forced to roll backwards, getting covered in mud, not to mention that her pistol was also shattered by the sword. She broke out in a cold sweat. If she had been 0.2 seconds slower, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been the barrel of the gun that would have shattered. It would have been her hands. The opponent was clearly improving as well, and nowadays, both the speed of the sword swing and the power of the slash were even more deadly than before. What was even more infuriating was that the man never showed his face, and after forcing himself back, he was left with 4 air swords floating in midair, isolating her from the woman. Red Lotus roared out of anger. Do you know what you're doing? The woman inclined her head to look at her, no faltering in her sharp pupils. Of course I know, because it's the only right thing to do. The moment the words fell from his lips, his opponent disappeared without a trace. The air swords also dissipated together, as if the fight just now was just a nightmare, and the only thing left at the scene was the stupefied dinosaur. That's when a buzzing sound came from above his head. Red Lotus looked up and realized that a helicopter was circling in mid-air, and the people on board were apparently filming in this direction. From the perspective of the sky, this area was like a huge space rift, blending 2 very different landscapes together, and it would be strange if they weren't attracted to it. She knew in her heart that it didn't really matter if there was this helicopter or not. The fact that the enemy had set up the secondary stage next door had already attracted too much attention. Sooner or later, a large number of released drones and even transiting satellites would be on this twisted space. This was not the first time a similar situation had occurred, such as the last Mirage, but that intrusion had not lasted long, and there was no way to enter from the outside. Now that the intrusion had occurred on the ground and allowed a group of dinosaurs to escape, the logistics team would not be able to hide it even if they tried their best. So it seems that in all likelihood, the earlier interception in the abandoned clubhouse was also the work of these 2 men. Red Lotus only felt angry that she had been led around by the nose. At the same time, there were many questions that kept pounding into her mind. Anticipating and detecting points of intrusion is something that only the authorities can do. So what makes it possible for them to know in advance? Allowing the erosion to expand would only bring more chaos and destruction to the world. And what good would that do them? And the other persons, of course I know, spoken as if she was the only one who knew the truth about the world. It is simply outrageous. Holy crap, where have we gotten to? Could it be time travel? It's so beautiful, this place. Behind them came the marvelous sounds of passers-by one after another. Red Lotus looked back. It was obviously the tourists near the big forest. They have recovered from the initial shock. with full of curiosity stepped into this body reveals the incredible atmosphere of the landscape. Together with the dinosaurs still roaming outside and the crowds flocking to the zoo to see what was going on, the situation was out of control was inevitable. Red Lotus realized that for the Dimension Ord, this might just be a blow that caught them off guard, but for the entire world, it was the beginning of chaos and upheaval. Chapter 54 Ableists like him. In Josie's opinion, today was an absolutely fantastic day. Becoming a live interview reporter of a hot event has been very lucky. Whether the masked woman will appear or not, whether the matter of ability is true, these are not important. The important thing is that there will be countless pairs of eyes through the TV station to see their own, which has been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity after the rise of the live broadcasting of self-media. But she didn't anticipate that things would actually take another turn. The masked woman came a bit early, but she did make a public appearance. Only she didn't act as righteous as she did in the publicity, but rather like a netizen rubbing her nose in it. With her face painted with heavy makeup, she was hesitant to show her abilities, and instead drew a chorus of boos from the onlookers as they followed her fan station account. She didn't think there was any surprise. There were too many people who wanted to be famous these days, and the matter of superpower was too mysterious. It was hard for her to believe that everyone had access to abilities, let alone a mysterious organization that was hidden underwater controlling the big picture. But nah, the public just loved segments like the modern-day Freemasons and the Rothschilds, and any topic that was similar drew a lot of discussion. She had expected the incident to end in farcical boredom, but the exclamation of dinosaur pulled her from her concentration. She didn't even bother to think about what the word meant. She just subconsciously twisted her head to look at it, but just that one look gave her goosebumps that crawled from her back all the way up her arms. The zoo and the botanical gardens are separated only by an iron fence, and there aren't many high-rise buildings in either park, so any moving object over 10 meters high would be quite visible. She saw a dinosaur roaming slowly through the botanical gardens, half of a dinosaur's neck and head to be exact. There were screams all around, from the frightened to the excited. The colleague in charge of photography is not much better. In the face of this dreamy scene, he cannot even say a word except for the development of short sound, but at least he didn't forget his duty, focusing the big lens on his shoulder on the dinosaur's head. Seeing his colleague so dedicated, she was blessed for a moment and immediately introduced. Audience, we accidentally found strange creatures on the scene. If I'm not mistaken, it's a brontosaurus, living in the Jurassic era 150 million years ago. Is it a simulation model? But the way it moved was very natural, and it didn't look like it was driven by machinery. With that in mind, let's go and find out at once. After saying that, she waved at the photographer, not caring if he understood what she meant. She plucked away the crowd around her and ran towards the fence. Sister, we're not interviewing the masked woman anymore? Ai Xiaoya, the assistant at the side, was stunned. What's so great about interviewing a fake? And so many people are waiting. She said without looking back. Aren't dinosaurs much more interesting than her? How could she let go of the breaking news that an extinct creature that could never have appeared suddenly appeared in the mediocre botanical gardens? She couldn't even wait for the normal process of running out of the zoo before going to the botanical gardens. Squeezing up to the fence, she directly tore off her skirt and with one clean climb on the iron railing, she began to climb upwards as if she were a child climbing a tree. It's not exactly an elegant pose, and odds are it will still be photographed by those around you, but it's really the fastest way to get into the park next door. The other two co-workers were dumbfounded. How are we going to get there? Zhou Yuanjun, you can't climb over as a male? As she spoke, she had already crossed the highest point. This viewpoint had almost made it possible to see the uneven back of the brontosaurus, and she was further convinced that it was a living creature and not some specimen model. I'm carrying the camera. Zhou Yuanjun wondered. Throw it to you for safekeeping. You can just as easily connect directly to the station with your cell phone. The resolution is almost as good at best, she said decisively. That's fine. Just as the two men climbed the fence, other onlookers began to follow suit with the move. Apparently whenever there's a buzz to be had, people explode into action. Josie landed and walked quickly through the isolated flower ponds and rows of greenhouse houses, and had just come out onto the pavement when a large mound of flesh stepped in front of her, sending her sprawling to the ground. That's not a pierogi, it's a dinosaur's hind leg. She tilted her head back, as if looking out over a tall building at the slowly moving body in front of her, too excited to stop herself. It's a real live brontosaurus. Each of its footsteps made the ground shake slightly, and the gray bricks on the pavement were crushed by it. But what did it matter? Dinosaurs are much rarer than the giant pandas next door. She signaled his colleague to take a quick shot while restraining his slightly trembling voice to raise the microphone. We've arrived in the botanical gardens, and as you can see, the brontosaurus is less than an arm's length away from us, and can almost reach out and touch it. It looks scary, but itself is a herbivorous dragon with a docile personality, so don't worry too much about safety. Gosh, there's more than one dinosaur. The Brontosaurus was followed by 2 Stegosaurus. It's also a herbivorous dinosaur type, much smaller than the Brontosaurus, though it can easily exceed 4 meters in height. There was also a pterodactyl flying over there, and I couldn't believe my eyes. What kind of accident has happened here, so that an ancient creature that has been extinct for a long time will come back to life? I'm sure the viewers have the same doubts as I do, but no matter what the situation is, I'll continue to bring you first-hand news from the scene. Xiaoxi didn't think that the miscellaneous knowledge she usually learned would come in handy one day. She kept explaining, her excitement growing. This was much more interesting than that with the masked woman. Sister Shi, watch out, Zhou Yuanjun, who had been patting her, suddenly shouted. Xiaoxi was gazing out at the pterodactyl hanging from the tree, and when she reacted she found herself in the middle of a fork in the road. Off to the side, there was also a brontosaurus on the other path heading this way, only that dragon was obviously frightened and almost ran across the intersection, and by the time she saw the dinosaur, the two were less than 10 meters apart. This distance was almost a blink of an eye for a brontosaurus that was over 20 meters long. Xiaoxi hastily took a step backward, trying to escape from its charging range, but due to being too tense, she tripped over herself instead. The moment she fell, she watched as the huge thing had already pressed to her heels, the shadow like a small mountain completely enveloping her. Done. She was on ice inside. I should have known I shouldn't have worked so hard. It was also at this moment that a man's figure rushed into her field of vision, only to see the other party slamming heavily into the root of the thunder dragon's leg, and slapping out 2 palms in passing, as if trying to drive the frightened dinosaur away. To an outsider, it might seem a bit like a mantis after all. One of the dragon's legs was as tall as an adult, so even if a truck came, it wouldn't necessarily be able to run over it, and as for punching and kicking, it was even more useless, basically about as good as scratching an itch. However, something unbelievable happened. After those 2 dull slaps ended, the brontosaurus unexpectedly let out a whimper, and the thick leg column temporarily changed direction, almost grazing Xiaoxi's side as it slid by, landing on the stone brick road half a meter away from her. If this leg hadn't stepped crookedly, I'm afraid she would have been in mortal danger. Are you okay? Can you still walk? The man pulled her to her feet. The other person was wearing sunglasses and a mask, yet she felt something inexplicably familiar. It's like I've heard that speaking voice somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it for a moment, so she could only thank you first. I'm okay. Just now thank you. No, next time don't get so close. After saying that, the other party ran towards the frightened thunder dragon again, seemingly chasing it. Wow, Sister Shi, you scared me to death. It was then that Zhou Yuanjun rushed over. I was all set to eat your mat just now. Eat your big head. Xiaoxi slapped him on the head in a bad mood. Until now her legs were still trembling slightly. You can't be counted on to save people. You don't even have a kind word to say? Hey, it's good that it's okay. Zhou Yuanjun helped her to one side and sat down. Who was that guy just now? He was also too handsome. I didn't even see where he rushed out from, and with a bang, he smashed into the dinosaur's feet. Such a huge thing would actually be staggered by him. It's unbelievable. Probably a coincidence? Xiaoxi muttered as she looked at the back of the distant dinosaur. I think so. After all, the tonnage difference is so much. Maybe the dinosaurs were intimidated by his aura. But Zhou Yuanjun couldn't help but sigh. If there really is a capable person in the world, it should be someone like him. Chapter 55, Level 4 Store Manager. The moment the time pointed to 8:30, Chen Xian was summoned back to the store as expected. I have to say, you're quite bold. Lin Cheng reclined on the sofa as usual, with a simple 2 dishes and 1 soup on top of the coffee table. You still dare to linger under the noses of the velvet limit organs after provoking them. Don't they say that the most dangerous place is the safest place? Not to mention that their attention is so caught up in the intrusion point that they can't be bothered with anything else, he said calmly. The key, of course, is to have a lot of cards in your hand, not only the free 830 card, but also the store manager's exclusive recall. So as long as the store isn't closed, the authorities won't be able to keep him. And were there any casualties at the scene? Chen Xian shook his head. I didn't even hear any of this sort of news before I left. Despite the number of ambulances that came, he didn't see any of the ones that needed to be carried up on a stretcher. After all, the zoo came so many onlookers. The police station has long been prepared. The scene has a number of police officers to maintain order, so the flow of people has always been kept at a manageable level. Coupled with the real accident place and in the botanical gardens where tourists are sparse, wait until the next door to move the large caliber tranquilizer gun over. Basically also ruled out all the risks of accidents. In fact, the part about releasing dinosaurs wasn't part of the plan the two had made. Although the information provided by Lin Qing indicated that the rover in question at Invasion Point 109 was a dinosaur named Quack, it was unexpected that it had driven a group of herbivorous dinosaurs at that time. So much so that several ancient creatures that had been extinct for hundreds of millions of years had rushed across the demarcation line and entered this brand new world. So he didn't go back to the store right away, but first used the invite guest to send Lin Cheng back, and then turned his head to keep an eye on the dinosaurs to make sure they didn't rush into the plaza area. The method of control was also simple. He switched to the bagua palm that he had traded from Lu Shuyu earlier, which was able to inflict pain on the thick-skinned dinosaur without being as eye-catching as the Thousand Thoughts sword. Actually, you don't have to do this. Lin Cheng looked straight at him. The invasion of the world will create more people with abilities, and correspondingly more people who use their abilities for evil will appear. In the future, if we have to deal with the dimensional limit organs, it will inevitably affect many ordinary people. Chen Xian said in disbelief. It would be just as well if I couldn't see that I couldn't control it, but since I can do it in passing, it's better to do the aftermath. After all, we're the ones who put on this play. Lin Xing didn't try to persuade him any further when she saw him like this, only her eyes became a little softer. Let's eat first. Seeing Chen Xian sit down at the coffee table, she also picked up her chopsticks. Apparently she hadn't even turned it on before, but had been waiting for him to come back. The dimension restriction organs should be in disarray right now, Chen Xian pondered as he ate. I saw a large number of police vehicles at the scene, and according to you, they would have tried to avoid official involvement in the past. The appearance of the dinosaurs was an accident, but it has to be said that the effect did pull full circle. The main point of this plan was a time gap, before the botanical gardens were completely regulated, so that as many people as possible to personally experience the existence of the intrusion point. While the dinosaurs caused a sensational effect, then the intrusion point is even more significant. The moment ahead of ancient dragons out of the big forest, the idea of the existence of anomalies in the world should be deeply penetrated into the hearts of the people. The idea of an anomaly in the world should have taken hold the moment an ancient dragon emerged from the forest. That's for sure. The authorities probably can't even dream of imagining that there are actually people who know more about erosion than they do. Lin Cheng laughed heartily. Indeed, the dimensional limit org did not have much of a chance of winning from the start, and this was not because of their lack of ability, but rather because of the crime of non-combat. The normal time for intrusion point 109 to be detected was originally 2 years later, and the org captured the perpetrator, Quack, at the scene and kept it in captivity. It was only afterward discovered through waveform record comparisons that the first fluctuation emitted by intrusion point 109 was in 2025. Today, in other words, the other side wouldn't even count on the existence of an intrusion point in the botanical garden. It was also with this unique intelligence that made the two decide to use it to make a big story. Is it alright to leave Croak there? This was Chen Xian's only worry. A few short minutes of contact showed that this Dinoceratops was quite humane, with an IQ estimated to be not too low, and the merriment was visible to the naked eye as it played with Lin Cheng. A dinosaur's life is a life, too, and according to the intelligence records, Croak undoubtedly had the ability to do so, only limited to the language barrier. The dimension org could only end up with a series of question marks. You can't possibly bring it back and keep it. That way the next day the whole neighborhood would know that you have a dinosaur in your store. Lin Cheng said helplessly, dragons are better to deal with than people. The authorities aren't so bad as to take it and dissect it for experiments. I hope so. Chen Xian shrugged. The stone of asking for directions had already been thrown, and the next step was to wait for the dimensional limit organs to raise and drop their pieces. After dinner, the store was patronized by customers one after another. Chen Xian stood behind the bar and checked out the bill while flipping through the hot topics of discussion on the internet. In fact, you don't need to see it to know that even the neighborhood residents who come to the store to buy things when they meet to talk about the botanical garden mutation and dinosaurs, the incident's wide range of influence can be seen. The big forest area has now been controlled by the government, and construction fences have been erected along the grassy areas, so the people can't get close to it for the time being. But the more control, more and more proof that this matter is not false. The major video sites of the homepage is almost entirely dominated by the word ability. There are already people began to ask how to stimulate their own ability. Suddenly, the familiar message icon popped up at the bottom of the screen. Chen Xian clicked to take a look, and sure enough, it was an email from the LV4 store manager who had passed the audit. By this point you should be rich or famous. If not, then try harder. A branch store can exist. The section of the shopkeeper's code on branch stores is unlocked. New trading methods are available, covert trading and one-way claiming. The former does not show a transaction box and does not make any requirements on the number of abilities of the buyer and seller. The latter allows for the acquisition of abilities from the ability holder, with the terms negotiated between the two parties, and the transaction needs to be confirmed by the other party. Neither of these two types of transactions counts performance points. Ability synchronization limit up to LV4. Not tradable, not transferable. Store manager's current status, still alive. No more store floors were added this time around after all. But what is an outlet? It's not even directly described in the message board, which means it's far more complicated than checking into a lodging or opening a restaurant. Chen Xian had already seen it all, and anyway, the night was still long, so he could take his time to study it later. The two new trading methods were like lifting the restriction of having to exchange abilities for abilities, which was obviously good news. For example, when he was looking for Jean d'Arc to trade for the Blessed Holy Maiden in order to save Lu Shuiwei, he had to hitch a ride on a Feng Shui mystery from his inventory, which was of little use to either party. But by using the new trading methods, he could skip a bunch of these operational steps. After browsing through the emails, Chen Xian couldn't wait to click on the store manager rating to see what new requirements would be put forth at the next level. Store Manager LV5 Application Requirements. 1. 000 Performance Points, Rich or Famous. The first requirement was directly 10 times higher than LV4's 100, but it did not surprise Chen Xian. As could be seen from the previous few promotions, the difference in performance at each level was extremely obvious. But the second request, he was outright dumbfounded. What does it take to be satisfied? How much money is enough for a nation? How much fame is enough for the whole world? Is there even a standard? That said, both of these are pretty outrageous, especially when put into modern times. The richest man in the world wouldn't dare call himself rich, would he? But on the other hand, he also noticed that this time, there was an additional tip in the rating column, the LV5 milestone bonus for an additional ability bar. This meant that the number of abilities he could carry at once rose from 4 to 5. And in many cases not only did he save the effort of switching abilities, but his configuration during combat could be further enhanced. He wants this so bad. Chen Xian left and right half a day to think, but also cannot think of exactly how to make the application conditions closer to the point. Had to bring the store manager code first, to see what the branch is a situation. He'd gone through this booklet before, memorizing the contents of every page, and had never seen a note about the outlets, but this time he actually found a new description item in the catalog. Nice guy, even a book can add content to itself. Branch, the store manager can set up an additional branch, which requires a room of not less than 50 square meters and a legal and reliable lease or purchase contract. When the contract is scanned into the store manager app, the branch is considered to be opened successfully, and the store manager will be responsible for all subsequent costs incurred. With a little streamlining, this can be summarized as asking for money. It's a real expense. With rent, utilities and purchase costs, the one-time investment up front to open a store can be much higher than the operating expenses. He proceeded to look down. Responsibility, the first. Store manager is the only ability and has full responsibility for the store, so it cannot be transferred to the branch manager. The store manager must be personally involved when customers come to the store, and should not work less than 8 hours a day, regardless of the store he or she is in. Functions, the warehouses, equipment, and inventory capacity of the branch and the main store are all connected, so there is no restriction on the number of times a clerk can move between the two stores. The branch does not include additional value-added services such as lodging and catering, so please be sure to pay attention to the satisfaction level of customers when using the branch to solicit customers. Chapter 56 Public Declaration. Chen Xian sort of see. This branch can open as long as there is a front door. As for this front door, where is not important. In other words, it can open in this world or in the world of other guests. Once there was a branch, it was equivalent to opening a wormhole with the main store, able to travel back and forth between the two places, which was a very convenient feature. Even if he didn't sell his abilities anymore, it would still be appropriate to use it to deliver transoceanic couriers. The premise is to spend a ton of money to prepare. Now he has a stable realization channel. More practice Dan money is not difficult to save out. The only problem is that the rent contract must be legally compliant, so the location of the store is still something to talk about. Cannot be built on the side of the road, even if a house branch. Besides, even if he didn't open a branch, he had nothing to lose, so he didn't have to rush to test this feature. Ding dong. The wind chimes on the door curtains rang as another customer walked into the store. Welcome. Chen Xian put down the manual and looked towards the doorway, realizing that the one who had come to patronize was none other than the old man who had bought cigarettes, and he was followed by several people behind him, adults as well as children, and one could tell without an introduction that it was a family of them. Young man, I heard that you went to the pedestrian plaza to shop today too? The old man took a pack of furong wang as usual. The other woman pretended to be looking at the shelves, but out of the corner of her eye she was always looking over the bar. If it's not the old man's daughter, who is it? Chen Xian was slightly surprised. He had already made his face as tight when he followed the dinosaur, and this could be noticed by her? However, he quickly reacted that it wasn't the appearance that made the connection, but the voice. I'm afraid, the store was patronized by dozens or hundreds of customers every day, and she might have run errands for the old man before and briefly talked to herself for a moment or two. Who did you hear that from? I'm at home sleeping this afternoon. He closed his voice and smiled back. The thing about voices is that they are very easy to change. A slight clip of the voice can turn it into a different tone. Oh, listen to the old Zhang next door. He may have misread it. The old uncle was acting all over the place. I also think that you won't go. Looking at your nature before, you should be the type that doesn't like to get together. But this time you don't go absolutely lost. The scene was hilarious. More exciting than all the gala I've seen in my life. Dinosaurs, right? I saw it on TV and it felt kind of surreal. Chen Xian realized that his daughter had already withdrawn her gaze and was no longer paying attention to the side. Harm. Who says it isn't? But it just happens to be true. The old man said in retrospect. That one with the extra long neck. Auntie says it's called a thunder dragon. His boy yelled. Well, it's Brontosaurus. Everyone there saw it when Thunder Dragon put his neck over the railing to eat the tree on the side of the zoo. And it was absolutely the real deal. With drool dripping from his mouth. Chen Xian deliberately echoed in awe. That's too amazing. Have you guys been watching until now? How can it be? The road is jammed. The 4 bridges across the river are all blocked. It is estimated that all rush to watch the fun. You don't know. The vehicles on the street are lined up from end to end. You can't see the head at a glance. The old man's family was about to leave when they finished their bill in the midst of small talk, when an unusual scene was suddenly inserted into the wall-mounted TV. Next, insert an urgent news item. This station has received notification that an organization calling itself the Dimensional Limit Org has launched a global broadcast and will be making a public statement in 3 minutes. Then the screen changed to a 3-minute countdown. The customers in the store couldn't help but look at each other. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. The same was true for Chen Xian, who in the past 26 years had never seen a television station stop all programming and waste 3 precious minutes to show a countdown of a colorful striped box. He had seen this standby screen full of squiggles and colorful lines on the internet, but that was a planned break between programs, not this interruption of an existing program to wait for an upcoming news release. What's going on? I don't know. We'll see later. 3 short minutes were as long as 30. Not only did the old man's family not leave, but more and more neighborhood residents burrowed into the store and gathered in front of the TV to discuss the meaning behind the urgent news. Lin Chang also walked down from the 2nd floor. She and Chen Xian exchanged glances and looked at the television without saying a word. The moment the countdown ended, new footage came in. Judging from the background, it would have been some kind of proper convention hall, with a podium, curtains, seating, and many journalists surrounding the bottom. There was a man standing at the podium. He was estimated to be in his 40s, with glasses on his face and a very elegant appearance. In the face of such a formal occasion, what he wore was not a suit and tie, but a white lab coat, as if he had just stepped out of some scientific research laboratory. How is he? The old uncle's daughter whimpered in surprise. Who is he? You know this man? A neighbor around the room immediately asked. His name is Johnny Hung, and he's a big name in several areas of academia. She explained. Anyone who has paid a little attention to today's cutting-edge technology knows who he is. Graduated from a top 1 university in China, studied at a top university in the United States for his doctorate, and then became a Changjiang scholar, and has scientific research projects in many countries, especially in nuclear physics, superconducting physics, bioelectronics and bionic machinery research. The labs he leads are world leaders. Hearing her say that, Chen Xian was vaguely impressed. When he was still working in the big factory, he heard his colleagues talk about such a number of big bulls, but the code farmer and these areas have little to do with it. He did not care much. Hello everyone, I am Johnny Hung, the current head of the Dimension Limit Organs. The person on the stage pushed his eyes up and said in a bright tone, I apologize for taking up everyone's evening break. I only learned of what happened at the Jiangcheng Zoological and Botanical Gardens an hour ago. Lies. Chen Xian heard Lin Cheng mutter in a small voice. It's done and I can't afford to be evasive any longer. And yes, those so-called powers on the internet do exist, and it could be in any of you. At this statement, the flashbulbs on the stage lit up. The shoppers were also in an uproar. Jiang Yihong continued, but I don't like to collectively call it an ability. In my opinion, it's more like a curse, a kind of short-term sweetness for people, but in the long run it's like a poison. It comes from the erosion, or gravitational pull, of other worlds, the exact cause of which is unknown, but the intuitive feeling is that our world is becoming full of holes. He pressed the remote control in his hand and a video appeared on the large curtain behind him. Isn't that our city's botanical garden? Immediately someone recognized it. Big forest view. I think, I was there last month. As seen on the video, a latticework of trees cultivated to mimic a tropical rainforest appeared in the middle of the trees, its edges twisting incessantly like jagged teeth, while the interior took on an obscure dark green color. This green color combines with the surrounding trees and penetrates into each other, as if a painting has been spoiled by water bubbles. This is erosion. Johnny Han spoke again. As you can see, The space of our world has been reduced and invaded, and even with the imposition of strict controls, invasion points of moderate or greater magnitude will be difficult to eliminate in a short period of time, and may last for 5, 10 years or even longer. I must strongly condemn here the thugs who have activated and expanded the trespassing points in the River City Botanical Gardens. They deliberately induced a large number of residents to travel to the site in an attempt to create a one-hit wonder, essentially placing thousands of ordinary people in extremely dangerous perils. Regardless of the strong radiation and gravitational aberrations that occur when two worlds overlap, there are countless dangers on the opposite side of the intrusion point, such as unknown bacterial viruses, harmful species, etc., and it will also make the masses more susceptible to mutation. This kind of unparalleled disregard for life is no different from that of terrorists, with the only difference is that they don't just kill people, they also cause serious disruption and damage to the social order. What's even more detestable is that they know all about this side effect. The Dimension Authority has been choosing to keep the relevant information hidden out of that very concern. It's scary enough that everyone has a gun, let alone the ability to defend against those who can't. According to our statistics, for every additional trespassing incident that occurs, the crime rate within the area rises by 2 points. I can assert right now that there will be a significant increase in crime in River City over the next 3 years, and a good portion of it is related to ability crimes. As soon as they heard that crime would become more frequent, everyone sat back a bit. Really? Will the police be able to catch those who use their abilities to commit crimes? You're overthinking it. What else would they do but make peace? If they could have been caught, the gang that was messing with the botanical gardens would have been caught a long time ago. Chen Xian coughed twice. Keep your voice down. The TV hasn't finished yet. Jiang Yihong raised his hand, similarly signaling the reporters to be quiet. In addition, I must emphasize one point. The organ has never persecuted or controlled those with abilities. Rather, it has always maintained good cooperation with the latter. A simple fact is that some of the members within the organ are people with abilities. How could they persecute themselves? This is an obvious slander by the enemy, and it is sad that many uninformed people still believe it. That is why, from today, the Dimensional Limit Authority has decided to change its original course and demonstrate to all the necessity and legitimacy of our work in an open manner. We welcome all governments to cooperate with the agency to fight against intrusions and increase the prevention and fight against ability crimes. The org is also willing to share the results of the ability research achieved in the past, so that it can be transformed from a curse into something that can truly benefit mankind. Similarly, in order to avoid the abuse and blind use of abilities, we plan to open up recruitment to the private sector, so that anyone who doubts whether or not they have the ability, as well as those who have the ability but don't know how to use it, can come to the recruitment point to participate in testing, solving problems and answering questions, or even joining the Dimensional Limit Organs family, and together they can make a contribution to the protection of the world's stability. His last words rang true. The stage erupted in applause. Chapter 57, A Trip to Yunzhou. Customers left one after another. They also picked up a ton of beer and fast food along the way, and for many it will be a sleepless night. The old man was the last of the family to go, and he took 2 more packs of cigarettes before he left the house. Not going to get together with your friends? He asked. Now, Chen Xian smiled and shook his head. I still have to watch the store. You're a strange kid. How can you be so patient? The old uncle's face was emotional. I'm afraid the world is going to change drastically after today passes. It reminds me of the old days when we entered the WTO and bid for the Olympics. The scene was also so lively. And has the world changed since then? It's changed. You don't feel it as you were born in the midst of change, but to people of my generation, those things seemed like a clear demarcation point, and the before and after were very different. Chen Xian did not answer as he saw a touch of frustration in the other party's eyes. What am I saying this to you for? Really? The old man smiled to himself and picked up the cigarettes from the bar and slipped them into his pocket. Get in touch with your friends if you have any. I'm sure they've got a lot to talk to you about as well. After that he staggered out of the store. For some reason, Chen Xian always felt that his figure was not as sharp as before, and the half hour he stayed here was as if years had passed. Friends? Does that coworker who blackballed himself count? Chen Xian suddenly realized that he was indeed alone in this city. Now we've become 10 evil villains. Lin Qing interrupted his thoughts, but this is the usual practice of the organs. No one will deny their own correctness unless they have also seen the future with their own eyes. Do you usually drink? Lin Qing froze, then laughed. You should be asking how much I can drink. Let's just say, when I have my alcohol metabolism cranked up to the max, all the drinks in this store combined won't be able to pour me down. Chen Xian took out 2 bottles of cold beer from the cooler. Then it's good for us to have a drink as well. Okay, I don't have to pay for it. Count it on me. On the pathway in front of the store, Chen Xian moved out a small table and 2 folding chairs, ordered another barbecue, and ate and drank with his guest cum employee. It was also a beautiful night. with the moon hanging clearly high in the sky like a curved hook. After 2 glasses, he asked, "Do you know who the man was who just stood up for the Velvet Limit org? He's in the stored information, codenamed Dr. Lin Cheng nodded. Chen Xian was a bit surprised. Just like that? What you want to ask is how important he is, right? There was a shimmer in her eyes as she seemed to be retrieving information. All things considered, his level of scientific research is indeed quite high, but it's limited to this era. After the combination of ability and scientific research, the progress of many scientific research projects has been very rapid. It's not an exaggeration to describe it as 1,000 miles a day, and his main contribution to the agency is in those labs he dominated, as well as pulling in a large amount of capital. Now even if we get rid of him, Dimension Limit won't stop moving forward." Chen Xian's eyebrows jumped. "No, I just casually asked a question and you directly thought of assassination? Did you really consider that last? Of course, as long as there's a conclusive way to avoid that disaster, I'm willing to do anything," Lin Cheng replied. "The dimensional limit organs of 2025 are like a speeding train. Their power is expanding at a rapid pace, and that can't be changed by eliminating 1 or 2 people. The catastrophe was brought about by a technological revolution, a key element of which was the introduction of nanites. There are many technology companies leading the development of nanomites, and they are basically all strongly associated with the dimensional limit organs. Moreover, the products of these companies are not only nanomites, but also AI, robotics, military equipment, medicine, prosthetics, and other fields, all of which are dominated by them. Or rather, it's the organs that have helped make them the supergiants that have led the technological revolution. That's why Lin Qing thought that subverting or destroying the organs was the most feasible course of action. There was nothing wrong with this logic, but Chen Xian still felt a little doubt in his heart, and could not find a suitable answer even after thinking about it. What exactly is competence? Did he get the store and was the change caused by the intrusion point? I suddenly wondered. In the event that the dimensional limit organs really collapsed early or ceased to exist, would those technologies definitely not appear? Chen Xian picked up a skewer of barbecued meat and slowly said, "The combination of ability and scientific research has propelled the rapid development of technology, but without the ability, it would have been developed one day as well, right?" He thought that Lin Chang would think for a long time, but he didn't expect the other party to easily return. "Perhaps, just like the human race will one day die out, but that has little to do with us. A new disaster will arise and new people will emerge to save the day. I just need to focus on the task at hand." Chen Xian couldn't help but look 2 points higher at her mental toughness. It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with it. Trusting in the wisdom of future generations is right. Even looking at the worst-case scenario, where we failed to stop the dimension organs and those wretched technologies were still developed, my mission wasn't a complete failure. At least I can carve an epitaph on my tombstone. Stop wasting ing money building crystal palaces. Ha 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 ha. The two laughed together. Finishing her laugh, Rinaro raised her glass to him again. But then again, I think the future is already changing a little bit. It's the first time the org has been forced to do any of this, and they've never mentioned recruiting ability users to the public in the past, so this is probably a good start. Chen Xian clinked glasses with her. Agreed. At least he's got the ability store to expand his business significantly. The last time Ryu Shuyue came to Yunzhou, she was still just passing through. It was relatively close to the center of the kingdom, and very few demons would stray into such a place. Yunzhou was also not big. There were only 2 towns with a population of over 100,000 within its borders, of which the one leaning to the east, Nine Peaks City, was the location of the Liu family. At the moment she was standing outside the city. Unlike the towns in Qingzhou, there is no need to worry about foreign invasion here, so the city walls are only used to defend against bandits and stragglers, and are generally built low, looking like a slender compound wall at first glance. The impression she got from this place was that it was plain and peaceful, not as prosperous as the King City, but more stable than the border city. Before she had seen the shopkeeper's world, she had thought that the Qi country, where the world was the same, would be like Yunzhou everywhere, but now all she felt was a ball of anger burning in her chest. A large number of tents had actually been set up in the fields outside of the city, and there were sentry posts on all the dirt roads leading to Nine Peaks City, which was clearly not a normal situation. Judging from the forest of flags, the army camped here does not belong to Yunzhou either. Do these soldiers know what they were sent here for? Considering that the rejects and sentry posts were facing not the outskirts, but the gates of Nine Peaks City, she felt that the soldiers were in the clear. Because of this, she felt an anger, as well as an absurdity that she had never felt before. Could it be that with a command from the King of Qi, these people would really charge into the city and go on a killing spree against the unarmed people? Yet the stories in the exposition of the past and present told her that it would. She couldn't expect a general to lead an army to this place immediately after receiving the king's order to be a man of high character. Even so, Lu Shuyu still wanted to make another effort. first letting the Lu family clarify the rumors, not giving the King of Qi an excuse to kill while completely severing her ties with the Qi. Utilizing a stealth talisman, she silently passed through the city gate sentry post and entered the Nine Peaks city. It had to be said that the depression in the streets was visible to the naked eye, except for the mute beggars lying by the wall. She could hardly see a few walking figures. The stores along the street were all closed, and their windows were boarded up. What made her sigh even more was the hangman's noose erected by the roadside. The corpses hanging above it swayed slightly, and underneath it was a notice indicating their crime, unauthorized escape from Nine Peaks City. This situation was obviously not created in a day or two. I'm afraid that when King Qi wrote that letter, his generals were preparing for today's events. All this in front of me is forcing myself into a position. However, she had made up her mind long ago when she was beheading the dragon that even if she died in the great wasteland of 10,000 mountains, she would not be willing to serve the King of Qi again. Lu Shuyu dispelled her invisibility and approached a beggar. Placing a Snickers bar into his bowl, the store manager had said it was very hunger-topping, stronger than instant noodles, and she had verified on the way that it was. Where is the Willow family? The beggar raised his head to look at her, revealing a horrified expression. The Lu family can't be touched. It's going to be bad luck. You just have to answer me. He picked up the Snickers and sniffed it, first carefully nibbled it, then wolfed it down. Only after eating did he lick his fingers with intent. Northwest. To the northwest you can find it. A very large mansion, but I advise you not to go. After today they should be a bunch of dead people. Chapter 58, The Lu Family. All dead? Lu Shuyu frowned and immediately ran quickly in the direction the beggar had mentioned. Before she could run 2 miles, she could hear the sound of banging weapons exchanging blows in the distance, as well as the noisy shouts of people. These sounds appearing in the city was obviously not a normal situation, so she directly took out a wind-riding talisman and stepped on the wind to rush into the sky. The Nine Peaks city below was suddenly visible. She did see a large mansion in the northwest, and there were at least a dozen houses within the courtyard walls, with gardens, ponds, and stables, very much in line with the status of the Lu family's large family. However, the mansion's gate was actually full of government officials, blocking half of the street, and the front yard adjacent to the front door is a bit of a disaster, only to see the ground lying 10 or so corpses. From the clothes and dress should be all Lu family servants. The blood flowing out stained a large area of white stone ground. There is still a man and a woman in the courtyard who are struggling to hold on. The ones who attacked them were 2 other cultivators. One of them wielded a sectional whip, sweeping left and right to restrain them, and purple lightning could be seen with each whip, hitting the ground with sparks and cracking the masonry. If it was on an ordinary person, I'm afraid it would immediately shatter the bones. The other person was sitting on top of the eaves of the gate, shaking a duster in his hand. Under his control, a steady stream of paper-like villains jumped down from the roof, killing the young man and woman with light steps. Although the paper people were unbeatable, as long as they were struck by the sword, they would be torn apart. But they couldn't help that the paper people simply couldn't be killed. But manpower was limited. The slightest inattention to be stabbed by the paper swords in the hands of the paper people was a wound deep enough to be seen on the bone. Like this injury, 2 people have left a lot of body. Undoubtedly, these 2 wild scattered cultivators had come to suppress the Lu family under the orders of the government. And once they dismantled the Lu family's resistance, the magistrates outside would swarm over them. Liashuyu couldn't help but sigh. Things have come to this point. The Lu family is hopeless. They had fictionalized their relationship with the immortal master and enjoyed all the benefits of the mortal world. But now they had suffered a backlash, which was a kind of retribution. But right at this moment, she saw the young man who was struggling to resist let out a violent cry, and even ignored the sectional whip sweeping in from the side, and violently rushed towards the cultivator who was holding them back. The sword in his hand blossomed with a clean white light, as if its entire body was wrapped in aura. Lu Shuyue's gaze froze. What is that if not spirit sword art? The whip hit the man's waist hard, instantly lifting up a cloud of blood mist, but the loose cultivator didn't choose to fight with the other party, directly dropping the whip and jumping away backwards. The extended blade of the aura sword could only barely reach his lapel. Seeing the young man fall to the ground, the young girl let out a cry of grief, panicked and threw out 2 talisman armor wand to protect their companions that also belongs to the Lotus Cloud Sect's talisman art. But unfortunately the user is not skilled, guarding others but forgot to protect themselves. The surrounding paper people took the opportunity to surround, and the girl was about to be blood splattered on the spot. A white light suddenly stabbed down from the sky. Liashuyu moved. She fell on the wind, slamming into the front door of the Lu family right above it with lightning speed, and her feet landed on the very shoulders of the loose cultivator who was manipulating the paperman. The opponent's flesh and blood body instantly disintegrated under the impact of the huge force, turning into a bloody mess, and the gate collapsed with it. The people present were shocked to find that the paperman, who had been aggressive just a moment ago, abruptly went limp and turned back into a sheet of yellow paper blown by the wind. The remaining loose cultivator's face changed drastically. Ignoring the knuckle whip he had dropped, he leapt forward outside the courtyard wall. Sat. Lu Shuyue stepped out from the ruins of the gate and raised her hand, and the other party fell down in response. However, loose cultivators are also cultivators. The fixation spell could not control him completely. Less than 2 seconds after landing, his arms and legs began to twitch, and he was about to recover from the spell. Unfortunately, when masters fight, a 2-second break is enough to decide life and death. Lu Shuyu had already arrived in front of him, reversing the hilt of the sword and hitting the other party's neck heavily. The loose cultivator didn't even utter a word and fainted straight away. It was then that she patted the dust off her body and turned her head to look at the pair. The latter was also looking at her in shock. Why are you? Before Lu Shuyu could finish her question, the woman was the first to react. Elder sister, is that you? She stumbled over and ran over, opening her arms to hug Lu Shuyu. Lu Shuyu's face was revolted and she wanted to push her away, but seeing her bruised appearance, her feet ended up not moving. It's the Immortal Master, someone shouted in surprise. Lord Ryu is back. Lord Immortal Master has finally come to our rescue. More and more people cheered. They ran out from the courtyard and surrounded Lu Shuyu in the center, looking at her with eyes full of reverence and gratitude. On the contrary, the government officials surrounding the courtyard, the moment they heard the name of Immortal Master Lu, they were scared out of their wits, dropping the weapons in their hands and fleeing in all directions. Lu Shuyu sighed in her heart. This was a bit off from her plan. Once the troops outside the city knew that she had appeared in Geopeak City, I am afraid that the news would be sent back to the King's City faster than the Zhangwei messenger. By going to the Yunzhou Lu family instead of going to the King's City, she had rebuffed the Qi King's warning with her actions. But there are no regrets about the fall, so now you just have to make the most of it. Looking at the Lu family members who were cheering around her in front of her, Lu Shuyu only felt that it was a bit unbelievable. Having been reduced to this state, they still insisted on lying to themselves? This is trauma medicine. You guys take it and give it to him. She took out 2 blood oranges and pointed them at the young man who was bleeding profusely from his waist, then said to the young girl who was grabbing her and wouldn't let go, "Nonsense, call your family head to come out. I'm not your sister." Everyone froze in unison. "Don't you remember me? I'm Lu Qing." The young girl commiserated. Lu Shuyu's brows were furrowed. She was sure that she didn't have a so-called sister, and the Lotus Cloud sect never recruited disciples outside of the mountain, much less taught the sect's spells to the world. She merely just wanted to understand where these people had stolen the spells from. "Shu Yu, is that you?" The crowd suddenly parted and a middle-aged man walked out slowly. He looked rather weak, with a thick bandage wrapped around his arm. "Dad!" The young girl finally let go of her hands. This was Lu Qing's biological father? Lu Shuyu was slightly annoyed in her heart. If she was the eldest sister, then wouldn't he also be her father? This farce was simply endless. "You simply look exactly like the portrait," the middle-aged man said in a delighted tone. "I knew that the King of Qi couldn't help you. He wants to turn the Lu family into your weakness, but we'd rather die than do what he wants." Yes, the talk about Lord Immortal Master betraying the royal family is just fart. Without Immortal Master Lu, could the kingdom be in good weather for so long? All the demons in Qi don't dare to show their heads, and it's not because our sons and daughters of the Lu family are guarding the 4 directions. The crowd chimed in with excitement. Now that the Immortal Master has returned, we don't have to be afraid. That's right, against him. Looking at the seething crowd, Lu Shuyu realized that she might have thought of one thing wrong. These Lu family members insisted on involving themselves with the Lianyun sect and the Immortal Master, and I am afraid that it is not all because of interest. Otherwise, when the lives of their families were threatened, they should have already scattered from a sinking ship. But the more so, she felt more difficult to understand. A person into the drama into their own hard to distinguish between true and false is just, but let hundreds of thousands of people think so. This is not a simple publicity 2 sentences can do. Where in the world did this belief in the Ryu family come from? And those spells that are obviously from the Lotus Cloud sect? Why didn't you come back earlier? A dissonant questioning was suddenly inserted into the vocalization of righteous indignation. Lu Shuyu followed the sound and realized that the speaker was the same young man who had fought to the death with the casual cultivator. The wound on his waist had already solidified, but the large bloodstains were still shocking. "You were..." "Shut up," the middle-aged man chided. The young girl also hurriedly pulled him back. "Brother, you, eldest sister saved your life. If she had come back earlier, my mother, Aunt Shin and Ah who wouldn't have died." He clenched his teeth, his eyes welling up with grief and confusion. "If she could save me, why didn't she save a few more? She's a Lord Immortal Master." Lu Shuyue was silent. She realized that this matter was no longer far from being solved by a few words of unilateral persuasion, and that she perhaps knew far less about the Yunzhou Lu family than she thought she did. "Let's talk," Lu Shuyue said to Lu Qing's father. Chapter 59, Family Inheritance. In the main hall of the mansion, After Lu Ziyuan dismissed everyone, he only left himself and Lu Shuiyue sitting face to face. I know that you are a stranger to all of us, as you did not yet remember when you left here. He surveyed Lu Shuyu, his face full of kindness. Now that you've managed to come back, I should have greeted you with lights and colors, but it's a pity that I've let you see such a bad situation in this family. I heard that you had a conflict with the king of Qi in Qinzhou. Can you tell me more about it? There was not the slightest hint of blame in his words, as if he never felt that it was Lu Shuyu's fault that the Lu family was besieged by the government. Even Lu Shuiyue couldn't help but be a little moved. She had been out of the mountains for 5 years, always traveling thousands of miles, alone. The only place where she could reside in peace was that magical store. She never imagined that she would actually be held by a group of strangers she didn't know. However, facts were facts and would not change because of the other party's attitude. She had been in the Lotus Cloud sect since birth and all Lotus Cloud sect disciples were the same. The matter of the Qi King can be discussed later. What I want to ask is, where did your daughter and that young man learn their spells from? As far as I know, no matter which country one is in, the private mastery of Feng magic and clan magic is a strictly forbidden behavior. It's like the civil ban on privately forged swords and armor. To say that there are no violators, then naturally there is. Some places will occasionally appear one or two loose cultivators. Do not do evil if the government will turn a blind eye. If it is evil, then even the evil cultivator. The local will try to find Lu Shuiyue, ask her to clean up the legal road. There were at least 20 to 30 evil cultivators that Lu Shuiyue had killed. In terms of harm, these ill-intentioned cultivators belong to the same class as demons. As for the fact that those empowering various countries would also secretly cultivate cultivators in private for the purpose of enhancing the power of the kingship, this was already a secret that wasn't considered a secret. And since the Lotus Cloud sect didn't intend to ask about it, the sect disciples naturally wouldn't interfere. This is of course passed down from the Lu family themselves. Lu Ziyuan's answer was actually greatly out of her expectation. I know that learning these things is forbidden, and if you don't get it right, you'll have to destroy your family. But no one can stop the Lu family from inheriting the ancestral training. It is a heavenly secret to those outside, but not to you. We dug many cultivation rooms underground to train potential heirs according to the method of cultivating disciples of the sect. You should be familiar with all of this, because it should be much the same as the cultivation method of the Lotus Cloud sect. How is that possible? Lu Shuyu immediately tried to refute his claim. The Lotus Cloud sect stood at the top of the Kunlun Cloud Sea, and only within the sect could it achieve an abundance of aura. And the cultivation method had to match the active level of the aura. It wasn't something that could be casually imitated if one wished to do so. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have to wait for the Lu family to do so. The kings of the various countries would have already cultivated a large number of cultivators on their own. In this area of the Lu family residence, she couldn't feel too many signs of aura abundance. This place wasn't even comparable to the spicy village in the great wilderness of 10,000 mountains. But she didn't end up saying the words out loud, because she was the only one who had seen what the inside of the Lotus Cloud sect was like. No matter if she told the truth or a lie, the other party would not be able to tell the difference. That being the case, there is no point in refuting it. The Willow family's own heirloom? Who passed it down? Of course it is also an outgoing disciple of the Lotus Cloud sect. Lu Ziyuan said respectfully, the old ancestor's name is Lu Jidong, and if you count the cultivation generations, you should be your senior uncle. Lu Shuiyue shuddered at the sound. No, of course she hadn't heard of this name. There was no record of past disciples to be found in the entire Lotus Cloud sect. There was no knowledge of who they were, what they did when they came down from the mountain, and ultimately where they ended up. She had also searched for the whereabouts of these disciples after she left the mountain, but they were, after all, the same group that had been sent out 100 years ago, and the rulers of the mundane world could be changed for 2 or 3 generations, so the reliable information she had gotten was basically zero. The point that shocked Lu Shuyu was that she did not expect to hear about the clan's former disciple in the Yunzhou Lu family, and even more unbelievably, the other party's last name was actually Ryu as well. Are you sure? This is all recorded in the genealogy. There is no need for me to lie to you. Lu Ziyuan smiled weakly. He didn't just pass on the techniques, he also left behind an heir, and it was only since then that the Lu family has grown. The old ancestor also predicted your birth. He said that after 100 years, there would be a son or daughter of the Lu family who would become the new outgoing disciple. That person is you, Shu Yu. You were just a full moon when you were sent away, and as much as I was saddened, I knew that was the path you should take. Lu Shuyu couldn't help but shake her head. No, this doesn't make sense. If I was sent away by the Lu family as an infant, how did you all know that person was me? Moreover, when I was in the vestibule, Lu Qing blamed me for not remembering her. Could it be that that infant has been able to remember things since birth? I spent most of my time practicing at the clan, and I haven't seen you guys at all. There was some doubt in Lu Ziyuan's eyes. Shu Yu, why are you so resistant to accepting yourself as a member of the Lu family? It's true that you and Qinger have never really met, but you should have seen each other's portraits. Portrait? What portrait? She couldn't help but recall in her mind the words the other woman had said when she first met her. You're exactly as you look in the portrait. The old ancestor had left behind a magic treasure that would allow us to continue to see you after you were sent to the clan. Only it was presented in the form of a portrait. And Lu Qing and the other younger generation also grew up looking at your portrait all the way. Lu Ziyuan explained. When you left the mountain, we also made portraits based on the likeness of the family members and sent them to you. Could it be that you never received them? Letters? Lu Shuyu frowned. In the past 5 years she rarely stayed in one place for a long period of time. The only people who could find out her whereabouts were the officials, and many people in the private sector had written her letters, but she simply didn't have the time to read them, so she could only shake her head. Really? So in your eyes, the Ryu family is nothing more than deceitful liars? Then why haven't you come to Yunzhou to confront us all these years? Lu Ziyuan felt puzzled. Lu Shuyu didn't know how to answer for a moment, not to mention that she rarely paid attention to this kind of folk rumor. Even if she knew about it, as long as the Lu family hadn't caused any heavenly grudges or people's wrath, she basically wouldn't ask about it. So she changed the subject. Can I take a look at that spell? Of course. It is placed in the backyard shrine, leading Lu Shuyue to the ancestral hall. Lu Ziyuan pointed at a peachwood square tower on the platform that was hung with bells and about half a meter tall and said, "This is it." Lu Shuyu recognized at a glance that this was a smoke soul pillar. It was considered a magic weapon and was still far from being a real magic treasure, but it was undeniably much more reliable than the stuff that those wandering loose cultivators bragged about. The method of transmitting a message with it is also very simple. Just write what you want to say on a piece of paper and then burn it. When the smoke smokes the bell, it can be heard over there. The reverse is also true. Smoke from the bells means a message is coming. And by wetting special yellow paper and placing it on top of the tower, the smoke can smudge out words or pictures. It's unlikely that the average casual cultivator would make something like this. There was a claim about former clan disciples that seemed to have a little more credibility. Lu Shuyu took out a piece of talisman paper and lit it in front of the smoke soul pillar. Then her hands quickly received a gua calculation seal, feeling the direction of the drifting green smoke. A moment later, she opened her eyes. Lu Jidong, that old ancestor, are his deeds recorded in the genealogy? Ryu nodded. Yes, it will be written in the genealogy, which means he has passed away. When did he leave? It is recorded that it was 65 years ago that he died of wounds and immortality. Lu Shuyu thought to herself, that means he would fulfill his mission for 35 years at most, and as for his age, it should be between 40 and 50, belonging to the typical halfway demise. The reason why she wanted to ask this is because the direction this smoke is drifting to is definitely not the Kunlun realm, but a certain area in the northeast. Washu can't get the exact result, but can only roughly judge that it is in a deep forest, and it will take 2 or 3 days to go back and forth from here. If the Lu family had really ever received news through the smoke soul pillar, the source of the news should have come from there. Is it possible that the clan disciple that Lu Ziyuan spoke of is still alive today? In ancient times, there was a godman who ruled over water 3 times without entering his home. So even though you've never returned home, the Lu family still thinks you're proud. After all, you are the great Qi immortal master, and we are all aware of how much responsibility you have. Lu Ziyuan added pleadingly, if you still have doubts, I am also willing to use the blood drop method to verify. The method of dropping blood refers to taking live blood into a bowl and supplementing it with water. If it can be melted together, it means that the live blood comes from the same root and origin. However, Lu Shuyu knew that this method was only passed down from folklore and was not highly reliable. What's more, it didn't matter if she believed it or not. What mattered was that the Ryu family was convinced of it. That being the case, they were not considered greedy people who sought favors by posing as immortal masters' connections, and being targeted and suppressed by the government could not be considered a deserved retribution. It's not necessary, Lu Shuyue said. When did the people outside start to move against you? 3 days ago. Lu Ziyuan's tone was heavy. Taisho Yen said that you had angered Imamu and that he wanted to punish the entire Lu family, and that he wanted to put all of us, the Lu family, in the prison so that we could listen to Imamu's sentencing. Before we learned of your news, our Lu family could not possibly agree, so we organized our family guards to prevent the government office from coming hard. As a result, I didn't expect them to send cultivators today. Fortunately Qinger and Yuer were able to barely fend them off. Is the one called Yuchan your child too? No, he was originally born to a servant. The ancestors' law requires us to cultivate talents without any restrictions, so regardless of the main family's division, even if it's a servant's child, as long as they have a talent for cultivation, I will treat them all equally. Lai Shuyu nodded. A wise thing to do. Lu Ziyuan couldn't hold back and asked again. Shuyu, what exactly has changed in Qingzhou? Tell me, does the Lu family really deserve this? No. No matter whether it's the Lu family or the people of Nine Peaks City, No one should suffer this calamity. Lu Shuyu said back with a firm resolve. Hearing her answer, Lu Ziyuan instantly put down his heart, as if there was an additional strength in his words. What should we do next? The entire Lu family is willing to listen to you. She looked to the other woman. Arrange a bedroom for me, and no one is to come near it until I'm out. Chapter 60 The Only Way to Peace. The very next day after the dimensional limit organs released their public speech, Chen Xian actually received a dozen or so phone calls early in the morning. It's all calling from places he used to work. Whether it's a fast food restaurant or an IT company, the question is the same: is there a desire to go back to work? What's going on here? Can't the authorities still push up the employment rate? He was puzzled. It's not pulling up the employment rate. It's drastically reducing the number of people willing to go to work. Lin Qing sent him a video link. Take a look at this. Chen Xian clicked on the video and saw that the walking square was piled up with tents. And where it was impossible to place the tents, people simply sat on the ground and did nothing else, just chatting and playing cards. Plus today is another good autumn weather, and the cozy atmosphere of life is directly pulling full. The problem is, it's not the weekend. Chen Xian suddenly realized that this group of people were not rushing to the zoo or any other parks, and they were afraid that they were gathered here for only one purpose, and that was ability. He cried and laughed for a moment. Do they think the ability is radiation? The closer to the point of intrusion, the higher the chance of mutation? If you look at the real-time map of the city again, that area is blocked to the point of paralysis. Lin Cheng shrugged. Maybe half of the residents of Zhangchang have run over to join in the fun. If not for the botanical gardens being blocked off, they would just rush into the other world in droves. Chen Xian couldn't help but feel that the general public was just so realistic. What is erosion and what is a rover? It's none of my business. I just want to get my superpowers. Is that wrong? More importantly, we all do not suffer from scarcity. If someone goes to the square to sunbathe in the sun and gain the ability, while they are exhausted in the workplace but have nothing, this is not a big loss. No wonder the previous organizations are calling to ask about the work situation. It turns out that there is a serious shortage of manpower. He hadn't anticipated this side effect of forcing the dimensional limit organs to the surface. Didn't this happen when the organs there were made public? Chen Xian asked Lin Qing curiously. Which can't be. With robots and AI replacing the vast majority of jobs and prosthetics being easier to obtain than normal abilities, it's only the norm for the majority of the populace to have nothing to do, authorities or no authorities being publicized. Well, it seems that we can only slowly wait for this storm to pass. Chen Xian thought to himself. By the time people have a correct perception of the probability of ability excitation, the social order might return to normal. Of course, there is the possibility that society will never be the same again. For example, there was no shortage of discussions on the internet. The industrial age was over and humanity was about to enter the age of ability, but he knew in his heart that the new era of the next decade would be more like a combination of the two. Mr. Chen, is it? I put your delivery here. A courier placed a square carton load on a small table in front of the store and then sped off again. His motorized tricycle could be seen piled so full of packages that it was almost overflowing. Someone still concentrating on their work. Chen Xian unwrapped the package and realized that inside was actually a dark blue cloth wallet. When did I ever buy one of these? No one uses wallets these days, do they? He picked up the box and glanced back at it, realizing that the shipping address was actually exactly the same as the receiving address. He then realized that the thing had been sent from the ability shop. Open the wallet. Chen Xian really looked at a pay stub and $500 bills. The top of the pay stub says September salary composition, $15,000 base salary for LV3 store manager plus chaotic performance $0 plus disability benefit $0 plus other allowances $0. Total $15,000 whole. He barely managed to drop his wallet on the floor. Could this salary be any more stingy? $15,000 a month sounded like a great job, but he could have gotten more than 10 times that just by selling some immortal pills. And didn't the wallet just have $500 in it? Chen Xian again took out all the money inside and put it into his hand and counted it. And there were indeed only 100 yuan. What about the rest of the 500 paychecks? All embezzled by the finance? But when he opened his wallet again, he found 5 more bills inside. Chen Xian was slightly stunned before he took out his cell phone as an afterthought and realized that he had indeed received a withdrawal text message in his mailbox. After tinkering with the wallet for a while, he sort of understood its usage. It can only withdraw, cannot save. The maximum amount that can be used is the entire salary. To say that this thing is magical, it is indeed quite magical. A seemingly ordinary wallet actually has the inner world, can hold far more than its volume of bills, but to say that it has any use, it is not much use. The degree of convenience and ease of use by the electronic payment hanging up to fight. At least Chen Xian now cannot think of the use. Let's just say the store has a knack for screwing over store managers. Mr. Store Manager, Lin Cheng's shout interrupted Chen Xian's belly aching. Your guest is here. He looked up at the stairway and realized that the visitor was none other than Lu Shuyu. Is Miss Lin's body still not healed? Lu Shuyu sat on the sofa and looked at Lin Chang, who was helping to pour the tea, and asked, "You wouldn't have hoodwinked someone out of a large sum of money under the guise of trading and made her work for you to pay off her debts, right?" "Not at all. Am I that unscrupulous of a store manager?" Chen Xian coughed twice. "Her situation is rather special. The world she's in can't be returned to, and she's currently considered homeless. So I'm letting her stay in the store temporarily, and incidentally work as a shopkeeper. Is so nice." "What?" The other man's voice was so low that he didn't hear him for a moment. "It's fine. The situation in Yunzhou is worse than I expected. The Qi King isn't making verbal threats, but he really intends to take action against the Lu family and the surrounding towns. I saw armies stationed outside of Nine Peaks City, and scattered cultivators who attacked the Lu family have appeared in the city." Lu Shuyu recounted what she had seen and heard in detail. "They had all already pressed on when I didn't go. And now that they have learned that I have converged with the Lu family, the Qi King will most likely intensify his actions." "You still think you have nothing to do with the Lu family?" Chen Xian was more concerned about this than the commotion caused by King Qi. She nodded slightly. "If I was a baby carried away from the Lu family, then I must have seen other babies during the 10 years I grew up in the Lotus Cloud sect as well. But then again, I really didn't think about the issue of two parents before, and the sect doesn't teach this. I seem to have been sitting in the main hall practicing Kung Fu for as long as I can remember. Just in case I'm misremembering, I'd like to make sure of that for you. How is it going to be done?" "Just draw some blood," Chen Xian said. "Your blood. Lu Ziyuan's blood. If it's convenient, Lu Qing's blood would be best to come in a bit as well." Dropping blood to recognize a relative? Lu Shuyu was not confident. Can this folk practice really be accurate? What blood drops? It's a DNA test. Drop on love? Lu Shuyu thought for a moment. "Okay, what you said should be reliable. I'll get your blood later." "AI. There's no rush on this. I have to prepare a few syringes first. Blood contamination is useless." Chen Xian hurriedly called a halt. "It's better to solve the problems of the people of Yunzhou and the Lu family first. Do you have any plans?" "I had thought that the King of Qi wouldn't really take innocent people to task, and that the purpose of forcing me to go to Yunzhou was to gather a group of loose cultivators to capture me. If it's just a game of cat and mouse, I can maneuver to the end on my own. But what he is doing now has undoubtedly lost the qualifications to take on the role of a king of a country. Its harmfulness even exceeds that of ordinary demons." Lu Shuiwei was silent for a moment before she slowly said, "In my eyes, he is already someone who must be eliminated. But unfortunately, my abilities are limited, and there is no way for me to kill my way into the royal city under the heavy guard of the forbidden guards and cultivators, especially when many of the combat spells that are at hand will have to be recultivated. Here." She looked at Chen Xian with a haunted gaze. Chen Xian slightly averted his eyes and pretended that nothing had happened. He knew that it was unlikely that the other party would back out, but he could not rule out the possibility that this was an emotional padding for the next transaction. She continued, "Also, the people of Nine Peaks City aren't willing to abandon their homes and fields to move to the great wasteland of 10,000 mountains like the fleeing refugees from Qingzhou. People always have a sense of luck because the butcher's knife hasn't really fallen on them yet. Even if it falls, they will still hope that the King of Qi will spare themselves once he kills all the Lu family members. That's why I've thought about it, and there's only one option, and that's to crush the enemy threat head-on in Yunzhou. No matter how many soldiers the other side sends, no matter how many cultivators the other side summons, let the enemy crash and burn. If I can't defeat King Qi's forces here, it's even more unlikely that I'll win in King City." This is also documented in Bokujinri. Except that most of those deeds ended in failure, because it's never easy to do more with less, or to do more with less. Yet now that she had the spicy village who supported her unconditionally, the Ryu family who were willing to do as they were told, and a store manager who could solve any tricky problem she encountered, this most difficult road didn't seem so hard to travel. Chapter 61 Lessons from Superpower Battles. Don't limit yourself to superpowers. Liashuyu told her plan in a nutshell. First of all, she had to transfer the hunting team from Spicy Village to Nine Peaks City to make up for the gap between the two sides in terms of cultivator strength. The members of the hunting team were all villagers whose fighting ability had been stimulated after bathing in the dragon's blood, and they were now considered cultivators who had stepped into the threshold, practicing still the Lotus Cloud sect's authentic heart method and formula, and their strength was not weaker than that of the ordinary casual cultivators. This section numbers around 200. Moreover, the Spicy Village and the store are connected by VIP housing, and there is no fear that the enemy will play the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. Will they be able to defeat those loose cultivators? Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Destroying demons isn't the same as killing one's own kind, right? That was his fancy dish. No, his guest. According to Lu Shuyu's previous statement, loose cultivators and evil cultivators are essentially the same thing, all because of some chance coincidentally gained the ability to sense qi. practicing a variety of strange techniques, with martial arts to violate the prohibition is the norm, usually basically by the Lotus Cloud sect disciples and the official government combined to suppress to raise their heads. But look at it from another angle. Such poor cultivation conditions they can also insist on. It is estimated that either the talent is amazing or toughness, coupled with everything is used to fighting for their lives. I am afraid that the combat experience is not a group of honest and simple villagers can be compared. Lu Shuyu's expression was no longer as relaxed as it used to be. As long as there are fights there will definitely be deaths and injuries. It's unavoidable. The time they have been initiated is too short. I didn't even have time to teach them how to compete with cultivators. Fortunately, the enemy is also a scattered bunch. And for now, they should focus on harassment and sneak attacks. They still have time to adapt. The next step was to raise a militia, mainly focusing on the Lu family. Thanks to the past publicity related to the immortal family, the Lu family had considerable influence in the area, and it shouldn't be difficult to put together a team of people. Lu Shiyu didn't expect these people to go out of the city to fight with the army in a field battle. With the addition of formations, they would still be able to block some of the enemy troops. The last step is Liushuyu. As the strongest combatant, she needed to go around putting out fires, raiding opposing generals and officers when the army was on the move, and at the same time sniping at the experts amongst the enemy's casual cultivators to ease the pressure on the hunting team. If I can successfully repel their siege a few times and eliminate one or two local armies, King Chi might realize that he can't threaten me with the trick of killing the people of Yunzhou. If he loses any more, he'll have to consider whether his throne is secure. Lu Shuyu slowly said, of course in this way, I would be considered to be openly plotting against the throne, and the King of Qi shouldn't be able to honor his agreement with the Lian Yun sect anymore. A flicker of concern flashed in her eyes as she said this, but it was quickly overshadowed by a stronger conviction. Can I ask what exactly is the agreement? Chen Xian was curious. The countries recognize the Lotus Cloud sect as the righteousness of the Great Tao, and the Lotus Cloud sect sends out disciples to aid the country and help the world. That's probably what happened. Lu Shuiwei paused slightly, but I also heard about it from my master. I haven't seen the instrument with my own eyes. After all, it is a pact concluded more than 1,000 years ago. The Lotus Cloud sect won't send someone to punish you, right? She shook her head. Master said that the mountain gate would only open once a century. Then it doesn't matter. Chen Xian said without thinking. He even felt that there might have been a monarch who had done this long ago, and at most, his country would be destroyed after being sanctioned by the Iron Fist. Even if the sect will send people to apprehend me, I still have a clear conscience. Lu Shuyue's awareness was obviously a bit higher, because I have never disobeyed my master's teachings to the very end. Chen Xian smiled. Your purpose for coming to me should be more than just wanting to share the situation with me. That's right, there is no margin to speak of in every aspect of this plan. If the Qi King is determined to keep raising the stakes, we will inevitably fall into a disadvantage, or even a desperate situation. Lu Shuyue said with a straight face. For example, if the other party mobilizes the Forbidden Guards and heavily recruits scattered cultivators from other countries, we can't rely on a single spicy village alone to top it. That would be a real war. Chen Xian thought to himself. You want me to fill in the gap for you? Yes, you are my biggest card. No matter how much the King of Qi calculates, he will not be able to count on your existence. Lu Shuyu nodded. I'm also willing to pay ability as a reward. You can take your pick. It was the first time she had ever said such a thing. However, Chen Xian was in no hurry to trade her abilities. If he was going to have a big fight in Yunzhou, picking away her abilities now would be tantamount to weakening his side's power. Lu Shuyu's value did not only lie in her abilities. The spicy village behind her was also a market that could not be lost. There's no rush. It's not too late to trade when you win. Are you sure I can win? Lu Shuyu was surprised. In the worst-case scenario, they were facing the entire force that a kingdom could mobilize, and with Chen Xian's help both sides would already be considered very ideal if they could maintain parity, not realizing that he would actually bite the bullet and say that he could win as soon as he opened his mouth. Don't pay if you can't win. Chen Xian looked confident. You go back to Spicy Village to gather your men first. I will inform you immediately when I have news. After Lu Shuyue left, his eyes stared straight at Lin Chang, looking at the latter a little uncomfortable as he asked, what do you want me to do? When I was looking at the declassified information from the V.L.A. earlier, I found a section that mentioned that you had worked with a number of arms dealers. There was indeed such a thing. Rinaru searched her memory banks. In the early days both the organs and those large corporations needed weapons to arm their private forces, but after prosthetic technology surged forward, the org itself was the largest arms manufacturer, and the cooperation ended. It's fine if there is, Chen Xian said. Help me investigate them and see what their scope of operation is, as well as whether or not they've recently hooked up with the dimensional limit organs. She cocked her head at him for a long moment. Mr. Store Manager, you're not looking to buy arms from them, are you? Otherwise it's not like we're inviting them for afternoon tea, right? Chen Xian spread his hands. You heard it just now. A Lu family with the people of Nine Peaks City has to deal with tens of thousands of armies from various states, and a hunting team of 200 people has to face a far greater number of cultivators, and the most feasible way to reverse this disadvantage would be to upgrade their weapons. If everyone had a gun, would Yunju still be in chaos? Alright, I'll help you make contact. Lin Qing's eyes twinkled up. The appearance of massive amounts of data being retrieved by the brain machine. There are 6 people worldwide who match the contents of the profile. 4 of them have yet to come into contact with the agency. Can you mimic the way the Dimension Org sends letters? Fake an offer? That wouldn't be too hard. She nodded. I could even borrow the agency's external lines to send a special letter. It would alleviate a lot of trust costs. Just a moment. It is self-evident which is more likely to get a response. Doing a deal with an individual seller or with an organized group. Okay, communication sent. That fast? Chen Xian was surprised. Little Green handled it. Lin Qing showed a smug look. But do you have that much money? It's easy to get them to reply to the letter. But I'm afraid these people won't supply easily until they see the money. After all, in terms of numbers, it would need to arm at least 1 militia force. I'm not paying. Chen Xian had an idea about this as well. Since it's the organ that's doing business with them, it's only natural that they can pay with something unique to the organ. You tell them the payoff is competence. Knock knock. 2 knocks sounded outside the study. Father, it's me, G.O. Walter put down the book in his hand and shook his finger at a couple of burly men in the room. The latter immediately lifted a beaten and bloodied man, gagged him and dragged him into the next room. Then someone else folded back and wiped the bloodstains on the floor with a rag and straightened the slightly messy chairs, until everything was as tidy as it could be before he raised his voice and said, "Come in." The door to the room pushed open and his eldest son, G.O. Wise, walked briskly into the room. "Can I help you?" Walter asked in his usual husky tone. "I just received a trade negotiation for light weapons. No limited category. I tried asking. M16 or AK-47 are accepted over there," Gio said with an expressionless face. There was some regret in Walter's heart. He hadn't smiled at himself since the explosion that had killed Joe's wife dead 2 months ago. Walter could vaguely sense that the other man didn't like the job, but he was the eldest son, and tradition dictated that he should carry on the family business in the future. "You can just talk directly about this kind of thing. There's no need to come and report to me," Walter returned slowly. "Being able to find you directly means that the other party was introduced to you by a friend. Just don't forget to call first. The family runs an arms trading business that sells its own products as well as popular goods from others. Legitimate business is done and illegitimate is taken. Unlike store retail, the company's business is all wholesale, with large quantities at good prices. Light weapons like guns belong to the margins in the trade, especially second-hand guns that were weighed on scales and then sold by the pound. And he basically didn't ask about them, instead leaving the business to his own children to deal with, which was a way of letting them familiarize themselves with the company's business in advance. But there's something special about the offeror this time," Gio said, wanting to speak. "Oh," Walter's hand, which had been about to let his eldest son go, retracted. "Where's the special?" "The other party calls itself the Dimension Limit Org. Trade payoff for the ability," eldest said. Walter, Wise shuddered and sat up straight. Chapter 62, a life-changing deal. To others, dimension limiting organ might be a term that had recently been tossed around, but not to Walter. He heard the legend of this mysterious organization in the circle a long time ago, like some famous science and technology enterprises, such as four-dimensional science and technology, life medicine, Yonsa Group. They can rapidly expand from the unknown small company to the status of today's industry leader, are related to the organ in the back of the help. I never thought that one day my own family company would actually be favored by the authorities. What did they say? Did they leave contact information in the reply letter? Walter's pace of speech picked up noticeably, probably not expecting his father to get so worked up. Gio took a slight step back. There was a phone number left, but judging by the number, it's an international one. Send the commercial letter, he said at once. You're going to call the other party in person? A trace of surprise flashed in Joe's eyes. Could it be that all the talk about the Dimension Org on the internet is true? I don't know what's being discussed on the internet, and I'm not interested in knowing, but I'll take care of this business, so you can get out. The other man did as he was told, but before he left, he glanced purposefully toward the inner room. Walter pressed the communicator, instructed everyone not to disturb him, and made sure the bodyguards and servants were gone before he solemnly picked up the phone. The number might have gone through multiple transfers, and maybe the person answering wasn't the right person at all, or even a blank number at all. But Walter didn't expect to hear a voice on the other side of the microphone the moment he pressed the last number. Dimensional limit organs. The voice was young, a man. Since the other party didn't give his name, it proved that he didn't want to leave a name, even if it was just a pseudonym or code name. Naturally Walter wouldn't press the issue. I'm Walter Weiss. I heard that you want to buy a batch of light weapons in the amount of around 5,000? Just as he waited, he had already read all the correspondence sent by the other party on his computer. Nice. The man returned briefly. How do you trade? If it's money it's fine, but abilities. Just open the video link, but before that, you have to decide what kind of ability you want. That's straightforward? Walter felt his chest beating a little harder, as it had when he had first taken over the company from his father and negotiated his first deal with someone else, and an ineffable energy surged through his over 50 frame. May I ask what kind of abilities are allowed? There was what looked like a shallow chuckle on the other side. What do you think, Mr. Wise? 9 times out of 10 Walter would have to hang up the phone if any other businessman dared to talk like that, but at the moment he held his breath. Allow me to think about it. In fact, he didn't really care much about what kind of abilities he could get. What really made him look good was being able to hook up with the Dimension org. He didn't know why the other party would choose him. In the arms industry, the family company couldn't be ranked at all. However, on second thought, those technology companies rumored to be related to the organs also started from a precarious position, so it seemed reasonable for the other party to choose him. His company's performance seemed to have entered a period of stabilization, but in fact Walter always had a hidden worry in his mind. Their product line was focused on man-portable equipment, including body armor, exoskeleton armor, and infrared night vision, in addition to guns and ammunition. But these markets were being squeezed by unmanned and smart weapons, and there was little room for upward mobility. At the same time, those illegal trades that don't make it to the top are subjected to the dual pressures of malicious peer competition and international scrutiny. Car crashes disguised as accidents and even outright assassinations with explosives are nothing new to him. Walter is desperate to find a new market, preferably in the field of competitive high-tech equipment, and then get out of the illegal arms trade once and for all. Now that the Dimension Authority has come to us, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could confirm the identity of the other party, he could gift the guns to the other party even if he didn't want to be paid. Unfortunately, gaining the ability was also the only way he could identify the other person. Not daring to remain silent for too long, Walter thought for a dozen seconds before speaking again. I'd like to know if there are any traitors in the company, if I may. Recently his business has been targeted for sniping. His competitors seem to know his offer in advance, and with the risk of repeated assassinations on his travels, he has begun to suspect that there is someone on the inside playing tricks on him. But this was a family matter after all, and he wasn't in a position to put too fine a point on it until he had confirmed the identity of the other party. There was no immediate response there. Just as Walter wondered if the request was too whimsical, a video connection suddenly popped up on the monitor on the desk. The lighting there was so dim that you could barely make out the background, while the center of the screen disliked a large lens up close. Look into the camera, the caller said. Walter realized at once that the company network had been compromised. However, he was not surprised. The study computer was originally connected to the public network and did not store any sensitive information. Plus the other party was a VLF organization. It is not surprising that they have this means. He looked at the monitor for less than 2 seconds and the screen went black for a split second, then flashed back to a normal desktop. Try it, the other side added. Walter snapped. He detected a hint of a different emotion. Calm and bland, like a cup of black tea without milk. Is this his own illusion? I'm this. For the first time in all his years in business, Walter felt constrained. This is the ability you need. Don't be nervous. Once you get used to it you can choose whether or not to sense it. The man seemed unsurprised by his surprise. We'll be in touch when your shipment is ready. The phone then hung up. Walter still hasn't looked back. He realized that this particular emotion appeared along with the other party's speech, and it was by no means some kind of illusion. Could it be that this was the ability granted to him by the organ? But they didn't even meet up with themselves, let alone take medication, surgery, or injections. The only thing the other guy did was simply let him look at the head of his glasses across the internet. After a few moments of sitting still, Walter pressed the communication bell on his desk. George, come down here and bring Danny in too. George, his old butler, was staying next door at the moment, waiting for orders. Yes. The other man quickly pushed the bloodied man to stand in front of him. What can I do for you? Just tell me anything. Walter leaned back into the soft chair. The old butler couldn't help but freeze, but still followed the family head's orders. Nice day today? Say I'm handsome. George's face twitched. Sir, that's a description I don't think suits you. Walter was uncharacteristically quiet. I'd like to hear it. The old butler could only say with a taut face. You are very handsome. With every word the other man said, even a short yes, Walter felt a bright, comfortable warmth, as if the sun was shining in the window on an autumn day, which was completely different from the feeling he got from the man at the agency, and he was able to clearly separate the two. Even when the old butler spoke against his will, this sentiment did not change. This means that it cannot determine truth or falsehood. You say the same thing. Walter inclined his head toward Danny, whose hands were tied behind his back. Boss, I really don't know anything. You believe me, I was wrongly accused. Danny begged for mercy. Please let me go. There are children waiting for me at home. For a moment, stark malice flooded his mind, contrasting with the warmth he had felt before. So it is. The corners of Walter's mouth lifted up. This is the ability. Ordinary people can never experience the subtle feelings. But what was more gratifying to him was that the company was finally able to hook up with the agency. Are you going to release him? The old butler inquired. And pick a spacious bay to put it in. So it's not a waste of the 10 years he's been with me. Danny's face turned white at Walter's words, and before he could open his mouth to beg for mercy, George had pulled out a handkerchief and stuffed it into his mouth. Wait, let Gio handle this, Walter added. Since he's going to take over the company, similar things are rare, and it's a way for him to get used to it in advance. George nodded in agreement. I'll let him know. Soon the eldest son was called to the study. Father, what are you? He looked at Danny, whose face was covered in blood and whose mouth was still gagged, and his brow furrowed high. At this very moment, Walter suddenly felt an indescribable malice that was far stronger than Danny's. If the discomfort he felt was like a puddle of sewage, then the malice that was coming now was a huge wave. If the discomfort that Danny had given him was like a puddle of sewage, then the malice that came now was a huge wave. He gazed at his eldest son, and a lot of things suddenly dawned on his mind. There were trade secrets that could be compromised that couldn't be stolen by one or two employees working in collusion. But it made a big difference when there was an heir to the company involved. Father, aren't you being a bit hasty in treating Mr. Danny this way? Gio didn't notice the change in his father's face in the slightest. I think the matter needs to be investigated a bit more. The informant's words are not worthy of your trust. Walter opens a drawer and removes a revolver from it, turns on the safety and pushes it to Gio. Kill him, now. Gio froze. Father Danny is a traitor, Walter said in his slowest tone. Don't forget the family admonition to never forgive a traitor. The eldest son's face was ironic as he went to the table and picked up his pistol with a hand that seemed to be filled with lead. He was clearly hesitating, but not for long. You made me do it. Gio finished in a low voice and suddenly turned his gun on Walter. Let me and Danny go, or I'll shoot. Young master, what are you doing? The old butler was greatly shocked. Walter was unmoved. Is it because of your wife's death? Or do you loathe me to the point of intolerance? All of them. Joe's face was no longer indifferent as it had been before, replaced by a grimace that had never been seen before. If you hadn't been smuggling arms, Elisa wouldn't have been blown up. If the family hadn't opened this damn company, many tragedies wouldn't have happened. If you continue to be so cold-blooded, sooner or later we will all be finished. Wave after wave of malice came as if there was no end to it. Walter took it all down as it was. He opened a drawer on the other side and took out a revolver of the same style and slowly raised the muzzle. Don't move. Put it down, Gio warned sternly. My father's hand was slow but firm. Gio was the first to pull the trigger. After a gunshot, the eldest son stared at him with a shocked gaze, as if he couldn't believe that this was real. But the moment he covered his chest and fell down, all the pain on his face turned into intense unwillingness and hatred. Only one of the two guns was loaded, one of Walter's habits. Sir, he is your son, the old butler said intolerantly. Walter lowered his gun and walked over to George and patted him on the shoulder. It's precisely because he's a Vespa's son that I had to do it myself. And I suddenly think myself is still quite young, far from the time to retire to old age. He realized that his son was right and that he was indeed a cold-blooded animal, especially when standing on the scales of business and family. He didn't even have time to be saddened by Joe's betrayal, for the long-dormant heart of the hustler was once again beating strongly. This business, and indeed all future business with the Dimension Org, would be done by him personally. Chapter 63, 36 Strategies. Sneak attacks are the best. That will do. Chen Xian hung up the call. No one can trace back through a phone call to here, right? In order to keep it a secret, he purposely closed the curtains and turned off all the lights in the store, so that the other party could almost only see the scanning gun pointed at the camera. Yes, this was something he had figured out before. As long as the other person was a real person and could see their face clearly, the customer could make a transaction even if they weren't in the store. This time he used the very same stealthy deal. It's a loss of a few performance points, but this minimizes the information leaked from the ability store. Don't worry, my encryption processing is absolutely unbreakable with current technology. Lin Qing finished patting her chest in assurance, and then asked with some curiosity, but Mr. Store Manager, how did you dare to be sure that you could meet his requirements? What if he doesn't need the voice of trust? Honestly, she was sweating in her heart when she heard Chen Xian ask the other party to mention their needs. That's what makes the organ appear to be a great powerhouse. Chen Xian smiled, and the requirements are whatever he wants. How to realize them is still up to me. If he wants health, then he'll go for the clear heart technique or the special ability to sleep. And if he wants force, then he'll go for the Bagua Palm and Dan pill study. There's always one that suits him. That's the bottom line of having something in stock. He could still borrow capacity from Spicy Village if he really couldn't get it right. Lin Chang was dumbfounded. Well, you really do have some talent for business. How are you going to get the goods next? Even if he has heavenly skills, there's no way he's going to be able to ship a whole bunch of guns into the country. I have my own way of doing this. Just have Walter centralize the goods in one place, and he'll open a branch and move them back in unnoticed. The entire negotiation process could be described as quite smooth, and the degree of cooperation from the other party was within Chen Xian's expectations. Walter would have cooperated with the Dimension Organ according to the original historical track, proving that he was not averse to such a godly organization, coupled with the fact that the general public had now become aware of the existence of the ability to use the ability as a bargaining chip was also more attractive than money. However, Chen Xian still had a doubt in his heart. He used historical information to socialize with Walter Arms, and in order to prevent accidents from occurring, he purposely explained in the business letter that the telephone was the only reliable way to contact him, and that no other channels would be approved. But from a different perspective, Walter undoubtedly came together with the Dimension Authority, even if this Dimension Authority was impersonated by Lin Chang. Is this sort of historical inertia, or, rather, established destiny? On the outskirts of Nine Peaks City, the big tent was crowded with people. Li Tiaxin, the commander of the left army in Sangzhou, sat at the first place and watched the two groups of people below bickering. The Jiufeng Taisho already confirmed yesterday that Lu Shuyue is in the city, so why are we still dawdling here? The general of the Iron Cavalry Battalion yelled. Do we really have to wait until the troops from the other states arrive and then sit back and watch them get a piece of the action? This is also the view that the main war party upholds. If we delay for another day or two, I'm afraid the King City's army will have arrived. The group is packed and ready, just waiting for Lord Li's order. Although Lu Shuyue has been removed, she is, after all, a disciple of the Lotus Cloud sect, so if we send troops to attack the Lu family now, be careful of being broken by her one by one. The opponents were instead those seemingly lawless loose cultivators. Some of them wore long shirts and tried to act like elegant scribes, some of them bared their chests and breasts, no different from street beggars. If he didn't have to rely on the power of the cultivators, Li Tiaxin only wanted to drive these unruly Jianghu wanderers out of the tent. Didn't you guys have a lot of guts before? You're scared after a few dead accomplices? A general couldn't help but sneer. At least we've fought her. A loose cultivator dressed as a Taoist priest said coldly, whereas you guys haven't even taken a step through the city gates. Alright, I'll collect your voices for a moment. Li Tiaxin finally spoke. I would like to ask this. My humble name is Li. Kunshin Li Tianshur is also. Oh, Tianshur Li, that Lu Xian. Lu Bandit should also be injured and bleeding if he is cut by a sword or shot by a crossbow, right? That's natural. The Taoist priest sneered. She's not invulnerable to swords and spears, and an ordinary farmer could kill her if she's not defended. Then it's over? There are 500 crossbowmen and 1,000 strangers in our army, so if we swarm her, she won't be able to fight even if she has 3 heads and 6 arms. Li Tianshur's coldness intensified. I understand what the general means, but what I'm trying to say is that since even a farmer can kill her, could it be that we are not as good as a farmer? The other party won't just stand there and let you surround her. The Lotus Cloud sect's talismanic art is subtle to the extreme. Where the battlefield is up to her, I'll be blunt and tell you all. Without putting together enough cultivators to hold her back, your encirclement of her alone won't do much. Before he arrived in Yunzhou, he also felt that he was capable. Not only could he invoke heavenly signs, but he could also comprehend techniques from demons. And when he fought with evil cultivators before, none of them could last more than 5 rounds. So he came. If he could personally kill a disciple of the Lotus Cloud sect, he would surely become famous, and might be able to replace the other party to become the new immortal master. After all, it was said that the sect would only open the mountain gate once in 100 years. However, after actually fighting with Lu Shuyue, Heavenly Master Li realized that it was not like that at all. It was a sneak attack initiated by a group of 4 loose cultivators, and Lu Shuyue was standing on the roof of the Lu family's main building, as if she was oblivious to their intrusion. The 4 men struck one after another, and they also succeeded, and she was pierced by swords, strangled by iron ropes, frozen into an ice stick, and drained of blood. But Lu Shuyue ended up standing on the roof. While the other 3 were dead with strange smiles, he was the only one who escaped alive. General Li, the decree we received was not to deal with Lu Shuyue alone. The Iron Cavalry General clasped his fists and said, if the Immortal Master defects, Nine Peaks City is also our target. Since these cultivators aren't willing to go hard against the Lu family, it's better if we don't go near the northwestern edge. There's always no problem sweeping around the periphery, right? The Brethren haven't even opened yet. Not bad. Li Tianxin looked at the casual cultivators. Now you guys don't have any objections, right? The outer circle of lambs can't make any waves. And even if the willow bandits come, you guys will have enough time to warn them. I have a problem with that, a clear voice said. Who? Li Tianxin looked around, but realized that the voice seemed to be coming from outside the tent. The curtains of the tent were lifted, only to see a woman whose hands and feet were drenched in blood walk in. Tianchi Li was horrified. Who was this if not Lu Shuyue? Even if he had only exchanged hands once, he would never forget the other party's face. But how did she burst into the center of the army without warning? One had clearly placed a boundary around the area, so that whenever a cultivator intruded, it would. It was then that he realized with a shock that the boundary had been broken at some point. How is it possible? Although one's boundary wasn't hard to detect, it was never something one could do to disarm it silently. Beware. She is Tianchi Li felt the sky spinning just halfway through his warning. His head flew up briefly like a kite with broken strings, followed by a quick landing. The blood spurting from his neck suddenly splattered the roof of the tent red. The willow bandits have killed their way in. Draw your sword. Draw your sword. In the panic someone knocked over the candlestick and the tent was suddenly out of reach. Lu Shuyu held her sword forward. One step and one chop. Each strike was like a crescent moon reflecting in the night sky. She had lost the thousand-thought sword, and her heavenly xia skill was in the stage of recultivation, so she was not as good at fighting as she was when she first left the mountain gate. However, after 5 years of training, her will was far superior to the beginning. Her body strictly followed the day-to-day training of the sect, driving the white blade up and down, and even in the darkness of the tent, she was able to accurately pierce between the gaps in the armor until it pierced through the flesh and blood. Even if she didn't rely on the Feng technique Xiangong, she was still an existence that was beyond one's reach. Hearing the sound of blood and flesh fighting in the tent, Li Tianxin was scared out of his wits. He had always greeted his men to work and sat at the back himself. How had he ever seen this kind of battle? At the moment the candles fell, he had already flopped under the table, desperately arching forward, because he knew that the end of the long table was the exit of the tent. Luckily, Lu Shuyue really didn't care about him. Li Tianxin rolled and crawled out of the tent, and immediately yelled at the top of his lungs, "There is an enemy attacking the camp. Quickly come to reinforcements." Yet no one responded to him. Around the tent lay a dozen or so soldiers' corpses, obviously already dead for a long time. Not far away from the soldiers' tent area is a fire, rolling smoke straight into the sky. He also heard countless shouts and killings, as if the one who attacked the camp was not Lu Shuyue alone, but 1,000 armies from Nine Peaks City. Suddenly a burly, strong man crashed through the fence and walked with the wind in front of him. The weapon held in the opponent's hand wasn't any standardized sword or weapon, but a plain cleaver. Li Tianxin's emotions were out of control as he cursed. "Who the hell are you people?" "The hunter from Spicy Village." Runehorn deer chopped down with an axe, dissecting the commander of the army in half. Chapter 64, The Siege. Just a day apart, Chen Xian received a shipment letter from Walter Arms. The other party packed all the guns into a van as requested, and then parked the van in a nearby park. At the same time, they also scanned and sent a real estate grant contract for a dilapidated cottage that was uninhabited right next to the park. Walter also specifically mentioned this issue, feeling that giving away such a shabby house was a bit of a drop in the bucket, and that he could have prepared a better set of gifts, such as a luxury apartment in the center of the city, or a well-furnished villa with all the amenities. However, Chen Xian refused them all one by one. He wanted not a settlement, but a branch suitable for transferring goods. What's more, this branch isn't fixed so that it can't be moved. If there are multiple properties, he can absolutely open on this side for a month, then switch to the other side and open for another month. The only cost is that he's just wasting a ton of money on each change. Scan the grant contract into the app and the option to set up a branch lights up with it. Chen Xian tapped down to confirm, and then felt the store shake slightly. The next thing he knew, he saw an extra elevator door on the wall to the side of the bar. Straight up not acting right. This elevator door is also not a cold metal panel, but rather a solid wood panel with a rather elegant style. And the doorframe wrapped around it is also carved with a pattern that can't be called out by name but is very artistic at first glance. There aren't any selection buttons on the doorframe, just a wooden pull tab. He pulled back slightly and the door slid open. The space inside was exceptionally spacious, at least 30 square feet, all of which was enough to serve as a bedroom. Chen Xian waited until the door was closed, and then noticed a row of hand-carved text emerging from the wooden panel on his right. He realized that the Thai store haystack was really elaborate in some parts. Pressing the word branch, there was a clang overhead, and within a second the door opened again. Although it was still the same bar and the same coffee machine, Chen Xian knew he was no longer in the Tianlu neighborhood. The new store still smells faintly of dust, as if it has just awakened from a dusty time. The layout of the branch store was distinctly different from that of the neighborhood store, such as the shopping area being narrower and the display cabinets being placed differently. But in general, All the equipment that was available in the main store was also readily available over here. However, the various shelves are empty, and he needs to fill them up himself. Chen Xian stood by the window and swept a glance, noticing that there were indeed 5 container trucks parked side by side in a parking space not far away. He didn't even walk out the front door, just to be safe. Returning to the main store the same way, Chen Xian recruited a spicy villager and explained the requirements for moving the goods. Soon after, he brought 20 of his associates from the village's fishing and planting department into the parking lot and began the busy work of moving the goods. Chen Xian, on the other hand, remained inside the branch store at all times, keeping an eye on the winds and grasses in the park. Walter Wise was also standing at the moment on the top floor of a hotel next to the park, watching the cargo through binoculars. He was really curious why the other party would require a small bungalow near the delivery site. But the delivery site was not limited, as long as it was a quiet place with fewer people. Knowing that it's 100,000 miles from the harbor, the train station, and the airport, no method seems to be able to get such a large number of guns out of town. Use it in the city? Walter himself thought the idea was a bit ridiculous. 3,000 rifles plus a full complement of bullets, and the dimensional limit ord would be a global public enemy every other day if they dared to do so. Then he saw a group of movers coming out of the house. They are wearing very plain clothes. Cleanly opened the door of the unlocked cargo compartment. Will be able to move everything back to the house? The whole process is professional and quiet. This moved directly from 4 o'clock in the afternoon to the evening. By the time the goods were moved, the house was silent. It would be impossible to say that Walter didn't want to see the situation for himself, but considering that his rash appearance might break the etiquette of the deal, he hesitantly and finally decided to ask the butler to dress up as a vagabond and take so much as a single glance at the dilapidated house. George, the old butler, soon brought back shocking news. Sir, there is nothing in the house. What do you mean nothing? I don't see any boxes, and I don't see anyone. The house is as empty as it was when I first bought it. Ha 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 ha. Walter couldn't help but laugh. Worthy of being a dimension organ, it really reveals magic everywhere. When he bought the house, he also went to take a look at it, and the previous owner hadn't left a single piece of furniture behind when he moved out, and there was nothing but dust and garbage on the first floor. The house itself didn't have a basement, so if he wanted to cram the contents of 5 large trucks into it, he was afraid he'd have to fill all the rooms to overflowing. However, the authorities have made 3,000 guns and ammunition disappear in broad daylight. No wonder those big company head honchos would be so secretive about the organ. An organization with this kind of tactic, even if it couldn't turn the world upside down, it could certainly stir the world into a big mess. Walter's awe of the organ was added to. Fortunately, they seem to be a fairly orderly bunch at the moment. Okay, let's go back, he said to the butler. George, this matter you know and I know is fine. No one else should disclose. From today, we are also people in this circle. Chen Xian and Lin Xing saw Lu Shuiyue again already in the Lu family mansion. I could tell she was a little tired, but she was in good spirits. However, Chen Xian noticed that there was a layer of white frost that had yet to be wiped away, as well as a tiny blood gash remaining below her right ear. Are you hurt? You mean this? She rubbed her hand down her neck, slightly careless, but never mind. Chen Xian was aware of the healing effects of blood oranges, and the fact that a few traces were still left behind after applying them meant that the injuries at the time were far from as simple as she described. If the wound had been deeper, it might have directly jeopardized the carotid vessels and the spine. A powerful cultivator has come from the opposite side? Not really. Lu Shuyu smiled. It's just that move is very rare, and it's the first time I've seen it. I guess that person should be an evil cultivator, using all demonic spells. Good thing he's dead. Then she recounted briefly the events of the last 5 days. The next day after arriving at the Lu family, she led a hunting party to launch a surprise attack, targeting the very garrison outside the city. This active attack was very effective, catching the other side off guard and losing most of their generals before retreating more than 100 miles before stopping. It was also because of the great success of this surprise attack that the subsequent replenishment of the army had greatly increased their vigilance, not only arranging mobile posts, but even the casual cultivators had begun to go out to reconnoiter. At present, judging from the flags erected in the barracks, the vanguard armies of Baizhou, Sangzhou and Wangcheng have already converged here, and it can be said that the troops of the 3 places bordering Yunzhou have already been mobilized, with the total force estimated to be more than 25,000 men. The king of Qi is really willing to shed blood, Chen Xian said in his heart. The neighboring countries were already staging their troops on the border, ready to invade Qi at any time, and he was still able to pull out 3 states of troops to deal with Lu Shuyu at such a critical time. From a certain perspective, this was also considered to be a kind of boldness, wasn't it? Of course he could understand why the other party was doing what they were doing. Other Lan Qin's senior sister had trained a group of cultivators special combat troops for Luo Kingdom. But this side could only rely on recruiting casual cultivators to make do, so how could they not be in a hurry? If the two countries were to really fight, and the disciples of the Lotus Cloud sect were to personally participate in the battle, Qi would obviously not have a high chance of winning. He could only continue to raise the stakes now, forcing Lu Shuyu to turn back. If the world had a radio, I'm afraid that everywhere would be filled with propaganda of the traitorous and traitorous Lu Shuyu. The increase in troops was undoubtedly effective, especially the increase in bowmen and heavy cavalry, which made the pressure on the hunting party's offense increase steeply. Now that they were completely pinned down inside the city, they had lost the initiative to engage, and there are more and more casual cultivators coming here to get a piece of the action. These cultivators, relying on the fact that they were more or less competent, would often cross the Nine Peak City to attack the Lu family, and the number of loose cultivators that had appeared on this day alone exceeded 100, and after a few exchanges, casualties had appeared in the hunting team. Chapter 65, The War Expert. Hearing that there had been some damage to his own backyard, Chen Xian was instantly enraged. However, he was likewise quite interested in the feng arts that those loose cultivators performed, such as when Lu Shuyue mentioned that during a siege battle between multiple loose cultivators, one person directly transformed into a giant bear to tangle with her, while the other spewed out a large amount of spider silks to block her movement. These silk threads were almost transparent, yet they were harder than steel. It was when she was slightly distracted while dodging the giant bear's attack that she was sliced in the neck by the silk threads. As for what else there was, the alienated version of the Thousand Thoughts Sword's blood sword, the aura armor that could break the fixation technique, either of them were new to him. Chen Xian could tell that as the number of hostile cultivators continued to increase, the attack methods would become more varied and difficult to deal with. It had only been 5 days, but Lu Shuyu was already showing some fatigue, and if the battle dragged on into a protracted battle, her ability to fight would be greatly reduced if her aura depletion couldn't keep up with her recovery rate. He guessed that 9 times out of 10 the enemy thought the same thing. As long as Lu Shuyu did not abandon the people of Nine Peak City, they could surround the city and slowly consume it until one side completely collapsed. The purpose of King Qi sending that warning letter was roughly the same as forcing her to come out of the great wasteland of 10,000 mountains. Fortunately, the floating time difference between the two worlds had become smaller and smaller, and Lu Shuyu's 5 days had only passed by 2.5 days on his side, so he had come at the right time this time. Don't worry, I've already prepared weapons to arm the spicy village. These weapons are enough to erase the gap in strength between the villagers and the Qi army, Chen Xian said with a smile. Once Rune-Horned Deer and the others learn how to use them, this battle can be immediately decided. It seemed like an incredible thing to change the disparate gap in battlefield strength with just one person's intervention, but Lu Shuyue had worked with Chen Xian for a long time, and the level of trust had reached an unprecedented level. She had no doubt the other woman could do it. But I have to receive a payment first. Chen Xian took out his scanning gun. Mr. Store Manager, didn't you promise before to wait for her to win before collecting payment? Lin Chang, who was sitting next to her, purposely pretended to be unintentional and asked in a low voice. Although the voice was small, it happened to be heard by Lu Shuyue. The latter couldn't help but say, "It's okay." The store manager never goes back on his word. The fact that he's collecting payment now means that he was sure of the outcome long ago. Like you talk too much. Chen Xian glared at his own shopkeeper, then put away his gun. It's already done. Hey, Lu Shuyu was a bit surprised. I didn't see those floating boxes? It's a one-way deal. I'm handing over an ability to you so it won't require confirmation from both sides like it has in the past. Now she was really feeling uneasy. Why? Shouldn't I be the one paying you for your ability? Don't be in a hurry. Chen Xian explained. Now think back to your abilities or spells and see if there's anything extra. Lu Shuyu did as she was told. Then her eyes widened. A spell that can forcibly take another person's ability? Well, it's kind of a waste for those loose cultivators to just die, so you can scavenge for more abilities before you finish them off, and those are the ones I'm going to be paid for. The stronghold ability comes from none other than the Fey Dancer. After all, it wasn't good to keep gripping Lu Shuyue alone, even if it was a disciple of the Lotus Cloud sect. The ability to keep gripping like this would be tapped out sooner or later. Now that all the loose cultivators of the entire De Qi and even other countries were attracted by the King of Qi, how could he not dig in? I see, Lu Shuyue said indistinctly, but it looks quite evil, able to take away in an instant the techniques that others have cultivated over time. That's right, so all the more reason not to let it fall into the hands of evil people, Chen Xian immediately said in a solemn tone. In my opinion, an ability is a weapon, and in itself does not distinguish between good and evil. Whether it is good or bad depends on the person who uses it, and you are the user I am most comfortable with. I know, Lu Shuyue agreed. Then let's go unpack the boxes now. Chen Xian clapped his hands. The rifles sent by the Walter Company were not kept at the Ryu house, but were all sent to the Spicy Village. As per Chen Xian's request, Lu Shiyu named a team of 2,000 people and had them gather on the grassy area by the lake at the entrance of the village. While all of these people are bathed in dragon blood, most of them have not gained the ability to fight, and their work is more geared towards gathering, fishing, and farming. While Lu Shuyue was quite worried about this, Chen Xian held a different view. No matter how incapable of fighting, their physical qualities were far higher than normal people. After all, sensing the circulation of aura was a real boost to the physique. Cultivators were definitely stronger with guns than ordinary people, and the fewer losses the lower the probability of the weapon falling into the hands of the enemy. The most important point was that these villagers knew their roots and were absolutely loyal to Lu Shuyue, which was more reassuring to him than the Lu family and the residents of Nine Peaks City. Once the bullet is loaded, the gun becomes an extremely dangerous weapon, and even a 10-year-old child getting his hands on it can pose a deadly threat to a cultivator. He didn't want to see Lu Shuyu being shot from behind. One by one, the boxes were unpacked, and the guns they contained were all brand new SR-15s, complete with sealing film and warranty manuals, obviously straight from the factory stock. Chen Xian had found out when he inspected the goods before. He had thought that Walter would collect a whole bunch of AKs to sell to him, but it turned out that the other party had apparently given the organ enough face. That cost can be a lot more expensive than acquiring a bunch of used rifles. Lu Shuyu was also fumbling with the new weapon in her hand. It was dark gray in color, not like iron or wood, and quite light to carry in her hand. The thing didn't even have a sharp edge, and was no more than an arm's length, so it didn't look like it could hurt anyone in any way. Others feel much the same way. Lord Shopkeeper, can it really be used against loose cultivators? Runehorn Deer asked with a big grin. It feels like it's not as good as my dragon tendon bow and splitting axe. You guys can compare yourselves with her. Chen Xian pointed at Lin Chang. As for the target, just pick those 3 wild deer on the other side of the river. The crowd looking for a while to find Chen Xian pointed out the deer from the village entrance is a mile away. Eyes especially good people can see a few green beans the size of the mottled body of the deer. Hunting? Runehorn asked with interest. How does it compare? Let's see who kills faster. Chen Xian deliberately asked. How long do you think it will take to capture and kill these 3 deer? 10 minutes tops, he replied confidently. I'm not like I used to be. What about you? Chen Xian looked at Lu Shuyue again. Do I have to join in? The latter thought about it. Half a minute if you don't count the cost. Use the wind treading charm to fly across the river, then use the Thousand Thoughts sword to cut it down. If you can't fly you'll have to use the water treading charm. You should be able to do it in 2 minutes. The villagers couldn't help but let out an envious murmur. Worthy of an immortal master. That's not nonsense. But Lord Ryu was only born a few every 100 years. Runehorn Deer was already the best of the hunting team, but there was still a clear gap compared to the immortal master. Over to you. Chen Xian nodded his head in a gesture. In terms of mastery of firearms, Lin Xing could be said to be at the expert level. She loaded the magazine, cocked the bolt, then pulled the trigger in quick succession. Less than 5 seconds between firing and lowering the muzzle. Chen Xian noticed that she had fired a total of 6 shots. The first 3 shots should have been the fire control computer correcting the errors, while the last 3 shots accurately pierced through the brains of the 3 wild deer respectively. If he hadn't turned on the divine eye technique, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to keep up with the other party's hand speed in firing. The others were so startled by the sudden sound of gunfire that they didn't even realize what had just happened. Only Lu Shuyue's complexion changed. She was surprised to see that the 3 wild deer had fallen, and Lin Xing had not even moved her feet. What kind of divine weapon is this? You can kill an enemy from hundreds of meters away, and the person holding the weapon only has to bend a finger? If it could do some killing even to soldiers in armor, all crossbowmen would lose their raison d'etre. A moment later Runehorn Deer also reacted. His eyes looking at the gun in his hand completely changed, became burning and elated, and his speaking voice also stuttered a bit because of his excitement. Lost. I admit defeat. Shopkeeper Lord, we can also do like her? That's still a bit difficult. After all, you guys don't have prosthetics. Lin Xing kinda enjoyed this feeling of being in the limelight, but with a little practice, you should be able to achieve a hit rate of over 80% within 300 meters. A prosthetic body? What's that? The crowd wondered. It's the equivalent of a customized ability for an individual law. She waved her hand. Unfortunately, there's not even a neural access surgery over here for you guys to assemble. In fact, Chen Xian was also a bit curious about what would become of the cultivators after adding a prosthetic body to them. If he had the chance, he would really want to try it on Lu Shuyue. Next, Miss Lin Chang will lead the training and teach how to use this weapon well. Chen Xian finally spoke. Once you have mastered the basic operation, you will be able to surprise the king of Qi's army. Chapter 66, The Lion and the Hare. That night, a messenger from the royal city came to the Lu family and handed over a final persuasive letter. The book was obviously written to Lu Shuyu, The words were the same old ones over and over again. The present emperor was merciful and willing to give the immortal master one last chance, as long as he swore obedience and returned to the king's city with the vanguard. The Lu family and the local people would be exempted from their sins. Otherwise, the whole of Yunzhou will be covered in blood, and it's all the fault of the rebels. Lu Shuyu directly tore the persuasion letter into two halves. The messenger left angrily, and before he left, he didn't forget to throw down the gauntlet that the allied forces of the three states would launch an attack on Nine Peaks City starting tomorrow. What he didn't know was that some time earlier, the two teams had quietly left Nine Peaks City, circling around and feeling their way towards the besieging army's compound from both the northern and southern directions. These two troops each had 600 people, all of whom were chi sensors from Spicy Village. They did not light a single torch or ride a single horse, and advanced solely by sensing their partner's aura with the clear heart technique. The north side was led by Runehorn Deer, while the south side was given to another hunt leader, Dun Yo. Their mission was to attack the armies of Baizhou and Sangzhou from the side and rear. The vanguard army located in the center of the large formation was undoubtedly the main force of the siege, and this force would be handed over to Lu Shuyu to deal with personally, although the training time was very short, and most of the people only learned the two actions of firing and changing ammunition. Lu Shuyu thought it was already enough. The enemy's power was increasing every day. In other words, the moment the villagers got their new weapons, it would be the moment when the difference in strength between Spicy Village and their opponents was the greatest. Once they were able to defeat the allied forces of these three states, and make the state shepherds and governors of the various states realize that the sect disciples would never compromise with the King of Qi, it would be as difficult as heaven for the latter to gather up a sizable crusading army again. It was 6:30 a.m. Just after dawn. Vanguard soldiers had begun to assemble out of camp. According to the plan, they would launch a wave of tentative attacks on Nine Peaks City today, preferably taking the outskirts of the city. Gong Lingwu was none other than the vice-commander of the vanguard. Finally, this day has come. He looked at the armor-clad elites lined up in full uniform with complacency, as if a fire was burning in his heart. The fuel for this fire is Ryu Senji. The rule of clan disciples acting as auxiliary ministers for the kingdom had been maintained for thousands of years. How could he not expect the other party to actually dare to go against their masters and resist the holy will? When he returned to the royal city, he not only made Imamo furious, but also fell into the laughingstock of the clan's children, and could not raise his head for a long time. Now he finally has a chance to redeem himself. You're quite excited about this. Someone came from behind. Uncle Jiang. Gong Lingwu turned around and respectfully cupped his fists and saluted towards the visitor. When marching and fighting, don't call uncle but call each other by your military position. Have you forgotten again? Gong Jiang said nonchalantly. Also, I know you have fallen at the hands of Lu Shuyu. Ugly words in advance. If the vanguard army can capture Lu Shuyu, you can't be rude to her. Why? Isn't she a traitor? A flash of displeasure flashed through Gong Lingwu's heart. Do I still have to invite her back with good wine and meat? A traitor, but also a disciple of the clan. The only one who can punish her is His Majesty the King of Qi. Gong Jiang repeated the warning again. This is for your own good. Understand? He had followed the King of Qi for a long time and naturally knew the other party's temper. Even if the King of Qi had degraded Lu Shuyu to an even worse level, and the level of his anger was even greater, he would never allow anyone else to get their hands on the immortal master. As the saying goes, thunder and rain are all the king's favors, and those outside of the king don't even have the qualifications to vent their anger. Gong Lingwu, no matter how bold he is, he doesn't dare to contradict the elders of the clan. He can only agree unwillingly. Yes, the last general understands. Just then, a partial general trotted to Gong Zhang's side and reported, Commander-in-Chief, the scouts found a strange movement at the west gate of Nine Peaks City, and it seems that quite a few people are parading out of the city. What? Gong Jiang raised an eyebrow. Bring my horse and follow me to the front of the formation. Soon the group of generals came together on a small dirt slope nearby, where the ground was slightly higher and they could see the entire countryside. Everyone was shocked when they saw what the other was doing. Liashuyu's militia forces seemed to be planning to go out of the city to fight them in the field. She is afraid that she is not crazy, right? Gong Lingwu stunned. Although they had previously analyzed the intelligence of the defeated army, they found that Lu Shuyu had gathered a group of cultivators from somewhere, but the number of people would not exceed 200, and their strength was also quite limited. On the other hand, the allied forces had also gathered more than 200 loose cultivators, and their individual strength was even stronger. So overall, the army still had the advantage. The best option for Lu Shuyu and the Lu family was nothing more than to occupy the city and use the terrain to their advantage to fight a war of attrition with them inside the city. Wouldn't taking the initiative be tantamount to exposing your most vulnerable side? Let me count. How many of them are there? A general officer pointed out half-jokingly. There are actually 700 or 800. This is really a lot of people. Everyone couldn't help but roar with laughter. 700 or 800 soldiers who are willing to die are also worthy of admiration. But gentlemen, look at what these people are dressed as. To armor no. To weapons no. Simply with the country bumpkin is no difference. The government office and the government office can do them. Right. What is that in their hands? Others noticed the group carrying unusual objects. Looks like a stick? I can't believe there's one for each person. That's kind of interesting. That thing doesn't even kill anyone, does it? Commander-in-Chief, please allow me to go out to meet the enemy. A subordinate had already taken the initiative to volunteer. Whether the opponent was a militia member or a village boy, the head could be used as a reward for the war effort. Gong Lingwu was also eager to try. He has always been looked down upon, and has been told behind his back that he is useless except for his surname Gong, precisely because he has no military achievements. Vice Marshal sounds impressive, but in reality it is still a special arrangement at home. If you can really fight with the enemy, will not be able to plug the mouth of the small group of people? He looked towards Uncle Jiang and was about to open his mouth when he realized that there was not a trace of a smile on the latter's face, and his expression was as cold as a rock in winter. How come these sticks can be made exactly the same? Gong Lingwu heard his cousin murmur. What was so strange about the same? He was a little puzzled. Where are the casual cultivators on standby? Gong Jiang suddenly asked. Back to my lord. Most of them are outside the front camp. Let them strike. Also General Zhou. The last general is here. The general who had just asked for help clasped his fists. You lead the 600 light cavalry on the left to meet the enemy in conjunction with the casual cultivator. Use a strong bow to press the line, and do not launch a charge without authorization. In case you find that Lu Shuyue is also in the group, immediately blow the horn to signal the enemy. Lead the way. This is clearly the gang of loose cultivators as a test stone. Gong Lingwu heart. But in terms of using military strategy, cousin uncle is not a little too conservative? It was as if he was not facing a group of militia, but the main body of enemy forces. Commander-in-Chief, if the other side is routed, won't that group of wild cultivators take the top credit? Gong Lingwu couldn't help but ask. If that's the case then there's no harm. Gong Jiang returned indifferently. What I'm thinking about is another question. Where exactly did the cultivators led by Lu Shuyu come from? The ones in this world who despise loose cultivators the most are none other than the disciples of the Lotus Cloud sect, and loose cultivators shouldn't have any favorable feelings towards the sect either. More than a lack of good feelings, you should be able to say that they hate their bones. The reason why they are scattered all over the place, living in seclusion in the countryside, and do not even dare to set up a temple is not because of the suppression of the Lotus Cloud sect. How could such a group possibly follow orders from Lu Shuyu? Gong Jiang had also speculated whether it could be a cultivator trained by the Lu family, but the results were equally unlikely. If a single large household in Yunzhou was able to raise so many people who felt qi, why would Inshang bother to force a sect disciple? No one can answer this question of the commander-in-chief. Not being able to find the source is the same as not having a fixed number. Then who dares to make a guarantee that 200 is the upper limit of the other cultivator? Gong Jiang finished in a slow voice. Now everyone put away their smiles and their looks became slightly more serious. If the commander-in-chief's assumption came true, then the situation would become 25,000 troops plus 200 loose cultivators versus the sect Immortal Masters plus 700 cultivators. Of course, the side of the Tri-State Coalition was still firmly in the ascendancy. It just requires them to take it more seriously. When a lion boats a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Not to mention that we are facing the once-in-a-century Lian Yun sect disciples. He then went on to order. The rest of the ministries listened to the order. Once the light cavalry confirms that Lu Shuyue is in the group, immediately mobilize the Baizhou and Sanzhou armies to attack the city from both sides and cut off their path of retreat. The vanguard army will attack from the front and encircle the entirety of this troop. I will make sure they have no way to return. Chapter 67, Crossfire. Attention Group A, they're coming over. Take up position. A clear-speaking voice came from the small box at Lu Shuyu's waist. This magic weapon was given to her by Qin Xian before she set off, saying that real-time calls could be made within 20 miles, which was even less troublesome than a sound transmission. The spicy village was divided into 3 routes, and the leader of each route was given a magic weapon so that even if they couldn't see each other, they could still be aware of each other's situation. Lu Shuyu then had her troops stop and began to set up the 8 gates of life and death technique. While she was strong in solo combat, she had almost zero experience in leading troops into battle. She also never considered herself to be proudly gifted in all areas, so she handed over the overall command to the guest with the strange hair color without reservation. Previously, when she was learning to operate the new weapons from Lin Qing, she realized that this person had a rather deep understanding of large-scale battles, looking young and gentle but seemingly having experienced countless life and death wars. This incongruity made her very puzzled, but also understood that if she was willing to help, then it would undoubtedly increase the chances of victory for the spicy village even more. The biggest advantage of the new weapon is distance. The art of the 8 gates of life and death. on the other hand, provides extremely strong shelter within a 50-meter radius, so the optimal way to play in Group A is self-evident. However, the next development of things was still far beyond Lu Shuyu's expectations. Not long after everyone had fallen into position, someone couldn't help but fire even though the other party was still more than 800 meters away from them at this point. According to Lin Chang's teachings, it was best to hold back until they were within 200 meters before firing, so that the killing efficiency would be higher. But in the sparsely resounding gunfire, she saw people falling one after another in the encircling enemy ranks, not just to sound like what Instructor Lin had said. After she activated the formation talisman, she tried firing 2 shots herself and realized that the weapon was actually quite accurate. As long as one's eyes were quick, plus a little bit of tiny prejudgment, one could basically hit wherever one pointed. So she then didn't stop the firing, but let everyone have a free hand. On the walls of Nine Peaks City, Lin Chang watched and smacked his tongue. What kind of people are these? Relying on their physical bodies, they can hit close to the effect of a fire control computer assist. Cultivating immortality is also too good to use. Chen Xian, on the other hand, was leisurely sipping the fine green tea sent by the Lu family. If the gun was regarded as a magic weapon, its striking range and lethality were actually quite pleasing. This was something that he had already experienced when he fought with Crazy Judy and Phi Dancer. They were obviously all ability users, but anyone could pull a hot weapon out of their pants while it was still in their hands. It's more of a strength increaser. Ordinary people can fight 10 with 1 when they get a gun, and it will only become stronger when it falls into the hands of a cultivator. If one day the gun can't break the defense, it's not that the idea of the gun is outdated, it's that the firepower needs to be further improved. This was best verified by Lu Shuyue. Lord Immortal Master, there are some tough guys coming from over there, the villagers shouted. Lu Shuyu also saw the target. A loose cultivator coalesced a barrier of bubbling blue ethereal light in front of him, staring at the barrage of gunfire rushing towards his side. The rest of the loose cultivators also leaned towards him when they saw this, and it looked like they were about to coalesce into a rope. She immediately broke away from the group to meet the challenger alone. The 8 gates formation protected the villagers of the spicy village, and she didn't need to paint herself into a corner. The villagers also deflected their fire, turning to suppressing the enemy around them with heavier fire to provide cover for the Lord Immortal Master. The two sides soon met narrowly. Set. Several loose cultivators bloomed their mouths with true words. Lu Shuyue only felt a jolt, but then she used a stronger aura to punch away the restriction any true speech technique was bullying, and this move had little effect on her. She pointed her backhand at her opponent. Set. This tightrope seemed like it had suddenly lost its direction and violently froze in place. Even though it was only a short second, Lu Shuyue's backstroke had already killed it. She unleashed a forceful seizure, pointing directly at the leader, the Rising Shield Casual Cultivator. This was the first time she used her ability, and unlike the spells and talismans she had practiced, she did not need to memorize any awkward mnemonics, nor did she need to mobilize her body's spiritual chi to activate the corresponding acupoints. The ability was just like her natural instincts, and wherever she wished to go, the effect would be achieved. The effect will be realized. The barrier in front of the loose cultivator suddenly shattered, and he was even more stunned as he stared at Lu Shuyue, his eyes filled with disbelief. What have you done to me? But before the words were finished, Lu Shuyue had already taken advantage of the situation and opened fire. Bullets like raindrops swept towards the crowd of cultivators. How tightly they had held on before, how hard it was to avoid them now. The other side wailed at once. There was also an experienced loose cultivator who seized this brief moment of confusion and performed the shrinking ground into inch to dodge to the back of Lu Shuyu, raising his chopper to slash at the Immortal Master who was raising his gun to shoot. However, without looking back, Lu Shuyu's head, a blue barrier, completely blocked his greatsword. This was exactly the same aura shield that the loose cultivator had used earlier. It was only then that Lu Shuyu turned back and shattered the bridge of his nose with a direct hit from the butt of her gun, then performed another strong takeover. Master, forgive me. It's all about paying the disciple's debt. The disciple still walks on the path of fostering the people, not daring to deviate in the slightest. What's going on? Why haven't the casual cultivators gathered around? Gong Lingwu said with some impatience. The battle had already lasted for more than 2/4 of an hour, and the situation still looked very uncertain. The generals could see those practitioners sparsely distributed in the field, almost always keeping a distance of 100 or 200 meters from the other side. 700 people, as if there was an invisible wall separating the two. Occasionally, there were a few cultivators who were able to pass through this transparent wall and even rush into the opposing formation. However, these people did not set off any waves, and soon after contact, they went silent, as if a stone had sunk into the sea. A bunch of rabble, a general commented contemptuously, empty of spells, but fighting without any rules. That was unanimously recognized. In a sense, At the moment, the group was not even close to a battalion of foot soldiers. At least the soldiers wouldn't dare stop to catch their breath when their superior officer ordered them to attack. Did you all hear those splintering sounds? Gong Jiang suddenly asked. At first he thought it was a hallucination. After all, the entire army was making preparations to strike, and the sounds of hoof stamping, soldiers' shouts, and clashing armor were almost so continuous that it was impossible to distinguish the source of the unusual noise. But the crackling is getting louder and denser. At that moment, the light cavalry unit finally arrived at the attack position, and the skillful riders began to draw their bows and arrows, while urging their horses to accelerate and gallop. Utilizing the speed advantage of the warhorse, the light cavalry could always maintain a distance of between 100 and 200 meters from the enemy, using arrows to shoot the infantry, who were powerless to fight back. Suddenly a large number of strange noises erupted in the enemy's position, so sharply that it was like a storm. A large number of cavalrymen planted themselves in response, as if they had suddenly fallen asleep, and the horses did the same, the ones rushing in front kneeling one by one, and the ones in the rear then continuing to follow and repeat, like a chain reaction, and their formation is far more aligned than the scattered cultivators, also makes the scene looks particularly bizarre. Gong Jiang finally realizes that his troops have been taking hits from the enemy up to this point, only most of them are oblivious. The casual cultivators all preferred to fight on their own, spreading farther apart from each other, and the thick weeds in the countryside made it difficult for the cavalry unit to judge their situation. Now it was the turn of the cavalry to taste such an encounter. Woo woo woo! A short horn sounded, but not from the direction of the front line. Report! The White State Army has detected an unknown group approaching from the rear, numbering less than 1,000. Report! The Tsangzhou Army has been attacked by an enemy force of unknown number, at least over 1,000. Several messenger soldiers hurriedly ran up the dirt slope and reported to the commander-in-chief. Gong Lingwu said incredulously, "We have been pinched instead?" Anyone who has a little common sense in marching and fighting knows that 5 is attacked and 10 is surrounded. Not to mention why they have a city not to defend. Prefer to go out of the city field battle. Take 2 or 3,000 people to encircle more than 20,000 people of the army. Really is also too unbelievable. What weapons are they holding in their hands? A general bellowed. Did they all have a gray and black stick? Well, it seems to be. The messenger soldier thought for a moment. Our scouts seem to have been knocked down from a long distance away. Not like the work of a cultivator. What is it if it is not a cultivator? Everyone's face sank like water. Could this strange scene in front of them be something an ordinary person could do? In just a few minutes, the 600 cavalrymen not only failed to successfully enter the range of the released arrows, but instead, their formation began to scatter, vaguely revealing the trend of rout. If the troops pinned down from the rear were also all cultivators loyal to Lu Shuyu, it would be too terrifying. For 3,000 well-trained men are enough to call an army. Pass on my order. Gong Jiang finally spoke, his voice still as steady as a rock. The entire army will attack and advance towards Nine Peak City. Let's go as well. Let the vanguard charge at the front. He knows that now absolutely cannot retreat. In haste to let the troops of Baizhou and Sangzhou from the rear army into the front army only to immediately form a rout. Then the light of the people stepping on people can be killed or wounded thousands. The chance of victory still existed. And that was to run over the small group of troops in front of us like a flood and take the lead in killing the Nine Peak City. Then use the advantage of the city walls to block the pursuers in turn. He could already see that these cultivators with their sticks were indeed incredibly powerful. But the number of people the other side had arranged on the front was ultimately a bit too small. With the speed at which they eliminated the light cavalry, it was simply impossible to rush to kill all the soldiers before the army overwhelmed them. Chapter 68 Vengeance is Avenged. Amidst the rising and falling sound of the long tones of the trumpets, the allied army of the 3 states began to slowly advance forward. At the forefront of the front line were various cavalry units, not only light cavalry, but also armor-clad heavy cavalry, who were well trained to form an arrowhead formation, and the sound of thousands of hooves treading caused the entire countryside to tremble. Following the cavalry were the most numerous squares of lancers. A densely packed crowd formed into a line of guns, and even in the face of an enemy cavalry charge, they were the mainstay of the army that could stand up to it. Further back were the other 2 state troops, whose formation was obviously much worse than the King's City vanguards, plus the pursuing troops that had appeared out of nowhere had been trailing and harassing them, causing the 2 armies to pay 10 or so casualties for every step they took. As the commander of the whole army, Gong Jiang rushed at the front line with the heavy cavalry. He wanted to personally meet Lu Shuyu's cultivator troop. He would like to see if he rushes fast or the other side kills fast. Isn't it retreating but moving forward? Lin Chang watched the changing situation on the battlefield and said in a relaxed tone as she turned on the intercom. Groups B and C are keeping the bite, and Group A can retreat back to the city walls. Don't forget the safe distance. Okay. Lu Shuyu quickly returned to the villagers. Everyone retreat. everyone don't fall behind. Grupa then left the previously entrenched area and began to move in the direction of Nine Peaks City, but instead of simply retreating, they always fired in an orderly fashion from a safe distance. Even from Chen Xian's point of view, the scene at this moment was quite a bit of the art of war, as it was feared that this was the first time in history that infantry had been used to kite cavalry. That's right, the hugging and shooting just now was not the only option for the villagers, only that it was safer for everyone to gather in the 8 gates of life and death formation as much as possible, and even if there was a loose cultivator who killed through the heavy rain of bullets into the formation, he would still be posed by the formation again, and be immersed in an illusion that he couldn't extricate himself from. This may have given the enemy the illusion that they had to stay put in order to kill those probing troops so efficiently. However, the truth was that the villagers who had bathed in dragon's blood and learned the clear heart skill were all able to run so fast that their speed could even surpass that of a warhorse sprinting at full speed. When they entered the mobile shooting phase, something incredible happened. The cavalry were still falling like a wall, but they could never catch up with the retreating villagers, seeing that it was not easy to get closer. The latter's firing frequency would suddenly increase, and in the midst of a sea of people and horses, the distance would be pulled apart once again. The same was true of the other 2 units responsible for the entrenchment. They were barely threatened by the scattered cultivators, always maintaining a distance of around 500 meters from the enemy army, prioritizing point-blank kills on those soldiers who broke away from the group. If a small group of enemies routed, they instead did not go after them, letting them flee to the west as a way to weaken their opponent's will to fight. This naturally did not rely on the villagers' battle sense to hold their positions and cooperate with friendly actions. They could not even see the movements of the other unit, where to go next, how far to go, when to stop, and when to chase. It was all controlled by Lin Chang. Her command even carried foresight, being able to determine the enemy's movements half a minute in advance, and then give targeted orders to the leaders of Groups A, B, and C. And what supported her in doing so was naturally the auxiliary AI system installed in her head, a fact that Liashuyu and Spicy Village probably didn't even realize. Chen Xian was the only one who saw this, with the body of a cultivator and the clan's basic arts, equipped with modern weapons and instant communication devices, plus global celestial eyes and AI command. These 3,000 men had actually become the #1 most powerful army within Qi. The many cavalrymen finally forced Lu Shuiyue and the others to the city wall despite heavy deaths and injuries. It doesn't make any sense though. Nine Peaks City's mounted city wall was only over 2 meters high. The villagers of Spicy Village could jump on it with complete ease. On the contrary, the cavalry could not cross this earth wall at all. In order to avoid crashing straight into it, they had to strangle their horses ahead of time, and start slowing down 100 or 200 meters away. This was equivalent to becoming a live target for rifles again. And after the entire Group A jumped onto the wall and continued to counterattack, the Tri-State Coalition army was suddenly in an extremely awkward situation. Continuing to attack the city against those invisible but incredibly deadly hidden weapons? The 2-meter wall is indeed not high, but just wanting to get close to it will cost countless lives. And the soldiers found that whether it was armor or iron helmets, they were as fragile as paper mache under the opponent's unreasonable means of attack. They would rather fight with the evil cultivators and demons. That way they could at least see what tricks their enemies were using and die with understanding. Instead, it was like now, when the brothers fell in batches, unable to fend off or hide, as if the air was filled with killing machines. Lord Commander, we won't be able to hold out much longer. Retreat quickly. There's no fear of not having wood to burn when you've left a green hill. The personal soldiers barely controlled the frightened horses and layered in front of Gong Jiang, casting a shield with their own bodies. Outrageous. My Gong family only has defeated generals, not surrendered generals. Gong Jiang stared at the city wall close at hand and gritted his teeth. As long as we go over and over that wall, we will have a chance to turn the tide. There are still tens of thousands of soldiers behind us waiting to pick up the slack. Gong Lingwu, you take a team of men and horses to the north. The city gates over there shouldn't be able to spare anyone to watch over. Gong Lingwu. Gong Jiang called out a few times and no one answered. He jerked his head back, only to realize that his cousin and nephew were long gone behind him. The moment he was distracted, he suddenly felt a shock in his chest, then an infinite numbness spread out like all around. Gong Jian lowered his head and noticed that there was a steady stream of blood flowing out of the cracks in the armor. He fell backward, off the horse and onto the ground. Commander-in-Chief, protect Lord Gong. Gong Jiang saw his own soldiers panic and try to dismount and pull themselves up, but he raised his hand with every last bit of his being and pointed at the city wall. Go, take it. It's so high. The walls that clearly looked like they could be scaled with a personal ladder just a moment ago now seemed to cover the sky and were desperately high. This was the last thought that surfaced in Gong Jian's mind. As casualties climbed and the commander-in-chief leading the charge was shot and fell, the morale of the remaining troops collapsed suddenly. General Gong has been killed in action. The commander-in-chief is gone. Let's surrender. Soldiers were dropping their armor, either turning to flee or kneeling on the ground to surrender. This sentiment of defeat spread like falling dominoes, spreading throughout the entire army in almost the blink of an eye. What seemed like an unbeatable army a day ago has now become a group of stragglers who are just trying to stay alive. As for the loose cultivators who were still alive, they had long since slipped out of sight. Naturally, Lu Shuyu would not let these soldiers escape from the boundaries of Jiufeng City, not for any other reason, but an unchecked force could easily turn into robbers and bandits. Anyway, Yunzhou was not short of food and could afford to feed tens of thousands of captives for the time being, so it would not be too late to let them return home once the situation had stabilized. The villagers were once again out in force and began to gather up the defeated soldiers while shouting the slogan of surrender and no killing. The cleaning of the battlefield continued into the evening. When Lu Shuyu rejoined the Lu family, everyone bowed their heads to her. Before, the gazes of the Lu family's children looked at her with curiosity and respect, but now the entire group had more than a deep fear. "We captured a Gong family member alive," Runehorn Deer said as he walked up to her. "He said he wanted to see you no matter what." Lu Shuyu nodded and followed the hunter to a remote courtyard. The courtyard was guarded by members of the hunting party all around. In order to prevent collusion among the captives, the villagers distinguished between ordinary soldiers and generals, with the former gathered in tents outside the city and the latter imprisoned in the Ryu family, and that Gong family member was kneeling in the center of the courtyard. Lu Shuyu recognized the other party at once. This person was none other than Gong Lingwu. She instantly understood why Runehorn Deer wanted her to make this trip. Gong Lingwu also noticed Lu Shuyu at this moment. A trace of fear flashed across his face, but it was quickly covered by his forced composure. "Lu Shu, Lu Grand Immortal Master, I was wrong last time. I apologize to you." Lu Shuyu walked up to him and looked at him silently. Seeing that she didn't answer, Gong Lingwu hurriedly said again, "You can't kill me. I'm the son of Great General Gong. You should know his temper. If I die here, my father will definitely fight the Lu family to the death. But don't worry, as long as I make it back alive, father will definitely remember this favor, and may be able to persuade the king of Qi not to care about what happened in Qingzhou." She remained silent. It's this indifference again. She has always been like this. From the time she was ordained as an immortal master 5 years ago, she had never once looked at herself with a straight face. Anger surged in Gong Lingwu's heart, but he did not dare to show the slightest on his face. "What do you lack? Money or food? I can have my family send it to you. The same goes for the victims. You can take in as much as you want. I can give them more food than they can eat in a lifetime. If you don't feel comfortable, it's fine if you let me write a letter to my family. Please, Immortal Master Sama." Lu Shuyue finally spoke. "Is that what you were going to say?" "No, not only. What requirements you just mentioned, the Gong family can fulfill them all." Gong Lingwu hurriedly added, "Personally, I hold no grudges against you, and I never take rude remarks to heart." Lu Shuyu shook her head. "So there is no need for you to beg for my forgiveness." He blushed. Then you are willing to let me go? What you should really be begging for forgiveness for are the people who were forced to flee Qingzhou." After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the outside of the courtyard. "Wait, don't go. I'll admit my mistakes. I am sorry for them." "Lu Xianshur, you listen to me." Gong Lingwu struggled to stand up, but was held down to the ground again by the villagers behind him. "Do you know who we are?" "General Gong," Runehorn Deer said as he crouched down in front of him. "No, I don't know. How could I possibly know you guys? Get off of me. My shoulder is going to break. My name is Fu Jiaodeer. I'm a hunter and one of the victims who had to flee Qingzhou." He pointed behind the other party. "There are also Fanshur, Wu Shou, and Shui Xiaojin. All the people standing here are all victims who escaped from under Jiangwei City." As he named them, more and more villagers leaned in and surrounded Gong Lingwu. "You, what are you doing? I am the son of a great general. You must not Gong Lingwu was just in the middle of his sentence when his voice suddenly turned into a miserable scream. Blood spurted from his face and his right ear was nowhere to be seen. "Bah!" Runehorn Deer spat out the crushed meat in his mouth. "Why is there no relief food?" Gong Lingwu screamed again, and his left ear turned into a fountain of blood. "Not only did they not bring provisions, but they want to send soldiers to cut us down. How dare you disrespect Lord Immortal Master? If the relief food had been distributed earlier, my child would not have died. Give back my father's life." After each person questioned a sentence, they would bite him hard on the face, first on the ear and cheek, then on the eye and nose. Gong Lingwu at first also struggled desperately, screaming repeatedly, to the back gradually no longer move. Moans also muffled. By the time everyone had finished asking, his head had turned into a bare, round ball of blood, and the white bones underneath could even be seen through the strands of broken flesh. Only then did Runehorn Deer let go of him and slowly stood up and said, "Now, we forgive you." Chapter 69 New Leaders. Downtown Jiangcheng, Black Swan Mansion. Red Lotus walked through the gate security machine as usual and boarded the elevator to the 15th floor. The suited and booted office workers around her gave her strange looks as usual. At first when she came to work here she would wear black formal dresses and cut her hair short and cover it with a hat. But now she has swung for the fences. Look at it any way you like. Who made her hair mutate along with her inspired abilities? The entire 15th floor belonged to the Dimension Org, and Red Lotus had just stepped out of the elevator when she felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. There was a rare absence of people chatting and groping in the walkway, and the smoking room was actually empty as well. Even if their duty is to protect the world from infringement, they should still touch the fish. Is that the end of the world is coming? But it is impossible to reverse the nature of the beat workers. Unless, Red Lotus jerked up her pace and stormed into the executive team's office. All of her co-workers were actually here, and they were standing straight at their workstations, and the moment she walked through the door, they all looked back in unison, their gazes surprisingly consistent. Sorry, there's some on the road today. Miss Red Lotus, isn't it? It's now 15 minutes and 28 seconds past the normal clocking in time, and I've seen the live traffic, and there's no traffic on any of the several main roads downtown yet. An unfamiliar voice interrupted her. Ah, damn. Seeing the man in the upscale suit and bright yellow tie, Red Lotus couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was impossible for a laborer to refuse to touch a fish unless the boss was personally present, and in all likelihood, this man in front of him was the new leader sent by the vital limit organs. Sorry I got up late. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the other party to let out a bright laugh, not blaming her in the slightest. It's understandable. A lot of big things have happened lately, and it's only normal for people to delay their sleep. If there is extra overtime, don't forget to report it to the finance. Overtime pay is O. Snap. There was a rare round of applause. MS. Red Lotus, please return to your workstation, the man said with a pleasant face. Since the entire staff is here, I'll have a short introductory session. My name is Shaw Cannon, the one commonly found in music. Headquarters has assigned me to take over from Captain Wan, Captain Lu, and Captain Tian, and as of today, I am in full charge of the district's authorities. The three captains he was talking about were the leaders of the executive, logistics and intelligence departments. Red Lotus couldn't help but be a bit surprised. She knew that the intelligence team would definitely be punished for such a big mess in the precinct this time, but she didn't think that the headquarters would actually lay off all three of them. The execution team was led by the nose from beginning to end, and no matter how you think about it, you can't blame Captain Wan. She raised her hand somewhat unconvincingly and said, "May I ask where Captain Wan has gone now? On vacation, I guess. As for the exact location, it's a matter of personal privacy." Shokanon didn't ignore Red Lotus. HQ gave him a large severance package, and the only requirement was just that he not use his powers for 2 years and be under declassified monitoring by the agency. Could a change of leadership in the chapter have prevented something like this from happening? When Red Lotus said this, the office was silent. Hataki's face went white with fear. Shokanon, however, looked at her with a smirk. Perhaps, but I would certainly have no complaints if I were to fail in my duties and be sacked. When the other party said that, Red Lotus in turn couldn't defend the captain, so she had to silently shut her mouth. Since you have no more questions, the meeting will continue. I'll introduce you to the two new members of the division. Shao Kanon turned his head and pointed to the two people behind him. The male is called Wang Qianforjing and the female is called Zhang Sakurako. They are both transferred from other divisions. They are considered to be my right-hand men, and from now on, they will be under the executive team. Hello colleagues. The woman smiled and waved to everyone. Please look after us from now on. The male one, on the other hand, just nodded shallowly. Red Lotus also followed a few glances at the two, called Wang Qianforjing staff at least 40 years of age, long a flat and strange Chinese character face, cold eyes as if refusing people outside of 1,000 miles. The staff named Zhang Sakurako was different. Her age was in her early 20s, short hair, round face, sweet smile, as if she had just stepped into the workplace from the campus, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. Hooray, welcome you too. Wang Baixian was the first to applaud. Skinny, Red Lotus silently rolled her eyes. Only when the applause died down a little did Shao Kanon continue. As you all already know, the Dimensional Limit Org has recently suffered malicious provocations from people of unknown origin, and the situation and risks we are facing are undergoing major changes. But in my opinion, this is not a good thing. The more the reputation of the organ spreads, the wider the areas we can play a role in. Prior to coming here, the headquarters had reached an agreement with the local government to include the capable in the talent management system. So from now on, the agency will become an interface for the public, and your work will be more challenging. Let's take the short-term plan. I intend to open a number of ability checkpoints in Jiangcheng as well as a training class for ability users, and popularize the knowledge about abilities to the society. That's also what Response Doctor mentioned in the public press conference. Speaking here, he purposely swept a glance at Red Lotus. That's why you guys have to pay more attention to your image. Don't think of yourselves as a covert agent who can't see the light of day, but rather as idle warriors who have people's attention wherever they go, and popular heroes who maintain social stability. The agency will spend a great deal of effort to publicize all of you next, and you are the first batch of agency spokespersons. The office was in an uproar. The news was so shocking that it was hard for people not to whisper it to those around them. Whoa, then I'm not going to be a star? Wang Baiwan said joyfully. This is too exciting. Ataki, on the other hand, looked rather worried. How else are we going to catch criminals who use their abilities if we're going to be recognized as soon as we leave the house? Red Lotus directly asked the question in her heart out loud. Mr. Shao, you can call me Team Shaw, or Shaw Cannon. Don't look at me dressed formally. That's to acclimatize myself to the future strategy of the agency ahead of time. Shokanon interrupted amiably. Captain Shao, would this be a deviation from the purpose of the organ? The doctor also said that our ability is not something to be proud of. It is a curse brought to us by the otherworldly encroachment, and most of the people who joined the Dimensional Limit Org were also victims of the invasion. But the strategy of the org, as you call it, creates the illusion that ability is a good thing, that it brings traffic and creates wealth. Red Lotus's remark also won the approval of several colleagues. Yeah, the only reason I'm here is so that no more people are victimized by people with abilities. With all this publicity, will those who gain the ability think they are the privileged ones? Shokanon still had a smiling expression on his face, as if he had anticipated everyone's thoughts. You are all right, but may I ask you, if we did not publicize it so much, would the facts change in any way? The number of intrusion points has been increasing in the last 5 years, and the number of people who have gained the ability has increased. The dimension organs are not omnipotent, and the means of suppressing the news will one day be ineffective. Red Lotus was silent. It is also true that what the other side says is a pain point they have been facing for a long time. There was a lot of discussion within the actual agency. At what point would this broken basket that was constantly being stitched up completely fall apart? If we're going to face change sooner or later, then why not meet it a little more aggressively? Shokanon spread his hands wide. In a sense, the enemy's provocation in turn gives us an opportunity. Think about it. If you all can present yourselves as positive images, those who come after you will inevitably strive to emulate them as well. This is the power of example. The more you guys can drive more people to join the organization, the execution team's sewing work will also become more comfortable, ultimately forming a virtuous cycle. As for the ability class problem that everyone is worried about, first of all, the mutation brought about by the invasion point is not controlled by human beings, and new ability people will always keep appearing. So the effect of pure suppression is very limited, and it has little to do with whether or not it is open for news. Secondly, the organ headquarters is also trying to solve this problem at its root. I can give you a small insight here. The progress of the project is quite encouraging. Perhaps it won't be long before we can actually do something to seal off abilities. No matter if it's an ability privilege or an ability class, there won't be any more ground for survival by then. Blocking abilities? Is it for everyone? The crowd was surprised. Good. Shokanon smiled and nodded. I assure you all that the original purpose of the establishment of the Dimension Limit Org has never changed. In order to protect this world, I will fight to the end together with everyone. Right. After he finished speaking, he remembered something. There's something I forgot to mention. Croak is also considered a local native. The authorities have inspected it and found no harm, so I'll leave it to you to keep it. Quack. Red Lotus couldn't help but stare. Who was that? Only Zhang Sakurako threw out a mahjong-sized square, which landed on an empty space between the workstations and instantly turned into a closet-sized box. Then the crate door slammed open and a dinosaur head stuck out. Quack!